Ikanuma Masashi, congratulations on successfully passing the exam to become a genin. Umino Irika's voice rang out in front of him, like rain falling into water, causing ripples in the lake of his heart. My name is Chishida. I traveled to the Konoha village and became an orphan 12 years ago. I am in the same class with Naruto. Maybe because of my memories from my previous life, my mental power is stronger than others. I am considered a little genius in the class. Although I am not as outstanding as monsters like Kakashi and Itachi, I am still better than the current Uchiha Sasuke. If nothing unexpected happens, the subsequent life trajectory is predictable, but after a ding sound, everything will change. Ding, hello host, the director system is at your service. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and a flash of fear crossed Ikanuma Kishi's face, followed by ecstasy, and finally a sudden, uncanny calm. His expression changed so quickly that the teachers and classmates, who were concerned about the exam, were completely unaware. Although Kishi claims that he is just a little genius, Irika Umino's evaluation of him is not low at all, or in his heart, Kishi Ikanuma is much better than Uchiha Sasuke, the second in the grade. The most fundamental reason is that no matter what happens, Ikanuma Masashi can calm down very quickly and make plans calmly. This is also the comment that Umino Irika wrote on his graduation file. Can you introduce its function and origin? Ikanuma Masashi muttered to himself. This system was born out of a small miracle caused by the accumulated dissatisfaction of three-dimensional audiences with the plots of many works. Its main function is to allow the host, as a director, to travel through time and remake the plot to satisfy the audience, thereby earning attention points. The dull AI mechanical voice sounded in my mind again. Perhaps because it was afraid that the explanation was not detailed enough, it also explained the purpose of the attention value. In simple terms, it is almost omnipotent. Afterwards, it also gave a novice gift package, which was extremely thoughtful. Open the gift bag. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the director's immortal body, director's series skill. Effect: when shooting, the host is in an invincible state that cannot be perceived. You can choose to cancel a certain ability at your own will, but at the same time, the host cannot affect the surrounding objects. Obtain skills, director's eye, director's series skills. Effect: observe closely, and actively activate it to see the opponent's energy level and physical information. Skills acquired, script communication, director series skills. Effect: consumes a certain amount of energy or attention, depending on the energy level difference between the two parties, to communicate the script with the actors. The later the night, the better the effect. Skills acquired, lip-to-lip talk, director series skills. Effect: consumes a certain amount of energy or attention, depending on the energy level difference between the two parties, to force the actor to speak the specified dialogue. Skills acquired, special effects production, director series skills. Effect: consume a small amount of energy or attention to produce the required special effects. Obtain skills, Xiantian Toad Kung Fu, which is derived from the Toad Sage mode practice method of Mayaboku Mountain. If practiced to a high level, it can prolong life, transform into a frog and spit out earth, wind, water, fire, and many other magical powers. A book of martial arts techniques naturally appeared in Ikanuma Kishi's hands, as if he had been holding the book already. After taking a quick look at the rewards, Ikanuma Masashi felt that the system had a deep misunderstanding of the director profession, but several skills were indeed good things. He then took another look at the rewarded skills. Unable to suppress the urge to complain, he muttered, let's put the first 5 skills aside for now. It's okay that the skills aren't directly mastered like in novels with system-based techniques, but what's with that innate toad skill that can transform into lightning, ice, poison, fire, and stone frog? Does the Toad Sage know that Mayaboku Mountain Sage mode has this ability? Do you really think I've never played Black O Words Gaku? This system connects all the heavens and myriad worlds. It is normal to borrow techniques from other worlds when upgrading and deducing techniques. Although he still had some complaints in his heart, he changed his mind and realized that there were countless dimensions between him and Yangqing High School, so he began to practice with peace of mind. According to the contents of the exercises, he slowly absorbed the natural energy between heaven and earth, used his own huge spiritual power to guide the whole body's strength to circulate through the meridians while studying the system at the same time. When he opened the interface, there were only a few options such as time travel, shooting, editing, uploading videos, backpack, deduction, characters, mall, and achievements. It was extremely simple. Time travel means traveling to different times and worlds, but currently it is only possible to travel through time and space within the ninja world. Shoot, launch the nano drone to shoot in all directions. The functions are basically as the name suggests. The only unexpected thing is uploading videos, which actually means uploading videos to Bilibili. Brother Tongzi, is this a buy station? Because our Shizeo Media's works are more suitable for Bilibili users. What the hell is Ikanuma Media, and is the issue with Bilibili the main issue? Before Ikanuma Kishi could finish his words, the system's calm AI voice echoed in his mind again. This system was born from the resentment of three-dimensional viewers, and of course it serves them. Most importantly, there's no Bilibili to upload to in the ninja world. Masashi Ikanuma recalled the system novels he had read in his previous life. He had read many novels about the Penguin family system, but this was the first time he had seen the uncle's family system. After thinking about it, he muttered to himself, Shouldn't it be like in projection novels, with a canopy so that everyone in the ninja world can look up and see it, then set up a chat room and play a quiz game with prizes, so that everyone can chat and speak together, answer questions, and then project a video of the entire ninja world exposing the darkness of Konoha? First of all, your statement about the visible sky over the entire world is unscientific from a physics perspective. Secondly, the attention value provided by three-dimensional viewers is higher, and Bilibili not only provides attention value but also money that when the host's physical strength is sufficient, they can use the attention value to search for the coordinates of the Blue Star plane, return to Blue Star, and use the money earned to live the life they want. When Ikenuma Masashi heard of such a scientific system and such powerful reasons, he was instantly convinced by Brother Tongzi and made it his life goal to make a lot of money and return to Blue Planet to enjoy an immortal life. After some friendly exchanges, Masashi Ikenuma provided a feasible direction for the construction of the sky screen, so the sky screen viewing was also scheduled. I believe that after the first filming of the Ninja World's Wild History is completed, the sky screen 1.0 without a chat room function and in line with the Ninja World style will be able to go online as scheduled. After school, Ikenuma Masashi, who had spent the entire afternoon exploring the system's functions, glanced at the lone figure sitting on the swing and quickly ran towards home. With the system, there was no need to risk exposing his abnormalities and participate in Naruto's personal story. After returning home and having a quick dinner, Ikenuma returned to his room. After an afternoon of deep thought, he had a lot of ideas. He thought about filming a story about the love diary of 4 generations, the conspiracy theory of 3 generations, the scientific research diary of 2 generations, the history of the rise of the first generation, and so on. But after discussing it with the system, I learned that the video would be released less than a month after I traveled from Blue Planet. It was hard to imagine it would attract much attention to create these off-screen stories so long after the main Naruto story ended. Since a small-scale stunt wouldn't likely cause much of a stir, I might as well do the biggest splash of all, start from scratch and remake Naruto. The system's method of traveling through time is extremely simple. That you only need to draw a circle in the air and silently say travel in your mind to travel to the timeline you want to reach. However, it should be noted that there can and can only be one eye at the same time. Ikenuma Masashi drew a circle with one hand, opening a portal to the past. After a pause, he said, "By the way, if our film becomes a hit on Bilibili, how do we get around the copyright holders?" "Don't worry," the system's voice remained calm. "We've already made arrangements for copyright." It projected a contract in front of Ikenuma Masashi, clearly granting Ikenuma Media the rights to adapt the film for free. Surprisingly, the signature was up, and there was even a video of Ikenuma Media's attorney and of signing the contract as proof. It was truly a system, impeccable. Although it felt a bit ridiculous, at least his worries were gone. Ikenuma Masashi no longer hesitated, noted the time and place of this moment, turned around and took the first step towards the explosive transformation of the ninja world. Although the slogan of reforming the ninja world from the source sounds very powerful, it is not that easy to put it into practice. After all, most Japanese comics are getting stronger as they get older. The first problem encountered at the moment is that Ikenuma Masashi has nothing he wants. But when it comes to filming, there are ways to shoot a movie if you invest 100 million yuan, and there are also ways to shoot a movie with low cost. As long as you find the right point, it is not impossible to make a hit movie with low investment. At first, Masashi Ikenuma wanted to go straight to Otsutsuki Higoromo and perform a major transformation on the Six-Path Sage, but when he took a quick glance with the director's eye near the exit of the time tunnel, he saw that the other person's terrifying chakra level was like the bright moon in the sky, and the aura emanating from his body was like that of a lion or a tiger. Kagaya Otsutsuki, who lived not far away, was even more like the bright sun. It goes without saying that in the current situation where there is no attention value, even if Ikenuma Masashi has converted the chakra in his body into magic power through practicing the innate toad skill and reached the level of a special jonin, but if compared with Otsutsuki Higoromo, it's just a joke. Those director skills cannot be said to be completely useless to him, but they can only be said to be better than nothing. If the plot really needs to be drastically changed, he can only start with other supporting characters. When Masashi Ikenuma recalled the hundreds of episodes of Naruto animation he had watched in the time tunnel, he actually found such a suitable actor. Ida's not strong enough at this point in time, but the role in the original plot is important enough, and Ida's a character that runs through the whole story. In the ninja world, during the reign of Kagaya Otsutsuki, late at night, Mount Maya, Boku, Masashi Ikenuma emerged from the time tunnel and immediately started filming, then discussed the script with the sleeping Gamamaru. Exchange scripts. Effect, consume a certain amount of energy or attention to exchange scripts with actors. The later the night, the better the effect. The consumption of this skill depends on the difference in energy levels between the two sides. After practicing the innate toad skill, Ikenuma Kishi's internal energy is greatly increased, and he has reached the level of a special jonin. It is easy for him to deal with Gamamaru, whose energy level is similar to his own. The script skills are generally short, but their effects are quite powerful, even a bit terrifyingly powerful. This is because the system's definition of an actor is a bit too loose. As long as the director wants, everything in the world can be an actor. The communication is even more terrifying. The director can communicate however he wants. Of course, there are ways to communicate with gentlemen, and there are also ways to communicate with charlatans like Toadpill. The shooting system function is even more invincible. Although a shooting drone is sent to help with the shooting, the drone can do anything, even in the sky or on the ground. Even in dreams or the spiritual world, as long as the director has the need, it can be filmed. Gamamaru, I am the ancestor frog sage of Maya Boku Mountain. You must remember what I am going to say next. While in his dream, Gamamaru heard a mysterious sound in his ears. Although he could not make out what language the sound was, he could clearly understand the meaning contained in it. This ability moved Gamamaru. Then a tall and majestic figure appeared before his eyes. He seemed to be standing in a colorful light, giving people the feeling of being like a god, a demon, an immortal, and a saint. He looked like both a human and a toad. Just the appearance in front of him made people want to explore what kind of blood and corpses this tall and majestic existence had experienced, and how many bloody storms he had witnessed to train himself into such a tall and majestic immortal body. Before Gamamaru could come to his senses, Ikanuma Masashi, who had transformed himself into the frog sage using special effects in his dream, spoke again. Princess Kagaya of the Atsutsuki clan, a demon from the outer realm, has descended upon the world with her clan's most precious treasure, the 10 evil demon tree. This demon tree is the most evil creature in the world, inherently evil and wicked. It can absorb the spiritual energy of all things in heaven and earth, refining it into chakra. Fruits for the Atsutsuki demons to enjoy. When this demon tree matures, it will acquire countless supernatural powers. It can absorb living beings and transform them into demon soldiers under its command, and it can also transform into a demon beast to control heaven and earth. Now all living beings are in danger. To save this world, you must retrieve the 6 roots that my deity left behind in this world. Once the 6 roots are gathered, you will be able to fully inherit the abilities of my frog sage, defeat the outer demon Kagaya Atsutsuki, destroy the demon tree, and save all living beings. Although Gamamaru was already frightened by Chizunuma Saishi, when he heard that he was to fight Kagaya Atsutsuki, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and said anxiously, "Wait, I'm just an ordinary little frog that you want me to defeat that Kagaya Atsutsuki, are you kidding me?" Judging from the original animation, Gamamaru is indeed a toad who cares about the world, but also has self-knowledge. The chakra tree is rooted in this world and absorbs the natural energy between heaven and earth. All intelligent creatures in this world know that he has great ambitions, but due to the powerful power of Kagaya Atsutsuki, only a few dare to take action to resist. Gamamaru is an ordinary little toad with intelligence in Maya Boku Mountain. In his spare time, he observes Kagaya Atsutsuki and thinks about her weaknesses, until he concludes that he cannot match her. It even used its amazing wisdom to guide Atsutsuki Higoromo, and finally successfully realized the prophecy in the dream. Although it did not directly participate in the war, it did make great efforts to save the world. Whenever the world faces the danger of extinction, this world consumes a great deal of spiritual energy to nurture the child of destiny to combat the crisis. Now, with the demonic chaos threatening the world and its destruction, the child of destiny naturally arises. Gamamaru, are you able to see the future from time to time? I will never make a mistake. I was the previous generation's frog of destiny, and now, it's your turn. As for the rest, you will understand once you embark on the journey of searching for your roots. As the saying goes, do what you love. Ikanuma Kishi is only a guest star, but guest star does not mean it is not important. In order to play the role of the good frog fairy, he also dug out the rules of the charlatans that the world has seen. The first rule is, you must be able to brag. You say you're an ordinary frog, but I'll insist on saying you're a frog of destiny born out of a crisis. Only by shattering your 3 perspectives can I demonstrate my abilities. Ah, is that so? Gamamera's expression and tone were obviously shaken, but this was normal. If the big toad immortal had lived for 1,000 years since the plot began and was used to life and death, love and hate, he might have just laughed it off when hearing such remarks. But now this guy is only in his teens or 20s, living a life of luxury on Mount Mayaboku day and night, and from time to time he turns into a peeping Tom to peek at Kagaya Atsutsuki's Gamamaru. Masashi Ikanuma said that he was fooled to the point that only 3 of his legs were lame, and he had to write a 1,000-word review to reflect on himself. In addition, Gamamaru had long had doubts about the origin of his unique predictive ability, so he believed 80% of what Ikanuma Saisuk said. Time is running out. I will teach you the method of cultivation now that you should practice well and embark on the journey of seeking your roots. Ikanuma Kishi smiled slightly, stroked the top of Gamamera's head with his right hand, and then he communicated the innate toad kung fu technique along with the immortal energy he had cultivated into Gamamera's mind through the director. In an instant, Toad Pill felt a warm current carrying information rushing straight to his forehead. Before he could fully understand the information, the warm current flowed throughout his body, driving the original energy in his body to circulate regularly. After running for a week, Gamamera's real body couldn't help but roll its eyes, looking like it was so happy that it couldn't breathe. It's no wonder that Gamamaru lost his composure like this. After all, the innate toad skill was derived from the Mayaboku Mountain Sage Mode cultivation method. Shizan Kishi's magic power is simply a treasure of heaven and earth at the level of a 10,000-year-old ginseng spirit for a toad. This level of energy was directly transferred into the body, and combined with the superior skills to guide his practice, the joyful feeling of the upward evolution of life filled every cell in the body, and it was really difficult for Toad Pill to control himself. Of course, the practice method added to the black mythology system is not as simple as imagined. Shizang Chishi has always been thinking that if humans practice the innate toad skill to a high level, they can transform into a toad and spit out earth, wind, water, and fire. So what if the toad is allowed to practice? The answer came immediately. In the dream, Gamamaru was still enjoying himself, but his body in reality had already begun to slowly transform into a human. Ikanuma Masashi was multitasking, on the one hand, maintaining Gamamara's dream to observe his mental changes, and on the other hand, using the director's eye to observe the changes in Gamamara's body. Although the name of the innate toad skill is not well known, it is indeed considered a relatively good practice method in the universe. After all, it is a practice method that combines the advantages of the chakra practice in the ninja world and the monster practice in the black myth. The upper limit is extremely high. Although it has become more suitable for human practice due to the intentional guidance of the system, its essence is indeed a monster frog practice method. The cultivation of the black myth monsters is basically to cultivate the animal body into a Taoist body, and although the chakra cultivation does not change as drastically as the former, looking at the bloodline limits and sage mode cultivation in the ninja world, you will know that it is also a power system that can cause physical changes. Therefore, when he saw Gamamaru twisting his tongue, rolling his eyes, tears, saliva and snot flowing, and slowly changing into a human form with the look of a high-level O who had been played around with, Masashi Ikanuma could only calmly say that it was a good thing that there were not many toads near Gamamara's home, otherwise it would not be a shame to continue living in Mayaboku Mountain in the future. While it's a good thing that the actors have become stronger, Ikanuma Masashi was still a little speechless when he saw the red internet-famous frog fainting in front of him. After all, the actor went from being a toad to being a toad prince, and it was really difficult to keep the script unchanged. After thinking for a few minutes, Ikanuma Kishi teleported to some wealthy families and stole some cloth, a headband, and a gourd. He then went to the magic tree to cut a branch and got a long stick. Then he returned to Gamamara's dream again to prepare to reshoot the scenes. After all, the work is for all ages. If the overly bizarre scene of the AEN toad transforming into an internet-famous frog is used directly as the plot, I'm afraid the parents' report buttons will be pressed until smoking, and the video will be taken down in less than 3 days. Wake up, Toad Pill, you don't have much time left, I will help you to cultivate your magical power first. The mysterious voice came into Toad Pill's ears again. Toad Pill in the dream still looked the same as before. This was normal. After all, the appearance in the dream was a spiritual projection, the appearance of the eye and the heart. Ikanuma Masashi activated the special effects production. First, golden light burst out from his whole body, then the wind and clouds changed color, and auspicious signs fell from the sky. In short, it was as exaggerated as possible. A golden light flashed, and golden light began to burst out from Gamamara's body. Then he slowly stood up, turned into a human body, and then the world returned to silence. The golden light faded away, revealing a humanoid toad about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a crescent-shaped golden hoop on his head, a red pearl necklace with the word oil on his neck, a yellow and blue linen robe on his body, a vermilion gourd around his waist, and holding a dark gray wooden stick in his hand. Gamamaru looked at his body and realized that he was completely different from before. It was as if boundless power was flowing through him. He couldn't help but sigh. This is simply unimaginable. Thank you, ancestor, for the Dharma. I will do my utmost to defeat the outer demon and destroy the 10 evil demon trees. All 4 legs are completely lame. Shizeo Kishi muttered to himself, but outwardly maintained a calm demeanor as he said, these are just some minor techniques, not worth mentioning. Although you have already achieved a deist body, it was after all achieved by me, which seems to be forcing things to happen. You will need to practice diligently in the future to fully complete today's training. The second rule of being a charlatan is that you must brag as hard as you can, but once you have finished bragging, you must avoid being mysterious. If you only lie and deceive the world, you cannot be considered a truly capable charlatan. He waved his hand, and instantly, Gamamaru felt a Force 18 gale blowing up, making him dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, there was no immortal in sight. He felt like he had fallen into a bizarre tunnel, and a faint sound passed by his ears. Go, find the lost roots, and then return to Mayaboku Mountain again. Then he was knocked unconscious again by the energy surging in his body. Early in the morning, in the ninja world, in the mountains where the Ryokai cave is located, Masashi Ikanuma had already arrived at the destination. He first caught 2 large snakes that had not yet developed intelligence nearby, knocked them unconscious and threw them near the exit of the time tunnel, then used mouth-to-mouth dialogue to set the time and lines to be spoken. Then he opened the tunnel door and let out the tattered Gamamaru. Why was he dressed in rags? It's simple. Ikanuma Masashi has no idea how to make clothes. Gamamara's walker outfit is 99% special effects. It's essentially a toad with a headband, a gourd tied around its waist, and 2 random pieces of cloth wrapped around it. If he wasn't worried that Gamamaru would suspect he was naked because of the special effects, Ikanuma Masashi wouldn't have helped him put on the clothes. Then, he used special effects to transform him back into toad form. Start shooting. 2 extras, who were arranged in a very neat manner, wandered over to Gamamaru and said, walk, 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 wander, wander, I am willing to be a horse and an ox for copper coins. Being a human is no better than being a snake. You don't have to worry about the death of the king of hell. Hey, you see, good fortune comes naturally when fate brings it. Big brother is so lucky. Although the 2 snakes did not know why they could speak, they didn't know what they were saying, but the food in front of them couldn't be faked. As soon as the 2 big snakes finished speaking, they instinctively opened their mouths and bit the little toad the toad pill had transformed into. As the giant snake bit down, Gamamaru groaned in pain and instinctively rolled on the ground. As he moved away from the snake's mouth, he looked closely and said in surprise, "How did we get to Longdi Cave? Mayaboku Mountain, Ryokai Cave, and Wet Bone Forest are the three holy places. Although Gamamaru has never been in there, how could he not know what the area around Ryokai Cave is like?" In a moment, he thought it should be related to the mission of pursuing the 6 roots in the dream, but he didn't have time to think about it, as the attack of the 2 snakes was at his face again. Although he was thinking in his mind, his hands did not slow down at all. He picked up the wooden stick and hit it with such force and power that the magic tree stick left an afterimage in an instant, and then smashed heavily on the ground, making a big hole. The strength was enough, but unfortunately it was too crooked and hit the open space behind the 2 big snakes directly. After all, Gamamaru had just achieved a Taoist body. He hadn't even taken 2 steps, and his hands and feet weren't coordinated yet. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to force him to learn how to fight monsters. However, Masashi Ikanuma said that he was not under much pressure and that he could just leave 2 nano-drones to automatically shoot the film. He would still have to edit it later anyway, so he could leave first to arrange the roles for the next plot. Although the 2 big snakes were injured by the flying stones, their attacks became more fierce. Moreover, because the previous noise was too loud, the surrounding snakes began to slowly surround them. In an instant, dozens of snakes attacked Toadpill at the same time, beating Toadpill like a rolling gourd, rolling and hitting the ground as it rolled towards the Longdi Cave. It's not that Gamamaru doesn't want to use large-scale spells to clear the field, but he doesn't know whether the Frog Immortal has forgotten or deliberately not taught it. The innate toad skill he practiced has no corresponding spells, and the spells he already knows cannot be used temporarily because of the huge changes in energy quality. After all, the original energy and the magic power cultivated by the current innate toad skill are like the comparison between water and ice. Although they are essentially water, you can't use a small water pipe to spray ice, right? With his ability and talent, Gamamaru could successfully solve this problem in a few days, but there is no way now. Gamamaru can only take the magic tree stick and fight his way out with 1 frog and 1 stick. Lita S put aside the journey of taming Gamamaru's hands and feet for now. On the other hand, Ikanuma Masashi has already relied on the Directora Immortal Body's ability to be undetectable to come before the White Snake Immortal. Along the way, no matter whether it was a successful cultivator or an ordinary snake, he turned a blind eye to it, deaf ear to it, smelled it without tasting it, touched it without feeling it, and felt it without knowing it. It was like walking in another world and would not be harmed. But at the same time, except for using the director's series of skills, his other abilities could not affect others, which made Ikanuma Masashi's understanding of the director's immortal body ability deepened. Using special effects, he transformed himself into the Frog Immortal and stood in front of the White Snake Immortal. He watched the White Snake Immortal use the crystal ball to monitor Toadpill. He chuckled and lifted the ability to be invisible and inaudible. He smiled and said, "Hello, White Snake Immortal, are you interested in discussing cooperation?" At first, Ikanuma Kishi thought that the 3 immortals in the 3 holy places were creatures of the same period, but now it seems that the White Snake Immortal achieved enlightenment much earlier than the Toad Immortal. The White Snake Immortal opened his eyes slightly and said, "That little toad outside who transformed into a human form was someone you arranged, right?" The White Snake Immortal had a sharp eye. He could tell at a glance that Gamamaru had truly evolved into a human form, not a transformation illusion. Maya Boku Mountain didn't have such a method. So, although he asked a question, his tone was very firm. After a pause, he continued, "Since you dare to bring people to my door, you must be confident that you can convince me to accept it. Tell me your name." Looking at the White Snake Immortal in front of him, who was a little smaller than the one in the animation, Chizuru's heart moved slightly and said, "You can call me the Frog Immortal. I am another alien. I came here to make a deal with you." He handed over a freshly printed script and continued, "Take a look at this first." The scroll of script slowly floated to the White Snake Immortal and opened. After a long while, Ikanuma Kishi said, "How is my masterpiece? I'm a democratic person. I will consider any good ideas or suggestions you have." The White Snake Immortal pondered for a moment and said, "Well, it's an interesting story. We in Longdi Cave have no problem playing this game with you, but what can I get in return? I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the pay." Shizama Kishi was penniless. Apart from the innate toad kung fu, what else could he offer as pay? But as the saying goes, there are ways to shoot for the rich and the poor. After all, kung fu is knowledge, and sharing it won't make him any less. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He pulled out a fragment of the Xiantian Toad Kung Fu scroll from his system backpack, which only recorded the practice of the Black Mythology demonic technique, and continued, "This is the pay. You should have seen its effects in the crystal ball. I can advance you half, and I'll give you the remaining half after filming is completed." As he said this, he divided the scroll into 2 halves and gave the half that recorded the cultivation method to the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal glanced at the contents of the fragment and immediately realized the power of this technique. If he could master it, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. So, his snake pupils widened, his body trembling violently, and he said, "Deal, from now on, all the snakes in Longdi Cave will obey your orders." Successfully recruiting an actor and a group of extras is a big step towards success. It's easy to get things done with someone around. In less than 10 minutes, Ikanuma Masashi had arranged the roles and started asking the actors to memorize their lines. A moment later, the drone was detected approaching the entrance of Longdi Cave, and the police immediately urged, "The protagonist is ready to arrive at the cave entrance." As the Longdi Cave land actor memorized his lines, "Get ready, ready, let's go to the set now." As the saying goes, if you practice without day and night, it is rare to have fun. All the subordinates of the White Snake Immortal became excited. The sight returned to Gamamaru again. Gamamaru rolled and crawled to the entrance of Longchi Cave. Fortunately, no snakes dared to chase him in, so he could rest in peace. "Alas, what are you doing? Bring me some oil and worship me." Toadpill took a closer look and saw an exquisite little temple at the entrance of Longdi Cave. The temple was made of wood, with dragons and snakes carved around it, as if they were guarding the temple. There was a small dish on the temple platform for offerings. As if by magic, Toadpill dropped a drop of toad oil onto the dish. In an instant, the dragons and snakes on the small temple seemed to come alive, turned their heads to face the front, and stared at Toadpill. Then a strange wind blew up around the small temple, and a beautiful snake with a human body and snake legs emerged from the ground. Why is it a beautiful snake god instead of a ginseng-headed god? It's all about respecting the actor's wishes. After all, it's a crossover, so there's no need to be so rigid in their appearance. It's also reasonable that Longdedong's god is a beautiful snake. Of course, to prevent Gamamaru from recognizing his true form and potentially ruining the performance, Ikanuma Masashi specifically requested that the actor transform into the desired form before applying special effects. Fortunately, the skill consumes very little energy, and the Dragon Earth Cavern's naturally high energy concentration allows for rapid energy recovery when using the innate toad skill. Otherwise, with the White Snake Immortal's shrewd eyes, he'd likely see through Ikanuma Masashi's superficial strength. The beautiful snake waved the pipe in her hand and said anxiously, "Hey, wait a minute, Little Snake is the land god of Longdi Cave, and has been waiting for you here for a long time." Seeing Gamamaru holding the magic tree staff and looking at him coldly without saying a word, the land god of Longdi Cave took 2 steps forward, looked at Gamamaru carefully, and continued, "It looks like it. It really looks like it. Go further and you will find Longdi Cave. The things left by the Frog Immortal are inside the cave." As he spoke, a snake's cry echoed from the cave, startling countless birds. "You've never been here before, but something here is missing you. It's not a good thing, little toad, so beware." With that, he hurried away, stirring up a gust of fishy wind, and left the same way he had come. Gamamaru was speechless for a while. Without asking what the position of the land god of Longchi Cave was, the other party came specially just to say a few words to him and then left in a hurry, which made Gamamaru inexplicably feel that he had been arranged well. He suppressed the doubts in his mind, sat cross-legged next to the land temple, and began to recover with the help of the high concentration of natural energy near Longdi Cave. 2 flowers bloomed, each with its own beauty. While Gamamara's side was calm, the backstage area was much busier. Ikanuma Masashi was still arranging bosses to guard different points when the actress for the Ryokai Cave land, Tanaka Shinki, returned to the backstage base inside the Ryokai Cave and hurriedly asked, "Master Frogsage, how was my performance?" "Just call me director during filming." Ikanuma Masashi looked at Tien-Xin Shenji, who was eager to take credit, thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. "For a newcomer, it's not bad, but the acting style is a bit too deliberate, the lines are a bit stiff, and you're not immersed enough in the role that you almost brought the male lead out of the play." Tien-Xin Shenji's eyes welled up with tears, she said nothing, and looked as if she was seriously hurt. Tien-Xin Shenji and Gamero are almost the same age, and they are young and lively. This shoot is a rare group entertainment activity in Longdi Cave. Of course, she wants to do a good job and get recognition. Who knew that she would be criticized by the director? How could the little snake, who has rarely failed, control herself? Seeing that Tien-Xin Shenji looked like she was about to cry, he felt helpless, but since she had to appear on camera soon, he had no choice but to comfort her first. Returning to Gamamaru, he had recovered and was on his way again. Once inside Ryokai Cave, he could sense that the attacks were less frequent, but the enemies were stronger than those outside. He killed the attacking poisonous snake with a few sticks, and carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that it was not an illusion. The innate toad kung fu taught by the Frog Immortal can accelerate the practice by killing living beings. Gamamara's heart moved slightly, with a mixture of reluctance and determination. After all, Kagaya Atsutsuki was too powerful, and would become stronger and stronger. If he relied solely on his own diligent study and hard training, the world might be destroyed before he could achieve perfection in his magical powers. It would be better to say that only by quickly achieving perfection in magical powers through killing could he be able to save this world. Toadpill's idea was not wrong. After all, the Xiantian Toad Kung Fu was mixed with the black mythology techniques. In that world where immortals and Buddhas even ate people, the Kung Fu method was to kill people to gain enlightenment, which was the right way. It was normal to practice Kung Fu by killing living beings and absorbing the dissipated spiritual energy. Countless thoughts flashed through Gamamara's mind, but his steps did not slow down at all. He turned a corner and came to a brightly lit cave. He saw a giant 2-headed snake with a big door behind its body. It seemed that he could not go on unless he defeated the other party. Neither side spoke, just looking at each other. Finally, the 2-headed giant snake couldn't help it and sprayed a mouthful of poisonous gas at Toadpill. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days absence. Although Gamamaru had not been away for 3 days, his previous hard fight was not without results. He dodged the poisonous gas by dodging forward, and closed the distance with the giant snake to chop it with a stick, which hurt the giant snake. The injured giant snake became more ferocious and risked its life to fight with Gamamaru for the injury. Just as the giant snake's fangs were about to pierce Gamamaru's body, a sound was heard. Certainly a flash of golden light appeared, and then the two-headed giant snake was enveloped in a thin layer of golden light. The land god of Longdedong, who had been seen not long ago, appeared from the snake's back and said, "I haven't used it for a long time. I didn't expect this immobilization technique to be so effective. Since you are an old friend from Mayaboko Mountain, it wouldn't hurt to teach you a trick. Come on, quickly extend your hand." As he spoke, he walked up to Gamamaru, raised the pipe in his hand and waved it. Gamamaru instinctively raised his right hand to protect his face. A golden light flashed by, and a golden word ding appeared in Gamamaru's hand. In his mind, the usage and practice methods of the fixed body technique were directly transmitted to him, just like the Frog Immortal's previous teachings. Before Toad Pill could fully recover, Longdedong Land God continued, "It's written. In the future, if you encounter any vicious bandits, just point your finger and shout 'immobilize' loudly. This will immobilize them and allow you to breathe for a while. However, my skills are limited, so the immobilization effect will wear off after a while. It might be useful against some tough guys, so just consider it a means of survival." Before he could finish his words, the giant two-headed snake broke through the golden light on its body and fell heavily to the ground. The landlady of Longdedong was so scared that he hid behind Toad Pill and said harshly, "These kids nowadays have no respect for their elders. Don't be afraid, use the magic you just learned to play with it." After that, another gust of fishy wind blew by and it disappeared. Gamamaru looked at the palm of his right hand. Although he didn't know where the so-called Longdedong land came from, judging from the same way of passing on skills as the Frog Immortal, he should be a friend rather than an enemy. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Gamamaru pointed with his right hand and shouted, "Hold!" Golden light flashed, and the two-headed giant snake was fixed again. Gamamaru took advantage of the situation and swung the magic tree stick with all his strength, sweeping across the enemy and immediately blowing up the two heads of the two-headed giant snake. Feeling that the magic power in his body had been slightly strengthened again, Toadmaru's heart was no longer troubled. Although Gamamaru is considered a decent character in the original story, he is, after all, a beast, and the law of the jungle is ingrained in his genes. Even if he feels a bit reluctant, he will still strike ruthlessly when necessary. Seeing that there are no other enemies nearby and exhausted after a day of fighting, Gamamaru decides to rest for the night. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he begins to carefully comprehend the essence of the immobilization technique. Ikanuma Masashi, who was hiding nearby, saw Gamamaru's progress and felt that his efforts were not in vain. That's right, Ryukadong Land God was only responsible for providing the acting, while all the spells and power transmission were done by Ikanuma Masashi himself. Of course, the two-headed giant snake was really dead. In order to ensure the strength of the boss, those boss were quickly upgraded by the White Snake Immortal using the Dragon Earth Cave technique and the fragments of the innate Toad skill. The Xiantian Toad Kung Fu is a practice method for humans and frogs that evolved from the practice method of Mount Maya. Boku. This is why Ikanuma Saisuk only gave the White Snake Immortal a fragment of the Black Myth practice method. After all, it would be useless if he gave him the other half. Admittedly, merging the techniques of two worlds isn't easy. The White Snake Immortal developed his own techniques, then temporarily cultivated his magical powers. He then injected this power into his experimental subjects through his venomous fangs. These quickly formed subjects, aside from being incredibly powerful, were practically flawed. Even if they weren't killed by Gamamaru, they wouldn't have survived long. Ikanuma Kishi used them as minor bosses, completely reusing them. For Gamamaru, the immobilization technique is not just an additional spell, but more importantly, it provides an idea for using mana to cast spells. The martial arts method is a combination of the advantages of both sides, so the matching spells of course also draw on the strengths of both sides. This innate Toad Kung Fu version of the immobilization method has the shadow of the magic toad singing, the ultimate illusion of Mayaboko Mountain. The unique skills of a force are developed step by step. Although it is impossible to deduce other spells to the level of magical powers like the immobilization spell based on this trace of shadow in a short period of time, it is completely possible to upgrade the Mayaboko Mountain magic that is currently mastered to a more powerful one and replace it with magic power by using this trace of relationship and ideas. With books, life is long; without books, life is short. After a night's rest, Gamamaru returned to his best condition and continued on the journey of pursuing the 6 routes. Before they had taken a few steps, they saw a small temple on the road ahead. Before Toadpill could react, the dragon cave god emerged from underground and said, "If you continue to rush forward without knowing the depth, you will suffer greatly. I will turn you into a stone snake. You can follow the firelight ahead and explore the cave." He shook the pipe in his hand and shouted change. After a wave of magic power, there was no trace of Toadpill in front of him. Only a small stone snake was seen looking left and right at the place where Toadpill had just stood. The small temple has many magical uses, which you will understand in the future. The important area inside Longdi Cave hides many secrets. If you want to explore around, you must pay attention to the duration of your magic power. If you encounter a dead end, the little snake will secretly remind you, so go ahead with confidence. As he spoke, the land of Longdi Cave disappeared into the cave again. Gamamaru felt that the land this time seemed a little different from before, but he couldn't see any problem, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to move forward along the firelight. The poisonous snakes he encountered along the way, no matter how big or small, did not pay attention to the stone snake that Gamamaru transformed into. Just when Gamamaru thought he could go all the way to the depths of the dragon cave, he suddenly heard a sentence. "Who are you, and how dare you disturb my quiet cultivation here? Hey, it's actually a toad. How about putting down your sticks and learning some magic from me, Guangji?" Gamamaru looked closely and saw that the speaker was a snake demon wearing cloth, with a snake head and a human body, holding a red double-headed knife. This snake demon was originally an ordinary poisonous snake in Longdi Cave. It had no talent and no intelligence. Its original fate was probably to spend its life in Longdi Cave in a daze, but the arrival of Chizuma Kishi changed its fate. Competition in Longdi Cave is brutal, both for the snakes and those who come later to learn Sage Mode. To master Sage Mode in Longdi Cave, one must be directly infused with natural energy by the White Snake Sage. This process is extremely brutal. If one cannot withstand the pain of the natural energy, they will become food for the snakes. There is no other way. Now, as the superior who holds the power of life and death over all creatures in Longdi Cave, the White Snake Immortal wants to use the knowledge from other worlds for his own benefit, but of course he will not practice it himself. If something goes wrong during practice, he would be playing with his own life. Modify the current Longdi Cave cultivation method, refine a small amount of mana as a mana seed, inject it into the body of an ordinary poisonous snake, observe its changes, and then modify the method again according to the changes. The method sounds simple, but on that day, no less than 10,000 experimental subjects died in the experiment of the White Snake Immortal, and it was the only snake demon among this batch of experimental subjects that survived the catastrophe of magic power erosion and opened up its spiritual intelligence to practice the Dragon Earth Cave technique. Of course, there are gains and losses. The Longdadong technique is dangerous and has a low survival rate, but it also has its advantages. The biggest advantage is that it can be mastered quickly. Yesterday you were just an ordinary venomous snake, but today you can transform into a snake demon and exchange a few moves with Toad Pill. Just ask yourself, how powerful are you? Zhen Shishiki gave you the name Guangji and the magical weapon Red Tide, saying that he hoped that the lineage of the Longdi Cave snake demons would open up their snake wisdom and let their thoughts surge like the tide. Of course, that's what he said, but whether it's true or not is something you have to think about yourself. As the saying goes, there is no need to talk too much if you don't agree. Mayaboku Mountain and Ryakai Cave are not on good terms. When Gamamaru saw the snake demon in front of him, how could he hold back? He cancelled his transformation and picked up his stick to attack. Strike first, and in the blink of an eye, Toad Pill flashed in front of Guangji, meeting him with a powerful and heavy force. Guangji was not to be outdone, holding the hilt of his sword with both hands to block Toad Pill's full strength chop, using the momentum of the block to rush forward, and then swinging the sword. His movements were so smooth that it was completely unrecognizable that he had transformed into a human form only last night. Toad Pill was unable to block, so he could only point with his right hand and shouted hold. The magic power in his body was instantly reduced by nearly 1/3. Then, with a flash of golden light, Guangji was fixed in place. Then he spun around, the stick moving with him, and the magic tree stick hit Guangji's face directly. With a bang, blood spurted out of Guangji's mouth and nose, and golden light exploded along with the blood. In the first confrontation, Toadmaru won a small victory with his immobilization technique. Guangji took 2 steps back, wiped his face with his left hand, and then smeared the blood on the handle of the knife. The mahogany handle became even redder after absorbing the blood, and the blade began to burn with flames. Then he lowered his center of gravity, squatted into a horse stance, and with both hands, he swung the knife twice before placing it at his side. His snake-like eyes stared at Toad Pill and he shouted coldly, "Come again." Before the cold voice had even fallen, Guangji's blade, scorching with heat, struck him. Gamamara's throat was still surging with magical power, and he couldn't use his immobilization technique. He hurriedly rolled to the left, dodging Guangji's fatal blow, but he still burned his right arm. In the second round, Guangji won a small victory. The fight was going on here, but in a secret cave not far away, Chi Shishima was happily eating snacks with the White Snake Immortal who had transformed into the land god of Longdi Cave. He watched their live broadcast and made a comment from time to time, looking like close friends drinking and chatting. There is a reason why the two of them are so nervous about this battle and want to observe it closely. After all, the two people fighting on the field are important experimental subjects. If one of them dies accidentally, Ikanuma Masashi will be heartbroken for a long time. Not to mention the bet on Gamamaru, even Guangji as the result of Chi-Shi's hard work. His martial arts skills come from Chi-Shi Ikanuma's learning in the ninja school over the years, which were transmitted to Guangji's mind through script communication, and he quickly became a master of physical skills overnight. Although he could only quickly become a master of physical skills at the ninja school level, in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal, his skills were already miraculous, even a little scary. From its eyes, it could be seen that it had complete faith in Ikanuma Saisuk. The Red Tide is the product of Shizao's first weapon refining. Thinking of this, Shizao once again marveled at the comprehensive functions of the innate toad skill. This skill is all-encompassing, covering cultivation, magic, weapon refining, and medicine refining. Although the technique of refining the weapon was crude at first, it was an immortal weapon refining technique after all, and the materials used were quite good. They were made from the scraps of the magic tree stick and the treasures in the White Snake Immortal's treasury. By injecting magic power or absorbing blood, it could ignite a blazing red flame. The red tide in Guangji's hand was much stronger than the magic tree stick of Toad Pill. With one gaining strength while the other weakened. It was understandable that Toad Pill was in a tough fight. The reason why the White Snake Immortal came to see was even simpler. After a day of hard work yesterday, he finally achieved some results. Of course, he wanted to see how far Guang's Haininja had achieved. Only by knowing the effect could he know how to modify the subsequent exercises. By the way, he used the Toad Pill to test the effect of the new immortal technique, inorganic transformation, also known as stone snake transformation. It's definitely not about watching everyone having fun, but about grabbing a role and experiencing the fun of filming in advance. The two men on the field have been fighting for more than 100 rounds. Both sides are new monsters. One has a good foundation and good talent, and the other is extremely lucky to escape death and has a master to teach him skills. The two sides can be said to be evenly matched. Haha, so refreshing. Guangji's face was covered with blood, and he laughed loudly, only to feel that his previous muddled life was all of them combined did not make him feel as alive as this moment. The script, the role, the truth and falsehood had all disappeared from his mind, and there was only the truth that he held tightly in his hands. The transitions between his moves became increasingly fluid, and his progress was so rapid that even Shizeo Kishi, the instructor, exclaimed, "This is unscientific." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, leaped with all his might, spun a few times in the air, and chopped down with gravity. Gamamaru was also infected by Guangji's emotions. He completely forgot about saving the world, plans, prophecies, and the petty intrigues in his heart, and devoted himself to the battle in front of him. The magic power in his body had long been dried up, but his body movements and stick skills had become more and more exquisite. Facing Guangji's heavy attack, he remembered how Guangji responded to his first attack, and his body moved naturally. He raised the stick to block it diagonally, used the force to turn his body, and then swung the stick and smashed it down on Guangji's head with all his strength. Bang! After a burst of smoke and dust, Guangji fell to the ground with a bloody head, and the double-headed sword, Shisheo, was firmly stuck in the ground. Toadmaru won. Looking at the red tide in front of him, Gamamaru felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The pleasure of using the weapons in his hands and the martial arts on his body to defeat powerful enemies filled Gamamaru's heart. He couldn't help but smile brightly as he gave a victory speech. "You are worthy of admiration, Guangji. I am afraid I will never forget you in my life." Hearing Gamamaru's comments, Guangji also raised his head and forced a smile, saying, "Take it, let me accompany you to fight forever." As he said that, his body dissipated and merged into the red tide. Although the fight between the two was very thrilling, in fact, Ikanuma Masashi and White Snake Immortal were always on standby nearby, ready to rescue people at any time. When the dust settled, the White Snake Immortal, transformed into the land god of Longdi Cave, appeared at the right moment. He shook his head inside, recounting the story he had just made up yesterday. This little snake has practiced martial arts since childhood. Unexpectedly, after death, its true spirit remained, possessing a sword. However, this is also a good thing. Take this double-headed sword and inject magic power into it to activate the remaining soul within, transforming into Guangji to fight the enemy. Of course, these claims were false, but the fact that such a crucial experimental subject like Guangji was assigned to battle Gamamaru must have been remarkable. The Ryukadong technique was incredibly ruthless, and Guangji's ability to survive the mana-devouring effects was due to the innate magic awakened between life and death. An enhanced version of the left and right close secret technique, the parasitic ghost technique, allows Guangji to possess both living and non-living things. As the first innate spell in Longdi Cave, it was named biological colonization by Shizeo. This ability is truly unique. When Guangji enters the possession state, his body will be in an invulnerable state. He will only be injured if the possessed object or living being is completely destroyed and driven out of the possession state. Secondly, he can also swap the primary and secondary objects to reveal his true form and hide the host in his body. In simple terms, he has two independent health bars. Therefore, the real arrangement is to let Guangji use his own awakened innate magic to possess Gamamaru's body to practice. Once Gamamaru injects magic power into Shisheo, Guangji will immediately wake up and reveal his true form, and take Gamamaru into his body to heal his wounds. Having mentioned so many advantages, are there any disadvantages? Nonsense. Guangji has only been trained as a snake demon for less than a day, so how could he have so much time to do tests? This is the opportunity to strengthen Toad Pill, to catch rabbits while doing some research and test if there are any adverse reactions. As for whether Gamamaru has any objection, as the protagonist whose goal is to save the world, the director believes that he is willing to make this small sacrifice. For such a powerful spell that can save an extra life, some minor flaws are acceptable. Besides, even if he has objections, he didn't raise them, right? Then again, looking at the three sacred places of immortality, Mayaboku Mountain needs no introduction. The immortality forms displayed by Naruto and Jiraiya are superior in omnipotence. As for the Ryukadong immortal method, such as the later Yakushi Kabuto and Mitsuki, the sage mode they cultivated, either actively or passively, mainly manifested changes in the physical body. If the first Hokage's magic was derived from the wet bone forest, then the wet bone forest magic would primarily enhance recovery and magical abilities. In this light, it makes sense that Guangji would awaken a flesh symbiotic spell like this. Although the process was a bit intense, it finally went according to the script. Gamamaru put down the magic tree stick, pulled out the red tide, and imitated Guangji to perform a set of sword flowers. The red tide became smaller and smaller until it became the size of a pendant. Looking at the red tide in his hand, he seemed to hear Guangji's fighting roar again. After putting away the red tide, Guangji looked around and saw a bronze bell as tall as a man behind him. The land god of Longdi Cave stood beside it, pointing at the bell with his pipe in his hand, and slowly said, "The thing you were looking for has been sealed by the white snake immortal in the most secret barrier of Longdi Cave. If you want to open the barrier, you must defeat the 3 guardians and ring the bell 3 times. Only then will you have a chance to find it. But you must be careful. The bell's loud and clear sound will alarm all the snakes here. Once you ring the bell, they will all know you have broken in, and then there will be no turning back." Without a second thought, Gamamaru walked up to the bronze bell and banged it hard. With a clear and resounding bang, Gamamaru looked at him again, his eyes determined, his mind still on the battle just now. "With this bell, I remember my eternal friend." Masashi Ikanuma looked at Gamamaru, who was bursting with fighting spirit. He never expected that this battle would have such a great impact on him. Looking back at the anime IAVE watched before, Gamamaru has always been active as a wise and prophetic character both when he was young and after the plot began. I never thought that Gamamaru was actually a martial arts fanatic deep down in his heart. Ikanuma Kishi couldn't help but sigh that it turned out that the same person with different opportunities could show a side that was completely different from the original history. This feeling of changing history made him unable to stop. It was not until this moment that he understood the meaning of his life. Suppressing his fighting spirit, Gamamaru sat cross-legged beside the bell, reflecting on his training, recalling every move from the previous battle, and recalling his frog life. As he thought about it, he entered a prophetic dream. In the dream, he saw himself transforming into Hirakai and fighting Kagaya 8 Satsuki. He also saw himself and Kagaya's 2 sons fighting Kagaya 8 Satsuki together. He also saw the 3 holy places fighting Kagaya 8 Satsuki together. Countless dreams, countless futures. Gamamaru had never dreamed of such a clear yet blurry future. The dream fragments were completely visible, and there were even movements and words, but the dreams were numerous and chaotic, so many that Gamamaru began to suspect whether these were precognitive dreams. The chaos was so great that some dreams conflicted with other dreams to the point of being beyond description. Just like in the previous dream, he saw himself leading countless comrades to successfully defeat Kagaya at Satsuki and destroy the magic tree. In the next dream, he saw himself and Kagaya at Satsuki falling in love, and together they used the magic tree to destroy the world. For example, he dreamed of his sweet married life with the White Snake Fairy, but was separated by a muscular monk who imprisoned the White Snake Fairy under a pagoda. 2 dreams later, he dreamed of the White Snake Fairy devouring Kagaya at Satsuki, wreaking havoc on the world. He then led the remaining soldiers of Mount Maya, Boku and Kagaya at Satsuki's 2 sons into space, embarking on an interstellar journey. The plot includes classical romance, fantasy, science fiction, futuristic warriors. It's all-encompassing. The plot spans a wide range and the twists and turns are so fast that Gamamaru once wondered if he had mental problems due to too much pressure. This time, Gamamaru has a long night and many dreams. His sight goes to the other side first. In order to shoot Ikanuma Masashi, he has worked hard. He changed the script, transformed the actors, tricked the big guys into bringing funds into the group, props, background, special effects, guest roles, and stepped up to learn how to refine equipment and medicine. He can be called a model worker director. However, the problem of too few resources in the early stage has begun to be exposed. The supporting character Guangji is carrying a flame-breathing double-headed sword when he joins the team, and the protagonist Gamamaru is carrying an unrefined magic tree branch, which is very telling. However, refining equipment is something that takes time to learn. Longdi Cave's treasure warehouse has enough inventory. It will be no problem to take some out and strengthen the magic tree stick into the Rui magic tree stick. But here's the problem: how to arrange the plot. After all, the Black Ninja World Gameabuchi movie, by Masashi Ikanuma, is based on a game plot, focusing on thrilling combat from beginning to end, with little drama. Now, with the protagonist's weapon upgrade being such a crucial plot point, it's really hard to arrange it. You can't just set up a tiger in a Ryokai cave and open a blacksmith shop. It doesn't make sense not to upgrade. The supporting characters can afford such cool equipment, but the protagonist still uses ordinary soldiers. He is afraid that the audience will not like the mainstream plot of abuse by Masashi Ikanuma. After all, he knows the bloodthirsty audience of Bilibili. If they say "oh" to the whole family, they must owe to the whole family. If they let go of a cockroach in their home, they will be called a saint. After a long pause, Chizuru decided to first check out the next scene, the Dragon Cave Zen Temple setting in Link Suza. Looking at the setting and the sealed Link Suza before him, Chizuru felt a surge of satisfaction. A world where all power belonged to one's own was a different place. With just a little planning, the snake demons of Longdi Cave could create a proper Dragon Cave Zen Temple in just a few days. There is now a fixed process for triggering the boss battle in the Ryokai Cave. The nanophotography drone will always follow Gamamaru, and when Gamamaru arrives at the door, it will release the seals of the failed experimental subjects. As for the snake demon that did not survive the calamity of being devoured by magic power, once the seal is released, it will madly bloom with the most dazzling beauty of its life until it runs out of vitality and dies. As an aspiring young man of the new century, even if he had lived in the ninja world for more than 10 years, Masashi Ikonuma would not be so cruel as to arrange so many extras to sacrifice their lives for filming. Even the two little snakes who were arranged by Masashi Ikonuma for the initial plot were only slightly injured in the end. Of course, many of those who were attracted to the scene died. It turns out that all they did was arrange a few stronger snake monsters, put on some makeup, and use some special effects to show off their acting skills when facing Gamamaru, have a big fight, and then use all-purpose special effects to actually perform the villain boss's exit, fooling the audience in Gamamaru. But after the White Snake Immortal obtained the superior cultivation technique, he used the lives of the snakes in the Longdi Cave without thinking to fill the gap of the mismatch of the technique. Due to problems with the skills, some of the dead snakes exploded, some died with their heads turning into frogs, and some grew snakeheads with frog bodies. Ling Suzu was a monster snake with 4 frog legs. When Shishima saw these failed experimental subjects burst out with powerful strength before they died, he thought of asking the White Snake Immortal to pay attention to the stronger experimental subjects, seal them up, and use them as small bosses for waste utilization. A glimpse of the leopard's mouth reveals a glimpse of the leopard's mouth. Although the White Snake Immortal is respectful to him and gives him whatever he wants, his true nature can be seen from the fact that he uses such cruel methods to experiment on his own people in order to speed up the deduction of his skills. One day it will find out that the martial arts it has practiced is an evil martial art used to devour the sky and the earth, and it will inevitably bring about the demonic snake disaster in this world. Of course, this is a matter of the future. The most important thing right now is to shoot the scene in front of you first. If you really can't handle it, you can shoot Black Ninja World 2 the demonic snake disaster. Just when Masashi Ikonuma was personally modifying the parts of the scenery that were easily exposed, he suddenly came up with a brilliant idea when he saw the land temple under the tree. There was no sun or moon in the cave. After resting enough, Gamamaru found some mushrooms and insects to satisfy his hunger and then set out on his battle path again. He soon saw the closed door of the Longdong Zen temple. He pushed it hard and heard the sound of the Longdi Cave's earth again. Hush, be quiet, or you might startle the giant snake. The guy in the backyard is a fellow Taoist of the White Snake Immortal, calling himself Ling Suzu. With your current level of cultivation, I'm afraid. The charming voice of the land goddess Longdidong came from my ears. I don't know if it was an illusion. The voice and tone were the same, but I felt like I was back to the beautiful snake at the beginning. Holding my breath and looking around, I saw a temple courtyard surrounded by a locust tree in the front yard and a small land temple under the tree. The door leading from the front yard to the backyard was like the mouth of a giant snake ready to devour someone, and the 2 lanterns were like snake pupils. The whole courtyard looked extremely gloomy. Don't look at it anymore. Bring me the stick first. A charming voice came out from the small temple again. Since he had chosen to trust her, Gamamaru would not make any more trouble. He walked directly to the small temple and handed over the magic tree stick. A demonic mist drifted out of the earth god temple. In a blink of an eye, the mist gathered into a human shape. It took the staff from Toad Pill's hand and said softly, "Since this is the arrangement of an old friend, then I will help him to the end." As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping the demon tree staff. He then spoke, "The staff in your hand has been left behind by a master. I will use the Dragon Cave method to draw it out for you in advance and then strengthen it. The director is like this. The actors in the film just need to devote themselves to the play, follow instructions, and perform with all their strength, but the director has a lot of things to consider." This sentence is the most appropriate to describe Masashi Ikonuma's current state. Tanashiro Shinji only needs to perform the movements and lines of Ryukadong Land God, and as a director, Masashi Ikonuma has to produce special effects in real time based on the actor's movements, and do it all in one go without any NGS. There are indeed many things to consider. Even though the Black Mythology's refining techniques are more like the gaming ones, and the refining speed is fast and powerful enough, it is not a problem that a novice like Chi can solve in 10 minutes. But as a novice director who has to take on multiple roles, he cannot spend several days just to refine a magic weapon for filming. In order to solve the problem of difficulty and slowness in refining equipment, Chi combined his previous life experience to come up with a good idea of pre-made dishes. No, it should be pre-made magic weapons. The method is very simple. Prepare the appearance of the magic weapon in advance, and use magic power to melt all the natural materials and treasures together. During the initial refining, use the materials that are most suitable for the flow of magic power to create a magic path, and then a pre-made magic weapon will be produced. Next, the user only needs to inject mana into it while holding it to continue refining, which greatly saves the time and mana of the busy director Chizan. What, you're saying this weapon refining method is unscientific? It's certainly unscientific, but it's also a dark myth. If destiny sends a man to forge a club, you can't expect him to wait for 49 days, right? Of course, the semi-finished weapon refining method has its flaws. It's better to say that aside from the speed of production, everything else is flawless. First, refining equipment requires consumption of mana, which is not a big deal at ordinary times. Just inject mana and practice slowly. However, due to the level of the refiner, there is no pause in the refining of this magic weapon, and it can only be refined until the finished product. That is to say, when the user injects mana during the battle, it will also consume part of the mana for refining, which is equivalent to 100 points of mana causing 80 points of damage. If the semi-finished magic weapons did not have certain magical powers and could make up for the 20 points of damage, then fighting against powerful enemies with these semi-finished magic weapons would be a pure negative effect, and you would not be able to die fast enough. Second, we can only determine the general direction of the magic weapon, and the final product depends on fate. It's very simple. The pawn flow refining method is to build a road first, and then the user's magic power will slowly complete the rest of the process along the road until the magic weapon is completely transformed. Then the question arises. During combat, the weapon's mana is full or even overflowing. Leaving a mana path at this time is almost useless. The final product will be more or less affected. It may be better or worse. For example, Red Tide is a double-headed sword with fire attributes. This is the general direction. Upon initial refinement, the Crimson Flame will ignite. With continued use, the fire from the Crimson Tide may evolve into Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Eternal Fire, or Amaterasu Fire. These are positive developments. Poor outcomes may result in a gas stove fire, LPG fire, or even just smoke without flame. The final product depends on the user's habits and luck. The Fade Light faded, and the land god Longdi Cave handed over a dark black stick with grey-black metal at both ends and golden patterns all around. He said, "This stick is called the Cave Bottom Magic Treasure Wood. It contains the law of powerful force and the ability to stretch and contract. You should inject more mana into it so that it can recognize its master as soon as possible, and then you can unleash its power. Reality doesn't require logic, but filming does. Look, even the reasons for the subsequent need for continuous injection of magic power have been thought of." Gamamaru took the magic wood from the bottom of the cave and felt a sinking sensation in his hand. The word heavy was the first word he felt. He poured more mana into it, and the golden lines on the stick began to glow faintly, then rapidly lengthened. Seeing the stick, which had more than doubled in length, in his hand, Gamamaru felt a strong desire to test it against a powerful enemy. "This is all the little snake can help you with. You'd better take care of yourself on the rest of the journey." As he said this, the land of Longdi Cave turned into evil mist and dissipated. Toad Pill looked at the land temple, dropped another drop of toad oil on the offering plate, then picked up the stick and walked towards the backyard without looking back. After entering the gate of Shekau, Toad Pill looked around with his stick in hand, and felt that the square courtyard houses surrounded a large open space like a coiled dragon. Directly in front of him was the huge backyard gate, which looked like the head of a flying dragon overlooking the world, truly majestic. The hissing of snakes could be heard from all around, coupled with the darkness of the cave dotted with a few white lanterns, making people feel as if they were surrounded by snakes and their lives were in danger. Suddenly, the earth shook, and a giant purple-blue frog-legged snake was seen crawling around the roof at a high speed. Wherever it went, it was like a landslide. Toadmaru looked at the monster in front of him that was neither a frog nor a snake. A feeling of nausea arose spontaneously, and a strong killing intent, like a still lake in his heart, surged up in him. His magic power surged from his body along with the killing intent in his heart, and his aura continued to rise. He shouted angrily, "I have never wanted to destroy something so much before. Monster, you are dead." Ling Suzi, who had already fallen into a state of madness, couldn't speak. Looking at the living creature in front of him, he bulged the muscles of his front and back thighs, and with the help of his tail, he leaped forward with all his strength and grabbed and bit Toad Ball. Its speed was so fast that even Toad Maru, who now has the strength of a cage, could hardly react. He had no choice but to hold the stick horizontally, hold the stick with both hands and inject magic power into it, and stuck the stretched magic wood at the bottom of the cave in Ling Suzi's mouth. Then he was knocked from the backyard to the front yard. Seeing Ling Suzi slowing down, Toad Pills thought about it, and the magic wood at the bottom of the cave and the snake's mouth quickly shortened. At the same time, he jumped to the left and escaped from danger. Standing under the tree in the front yard and watching, Ling Suzi crashed straight into the gate wall of the front yard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing the fierce attack from the opposite side, Toad Pills did not dare to relax at all. His eyes were wide open, and he pointed the stick in both hands straight ahead. In less than half a breath, a thunder sound erupted in the smoke and dust again. The smoke and dust suddenly exploded, and Ling Suzi attacked again at a high speed. The same move will not be effective against a Saint Seiya. Although Gamamaru is not a Saint Seiya, the principle is the same. An attack that can be dealt with in a hurry will only be dealt with better after being mentally prepared. He slammed the magic weapon in his hand into the ground and injected magic power into it. He jumped over Ling Suzi's head with a pole vault, then retracted the stick and used the momentum brought by the accelerated shortening of the magic wood to spin it in the air. Then he extended the stick and smashed it heavily on Ling Suzi's 7 inches, making Ling Suzi wail. After the battle with Guangji, Gamamaru's martial arts skills have greatly improved. Coupled with the magic wood at the bottom of the cave that can be shortened at will, he really feels like the god of war in the world and the destined frog of the world. How could Ling Suzi, who had already ignited his life and unleashed his entire life splendor in a short period of time, be killed by a mere stick? He crawled to his feet, his snake-like eyes fixed on Toad Pill, and with a push of his 4 legs, he leaped back to the rooftop. After being injured, the beast became even more ferocious, and its speed was actually several points faster than before. Without any preparation, it broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and a sonic boom cloud appeared in the sky. Gamamaru didn't expect that the opponent had this trick. Without charging the force, it was even faster than before. In a hurry, he could only block it with his stick and then take the move head-on. The tail, which exceeded the speed of sound, hit the stick, and the huge force impacted the body. Gamamaru felt as if he was hit by the entire Mayaboko mountain. He instantly understood what it meant to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm and what it meant to be unstoppable. Boom! Toad Mara's body crashed through the courtyard wall and sank directly into the cave wall. Before he could fully come to his senses, Ling Suzu's next attack came again. In desperation, Toad Pill could only point his right hand forward and shouted, "Freeze!" He used the immobilization technique to freeze Ling Suzu in midair, and then avoided the attack in a panic. Before Toad Pill could fight back, the golden light on Ling Suzu's body burst with a bang, and then hit the wall of the cave directly, causing an earthquake. Ling Suzu pulled the snake's head out of the hole, shook his head and looked back, only to see Toad Ball use a beautiful flip of the river to hit the snake's head directly, making Ling Suzu's eyes full of stars. Taking advantage of his weakness to kill him, Gamamaru took advantage of the situation and used the recoil force to rotate his body again, hitting the giant snake's chin directly from the lower left, and knocking Ling Suzu, who was flying close to the ground, into the air. The two sides fought back and forth. Toad Pill suddenly realized something in his martial arts improved so fast that if Kai knew about it, he would wear a toad headgear to practice. He was also angered by Ling Suzu's deformed body that turned into a frog, and he was filled with murderous intent. Not to mention Ling Suzu, who has completely fallen into a frenzy mode and will only fight madly until he dies. Both sides used deadly moves and left no room for maneuver in the battle. After several rounds, both sides were seriously injured. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched, but in fact, Gamamaru still had a trump card that he had not used. "My dear friend, fight with me." He distanced himself, stuck the magic wood at the bottom of the cave into the ground, took out the red tide from his arms, and began to inject magic power into it. A demonic mist enveloped Toad Pill, and the mana within his body was recharged, emitting a more ferocious power. Ling Suzu felt as if he had been targeted by a predator, and the only remaining bit of his rationality told him to run. But it's too late. The crimson blade tore through the demonic fog. Ling Suzu, who was frightened and shrank back, felt as if he was being targeted by a superior predator. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. Guangji, who has a snake head in a human body, appears again. This technique of biological symbiosis is extremely magical. When the body and spirit of one party float up, the body of the other party will merge into the inside and enter a latent state of accelerated recovery and accelerated cultivation. Because the two bodies are in a fused state, it is equivalent to the speed of cultivation of both being accelerated at the same time. To put it simply, assuming Guangji and Gamamera's cultivation speed is 1, the speed should become 2 after the two are combined, but one of them has a cultivation buff after the fusion, so the result should be 2.5, and their bodies are in a fused state, so the gains from cultivation are divided equally between the two, which is equivalent to a cultivation speed of 1.25 for each person. As Gamamera's consciousness slowly sank, a clarity he had never felt before appeared in his mind, and he comprehended the problems left over from past training in battles one by one. The kind of clear and calm mentality that leaves out all joy, anger, sorrow, and biological hormones, leaving only the concept of I makes Toad Pill intoxicated. He was multitasking, on the one hand sensing the battle between Guangji and Ling Suzu, and on the other hand thinking about cultivation. Even though he knew that he could surface again and regain control of his body if he wanted to, for a moment he didn't want to leave his current relaxed and refreshed state. On a separate note, Guangji regained control of his body after a long absence. Feeling the heaviness of his body again, he performed a series of sword moves and said, "What a pity." I don't know whether it's a pity that Ling Suzu was seriously injured and couldn't fight it with all his strength, or it's a pity that it didn't survive the disaster of being devoured by magic power, or both. However, Guangji was not a talkative person. He just held the knife in both hands at his sides, lowered his body into a horse stance, and a blazing flame ignited on the blade. Ling Suzu saw everything go white before his eyes. The blade of Shisheo was infinitely enlarged. All he could see was the blade and flames. 2 lines of fire flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, Guangji returned to his original position. The frog legs that Ling Suzu had mutated and grown had been chopped off and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. He used all his strength to propel the knife forward and jumped, spinning several times in the air. The blazing flaming blade was like a hot knife cutting through butter, severing the giant snake's head and taking away Ling Suzu's last bit of life. In his mind, Gamera sensed Guangji's movements, feeling as if Guangji had incorporated his own techniques into his swordsmanship. At that moment, it was as if he and Guangji were connected, each one within him, each controlling their bodies together. This incredibly clear mind allowed Gamera to fully grasp the intricacies of Guangji's techniques, even allowing him to instantly apply them to his own staff techniques. The feeling of madly absorbing experience and becoming stronger through the battles of others made Gamamaru unable to stop. "My dear friend, you have become stronger." Thinking about his current state, Gamamaru had no idea what was going on. No wonder his cultivation had improved so much after defeating Guangji. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but now it seems that after Guangji was defeated, he merged with him and handed over the initiative of his body to him. Although he doesn't know what Guangji's purpose is, it is obvious that he has been strengthened. Moreover, in a state of oneness, he can feel that the other party has no ill will towards him, which makes Gamamaru sigh, best friend. As a snake demon born in Longchi Cave, Guangji certainly does not have such a selfless heart. Even if he really regards Gamamaru as a close comrade, he will definitely fight with Gamamaru from time to seize control. This has nothing to do with friendship or relationships. After all, Guangji was born in Longdi Cave, where wildness and struggle are the eternal themes. How could he just keep silent and make cheat equipment? But whether he has this intention or not is not important, as long as he is willing to listen to the director's arrangements. But then again, after Guangji experienced the feeling of being possessed by a powerful person, he might not agree to let him be the main body and let Todemaru train inside. After dispatching his opponent cleanly and neatly, Guangji put away the red tide, spun around and rolled up a cloud of demonic mist, and reappeared as Todemaru holding the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave. After being ejected from its dormant state by Guangji, Gamamaru remained speechless for a long time. It seemed that he now controlled the initiative to rise between the two, while Guangji controlled the initiative to dive. In other words, as long as he didn't want to come out, Guangji was just a cheat to speed up his training. Seeing that Guangji had no intention of communicating with him, Gamera suppressed the doubts in his heart. Seeing that the rooms around him had not collapsed yet, Gamera gave up the idea of going inside today and found one to rest for a few days and practice well. It's not that Ikanuma Kishi didn't want to follow the original plot and give Todemaru a golden elixir here, but he hadn't mastered the art of alchemy yet. Besides, even the herbs for practice had to be dug out in Longchi Cave, so he lost the desire to make medicine in Longchi Cave. At this point in the story, Ikanuma Masashi has to think about the script for the first chapter. The reason is simple: if all 6 chapters are completed, then this prequel film will be too long. Besides, where would director Ikanuma Masashi find enough actors and locations to complete the 6 chapters? He can't just grab Ryukadong all at once, right? In the secret realm of the ninja world, in the deepest part of the wet bone forest, director Chiwen, transformed into the frog sage, is making big promises to the slug sage who is as big as a hill. I tell you, the project of defeating Kagaya Atsutsuki will definitely succeed. The Atsutsuki demonic tree is still consuming natural energy, and the wet bone forest has been affected. As he spoke, Ikanuma Masashi projected footage of Gamamaru and Hirokai's battle using a drone camera, and continued, "Time is running out. Miyaboku-san and Ryukaido have both joined my plan. The ultimate biological weapon for decisive battle, Gamamaru, is nearly complete. If you don't join us now, by the time we defeat Kagaya Atsutsuki and restore order to the world, the wet bone forest will be out of date. Of course, we're not demons, after all. Anyone joining our crew as a companion. Will all share some advanced techniques and scientific research results to ensure everyone in the crew gains something." Although the slug immortal was stunned by Chizuru Kishi's trendy words, he could still understand the threats and inducements hidden in his words. Slug Sage and Wet Bone Forest are not given much attention in the original anime, but in the limited space, Slug Sage's performance is as gentle and kind as his voice. After a short contact with Masashi Ikanuma, he found that in addition to the character shown in the original work, he is also relatively Buddhist. Although he wants to fight against Kagaya Atsutsuki, due to his personality, all thoughts of resistance remain in his heart and have not been put into practice. It just so happens that there is an organization he can join now, so of course the Slug Sage is willing to do so. Here's your script. We have some time. Memorize it first and try to get into the role. He pulled out 2 scrolls from his pocket and continued, "The one on the right is your advance payment. It contains the basic skills of the demon race. You should modify it according to your own race's situation. Remember not to practice it exactly as it is. Again, there is a low-cost way to shoot low-cost films. The system reward of innate toad kung fu was once again disassembled by Chi Zhen Chi Shi into the same fragments received by the White Snake Immortal and delivered to the Slug Immortal as an advance payment. It can only be said that killing 2 birds with 1 stone is really a great deal." Ever since he saw the battle scene between Todemaru and Guangji, Slug Immortal had always wanted to know what the so-called advanced martial arts were like. Now that he had the martial arts in his hands, he could no longer resist. He put the script aside, spread out the martial arts manual, and began to read it with great interest. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Ikanuma Kishi smiled and said, "This is the cultivation method. The remaining methods of refining weapons, refining medicine, and other miscellaneous knowledge will be settled one by one after the filming begins." Although the Slug Immortal is a relatively upright person, when it comes to business, he still has to exercise due caution. The price that Slug Sage paid to obtain such a precious skill was nothing more than joining the crew to resist Kagaya Atsutsuki, contributing his strength, acting out a play, guiding the protagonist to become stronger and thus achieve the goal of defeating Kagaya Atsutsuki. Slug Sage, who was determined to save the world, would of course do his best to cooperate with the performance, and then divide half of his body to read the script. It's a good story. When is it my turn to shoot? After reading the script for a while, a gentle and royal sister voice came out of the Slug Immortal's mouth. It can be heard that the Slug Immortal really likes the script. Having said that, the entertainment level of the ninja world is not very good, whether in the past, present or future. This is the first time she has seen such a good script. Although she thinks that acting to save the world sounds unreliable, the Slug Sage, who has been practicing in the mountains for many years and has no entertainment activities, has encountered such an interesting thing. How can he stay idle? He immediately said that he could hand over the Wet Bone Forest to the Frog Sage as the filming base, and also send a small clone to go to Longchi Cave to observe and learn the acting skills of other actors. As a director, Masashi Ikanuma was of course happy to meet such a motivated actor. He immediately made a decision and took the Slug Sage clone to Ryukai Cave to get to know the other actors. At night in Longdi Cave, Toadmaru just ate a few insects for dinner, but the director and the investors had already started a banquet with fish and meat and watched the Snake Woman's performance. The White Snake Immortal was trying to win them over, while the Slug Immortal was trying to please them, so of course the banquet was a great success for both the host and the guests. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the White Snake Immortal, in order to avoid looking down on others and wanting to show off his own cultivation, transformed into a human body early. Although snake features can still be seen on his face, judging from his appearance, he looks much more like a human than the Toad Pill who practiced traditional martial arts. The White Snake Immortal held a glass of wine in his right hand and embraced the soft and slippery body of the Slug Immortal with his left hand. He said in a drunken voice, "I can evolve so fast now, all thanks to the help of the Frog Immortal, that you can just call me by my real name, White Snake. In the future, if the Frog Immortal needs your help with anything, I will do my best to complete it without saying a word. Frog Immortal, I toast you a glass." As he said that, he raised the glass with his right hand and drank it all. Hearing the White Snake say this, the Slug Immortal, a demon who had lived for so many years, could not help but tell that the other party was using his drunkenness to express his gratitude, so he also said in his unique gentle voice, "From now on, you can just call me Living Slug. In the future, if there is anything you ask, I will definitely complete it, but I will never refuse if it is within my ability." The banquet was over, but the night was still long, and it was time for director Chi Numa to go find the original destined protagonist to join the crew. It can be said that the times are different now. When he first returned to the past, he was not strong enough, but now after practicing for a few days in Longdi Cave, the blessed land of immortals, his magic power has increased greatly, which makes Chi Jiao Chi Shi sigh that the game-based exercises are game-based exercises, and the word fast can be used to describe it. It is also time to try to get Satsuki Higoromo, the original destined protagonist of the era, to join the group. In the Queen's City near the Atsutsuki Demon Tree, in the eldest prince's bedroom, taking advantage of the night, Ikanuma Masashi opened a portal and sneaked into Atsutsuki Higoromo's room. The Atsutsuki were considered to be a congenitally divine race, born with extraordinary powers. As soon as the portal was opened, Atsutsuki Higoromo opened his Rinnegan in his sleep, stared at the portal, and said, "Are you the one I visited a few days ago?" This was said with great skill. It was clearly Ikanuma Saishi who was observing from afar, but in Atsutsuki Higoromo's mouth it became a visit. Seeing no one answered, he paused and continued, "You have visited me so many times, I believe you have something to ask me. Why don't you show up and have a good chat with me?" As a prince, Atsutsuki Higoromo has a very high status. He would feel that it would be a bit unfair of him if he did not show up. Besides, his purpose of coming here is to recruit him into the crew. So Ikanuma Masashi did not pretend to be mysterious. He first sent several nanodrones to monitor the vicinity and the magic tree, and then Atsutsuki Higoromo lifted his imperceptible state. "I apologize for visiting you so late at night, Xiaoxian, Frog Immortal. I came here today mainly to invite you to join our crew." Masashi Ikanuma chose the time point after careful consideration. The specific time was the night when Gamamaru dreamed that Atsutsuki Higoromo and Hamura jointly defeated Atsutsuki Kagaya. That night, the exchange script replaced Gamamaru's precognitive dream, completely changing the plot. But the plot has inertia. Although Atsutsuki Higoromo did not go to the demon tree to confirm the truth because of Gamamaru's lack of intervention, it is an indisputable fact that Higoromo is dead. After all, there are not many necklaces that Atsutsuki Higoromo would not take off even when sleeping. When Ikanuma Masashi saw his necklace, he was overjoyed and exclaimed that he had seen the ending. He immediately sent a drone to monitor the sacred tree and, seeing no signs of searching, followed the pre-arranged plan A and said, "Son, I can sense your confusion. You want to know the truth about the sacred tree sacrifice, but you're afraid that disobeying your mother's prohibition will anger her. You're also afraid that going to the sacred tree will lead to the end you least want to see, right?" Atsutsuki Higoromo opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. After all, she couldn't sleep at night and had been thinking about this matter. Now she felt that she was completely seen through by the other party, and she had a feeling that the other party was a confidant. He paused for a long moment before speaking again. "I don't know what to do." It's no wonder that Atsutsuki Higoromo couldn't make up his mind. After all, no matter how talented he was just a young man under 20 years old. There was no one to teach him in that era, and his mother, Atsutsuki Kagaya, was the best of the best. Growing up in such an environment, it is inevitable for Atsutsuki Higoromo to be conflicted when faced with the choice between love and family. It would be more accurate to say that his growth into what he is now is already a great achievement. If you want to know what to do next, you must first know the secret of the sacred tree. I've told you the way, but it's up to you to decide how to proceed. As he spoke, he opened the portal to the sacred tree and stepped in. Ikanuma Masashi was not afraid that he would not follow him. With Yui's current conflicted state and kind character, even if he did not push him, he would sooner or later go to the magic tree to find the truth, and one day he would confront Kagaya Atsutsuki for justice. It was just a matter of time. As expected, not long after Ikanuma Masashi stood still, Atsutsuki Higoromo emerged from the portal right after him. Looking at the determined gaze of the Rinnegan, Ikanuma Masashi smiled slightly, pointed at one of the mummies bound by vines, and said, "The truth you seek is inside. Take a look first, then we'll discuss the rest." When Atsutsuki Haori arrived here, she already had a feeling. With trembling hands, she untied the vines that were wrapped around her, and it was indeed Haori's face. Why is this happening?" Satsuki Higoromo's eyes were filled with tears. He hugged Haori's body tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Sir Frog Immortal, please tell me what I should do." Seeing the atmosphere was getting so intense, Ikonuma Masashi decided to reveal the truth. "This is the most precious treasure of your Atsutsuki clan, called the 10 demonic trees." Without waiting for Yui's reaction, he pointed at the demon tree and continued, "All living things in the world have wisdom, and all things in the world have spiritual energy. These 10 evil demon trees have the wisdom to refine all living things, creating the white Zetsu demonic weapon, absorbing the spiritual energy of all things and converting it into the power of the chakra fruit. Your mother wants to use this demon tree to refine this world and achieve her eternal hegemony." After hearing what Ikonuma Masashi said and looking at the corpse of the person he loved in front of him, Satsuki Higoromo was already 80% convinced. "What should I do? Join my crew. Are you sure you can defeat my mother by doing this?" Satsuki Higoromo raised his hand and summoned a water mirror. He touched his yellow linen clothes, his bleached hair, and the gourd on his back, and asked doubtfully, "Why do I feel that your plan sounds a little unreliable?" Masashi Ikonuma looked at Satsuki Higoromo in full cosplay costume and thought to himself, "A prince is a prince. In ancient times, there were so many supplies in the prince's house that he could even put together a set of Ninja World's unique gourd sage cosplay costume." Looking at Satsuki Higoromo, he thought about what else needed to be revised, and said casually, "Don't worry, the other party is your mother after all. You go to see her tomorrow. When you make up your mind, it won't be too late to talk." After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared, leaving only one sentence in the wind: "Keep this look for now, so that you can get into the role when the filming officially starts." Hearing these words, Satsuki Higoromo, who had just looked so bitter and vengeful that he wanted to kill O immediately to achieve enlightenment, was suddenly in a state of confusion. Not to mention dyeing his hair, just carrying a big gourd on his back seemed too trendy in this era. Not to mention wearing this trendy costume to meet his brother and mother, which was a bit embarrassing to think about. However, he had already decided to join the crew and rebel against his mother, so of course he was ready to complete this little test from the director. Masashi Ikonuma did not leave, but just closed the teleportation channel and turned on the imperceptible mode and followed Satsuki Higoromo. After the test just now, it was found that Satsuki Higoromo could sense the space-time fluctuations of the teleportation portal, but could not directly discover himself who was in the imperceptible state. The reason why Ikonuma Masashi did not leave was very simple: he failed to completely trust Satsuki Higoromo. After all, the target of the crusade was his mother. Even if they would become enemies one day, without careful observation, who knew if that day would be today? If he was tricked and failed, he would have no tears to cry. Seeing that Satsuki Higoromo lay down to rest again, Ikonuma Masashi checked Gamamaru through the system drone. After finding that he was still in the training state, he began to meditate and practice. At first, Ikonuma Masashi thought that he would not be able to influence the surrounding things during the period of immortal body, which would lead to his inability to practice. However, after practice, he found that the principle of the immortal body was similar to Kamui. He placed his own body in the system space, projected a fake body into reality, and controlled it through thoughts, so he came up with many fancy operations. Satsuki Higoromo, who hadn't slept much the previous night, got up from the bed, washed up casually, and walked towards the queen's bedroom step by step. "Mother." Satsuki Higoromo thought a lot last night and didn't expect that he could be so calm when facing his mother. He took a deep breath and said, "Why did you do such a thing? Why did you kill so many people?" Hearing her son's accusation, Satsuki Kagaya knew that her son had disobeyed her orders and went to the sacred tree to investigate alone. Her face was as cold as the moon, and she said coldly, "You dress like an idiot to come to see your mother just to tell her these boring things?" Even though Satsuki Higoromo was mentally prepared, her mother's words still made her face turn red. She wanted to defend herself, but she couldn't say anything. She couldn't say that she had joined a crew whose goal was to defeat her. This was a costume, and the director had told her to wear it all the time to make it easier for her to get into the role. At that moment, he understood what it meant to be unable to speak out and unable to defend himself. After all, if he really told the truth, he would really become a fool. In the end, he could only blush and shout loudly, "What do you mean by boring things? So many lives, do you think that boring things are? Mother, please stop." As the queen of this era, Kagaya Satsuki had never been scolded like this. Her cold moonlight face was filled with anger, and she shouted, "You don't understand anything. The sacrifice to the sacred tree will never stop. This is my order. Now I will take back the chakra from you." As she spoke, she waved her jade hand, and a powerful chakra burst out from her hand, which was the 80 Gods airstrike. Without learning the sage mode, how could Satsuki Higoromo be a match for Satsuki Kagaya, who had eaten the chakra fruit? But Masashi Ikonuma has always felt that the so-called destined protagonist is not determined by any prophecy or destiny, but by whether the person has the courage to take that step in the face of danger and injustice. The person who leads his companions to take the first step when everyone else is afraid to move forward can be called the protagonist, just like Gamamaru before, and just like Satsuki Higoromo, who now stands up even though he knows he is no match for his opponent. Kagaya Satsuki's attack was so ruthless that facing the 80 Gods airstrike was like facing the collapse of the sky and the earth. If you were not careful, you would end up being smashed to pieces. Facing this devastating blow, Satsuki Higoromo did not dare to be careless. He concentrated his chakra in his legs, barely dodged it, and shouted, "Mother, as long as we have love and believe in everyone's strength, we can solve any difficulties. Stop, mother. Before his mother could reply, another voice came from a distance. Brother, mother, what are you doing? Stop it. The person who came was Atsutsuki Hamura, the son of Atsutsuki Kagaya, who felt the chakra explosion in the queen's bedroom and came over to check the situation. Hearing his brother's voice, Yui instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice, but how could Kagaya Atsutsuki, who was furious, be stopped by her brother's words? Seeing Yui dodge, she angrily launched another 80 God's airstrike. This time, Atsutsuki Higoromo, who was distracted by her younger brother, was not as lucky as before to dodge it. She could only concentrate her chakra in front of her in the hope of blocking the attack. Boom! 8 The 10 God's air attack landed solidly on Higoromo, sending him flying. Ikanuma Masashi, who had been waiting behind him, opened a portal and teleported the unconscious Higoromo to Ryokai Cave. Hush, be quiet, or you might startle the giant snake. The guy in the backyard is a fellow Taoist of the White Snake Immortal, calling himself Ling Suzu. With your current level of cultivation, I'm afraid. The charming voice of the land goddess Longdodong came from my ears. I don't know if it was an illusion that the voice and tone were the same, but I felt like I was back to the beautiful snake at the beginning. Holding my breath and looking around, I saw a temple courtyard surrounded by a locust tree in the front yard and a small land temple under the tree. The door leading from the front yard to the backyard was like the mouth of a giant snake ready to devour someone, and the 2 lanterns were like snake pupils. The whole courtyard looked extremely gloomy. Don't look at it anymore. Bring me the stick first. A charming voice came out from the small temple again. Since he had chosen to trust her, Gamamaru would not make any more trouble. He walked directly to the small temple and handed over the magic tree stick. A demonic mist drifted out of the earth god temple. In a blink of an eye, the mist gathered into a human shape. It took the staff from Toad Pill's hand and said softly, since this is the arrangement of an old friend, then I will help him to the end. As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping the demon tree staff. He then spoke, the staff in your hand has been left behind by a master. I will use the Dragon Cave method to draw it out for you in advance and then strengthen it. The director is like this. The actors in the film just need to devote themselves to the play, follow instructions, and perform with all their strength, but the director has a lot of things to consider. This sentence is the most appropriate to describe Masashi Ikanuma's current state. Tanashiro Shinji only needs to perform the movements and lines of Ryukadong Land God, and as a director, Masashi Ikanuma has to produce special effects in real time based on the actor's movements, and do it all in one go without any NGS. There are indeed many things to consider. Even though the Black Mythology's refining techniques are more like the gaming ones, and the refining speed is fast and powerful enough, it is not a problem that a novice like Chi can solve in 10 minutes. But as a novice director who has to take on multiple roles, he cannot spend several days just to refine a magic weapon for filming. In order to solve the problem of difficulty and slowness in refining equipment, Chi combined his previous life experience to come up with a good idea of pre-made dishes. No, it should be pre-made magic weapons. The method is very simple. Prepare the appearance of the magic weapon in advance, and use magic power to melt all the natural materials and treasures together. During the initial refining, use the materials that are most suitable for the flow of magic power to create a magic path, and then a pre-made magic weapon will be produced. Next, the user only needs to inject mana into it while holding it to continue refining, which greatly saves the time and mana of the busy director Chizan. What, you're saying this weapon refining method is unscientific? It's certainly unscientific, but it's also a dark myth. If destiny sends a man to forge a club, you can't expect him to wait for 49 days, right? Of course, the semi-finished weapon refining method has its flaws. It's better to say that aside from the speed of production, everything else is flawless. First, refining equipment requires consumption of mana, which is not a big deal at ordinary times, just inject mana and practice slowly. However, due to the level of the refiner, there is no pause in the refining of this magic weapon, and it can only be refined until the finished product. That is to say, when the user injects mana during the battle, it will also consume part of the mana for refining, which is equivalent to 100 points of mana causing 80 points of damage. If the semi-finished magic weapons did not have certain magical powers and could make up for the 20 points of damage, then fighting against powerful enemies with these semi-finished magic weapons would be a pure negative effect, and you would not be able to die fast enough. Second, we can only determine the general direction of the magic weapon, and the final product depends on fate. It's very simple. The pond flow refining method is to build a road first, and then the user's magic power will slowly complete the rest of the process along the road until the magic weapon is completely transformed. Then the question arises. During combat, the weapon's mana is full or even overflowing. Leaving a mana path at this time is almost useless. The final product will be more or less affected. It may be better or worse. For example, Red Tide is a double-headed sword with fire attributes. This is the general direction. Upon initial refinement, the Crimson Flame will ignite. With continued use, the fire from the Crimson Tide may evolve into Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Eternal Fire, or Amaterasu Fire. These are positive developments. Poor outcomes may result in a Gas Stove Fire, LPG Fire, or even just smoke without flame. The final product depends on the user's habits and luck. The fade light faded, and the land god Longdi Cave handed over a dark black stick with gray-black metal at both ends and golden patterns all around. He said, "This stick is called the Cave Bottom Magic Treasure Wood. It contains the law of powerful force and the ability to stretch and contract it. You should inject more mana into it so that it can recognize its master as soon as possible, and then you can unleash its power. Reality doesn't require logic, but filming does. Look, even the reasons for the subsequent need for continuous injection of magic power have been thought of." Gamamaru took the magic wood from the bottom of the cave and felt a sinking sensation in his hand. The word heavy was the first word he felt. He poured more mana into it, and the golden lines on the stick began to glow faintly, then rapidly lengthened. Seeing the stick, which had more than doubled in length, in his hand, Gamamaru felt a strong desire to test it against a powerful enemy. "This is all the little snake can help you with. You'd better take care of yourself on the rest of the journey." As he said this, the land of Longdi Cave turned into evil mist and dissipated. Toad Pill looked at the land temple, dropped another drop of toad oil on the offering plate, then picked up the stick and walked towards the backyard without looking back. After entering the gate of Shekau, Toad Pill looked around with his stick in hand, and felt that the square courtyard houses surrounded a large open space like a coiled dragon. Directly in front of him was the huge backyard gate, which looked like the head of a flying dragon overlooking the world, truly majestic. The hissing of snakes could be heard from all around, coupled with the darkness of the cave dotted with a few white lanterns, making people feel as if they were surrounded by snakes and their lives were in danger. Suddenly, the earth shook, and a giant purple-blue frog-legged snake was seen crawling around the roof at a high speed. Wherever it went, it was like a landslide. Toadmaru looked at the monster in front of him that was neither a frog nor a snake. A feeling of nausea arose spontaneously, and a strong killing intent, like a still lake in his heart, surged up in him. His magic power surged from his body along with the killing intent in his heart, and his aura continued to rise. He shouted angrily, "I have never wanted to destroy something so much before. Monster, you are dead." Ling Suzi, who had already fallen into a state of madness, couldn't speak. Looking at the living creature in front of him, he bulged the muscles of his front and back thighs, and with the help of his tail, he leaped forward with all his strength and grabbed and bit Toad Ball. Its speed was so fast that even Toad Maru, who now has the strength of a cage, could hardly react. He had no choice but to hold the stick horizontally, hold the stick with both hands and inject magic power into it, and stuck the stretched magic wood at the bottom of the cave in Ling Suzi's mouth. Then he was knocked from the backyard to the front yard. Seeing Ling Suzi slowing down, Toad Pills thought about it, and the magic wood at the bottom of the cave and the snake's mouth quickly shortened. At the same time, he jumped to the left and escaped from danger. Standing under the tree in the front yard and watching, Ling Suzi crashed straight into the gate wall of the front yard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing the fierce attack from the opposite side, Toad Pills did not dare to relax at all. His eyes were wide open, and he pointed the stick in both hands straight ahead. In less than half a breath, a thunder sound erupted in the smoke and dust again. The smoke and dust suddenly exploded, and Ling Suzi attacked again at a high speed. The same move will not be effective against a Saint Seiya. Although Gamamaru is not a Saint Seiya, the principle is the same. An attack that can be dealt with in a hurry will only be dealt with better after being mentally prepared. He slammed the magic weapon in his hand into the ground and injected magic power into it. He jumped over Ling Suzi's head with a pole vault, then retracted the stick and used the momentum brought by the accelerated shortening of the magic wood to spin it in the air. Then he extended the stick and smashed it heavily on Ling Suzi's 7 inches, making Ling Suzi wail. After the battle with Guangji, Gamamera's martial arts skills have greatly improved. Coupled with the magic wood at the bottom of the cave that can be shortened at will, he really feels like the god of war in the world and the destined frog of the world. How could Ling Suzi, who had already ignited his life and unleashed his entire life splendor in a short period of time, be killed by a mere stick? He crawled to his feet, his snake-like eyes fixed on Toad Pill, and with a push of his 4 legs, he leaped back to the rooftop. After being injured, the beast became even more ferocious, and its speed was actually several points faster than before. Without any preparation, it broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and a sonic boom cloud appeared in the sky. Gamamaru didn't expect that the opponent had this trick. Without charging the force, it was even faster than before. In a hurry, he could only block it with his stick and then take the move head on. The tail, which exceeded the speed of sound, hit the stick, and the huge force impacted the body. Gamamaru felt as if he was hit by the entire Mayaboko mountain. He instantly understood what it meant to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm and what it meant to be unstoppable. Boom! Toad Mera's body crashed through the courtyard wall and sank directly into the cave wall. Before he could fully come to his senses, Ling Suzi's next attack came again. In desperation, Toad Pill could only point his right hand forward and shouted, "Freeze!" He used the immobilization technique to freeze Ling Suzi in midair, and then avoided the attack in a panic. Before Toad Pill could fight back, the golden light on Ling Suzi's body burst with a bang, and then hit the wall of the cave directly, causing an earthquake. Ling Suzi pulled the snake's head out of the hole, shook his head and looked back, only to see Toad Ball use a beautiful flip of the river to hit the snake's head directly, making Ling Suzi's eyes full of stars. Taking advantage of his weakness to kill him, Gamamaru took advantage of the situation and used the recoil force to rotate his body again, hitting the giant snake's chin directly from the lower left, and knocking Ling Suzi, who was flying close to the ground, into the air. The two sides fought back and forth. Toadpill suddenly realized something in his martial arts improved so fast that if Kai knew about it, he would wear a toad headgear to practice. He was also angered by Ling Suze's deformed body that turned into a frog, and he was filled with murderous intent. Not to mention Ling Suze, who has completely fallen into a frenzy mode and will only fight madly until he dies. Both sides used deadly moves and left no room for maneuver in the battle. After several rounds, both sides were seriously injured. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched, but in fact, Gamamaru still had a trump card that he had not used. My dear friend, fight with me. He distanced himself, stuck the magic wood at the bottom of the cave into the ground, took out the red tide from his arms, and began to inject magic power into it. A demonic mist enveloped Toadpill, and the mana within his body was recharged, emitting a more ferocious power. Ling Suze felt as if he had been targeted by a predator, and the only remaining bit of his rationality told him to run. But it's too late. The crimson blade tore through the demonic fog. Ling Suze, who was frightened and shrank back, felt as if he was being targeted by a superior predator. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. Guangji, who has a snake head and a human body, appears again. This technique of biological symbiosis is extremely magical. When the body and spirit of one party float up, the body of the other party will merge into the inside and enter a latent state of accelerated recovery and accelerated cultivation. Because the two bodies are in a fused state, it is equivalent to the speed of cultivation of both being accelerated at the same time. To put it simply, assuming Guangji and Gamamera's cultivation speed is 1, the speed should become 2 after the two are combined, but one of them has a cultivation buff after the fusion, so the result should be 2.5, and their bodies are in a fused state, so the gains from cultivation are divided equally between the two, which is equivalent to a cultivation speed of 1.25 for each person. As Gamamera's consciousness slowly sank, a clarity he had never felt before appeared in his mind, and he comprehended the problems left over from past training and battles one by one. The kind of clear and calm mentality that leaves out all joy, anger, sorrow, and biological hormones, leaving only the concept of I makes Toadpill intoxicated. He was multitasking, on the one hand sensing the battle between Guangji and Ling Suze, and on the other hand thinking about cultivation. Even though he knew that he could surface again and regain control of his body if he wanted to, for a moment he didn't want to leave his current relaxed and refreshed state. On a separate note, Guangji regained control of his body after a long absence. Feeling the heaviness of his body again, he performed a series of sword moves and said, "What a pity. I don't know whether it's a pity that Ling Suze was seriously injured and couldn't fight it with all his strength, or it's a pity that it didn't survive the disaster of being devoured by magic power, or both." However, Guangji was not a talkative person. He just held the knife in both hands at his sides, lowered his body into a horse stance, and a blazing flame ignited on the blade. Ling Suze saw everything go white before his eyes. The blade of Shisheo was infinitely enlarged. All he could see was the blade and flames. 2 lines of fire flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, Guangji returned to his original position. The frog legs that Ling Suze had mutated and grown had been chopped off and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. He used all his strength to propel the knife forward and jumped, spinning several times in the air. The blazing flaming blade was like a hot knife cutting through butter, severing the giant snake's head and taking away Ling Suze's last bit of life. In his mind, Gamera sensed Guangji's movements, feeling as if Guangji had incorporated his own techniques into his swordsmanship. At that moment, it was as if he and Guangji were connected, each one within him, each controlling their bodies together. This incredibly clear mind allowed Gamera to fully grasp the intricacies of Guangji's techniques, even allowing him to instantly apply them to his own staff techniques. The feeling of madly absorbing experience and becoming stronger through the battles of others made Gamamaru unable to stop. My dear friend, you have become stronger. Thinking about his current state, Gamamaru had no idea what was going on. No wonder his cultivation had improved so much after defeating Guangji. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but now it seems that after Guangji was defeated, he merged with him and handed over the initiative of his body to him. Although he doesn't know what Guangji's purpose is, it is obvious that he has been strengthened. Moreover, in a state of oneness, he can feel that the other party has no ill will towards him, which makes Gamamaru Sai, best friend. As a snake demon born in Longchi Cave, Guangji certainly does not have such a selfless heart. Even if he really regards Gamamaru as a close comrade, he will definitely fight with Gamamaru from time to seize control. This has nothing to do with friendship or relationships. After all, Guangji was born in Longdi Cave, where wildness and struggle are the eternal themes. How could he just keep silent and make cheat equipment? But whether he has this intention or not is not important, as long as he is willing to listen to the director's arrangements. But then again, after Guangji experienced the feeling of being possessed by a powerful person, he might not agree to let him be the main body and let Toadmaru train inside. After dispatching his opponent cleanly and neatly, Guangji put away the red tide, spun around and rolled up a cloud of demonic mist, and reappeared as Toadmaru holding the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave. After being ejected from its dormant state by Guangji, Gamamaru remained speechless for a long time. It seemed that he now controlled the initiative to rise between the two, while Guangji controlled the initiative to dive. In other words, as long as he didn't want to come out, Guangji was just a cheat to speed up his training. Seeing that Guangji had no intention of communicating with him, Gamera suppressed the doubts in his heart. Seeing that the rooms around him had not collapsed yet, Gamera gave up the idea of going inside today and found one to rest for a few days and practice well. It's not that Ikanuma Kishi didn't want to follow the original plot and give Todemaru a golden elixir here, but he hadn't mastered the art of alchemy yet. Besides, even the herbs for practice had to be dug out in Longchi Cave, so he lost the desire to make medicine in Longchi Cave. At this point in the story, Ikanuma Masashi has to think about the script for the first chapter. The reason is simple: if all 6 chapters are completed, then this prequel film will be too long. Besides, where would director Ikanuma Masashi find enough actors and locations to complete the 6 chapters? He can't just grab Ryukadong all at once, right? In the secret realm of the ninja world, in the deepest part of the wet bone forest, director Chewin, transformed into the frog sage, is making big promises to the slug sage who is as big as a hill. I tell you, the project of defeating Kaguya Atsutsuki will definitely succeed. The Atsutsuki demonic tree is still consuming natural energy, and the wet bone forest has been affected. As he spoke, Ikanuma Masashi projected footage of Gamamaru and Hirokai's battle using a drone camera, and continued, "Time is running out. Miyaboku-san and Ryukai-do have both joined my plan. The ultimate biological weapon for decisive battle, Gamamaru, is nearly complete. If you don't join us now, by the time we defeat Kaguya Atsutsuki and restore order to the world, the wet bone forest will be out of date. Of course, we're not demons, after all. Anyone joining our crew as a companion. We'll all share some advanced techniques and scientific research results to ensure everyone in the crew gains something." Although the slug immortal was stunned by Chizuru Kishi's trendy words, he could still understand the threats and inducements hidden in his words. Slug Sage and Wet Bone Forest are not given much attention in the original anime, but in the limited space, Slug Sage's performance is as gentle and kind as his voice. After a short contact with Masashi Ikanuma, he found that in addition to the character shown in the original work, he is also relatively Buddhist. Although he wants to fight against Kaguya Atsutsuki, due to his personality, all thoughts of resistance remain in his heart and have not been put into practice. It just so happens that there is an organization he can join now, so of course the Slug Sage is willing to do so. Here's your script. We have some time. Memorize it first and try to get into the role. He pulled out 2 scrolls from his pocket and continued, "The one on the right is your advance payment. It contains the basic skills of the demon race. You should modify it according to your own race's situation. Remember not to practice it exactly as it is. Again, there is a low-cost way to shoot low-cost films. The system reward of innate Toad Kung Fu was once again disassembled by Chi Zhen Chi Shi into the same fragments received by the White Snake Immortal and delivered to the Slug Immortal as an advance payment. It can only be said that killing 2 birds with 1 stone is really a great deal." Ever since he saw the battle scene between Todemaru and Guangji, Slug Immortal had always wanted to know what the so-called advanced martial arts were like. Now that he had the martial arts in his hands, he could no longer resist. He put the script aside, spread out the martial arts manual, and began to read it with great interest. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Ikanuma Kishi smiled and said, "This is the cultivation method. The remaining methods of refining weapons, refining medicine, and other miscellaneous knowledge will be settled one by one after the filming begins." Although the Slug Immortal is a relatively upright person, when it comes to business, he still has to exercise due caution. The price that Slug Sage paid to obtain such a precious skill was nothing more than joining the crew to resist Kaguya Atsutsuki, contributing his strength, acting out a play, guiding the protagonist to become stronger and thus achieve the goal of defeating Kaguya Atsutsuki. Slug Sage, who was determined to save the world, would of course do his best to cooperate with the performance, and then divide half of his body to read the script. It's a good story. When is it my turn to shoot? After reading the script for a while, a gentle and royal sister voice came out of the Slug Immortal's mouth. It can be heard that the Slug Immortal really likes the script. Having said that, the entertainment level of the ninja world is not very good, whether in the past, present or future. This is the first time she has seen such a good script. Although she thinks that acting to save the world sounds unreliable, the Slug Sage, who has been practicing in the mountains for many years and has no entertainment activities, has encountered such an interesting thing. How can he stay idle? He immediately said that he could hand over the Wet Bone Forest to the Frog Sage as the filming base, and also send a small clone to go to Longchi Cave to observe and learn the acting skills of other actors. As a director, Masashi Ikanuma was of course happy to meet such a motivated actor. He immediately made a decision and took the Slug Sage clone to Ryukai Cave to get to know the other actors. At night in Longdi Cave, Todemaru just ate a few insects for dinner, but the director and the investors had already started a banquet with fish and meat and watched the Snake Woman's performance. The White Snake Immortal was trying to win them over, while the Slug Immortal was trying to please them, so of course the banquet was a great success for both the host and the guests. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the White Snake Immortal, in order to avoid looking down on others and wanting to show off his own cultivation, transformed into a human body early. Although snake features can still be seen on his face, judging from his appearance, he looks much more like a human than the Toad Pill who practiced traditional martial arts. The White Snake Immortal held a glass of wine in his right hand and embraced the soft and slippery body of the Slug Immortal with his left hand. He said in a drunken voice, "I can evolve so fast now, all thanks to the help of the Frog Immortal, that you can just call me by my real name, White Snake. In the future, if the Frog Immortal needs your help with anything, I will do my best to complete it without saying a word. Frog Immortal, I toast you a glass." As he said that, he raised the glass with his right hand and drank it all. Hearing the white snake say this, the slug immortal, a demon who had lived for so many years, could not help but tell that the other party was using his drunkenness to express his gratitude, so he also said in his unique gentle voice, "From now on, you can just call me Living Slug. In the future, if there is anything you ask, I will definitely complete it, but I will never refuse if it is within my ability." The banquet was over, but the night was still long, and it was time for director Chi Numa to go find the original destined protagonist to join the crew. It can be said that the times are different now. When he first returned to the past, he was not strong enough, but now after practicing for a few days in Longdi Cave, the blessed land of immortals, his magic power has increased greatly, which makes Chi Jiao Chi Shi say that the game-based exercises are game-based exercises, and the word fast can be used to describe it. It is also time to try to get at Satsuki Higoromo, the original destined protagonist of the era, to join the group. In the Queen's City near the Atsutsuki Demon Tree, in the eldest prince's bedroom, taking advantage of the night, Ikanuma Masashi opened a portal and sneaked into Atsutsuki Higoromo's room. The Atsutsuki were considered to be a congenitally divine race, born with extraordinary powers. As soon as the portal was opened, Atsutsuki Higoromo opened his Rinnegan in his sleep, stared at the portal, and said, "Are you the one I visited a few days ago?" This was said with great skill. It was clearly Ikanuma Saishi who was observing from afar, but in Atsutsuki Higoromo's mouth it became a visit. Seeing no one answered, he paused and continued, "You have visited me so many times, I believe you have something to ask me. Why don't you show up and have a good chat with me?" As a prince, Atsutsuki Higoromo has a very high status. He would feel that it would be a bit unfair of him if he did not show up. Besides, his purpose of coming here is to recruit him into the crew. So Ikanuma Masashi did not pretend to be mysterious. He first sent several nanodrones to monitor the vicinity and the magic tree, and then Atsutsuki Higoromo lifted his imperceptible state. "I apologize for visiting you so late at night, Xiaoxian, Frog Immortal. I came here today mainly to invite you to join our crew." Masashi Ikanuma chose the time point after careful consideration. The specific time was the night when Gamamaru dreamed that Atsutsuki Higoromo and Hamura jointly defeated Atsutsuki Kagaya. That night, the exchange script replaced Gamamaru's precognitive dream, completely changing the plot. But the plot has inertia. Although Atsutsuki Higoromo did not go to the demon tree to confirm the truth because of Gamamaru's lack of intervention, it is an indisputable fact that Higoromo is dead. After all, there are not many necklaces that Atsutsuki Higoromo would not take off even when sleeping. When Ikanuma Masashi saw his necklace, he was overjoyed and exclaimed that he had seen the ending. He immediately sent a drone to monitor the sacred tree and, seeing no signs of searching, followed the pre-arranged plan A and said, "Son, I can sense your confusion. You want to know the truth about the sacred tree sacrifice, but you're afraid that disobeying your mother's prohibition will anger her. You're also afraid that going to the sacred tree will lead to the end you least want to see, right?" Atsutsuki Higoromo opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. After all, she couldn't sleep at night and had been thinking about this matter. Now she felt that she was completely seen through by the other party, and she had a feeling that the other party was a confidant. He paused for a long moment before speaking again. "I don't know what to do." It's no wonder that Atsutsuki Higoromo couldn't make up his mind. After all, no matter how talented he was just a young man under 20 years old. There was no one to teach him in that era, and his mother, Atsutsuki Kagaya, was the best of the best. Growing up in such an environment, it is inevitable for Atsutsuki Higoromo to be conflicted when faced with the choice between love and family. It would be more accurate to say that his growth into what he is now is already a great achievement. If you want to know what to do next, you must first know the secret of the sacred tree. I've told you the way, but it's up to you to decide how to proceed. As he spoke, he opened the portal to the sacred tree and stepped in. Ikanuma Masashi was not afraid that he would not follow him. With Yui's current conflicted state and kind character, even if he did not push him, he would sooner or later go to the magic tree to find the truth, and one day he would confront Kagaya Atsutsuki for justice. It was just a matter of time. As expected, not long after Ikanuma Masashi stood still, Atsutsuki Higoromo emerged from the portal right after him. Looking at the determined gaze of the Rinnegan, Ikanuma Masashi smiled slightly, pointed at one of the mummies bound by vines, and said, "The truth you seek is inside. Take a look first, then we'll discuss the rest." When Atsutsuki Haori arrived here, she already had a feeling. With trembling hands, she untied the vines that were wrapped around her, and it was indeed Haori's face. Why is this happening?" Atsutsuki Higoromo's eyes were filled with tears. He hugged Haori's body tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Sir Frog Immortal, please tell me what I should do." Seeing the atmosphere was getting so intense, Ikanuma Masashi decided to reveal the truth. "This is the most precious treasure of your Atsutsuki clan, called the 10 demonic trees." Without waiting for Yui's reaction, he pointed at the demon tree and continued, "All living things in the world have wisdom, and all things in the world have spiritual energy. These 10 evil demon trees have the wisdom to refine all living things, creating the white Zetsu demonic weapon, absorbing the spiritual energy of all things and converting it into the power of the chakra fruit. Your mother wants to use this demon tree to refine this world and achieve her eternal hegemony." After hearing what Ikanuma Masashi said and looking at the corpse of the person he loved in front of him, Atsutsuki Higoromo was already 80% convinced. "What should I do? Join my crew? Are you sure you can defeat my mother by doing this?" Atsutsuki Higoromo raised his hand and summoned a water mirror. He touched his yellow linen clothes, his bleached hair, and the gourd on his back, and asked doubtfully, "Why do I feel that your plan sounds a little unreliable?" Masashi Ikanuma looked at Satsuki Higoromo in full cosplay costume and thought to himself, a prince is a prince. In ancient times, there were so many supplies in the prince's house that he could even put together a set of Ninja World's unique gourd sage cosplay costume. Looking at Satsuki Higoromo, he thought about what else needed to be revised, and said casually, "Don't worry, the other party is your mother after all. You go to see her tomorrow. When you make up your mind, it won't be too late to talk." After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared, leaving only one sentence in the wind: "Keep this look for now, so that you can get into the role when the filming officially starts." Hearing these words, Satsuki Higoromo, who had just looked so bitter and vengeful that he wanted to kill O immediately to achieve enlightenment, was suddenly in a state of confusion. Not to mention dyeing his hair, just carrying a big gourd on his back seemed too trendy in this era. Not to mention wearing this trendy costume to meet his brother and mother, which was a bit embarrassing to think about. However, he had already decided to join the crew and rebel against his mother, so of course he was ready to complete this little test from the director. Masashi Ikanuma did not leave, but just closed the teleportation channel and turned on the imperceptible mode and followed Satsuki Higoromo. After the test just now, it was found that Satsuki Higoromo could sense the space-time fluctuations of the teleportation portal, but could not directly discover himself who was in the imperceptible state. The reason why Ikanuma Masashi did not leave was very simple: that he failed to completely trust Satsuki Higoromo. After all, the target of the crusade was his mother. Even if they would become enemies one day, without careful observation, who knew if the day would be today? If he was tricked and failed, he would have no tears to cry. Seeing that Satsuki Higoromo lay down to rest again, Ikanuma Masashi checked Gamamaru through the system drone. After finding that he was still in the training state, he began to meditate and practice. At first, Ikanuma Masashi thought that he would not be able to influence the surrounding things during the period of immortal body, which would lead to his inability to practice. However, after practice, he found that the principle of the immortal body was similar to Kamui. He placed his own body in the system space, projected a fake body into reality, and controlled it through thoughts, so he came up with many fancy operations. Satsuki Higoromo, who hadn't slept much the previous night, got up from the bed, washed up casually, and walked towards the queen's bedroom step by step. Mother! Satsuki Higoromo thought a lot last night and didn't expect that he could be so calm when facing his mother. He took a deep breath and said, "Why did you do such a thing? Why did you kill so many people?" Hearing her son's accusation, Satsuki Kagaya knew that her son had disobeyed her orders and went to the sacred tree to investigate alone. Her face was as cold as the moon, and she said coldly, "You dress like an idiot to come to see your mother just to tell her these boring things?" Even though Satsuki Higoromo was mentally prepared, her mother's words still made her face turn red. She wanted to defend herself, but she couldn't say anything. She couldn't say that she had joined a crew whose goal was to defeat her. This was a costume, and the director had told her to wear it all the time to make it easier for her to get into the role. At that moment, he understood what it meant to be unable to speak out and unable to defend himself. After all, if he really told the truth, he would really become a fool. In the end, he could only blush and shout loudly, "What do you mean by boring things? So many lives, do you think that boring things are? Mother, please stop." As the queen of this era, Kagaya Satsuki had never been scolded like this. Her cold moonlight face was filled with anger, and she shouted, "You don't understand anything. The sacrifice to the sacred tree will never stop. This is my order. Now I will take back the chakra from you." As she spoke, she waved her jade hand, and a powerful chakra burst out from her hand, which was the 80 Gods airstrike. Without learning the sage mode, how could Satsuki Higoromo be a match for Satsuki Kagaya, who had eaten the chakra fruit? But Masashi Ikanuma has always felt that the so-called destined protagonist is not determined by any prophecy or destiny, but by whether the person has the courage to take that step in the face of danger and injustice. The person who leads his companions to take the first step when everyone else is afraid to move forward can be called the protagonist, just like Gamamaru before, and just like Satsuki Higoromo, who now stands up even though he knows he is no match for his opponent. Kagaya Satsuki's attack was so ruthless that facing the 80 Gods airstrike was like facing the collapse of the sky and the earth. If you were not careful, you would end up being smashed to pieces. Facing this devastating blow, Satsuki Higoromo did not dare to be careless. He concentrated his chakra in his legs, barely dodged it, and shouted, "Mother, as long as we have love and believe in everyone's strength, we can solve any difficulties. Stop, mother." Before his mother could reply, another voice came from a distance. "Brother, mother, what are you doing? Stop it." The person who came was Satsuki Hamura, the son of Satsuki Kagaya, who felt the chakra explosion in the queen's bedroom and came over to check the situation. Hearing his brother's voice, Yui instinctively glanced towards the source of the voice, but how could Kagaya Satsuki, who was furious, be stopped by her brother's words? Seeing Yui dodge, she angrily launched another 80 Gods airstrike. This time, Satsuki Higoromo, who was distracted by her younger brother, was not as lucky as before to dodge it. She could only concentrate her chakra in front of her in the hope of blocking the attack. Boom! The 10 Gods air attack landed solidly on Higoromo, sending him flying. Ikanuma Masashi, who had been waiting behind him, opened a portal and teleported the unconscious Higoromo to Ryokai Cave. Soon, Guangmo was completely sucked into the red gourd and landed in Toad Pill's hands. Upon closer inspection, he saw that in addition to the original golden lines on the red gourd, there was also a dark blue snake pattern. He turned the bottle over and over to examine it without any results. He opened the bottle cap and took a sip, but found nothing unusual. He tried to inject magic power into the gourd, and the snake on the gourd seemed to come alive. The whole gourd emitted a blue-black light, and two poisonous snakes spewed out from the gourd mouth. Then it was as if two snake-shaped clones grew out of thin air. The perspective was divided into three parts, which could also block the vision of the clones. The novel experience made Toadmaru very happy, and he immediately sent two poisonous snakes to search the nearby area. Seeing that Guangmo's life was finally saved, Ikanuma Masashi also breathed a sigh of relief in the backstage. After all, he had promised that as long as Guangji showed up, he would keep him alive. If possible, Ikanuma Masashi still didn't want to break his image as a hermit. When Guangmo was about to take the initiative, Shishiji of Ikanuma was already prepared to use the magic weapon he had specially left behind to control the red gourd and take him in at any time. In addition to healing, recovery, and accelerating cultivation, the red gourd, as the world's #1 magical weapon, has another ability. That is, if a creature is placed in the gourd, it will be refined into spiritual liquid if it has no magic power, but if it has magic power, it will be treated differently. The spiritual liquid can heal wounds and speed up cultivation, but the gourd will borrow your most proficient spells, and the magic power gained from cultivation will be absorbed by the gourd. Part of it will remain in the gourd to drive the spells, and part of it will be integrated into the spiritual liquid. If you drink the toad pill later, you will know what 10-year-old snake wine is and what power is. When Shizang Qishi first experimented with this ability, he really felt that this was worthy of being the black myth weapon refining technique. The things produced were dark and weird. It was obviously an auxiliary magic weapon for healing, but it was forcibly evolved into a method of capturing enemies and serving as a backup hidden energy source. It was a real magic weapon of the devil. The most terrifying thing is not that the gourd can kill the enemy, but that it cannot kill the enemy. As long as the owner of the magic weapon does not release it, it will be refined forever, making the people inside learn from their own experience what it means to be unable to live or die. Of course, director Chinuma is not so cruel. After the filming is completed, there is a high chance that they will be released based on their performance. Although most of the poisonous gas had been burned by Guangji's disaster flame, some residue was inevitable. Toadmaru had no intention of resting here, so he set off forward to the second bell that the little snake had just discovered. Dong, a resounding bell rang out. At some point, the land god of Longdi Cave appeared behind him and said, "Little snake has a bad feeling." After the bell rang, the anger coming from the depths of the cave seemed to be even stronger. Forget it. Why bother thinking so much? Now all the monsters in the cave, big and small, know you've broken into it. Why not clean up a bit and then wipe them out in one fell swoop? He walked up to Gamamaru, as if to say, "I won't leave until you rest." Before he could figure out what to do, a voice in his heart seemed to tell him that if he wanted to face a better battle, he should rest now. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of hard work off stage. Gamamaru can take a break, but the backstage is just starting to get busy. In the next level, at the shooting base near the boss, countless venomous snakes and slugs are busy arranging the site according to the director. The area around the underground lake is filled with blue, purple, black venomous snakes and white slugs. There is a bit of harmony in the horror. At first glance, it doesn't look like a film set at all, but an underground devil's cave. Ikanuma Masashi looked at the overflowing supplies in his backpack within the system and felt even more satisfied with his arrangements. White Snake, Slug, and Itsutsuki Hagoromo were all exceptional men of their time, and their warehouses were stocked with everything one could possibly need. The two immortals requisitioned some of their treasures for filming, and took the time to empty the feather robe treasury, so they wouldn't have to worry about props for the next few movies. As for whether Itsutsuki Hagoromo had any objection to the emptied treasury, director Ikanuma said that even if he didn't take it, his mother would take it too, so why not let these supplies contribute to the resistance against Itsutsuki Kagaya's tyranny? The protagonist is growing stronger too quickly. Slug, hurry up and nurture your weapons. I need you to create a stronger clone to play the role of the scholar in white. Ikanuma Masashi looked at the system backpack and directed Viper while saying to Living Slug and Ichikashimaheim, use your biocolonial suit to coexist with the Slug Sage's clone to enhance her water combat abilities. At the same time, rehearse the exit scenario. Make sure you get it done right the first time, without any mistakes or injuries. The White Snake Fairy had countless snakes risk their lives to help her cross the river by feeling the stones, but the Slug Fairy took the path of the unity of all things. There is only one creature in the huge wet-bone forest, the Slug Immortal. If he wants to find a fellow creature of the same clan to test his skills like the White Snake Immortal, not to mention that the Slug Immortal's personality is not as cold-blooded as the other, even if he wants to find one now, it will be like distant water cannot put out the immediate fire. But none of the creatures that can be called immortals are simple. After asking the White Snake about the test method, the living slug split into countless small slugs, and used countless of its own split bodies to pave a road to heaven for the Slug clan. Since the essence of the split body is the same as the original body, the deduction of the slug's skills is much faster than that of the dragon cave. If the splitting had not consumed too much energy, it might have already arrived later and gone further than the White Snake Immortal. With the arrangements made for the white-robed scholar, it was time to make proper arrangements for the gored immortal battle that he had promised to intervene in. He dug through the dragon cave, naming it Shenglong Cliff, and looking at the Atsutsuki Hagoromo in front of him, he asked, "How is this venue? Are you used to the weapons, little yellow dragon?" A night passed, and they continued on their journey, defeating several strange-looking venomous snakes along the way. They were still wondering why there were so many strange monsters in the dragon cave. Suddenly, a breeze blew, carrying moisture with it, which refreshed Gamamaru, who hadn't had a swim for a long time. The humidity in the air was getting higher and higher. After walking a few dozen steps, the view suddenly became clear. It was a huge underground lake with a dark blue surface. There was a small courtyard on the other side of the lake with the gate opening into the water. Fish swam in the lake from time to time. If it were not buried underground, it would be a very beautiful scenery. But now seeing it from underground, there was only horror and depression. The dim lanterns, the gray-black rock, the dark blue gate, the dark blue lake, and the black fish, everything was so chilling that it made Toadpill feel even more down. He tightened his weapon, released his magic power, and maximized his perception, slowly stepping forward on the water. As I slowly walked across the water to the center of the lake, I suddenly heard the sound of reading from all directions. "Phoenix, Phoenix, how has your virtue declined? The past cannot be changed, but the future can still be pursued." Gamamaru looked around. Everything was calm and peaceful. He heard the sound of weapons cutting through the air. Gamamaru looked up and saw a silver-green spear falling from the sky and attacking him head-on. Seeing this, Toadpill immediately dodged backwards, only to see the spear plunge into the water like a dragon, creating a huge wave. He dove into the water and swam out again. He didn't know when the door of the courtyard had opened, and he saw a person standing in front of it in the distance. This person was over 2 meters tall, with white hair, a white face and snake eyes, a green and white jade chain around his neck, white clothes on his body, blue and white scales on his body, a human face and snake scales, and the appearance of a real snake demon. But for some reason, Toadpill felt that the person in front of him was not a snake demon. The scholar in white raised his hand and clenched the air. The lake immediately vibrated, and a silver-green spear shot out from the bottom of the lake and returned to his hand. He slowly performed a series of spear flowers and said, "Little master, the water is cold. What is your intention in coming to my place of self-cultivation and killing people?" As he spoke, he held the gun in one hand, exerted strength from his waist and legs, and with a big jump he jumped in front of Gamamaru and stabbed him straight in the body. Gamamaru was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He raised his stick and blocked the attack while breaking the opponent's posture. While his opponent was still unable to stand still, he took advantage of the situation and chopped down hard at the top of the scholar in white's head. If the stick hit him, not to mention that the actor of the scholar in white was a mollusk, even if she could act separately, this clone would be blown away by the stick. He did not hide his clumsiness at the moment. He twisted his waist and exerted force with his whole body at an incredible angle. Being as soft and boneless as a bone in front of him seemed no longer a metaphor but a reality. While avoiding the vital parts of the head, he pierced Toadmaru's face with his spear. It seemed that he was about to exchange his injury for his life. How could Toadpills not follow his opponent's wishes? He laughed loudly and immediately changed his moves to use his stick to defend himself. The two sides fought hard and kept their distance. The two sides stood still, and Toadball pointed his staff at the other, saying with a smile, "You're not bad. You're much more interesting than the weird monsters we encountered this morning." Gamamaru compared himself with those failed products in Ryokai Cave, but Huashao was not annoyed when he heard it. After all, he was stronger than him now only because he was 100 years older than the other party. With the talent and combat power shown by Gamamaru now, it was only a matter of time for him to surpass him, and this time might not be long. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Toadpill thought that he liked to play hand-to-hand combat, so he burst out with momentum and rushed towards the scholar in white with his stick in hand and a grim smile. Toadpill came with great momentum, and the scholar in white was not to be outdone. He held the butt of the gun in one hand, placed the gun tip close to the water surface behind him, turned his hand into a whip, and when the moment was right, he swung it with all his strength, so fast that a sonic boom was produced. He raised the stick to block, and a huge force came from his hand. Before he could relieve the force, the water surface under his feet suddenly exploded, and a huge wave surged out from under the feet of the white-clothed scholar. Toadball's posture was immediately broken, and he was knocked away and hit the rock wall behind him. Before he could catch his breath, he saw a silver-green spear being thrown towards him. He raised his hand and knocked the spear away with his stick, then rushed towards the scholar in white. Unexpectedly, the other party was unarmed and did not retreat but advanced instead, recalling the spear in his hand halfway. The two sides fought back and forth, and every move was deadly. Gamamaru was a martial arts master with exquisite stick skills, and the other monsters had been severely beaten and killed on the spot. Although the white-clothed scholar's martial arts skills are not as good as Toadmaru's, he has a strange body shape and his body is as soft as if he has no bones. Whenever it comes to a critical moment, it is as if there is an extra person inside his body, and a force is generated to force him to change his moves, which makes Toadmaru feel prey and become more and more excited. As Princess Ichikijima showed up to help more and more frequently, Katsuki became more and more frightened. He had never felt the opponent's rapid progress so directly when watching the battle from the backstage, but now facing Gamamaru head-on, he understood what horror was. If this is truly a life-and-death struggle, I absolutely cannot drag it out with Gamamaru like this. He has a lot of thoughts in his mind, but right now the goal is to film the protagonist and train him to fight against the foreign demons, so of course he has to feed him moves like crazy and try to finish Kagaya Atsutsuki's scenes in one take. Before he could think too much, Gamamera's killing move came again, and the slug couldn't dodge it. Part of Princess Ichikijima in his body appeared again to help him avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, Gamamaru thrust the staff in his left hand, pointed with his right hand, and shouted, "Hold!" This timing was truly ingenious. It was just when Huoxia and Ichijima had lost their old strength and had not yet regained it. Their magical power surged through their bodies, hoping to break free, but it was too late. The staff swept across and hit them in the face. Boom, with a bang, the living slug only hated that he had eyes and a nose after becoming a monster. Red, black, blue and colorful things flashed before his eyes like a dying factory, making him dizzy. His nose was filled with the 5 flavors of sweet, sour, bitter and spicy. Mixed thoughts. The only thought in my mind was, it turns out that filming can really kill people. At a nearby filming base, director Masashi Ikanuma, along with 2 other actresses, White Snake and Shrimp, were observing the battlefield. I have to say, this is the good thing about female fairies, that they are particularly concerned about transformation. After all, strength is a temporary matter, but beauty is a lifelong issue. Both of them are beautiful and have white hair, which can give them a royal sister style. In terms of details, the white snake has snake-like eyes and white clothes, and is noble and cold, while the live shrimp has squinting eyes and a blue skirt, and is gentle and lovely. They are comparable to plum, orchid, chrysanthemum and bamboo. Being sandwiched between 2 beauties, I couldn't help but sigh that the director's corrupt life is beautiful. Although the 2 of them are big monsters and I can't do anything to them, at least it's a feast for the eyes, right? Huoxia thought that the other party was very strong, but when he saw his clone being beaten so badly, he couldn't help but get angry. His squinting eyes widened, and his beautiful face was covered with dark energy. The white snake next to him could no longer hold back his laughter, and the entire filming base was filled with a happy atmosphere. 2 flowers are in bloom, each showing its own beauty. Backstage is relaxed and happy, and it is actually similar on the set. The slugs have gloomy faces, while everyone else is happy. The scholar in white held a gun in his right hand and covered his face with his left hand, saying fiercely, "If you were forcing me so hard, then it's no wonder that the little snake has revealed its true form." Before he could finish his words, he had already dived into the water, and when he reappeared, he had a strange appearance with a human body and snake legs. However, Todemaru felt that this snow-white snake leg with a blue stripe in the middle reminded him of the last of the 3 holy places, the slug immortal of the wet-bone forest. Thinking that the one he was challenging now might be the slug immortal of the wet-bone forest, Todemaru felt that the flow of his magic power had increased by 3 times. An irrepressible smile of bliss appeared on his face again, and his speed increased to the extreme, bringing out a sonic boom, which was the thunder sound of his physical body. Fast. That single word summed up Gamamera's current assessment. His immense speed brought him unrivaled strength. Before his unleashed form, facing Gamamera's breakthrough, he might have been beaten like a baseball. But after his unleashed form, he gained the ability to fight back. The reasons are simple. First, the director stipulated that the white-robed scholar could use magic only after entering the 2nd stage. Second, the so-called 2nd stage was actually the full power mode in which the living slug and Ichikashima Heim's biological devices were running at full capacity. As the name suggests, Biocolonial Suit isn't just a battlefield rotation where one player ascends and the other descends. Rather, it's a symbiotic technique where one player reigns supreme, the other becomes a mount, and the 2 combine their strength to attack. Gamamaru and Hirakai have always used Biocolonial Suit mode, a low-energy mode designed to meet the needs of the plot. Now, Ryokai Cave's premier immortal technique Bicolonial Suit is fully activated. Boom, the 2 sides exchanged blows, and for the first time since its birth, Living Slug felt such exhilaration. Their bodies completely merged, giving them a broader mind, quicker reactions, more agile movements, greater strength, greater speed, and, with this spiritual unity, an even more terrifying fighting instinct. Everything has been improved, especially the feeling of turning a single-core processor into a dual-core processor, which made him even feel that he had entered another level. It turns out that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Ha 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 ha, Gamamaru. Don't die. No matter how gentle and heartwarming the slug is, it is still a peerless monster that fought its way out of the wild and occupied a paradise. Now, coupled with the wild instincts of Princess Kishima of Ryokai Cave City, her speech and movements have become a bit crazy, which made the real person at the backstage filming base speechless. The 2 men's bodies broke through the sound barrier and their weapons entangled again. Before Toadpill could pull back, the scholar in white suddenly opened his huge mouth and spit out a large amount of acidic venom. It was the unique magic of Shigu Lin's tongue and teeth sticky acid. After practice, the acid driven by magic power was even more terrifying than before. Just smelling the smell at close range gave people a feeling of burning mouth and nose. The distance was too close, and Gamamaru had no time to dodge, and he didn't care about hiding his moves. He raised his hand holding the stick slightly, and a surge of magic power drove the spiritual energy between heaven and earth up into the sky, catching all the acid. The move he used was the signature magic of Mayaboko Mountain, Frog Kumite. Since acquiring the immobilization technique, Gamamaru has been researching how to use his evolved mana to power his original celestial arts. Today, the fruits of his labor have finally blossomed. The spell-powered Frog Kumite boasts greater reach, greater power, and a superior feel when striking, a celestial art tailor-made for combat. Hiss, the terrible acid could even corrode the invisible and intangible magic power. Shocked, he quickly threw the acid at the scholar in white, and was about to give him a taste of his own medicine. The scholar in white was not afraid of danger. He stepped back and stretched out his hands, tearing himself in half. The slug sage of the wet bone forest had a divine power bestowed upon him. The great slug split, gazing at the miniature white-robed scholar with a human body and snake legs, wielding various weapons. Gamamaru had been a bit skeptical at first, but now he was practically certain that his opponent was none other than a clone of the slug sage of the wet bone forest. But it is meaningless to talk about identities now, because the two enemies have already attacked with hearty smiles. With superb martial arts, one knocked the scholar holding a dagger away, and then used a frog group to throw the other one together. Just when the two were about to roll together, there was a fierce blow, but who would have thought that the two people who collided with each other would actually merge directly into each other? Before I knew it, I had already used hundreds of moves, splitting, merging, and changing. They were strong and fierce when they came together, and strange and coordinated when they separated. There were even 3-hand and 4-hand forms, and the number of changes in moves was rare in life. Even though he was covered in wounds, Gamamaru still wanted to keep fighting with his opponent forever. Toad Pill's fighting spirit drive extraordinary recovery, and the white-clothed scholar also has a body separation. The empty transmission of power should have allowed the battle to last for days and nights. But Gamamara's rising fighting spirit began to stimulate the wisdom within his body, causing it to unconsciously merge and manifest in his frenzied fighting spirit. Before he knew it, his eyes had transformed into a cross-shaped pupil, a combination of snake and frog eyes, and snake scales began to grow on his hands. Dong, as the bell rang for the third time, accompanied by the sounds of bats and poisonous snakes in the cave, Toad Pill's thoughts returned to the battle just now. After a bitter battle, the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave hit him head-on. The white-clothed scholar retreated to the first stage and stumbled to the water surface. He said anxiously, "Wait, the frog fairy asked me to come here as an insider, so I pretended to obey the white snake's orders to guard this key path in the cave. I know your fate is not coincidental. I share the same pain and worry." It is not certain whether Toad Pills could understand these two lines of poetry, and even the person who said it might not understand them, but these were the director's lines required, and there was nothing the white-clothed scholar could do if he didn't understand, so he could only memorize them. He held his forehead with one hand as if in pain and continued, "The 6 roots left by the immortal are gone, but its spirit has not dissipated. The 6 realms of reincarnation, the tree of suffering still grows. It's best to forget what you really want. The 3rd bell is in the yard behind me. What others are thinking about all the time, is it what you want too?" After saying this, which was difficult for people to understand, he disappeared with the wind. Hearing that Lu Jen was gone, Gamamaru was very concerned and kept thinking about what the scholar in white had just said. When the bell stopped, all the doors from the front yard to the back door opened, as if to indicate that he was going to keep walking along this path. Feeling his own physical condition, Gamamaru felt more and more that he was inhuman. That he had just finished a great battle, and in less than a cup of tea, his magic power had recovered to a great extent, and his physical injuries were no longer a problem. His strength was getting stronger and his speed was getting faster. But thinking too much is definitely not the style of a battle fanatic like Gamamaru. After feeling that he was in good condition, he walked outside through the door. Without a cause, why are all the colors so vague? Without a cause, why is compassion inverted? Walking out of Longdi Cave along the road, listening to the sounds coming from my ears and looking at the starry sky, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't looked at the sky for several days. The quiet environment increased the chaotic thoughts in Gamamara's mind. He thought about the upcoming battle to save the world, the future development of Mayaboko Mountain, and himself. It seemed as if he saw himself turning into a human with frog eyes and white hair, preaching in Mayaboko Mountain. Countless toads were listening below, and he was honored as Frog Immortal. The crackling sound of electricity woke Toad Pill from his dream. Looking up, he saw a pavilion in the distance with the word Shenglong Pavilion written on it. There was a person standing in the pavilion. It was the Gourd Immortal whom we had met before. However, the Gourd Immortal this time was completely different from the last time we met. The horns on his head had become bigger and longer, and the gourd on his back was gone. In its place was a thunder crescent blade placed beside him. His yellow robe also had a few more thunder patterns on it. The only thing that had not changed was the pair of eyes of reincarnation that looked down upon the world. Seeing that Gamamaru had finally come to his senses, the little yellow dragon waved his right hand, and the long lightning sword beside him slowly flew up with a flash of lightning. He waved his right hand lightly, and the lightning blade danced in the air, saying, "The ascended frog sage is as predictable as a god, but he certainly could not have predicted that I was born with wisdom and entered the cycle of reincarnation, becoming the son of Kagaya at Satsuki. Now I have awakened." As he spoke, he pointed his sword towards Gamamaru from a distance. The blade transformed into lightning and shot out in the direction of his finger. Ding! Toad Pill swept it away with a stick. The little yellow dragon continued to speak slowly, "I exist to save the world, but I have never been a savior." As he spoke, he raised his hand and called back the weapon that had been sent flying, saying, "Without you, the cause and effect can be resolved." Listening to the other party's self-narration, which was difficult to distinguish between true and false, Gamamaru felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, because many times, caring about truth and falsehood was meaningless. There was only one thing he had to do, and that was to follow the roaring voice in his heart, to defeat, to plunder everything from the other party, to become stronger, and to win everything. Masashi Ikanuma, who was filming with a drone not far away, finally saw through his observation with the director's eye why the two of them were so tense when they met. The heaven and earth are inherently asexual and heartless, but in times of crisis, the world will not sit idly by and wait for death. Instead, it will develop some kind of magic and selectively provide greater help to some gifted creatures. Just like Gamamaru before, he has the ability to predict the future, but what he doesn't know is that this ability is actually given by this world, that he has glimpsed a corner of the future in countless timelines and provided help to all living beings. And Satsuki Higoromo is the destined protagonist he originally chose. With the intervention of Masashi Ikanuma, Gamamaru changed from his original auxiliary wise man role to a peerless strong man with the heart and power to save the world. This world has also gradually begun to increase its investment in Gamamaru, which is why Gamamaru is becoming stronger and stronger. But receiving favors from others also means being constrained by them. The power that heaven and earth can provide at the same time is limited. He urgently needs to know one thing: who is stronger, who is more worthy of investment. Therefore, whether it was because of the murderous intent from heaven or because of some mysterious feeling, when the two tigers met, feeling that the other party was as blessed as themselves, the will to fight in their hearts continued to soar, and the desire to decide the winner was completely unbearable. The first person to lose control and attack was Little Yellow Dragon. Using the thunder escape technique he was already familiar with. At this moment, it was like the might of heaven descending upon the world, magnificent and unstoppable. Boom! The thunder roared like divine punishment. In an instant, the entire Shanglong cliff was filled with lightning. Looking at the little yellow dragon bathed in thunder, it really felt like a god had wrathfully sent down divine thunder, intending to destroy the world. If the little yellow dragon is the god of thunder, then Toad Pill can be called the martial saint. In a limited space, he moves like a dragon amidst the continuously falling thunder, and manages to pass through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. Finding the right moment, he struck the phoenix through the flowers, and the ever-stretching magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave pierced through the thunder in the sky and hit the little yellow dragon's body directly. This attack was both fast and fierce. Ordinary people would only end up in regret when faced with this thundering blow. But Satsuki Higoromo was worthy of being the protagonist of the original Tien Dingpo G. His talents and understanding were all top-notch. With a wave of his right hand holding the knife, an invisible force field burst out from his body. It was the exclusive spell of the Samsara Eye, Shinra Tensei. The Rinnegan spell driven by mana is even more domineering. This Shinra Tensei is 3 times stronger than before, and the cooling time is also shortened. It can be said to be a powerful attack and defense move. The destined protagonist is powerful, but the protagonist chosen by Masashi Ikanuma is no pushover either. Seeing that the feeling was not right, he immediately retracted the stick in his hand, turned back, and used the rebound force to turn around and swing the stick again. The magic wood at the bottom of the cave extended again, like a whip, and lashed towards the little yellow dragon. While attacking, he also took care to avoid the thunder that kept falling from the sky. This series of actions really amazed the director and investors sitting in the audience. Who would have thought that the inconspicuous Toadmaru in the original plot could burst out with such amazing martial arts? Fate, sometimes, is really amazing. His own strength and the rebound force of Shinra Tensei, the two are superimposed together through Gamamera's extraordinary martial arts. If he is hit this time, Satsuki Higoromo will not have to think about the future or the position of the protagonist, and can directly enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shinra Tensei was still uncooled down, but he had more than one life-saving spell. With a flick of his body, he vanished into thin air. Seeing his opponent disappear, Gamamaru extended his staff a bit more, but still missed. With no other choice, he slammed the staff into the ground, creating a massive crater. The thunder around him had stopped, and the opponent had disappeared. Gamamaru was a little uncomfortable with the sudden change from extreme movement to extreme stillness, and he opened his perception to the fullest, but as he could see with his naked eyes, there was no living thing around him except himself. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he blocked his face with the stick in his hand. As soon as he finished the action, Toadmaru saw the little yellow dragon reappear in front of him with a knife. This predicted block was completely beyond the opponent's expectations, and the blade slashed directly on the stick. If one move fails, try another. The little yellow dragon pinched the empty space in front of him with his left hand. Toadball felt a powerful gravitational force sweeping through his body, and he flew involuntarily towards the hand in the empty grip. The magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave poked in the direction of gravity. Satsuki Higoromo, who had expected that the opponent would not be defeated so easily, immediately changed his tactics and waved his clenched hand, Shinra Tensei. Gamamaru felt like a ball, being hit back and forth by the opponent. The unprecedented experience made Gamamera's blood boil wildly. The smile on his face never stopped since the battle began. He stuck the stick into the ground to slow down madly, and said with a smile, "Fighting, I won't lose either, immobilize." As he said that, he pointed his right hand at the opponent and was about to use the immobilization technique. How could Satsuki Higoromo, who knew the opponent's moves, not be prepared? He stepped back again and disappeared into the air again. He used the genuine magical power of the Xiantian Toad Kung Fu, the gathering and dispersing chi, taught by Ikanuma Kishi. It must be said that although the director hoped that Gamamaru could defeat his opponent head-on and win the position of the destined protagonist with dignity, he always treated everyone equally when it came to teaching secret techniques. Gamamaru has the orthodox magical power of the immobilization technique, so of course the little yellow dragon, who appears as his nemesis, will also have another orthodox magical power. Gamamaru said with a fanatical smile, "This move is to turn your body into gas and then reassemble it when attacking, right?" Although it was a question, the tone was firm. He was able to see through the secrets of the moves after only seeing it once. It has to be said that Gamamara's fighting talent is indeed high. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Toad Pill did not get angry and continued, "The same move will not be effective. I will show you the new spell I have been thinking hard about and practicing for the past few days." As he spoke, his entire body glowed with the color of stone and iron. Gamamaru created his own secret magic from Mount Mayaboku, copper head and iron bones. The principle is that when one goes astray while practicing the Mayaboku mountain magic, they transform into stone toad statues. Xiantian Toad Kung Fu, a technique derived from the Mayaboku mountain cultivation method, perfectly preserves this characteristic. Gamamaru, true to his reputation as a genius, discovered this characteristic during his practice, eliminating the flaws and turning them into advantages, even learning to forge a protective layer of stone and iron around his body. With a bang, Xiao Huanlong's knife slashed at Toad Pill's body, shattering the stone and iron color, but he was also repelled by the protective magic power. Seeing the opportunity, Toad Pill hit the little yellow dragon with a stick, making the opponent stagger again. The attack was like a raging storm, one stick after another, hitting the little yellow dragon until he had no power to fight back. He was no match for Gamamaru in martial arts, so he could only use a single strike of Shinra Tensei to send the opponent flying, preparing to regroup. However, a martial arts master like Gamamaru, knowing his opponent's moves, wouldn't give him such a chance. The moment he was flung away, he grabbed the ground with his frog hands and pulled it back, closing the distance again before lashing the little yellow dragon in the face with a club. Seeing the scene, Ikanuma Masashi was thinking whether he should strengthen Kagaya at Satsuki. Because according to the original performance, Kagaya at Satsuki is the final boss of the plot. In 10 minutes, he might be beaten to his knees and beg for mercy by the current Gamamaru. Masashi Ikanuma ultimately did not make up his mind to strengthen Kagaya at Satsuki. The reason was very simple. Not to mention that Kagaya, who had eaten the chakra fruit and had an incredible amount of chakra, could not use her director-type skills normally. Even if he could, given his conceited personality, he wouldn't believe what a stranger said. Even if we take a step back and say that it really happened, and Gamamaru and the Six-Path Sage couldn't deal with her, resulting in the destruction of the entire ninja world, that would be a lot of fun. Thinking of this, he gave up the idea of strengthening Kagaya at Satsuki. The perspective returned to Shenglong Cliff again. In the few seconds when Shinra Tensei was cooling down, the little yellow dragon had been beaten dozens of times by Gamamaru. As we all know, the actor who plays Xiao Huanlong, Etsutsuki Higoromo, is descended from the Etsutsuki of the celestial race, and his mother, Etsutsuki Kagaya, is the queen who rules the world with unparalleled power. It may not be easy to say whether his bloodline is in the Etsutsuki family, but in the ninja world, he is a true noble. Due to his innate power and status, he has only fought all-out battles a handful of times since he was born. Now, he has to fight with a master like Gamamaru with all his strength. The shortcoming of cultivating magic power for a short time can be compensated by talent, but the problem of insufficient combat experience must be solved by the injuries on his body. Gamamara's attacks became more and more fierce, and his own injuries became more and more serious, but his heart became calmer and calmer, as if the closer he was to death, the closer he was to life. It's like walking into a revolving lantern of memories. A lifetime of memories flashes through my mind from the present back to my childhood, my mother, my brothers, the person I like. It's not a very interesting life, but there are many people I care about. Looking back on his life, Etsutsuki Higoromo realized that the Haori was just the fuse for his rebellion against his mother. The real reason for his rebellion against his mother was that he loved this world and could not bear to watch his mother destroy it while he completely ignored it. Being firm in one's heart is actually of no help in the current situation, because the other party is more determined to save the world and has a stronger desire to fight. The small reinforcement brought by one's firm belief cannot even make one lose gracefully. That being said, the revolving lantern of memories is not without meaning. In his memories, Etsutsuki Higoromo understood the source of the Etsutsuki clan's power, and also understood why he awakened such magical powers when he completely converted his chakra into mana. As a tribe of star-hunting gods that have evolved to the extreme, the Etsutsuki clan has long evolved to the point where all their magical powers and spells are engraved in their genes and passed down through the generations. All the magic spells that the Etsutsuki clan members need should be sought within, rather than sought outside like ordinary beings. Although Etsutsuki Higoromo did not devour the fruit of the sacred tree to fuse with the Ten Tails, resulting in his failure to awaken the divine art, Etsutsuki is still Etsutsuki, and his innate supernatural powers are full of. A lifetime passes by like a revolving lantern, but outside only a few minutes have passed. During these few minutes, Gamamaru found that the other party's eyes were becoming more and more empty, and his skills were becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the pair of Rinnegan emitted a dazzling purple light, and a huge force field surged over. It was Shinra Tensei. This Shinra Tensei was much more powerful than the previous one, and Gamamaru was knocked away because of his carelessness. After the Shinra Tensei, everything was dark. The only lights remaining were the stars in the sky and the little yellow dragon's pair of eyes that looked down upon the world. After glancing around briefly, he stared at Gamamaru silently. He sighed, "It feels like a lifetime ago. Sorry, Gamamaru, I kept you waiting." The tone of voice changed from slow to fast, from calm to passionate, and in the end the tone and intonation were exactly the same as that of Gamamaru, who was filled with fighting spirit. Holding the long sword in front of him in a stance with both hands, Gamamaru might not have seen any secrets, but director Ikanuma Masashi was stunned. The fight had already started again. After a few more glances, he said in disbelief, "Go. Garo Bagua stick. What is cultural export? This is cultural export." He never dreamed that after traveling through time, he would see the famous Wulang Bagua stick on a native. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Ikanuma Masashi has never understood the meaning of these 8 words so clearly that even aliens from another world know Chinese martial arts, so how could I not work hard to learn Kung Fu? P.S. Boruto's Momoshiki Bagwazang is too classic for Naruto's Wing Chun. I've long wanted to create a fantasy world of Naruto. Looking back at Shenglong Cliff, the entire cliff has been blown to pieces. If it weren't for the Longdi Cave protected by a barrier, the entire mountain would have exploded. The White Snake Immortal looked at the current Longdi Cave and felt so sad that he had no tears left. But the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Although Toadmaru's stick technique was unconventional, he had the advantage of high talent and the stick technique suited him. Although this was Little Yellow Dragon's first time using the Wulang Bagua staff, he knew it was ingrained in his genes, so he didn't need to practice. He was already a master of the staff technique at the highest level. Now, using the staff technique with a knife was even more ingenious. The two sides exchanged blows, and it was a truly spectacular fight. Boom, the weapons of both sides collided again. Xiao Huanglong changed his tactics and slashed with the Thunder Crescent blade, then used the knife to unleash the Shinra Tensei. Toadpill had not expected the opponent to have this trick. In order to avoid being hit into the air, he had to let go and let the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave fly out. But Gamamaru was no pushover. As soon as his weapon was knocked away, he launched a powerful upwards attack, aiming at the knife in Little Yellow Dragon's hand. He then slammed a punch into his opponent's abdomen, forcing Little Yellow Dragon to dodge and his weapon to fall out of his hand. The round ended in a draw. Their weapons fell behind them simultaneously, but neither of them both made the effort to retrieve them. They simultaneously took a step forward and engaged in close combat. As the saying goes, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Their attacks and defenses were incredibly fast and fierce, and within about 10 seconds, dozens of moves had already been exchanged. Gamamaru discovered that his opponent's martial arts skills became more than 10 times stronger after his sudden enlightenment. It was still okay when they were both holding weapons. After all, he was also a master of stick skills, and the two sides could fight to a draw. Without weapons, my boxing skills are indeed not that good, but the opponent is still so strong, and I was actually suppressed by the opponent. If it weren't for the strange and changeable frog Kumite moves, I would have been beaten to a loss of my weight. Who can I complain to? With no other choice, he could only punch the other person hard in the face, ready to keep some distance at any time. Facing the attack, Xiao Huanglong remained calm, took circular steps, turned his fists into palms, slapped his left hand back to dissipate the force of the fists, and with his right hand as fast as a cannonball, his 5 fingers turned into knives and stabbed at the opponent's eyes that were burning with fighting spirit. At the same time, he kicked with his foot, and attacked the vital points from both top and bottom almost at the same time. Gamamaru became crazy after fighting for a long time. He bent his whole body backwards to avoid the attack from above. At the same time, he raised his legs and stepped on the Little Yellow Dragon's feet to gain leverage. He did a beautiful backflip and hit the opponent's chin hard. Unexpectedly, the opponent could make such a beautiful counterattack even when being suppressed so badly. The Little Yellow Dragon smiled instead of getting angry, and with a wave of his right hand, Shinra Tensei, the toad pill was deflected away. The wonderful confrontation between the two made several audience members on the scene say that it was exciting. Director Masashi Ikanuma couldn't help but think that with such wonderful Garo Bagua stick and Yushin Bagua palm in the play, how popular it would be and how much money would be made. Gamamaru carefully adjusted his position before performing a backflip. After launching himself into the air, he scooped up the magic wood from the bottom of the cave with his right hand. He stood still, regrouped, and with his left hand, he grabbed the gourd and gulped down a large gulp. Feeling the pleasure of the spiritual fluid entering his body, he laughed wildly. "How did you do that? This is so interesting." Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward again, staff in hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huanglong said nothing, laughed heartily, opened his hand, and the Thunder Crescent blade returned to his hand again, and the two of them fought again. To be honest, if the two of them had to decide the winner, Xiao Huanglong had the body of an immortal, and Gamera was driven by supernatural powers and fighting spirit, so the two of them would have no problem fighting for days and nights. As to why Gamamaru didn't transform into Guangji and the two of them worked together to defeat the opponent, it was because he could feel that this was a battle between him and the Little Yellow Dragon. That it didn't matter if Guangji was inside his body, but if he were to be replaced, Gamamera's self-esteem as a battle maniac would not be able to accept it. Sensing Gamamera's thoughts, Guangji also tried his best to shrink himself, striving not to affect the battle between the two. If Masashi Ikanuma is a famous director who makes art films and wins awards, then there is no problem in accompanying them to shoot for 10 days or half a month. But the problem is that he is not. He is just an unknown newcomer. He doesn't know if anyone will watch the things he shoots, so why would he waste time here? Seeing that neither of them could do anything to the other, he immediately made a decision in his mind. He used his director skills to communicate the script and forcibly control it. Satsuki Higoromo, who was already starting to get a little excited about fighting, and asked him to act according to the script. By the way, after Satsuki Higoromo switched to practicing magic, he converted all his chakra into magic. The quality was higher, and the total amount did not decrease because the new training method included the Sage mode. However, the director type skills depend on the energy level, so the skills can still be used on him. In fact, if you insist, Ikanuma Saisu can also burst out combat powers similar to Gamamaru and the others. After all, he is the real first immortal in the world. He has all the talents and favors from heaven, and his divine powers are close to awakening. Don't think that his fighting power is exaggerated. That you should know that before the plot began, Gamamaru was about the same level as Ikanuma Saishin, who had just traveled back to the past and practiced magic for half a day. But Gamamaru fought all the way, and if they really fought, the Frog Immortal would probably be beaten by the new generation of Frog Immortal and fly in the air for a while. Back to the point, just as he came to his senses, Gamamara's stick was already in front of him. That he cursed 1,000 times in his mind, but he had no choice but to go with the flow and pretended that he was unable to defend himself, and was directly blasted off the cliff by Gamamaru. How should I describe the acting? To use the words of two viewers, White Snake and Living Slug, it's a bit fake. In disbelief, Toad Pill walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The cliff was shrouded in mist, and he couldn't find the little yellow dragon for a while. Suddenly, thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck the clouds. A dragon with the eyes of reincarnation flew into the sky, riding the lightning. It opened its mouth and said, "The immortal said that sacrificing oneself for the sake of righteousness is my destiny. I believe it, but I don't admit it. I hope you can defeat the demons from outer space. As fate would have it, we might as well take another gamble." As he spoke, his entire body turned into light and merged into Gamamara's body, forming a wedge on the back of his right hand. Perfect. Ikanuma Masashi secretly applauded the special effects he created. The position of the destined protagonist is worthless in the eyes of the director. The original script was that Gamamaru and Xiao Huanglong became friends and worked together to defeat Kagaya at Satsuki. This also coincides with the plot in the original history of the ninja world where Higoromo and Hamura jointly sealed their mother, except that Gamamaru took Hamura's place. But after knowing that Yui awakened the magical power of Wedge, the first thing he did was to understand its ability. I don't know if it's due to the enhancement of magic power or a gift from God, but Satsuki Higoromo's wedge is stronger and more domineering than before. Not only does it have the original abilities, but it can also actively transform its body into a wedge and possess other organisms, learning the strengths of other lives to optimize itself. It is truly powerful. Since they are so powerful, Ikanuma Kishi has a new idea. That is to merge the two together and fight with the strongest posture. Kagaya at Satsuki. In Gamamara's spiritual world, Gamamaru, at Satsuki Higoromo, and Hirakai looked at each other. When they arrived in the spiritual world, many things no longer needed to be said. Through the exchange of thoughts, the three of them quickly reached a consensus. What's a good final boss fight without some cool new gear? While Gamamaru is still distracted by the wedge fusion, Ikanuma Masashi has already pulled out his long-prepared one-time armor and is ready to film his transformation video. Unexpectedly, Toad Pill suddenly flew into the air, emitting a dazzling golden light, just like the scorching sun suddenly appearing in the dark night. The strong light dispelled the darkness around it, and the dark long decayed mountains were rarely sunny. The inhuman features on his body gradually faded away, and thick white hair slowly grew on his head, and eventually he turned into a handsome white-haired young man with cool fair skin. White Snake, come out alive and see God. Looking at the development that was completely beyond his expectations, Masashi Ikanuma recalled the lines from Stephen Chow's classic movies in his mind, but the feeling of loneliness without anyone to support him was also quite disappointing. The shooting opportunity is rare and will never come again. He shook his head to put aside the feeling of loss and devoted himself to the special effects production and disposable equipment operation. There is no energy level limit for special effects production. The host can think of the effect and invest a small amount of energy, which can be completed by system projection, but those disposable equipment for showing off can only be done by oneself. Gamamaru, who was flying in the air, slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of mutated Rinnegan. The snake pupils and frog eyes overlapped to form a cross that passed through the circles of patterns of the Rinnegan, looking extremely divine. For golden rays of light descended from the sky, and he instinctively raised his hand to block them. A flash of golden light passed through, and a pair of exquisitely beautiful gauntlets appeared on his arms. They were the same jade-inlaid flying dragon handles from Black Otak Wukong. Several more golden rays of light struck him in quick succession. He discovered a phoenix wing purple gold crown, chainmail armor, and lotus silk cloud walking shoes, all identical designs made by the Black Otak fandom. These disposable pieces of equipment for showing off are made of inferior materials and crudely made. In the eyes of other immortals, they may be destined to be turned into ashes, but as a director, Ikanuma Kishi wants to be cool. There is only one thing that makes these things called magic weapons, and that is that they can turn into golden light. When the human body touches the golden light, it can be equipped on the body. Apart from that, they have no other use. Even its basic function as protective gear has been greatly reduced due to excessive emphasis on aesthetics during refining. But it doesn't matter. The strength of the protagonists in film and television dramas is reflected by their fashion sense. As long as they are handsome enough, all problems are not problems. As for how Kagaya Atsutsuki will solve the problem, just look at the Super Gamamaru, who is as good as a god. If she can last for 10 minutes, she wins. He was fully armed, and the weapon in his hand slowly lit up with 5 large gilded characters: cave, bottom, magic, treasure, wood. At the backstage filming base, White Snake and Living Slug stared at the screen and thought to themselves, this is what a great demon should be like. At this time, a pair of unpleasant words sounded in the ears of the White Snake. It's your turn, White Snake Fairy, why are you still watching? The person who spoke was not Ikanuma Kishi but someone else. Upon hearing this, the White Snake's face turned pale and he said in disbelief, I'm playing with toad pills, really? It's no wonder that Beishi was surprised, because the newly revised script clearly states that after Toad Pill and Little Yellow Dragon merge, the chapter boss Beishaxian, who is the mastermind behind the reincarnation of the immortal 6 roots, will appear and fight with the protagonist. Wait until Gamamaru becomes familiar with his new power and then find an opportunity to surrender, and then send the protagonist to fight the final boss of the story, Kagaya Atsutsuki. The script is very good. As the boss of the chapter, the White Snake Fairy will at most lose face. The White Snake has lived for so many years, and she doesn't think losing face is a big deal. But after watching the battle between the two just now, and then looking at the Super Toadmaru on the screen now, you can feel the exaggerated momentum coming from Shenglong Cliff. The White Snake felt that it was not worthy of taking 3 moves in front of the opponent, and if it really had to fight, it would probably not even have time to kneel down and beg for mercy. In a few seconds, it would become a dead snake and turn into ashes. The White Snake had just embarked on a new path and still had plenty of time to waste in the future. How could she want to die here? She immediately hugged Chizuru Kishi's right hand and pleaded, Master Frog Immortal, I am truly unable to take on such a heavy responsibility. Please, director, revise the script and save me from this fate. Ikanuma Masashi felt the same way when he heard it, but the problem was that time was running out and it was time for the actors to go on stage. He immediately said anxiously, there's no time to change the script. Just skip the battle and improvise the plot as you see fit. Go ahead. It would be troublesome if Gamamaru hits us with a few sticks to test his strength. To protect her family business, the White Snake had no choice but to go on the road in tears. During this time, she looked back at Ikanuma Kishi with affection every few steps. I didn't know what it was like to see a scumbag forcing a woman into prostitution. When you put on this armor, you look just like that cruel Frog Immortal. The voice and tone were artificial and coquettish. Even without seeing the person, just by hearing the voice, one could tell that the person speaking was a beautiful woman with a charming demeanor. I saw a cold and beautiful woman walking out of the cave directly. The White Snake did not transform at all and did not hide its breath. It just walked out in its original form. Toad Pill can ignore whether you are a beauty or not, but when he hears the name of Frog Immortal, he can't help but ask. He descended from the sky and asked in a 3-in-1 composite electronic sound, White Snake Immortal, what do you want from me? Listening to this 3-in-1 composite electronic music with an extremely high degree of second-level melody, Ikanuma Masashi, who was on standby nearby, was so excited that he couldn't control himself and didn't even care about Beishihei's own cruelty. It is also confirmed that Gamamaru is still the dominant one in the body, and the 3 of them have no mutual thoughts. It is very simple. The other 2 know White Snake. If their thoughts are connected, there is no reason to use question sentence. He was not afraid that Gamamaru would give up and not continue according to the plot after knowing the truth. After all, the power is real and saving the world is a sincere wish. But if he revealed everything, there would not be so much drama and the plot would not be so interesting. It's nothing. I just came to congratulate you on completing the trial with the Frog Immortal and me, and then send you to where you should go now. Let's go. As the White Snake spoke, he turned his right hand, and Ikanuma Masashi, who maintained his invisible state, immediately opened a portal leading to the sky above Kagaya Atsutsuki's bedroom. Big, 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 big. The magic tree at the bottom of the cave grew in the wind, and soon it fell towards the sleeping Kagaya Atsutsuki like a pillar supporting the sky. Kagaya Atsutsuki, who had been feeling restless these past few days and had been sleeping lightly, suddenly woke up and opened a black portal directly from behind her. It was her signature spell, Yomi Hirasaka. With a loud bang, the momentum was as huge as the collapse of Mount Yu. The shockwave was extremely well controlled, and only the entire palace was invaded. The pillar of heaven slowly retracted, and the frightened residents nearby discovered that a powerful figure was standing on the top of the pillar. Awesome! A weird triple electronic music sound came out from the mouth of this strong man. Before he could finish his sigh, a black portal suddenly opened behind him, and a snow-white jade hand stretched out from it, stabbing towards the back of Toadpill. Without even turning his head, Toadpill reached back and grabbed the slender jade hand, throwing it over his shoulder. Kagaya Atsutsuki stood still in the air, staring intently at Gamamera's mutated eyes of reincarnation, and asked, "Who are you? why do you feel so familiar to me? Gamamaru smiled slightly, and at Satsuki Higoromo's voice rang out, I haven't seen you for a few days, but how come you can't even recognize your son's eyes, mother? As he spoke, the wedge in Gamamara's hand and the power of Guangji began to be released, snake-scale patterns spread all over his body, and the aura of Atsutsuki and the snake demon began to burst out from him. A trace of surprise flashed across Kagaya Atsutsuki's face, and she said, impossible, how could you have a wedge? Mother, what happened? Atsutsuki Hamura, who was blown away by the shockwave, arrived late. Before he could figure out what happened, he was kicked away by Gamamaru, who didn't want to explain too much. Don't get in the way. Atsutsuki Hamura had already crashed through a mountain and fainted before these words reached Kagaya's ears, which shows how fast Gamamaru is now. Seeing that the opponent was so ferocious, Kagaya Atsutsuki did not want to fight anymore and opened the portal at the fastest speed in her lifetime. It seemed that she had to use up all her strength and the best strategy was to run away. But she was fast, and Gamamaru was even faster. Before the portal was fully opened, a stick stopped in front of him. Turning around, he saw the cross-shaped Rinnegan. Suppressed by the opponent's momentum, Kagaya Atsutsuki dared not move, feeling the weapon gently placed on her body. Stand firm. A gentle voice sounded in my ears, and a huge force came. After being knocked away, I realized that I was being swung out like a ball. Boom! Before he could react to being knocked flying, his body hit something and was forcibly stopped. This feeling of going from extreme stillness to extreme movement and then back to extreme stillness in just a moment made her want to vomit immediately. Holding on to the wall of the cave he had just crashed into, feeling the chakra coming from all around, he realized that he had been knocked into the sacred tree. The mental damage of this attack was much higher than the physical damage. At this moment, Kagaya Atsutsuki's face was full of anger, and she punched the sacred tree hard. As she did so, the divine tree transformed into its 10 tails form and was sucked into its body, angrily saying, I don't care who you are, all of this chakra belongs to me, give me back your power. Powerful aura surged from Kagaya Atsutsuki, and for a moment, she felt as if she were competing against Gamamaru. She gathered the truth-seeking jade in her hands before her and flew towards Gamamaru, who was watching her silently from the sky. That's more like it. He struck the daggers back at Kagaya Atsutsuki one by one like hitting a baseball. For the 3-in-1 Super Gamamaru, facing an opponent with this kind of power was quite interesting. Suddenly sensing a delicate hand appearing behind him, Gamamaru turned slightly, gently grasped the delicate hand, and pulled the other person out of the alien space. Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Kagaya Atsutsuki did not hesitate and immediately activated her innate ability to absorb all the chakra back. After taking a breath, he immediately discovered that the other party was not using chakra, but a higher level of power. He said in surprise, impossible, why can't I recover the chakra from you? What's the matter with the power you used? Gamamaru had already seen this result, so he didn't explain at the moment. He just clenched his hand, swung it, and then used a stick to knock the opponent away. The fight was intense on the field, and Ikanuma Masashi, who was filming in the background, was also directing the angles of the drone shot enthusiastically. Throughout the whole show, there was only one dissatisfaction and one question. What is unsatisfactory is that, perhaps because the 3-in-1 power is too strong and it makes people dizzy, Super Gamamaru behaves extremely frivolously during the battle. I really don't know how Atsutsuki Higoromo will face his mother after they separate. However, he is a very filial son in the original novel and now, so there shouldn't be any problems. The question is, theoretically, Kagaya who ate the chakra fruit is already the 10 tails Jinchuriki, so why can the body of the sacred tree still turn into the 10 tails, and become stronger after swallowing it? But the plot of the Naruto world is so confusing, it's just a small problem, so just ignore it. Returning to this side of the battlefield, Kagaya Atsutsuki in the 10 tails form is just a child with weapons in Gamamara's eyes. Although her attack power is strong and can hurt adults, there is a world of difference between adults and children. 80 God's Air Attack, useless. Infinite Moonlight Reading, useless. Rabbit Hair Needle, useless. Kill the Ashes Together, useless. Huankwan Hirazaka, useless. Kagaya Atsutsuki had never faced such a desperate situation. She tried every method, every trick, using ninjutsu, illusion, taijutsu, and eye techniques. The man opposite her, with his cross-shaped samsara eyes, didn't even budge. He was like a monster. She swept him away with one stick in one person. She was completely desperate. After being stabbed out of the 10 tails by a stick, she asked, who are you? Just as Gamamaru was about to speak, Ling Zinzi said, 6 paths, frog sage. Then he swung with all his strength, threw Atsutsuki Kagaya into the air, and then handed his body to him according to the agreement with Atsutsuki Higoromo. Magical powers, 6 paths, earth-shattering star. When they changed people, Kagaya Atsutsuki had already secretly thrown Black Zetsu out. Everything returns to the original plot. After everything was done, Super Gamamaru emitted a white light and then split into 3. Ikanuma Kishi also took the opportunity to release Guangmu. The 4 of them looked at each other, none of them speaking first. Guangji and Guangmu were speaking out of instinct, while Gamamaru and Yui were reluctant to speak because of their recent frivolous behavior. But it was not a good idea to keep dragging it on, so Gamamaru broke the silence first. My dear friends, I plan to go back to Mayaboku Mountain. You can come to Mayaboku Mountain to spar with me anytime when you are free. I will give the magic tree to you, Yui, as agreed. After that, he ran towards Mayaboku Mountain without looking back. Seeing someone take the lead in saying goodbye, Guanji also said goodbye, and then took Guanmu, who was sucked into the gourd like a dead dog, and walked towards Lonely Cave. Seeing everyone disperse, Satsuki Higoromo sighed, looked at the 10 tails that was knocked to the ground and couldn't even get up, and absorbed the seal into his body as he had originally planned. It's not that they don't want to destroy the magic tree directly, but this tree has been rooted in this world for too long and has become a part of nature, and has developed the ability of immortality. Therefore, if you don't want to deal with the 10 tails going berserk every once in a while, it's best to absorb it. All this information came from the Itsutsuki bloodline in Itsutsuki Higoromo's body. After discussion, the three of them felt that there was no reason not to believe it. Even Yui had a vague feeling that Gamamaru intentionally left the 10 tails to him because he wanted to fight him with all his strength again to make up for the regret that the previous battle started well but ended badly. The show ended, and the main and supporting characters departed. But director Masashi Ikonuma still had a lot of work to do. First, he had to film scenes with Jiro and Saburo Itsutsuki, and plant some foreshadowing in them for the next film. He distributed his pay one by one, took one last look at the world, and then stepped through the portal back to his room. As soon as he returned to the room of the original time, he smiled at the moonlight outside the window. The joy of creating history by himself was indescribable to outsiders. He casually set up an isolation barrier and felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the room was lower than that of Mount Mayaboku. He thought that his cultivation speed would have to slow down. Suddenly, he remembered that he had changed history, and immediately ran to find the history textbook. Host, don't worry too much. Since the time period of this filming is so long ago, the number of people affected is limited, and most of them are great monsters in the mountains. In addition, history has a certain inertia, and you and the modern protagonists also have an anchoring effect on history. Therefore, this system speculates that this filming will not have a significant impact on the history of the ninja world to this day. The mechanical voice of the system AI sounded in his mind, making Ikonuma Masashi unsure whether to be happy or sad. If you think about it carefully, the system analysis is actually very reasonable. Not to mention that the human race in the ninja world has been changed by the magic tree, they are naturally suitable for cultivating chakra. The influence of those great monsters in the mountains on history was not great to begin with. Even at Satsuki Higoromo, the six-path sage who had the greatest influence on the course of history, would not have been able to pass on the knowledge taught by Ikonuma Saisuke. The reason is simple. With Itsutsuki Higoromo's talent, it was only a matter of time before he discovered that the martial arts passed down by the frog sage was a magic skill for killing people to level up, and it wouldn't be long. With his ideal of connecting the hearts of the whole world and his kind nature, he would definitely not pass on anything related to the innate toad skill. But the past is the past. Even if I want to change the new history now, I can no longer go back to that time period because that new history already contains me. Therefore, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. If the host doesn't want to lose the advantage of knowing the plot, he still has a chance to regret it. In the future, he can just follow the trend and do some comparisons, secret revelations, etc. He won't change history anymore. It won't be as exciting, but he can still maintain his advantage. Masashi Ikonuma didn't say anything, but was completely focused on flipping through the book. Until he turned to a certain page, he smiled and laughed very happily. Doesn't that change things? That page clearly stated that during the Second Shinobi World War, when the Rain Ninjas were battling Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orikimura summoned a Sancho, salamander, to spray poison over a large area, incapacitating a large number of Konoha ninjas. The three of them, acting as a mobile force, rushed to the battlefield, turning the tide and defeating Hansho, one of the most powerful ninjas of the time. They were revered by the world as the three ninjas of Konoha. History is now like a house that has been replaced and renovated. Although it looks exactly the same on the outside due to various reasons, the inside is different. I will not stop renovating this house. After Ikonuma finished speaking, he closed the book, smiled, and continued, this is my view on history. By the way, what is anchoring? Anchoring means that the world strives to ensure the birth and interaction of the host, you, shifting the present toward your original present to ensure that you will be born and change history. The system explained slowly in an AI voice, then changed the subject, thank fate for letting me meet you. I like you more and more, host. Sir. Why are you saying so much? Open the editing interface, play the footage, and let's start editing. After staying up all night editing the film, he went to the classroom the next day still full of energy. Looking at his classmates who he had known for many years, Ikonuma Masashi wanted to laugh, because just now, the system prompted that the Skylight System 1.0 had been set up. In the noisy classroom, Masashi Ikonuma had already sent out a drone to film the famous first kiss scene between Naruto and Sasuke. Before long, Naruto climbed onto the table of fate, gave his first kiss, and began a life of entanglement with Uchiha Sasuke, a life of love and hate. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of ping-pong, Naruto appeared again and had been beaten into a pig's head by the violent girls. He lay on the table sighing. Are you okay, idiot? Masashi Ikanuma's gentle voice sounded beside Naruto. As a reincarnated academic master, his ability to socialize has always been his advantage. He has a good relationship with all his classmates, especially Naruto, whom he has always regarded as his best friend. I don't deny that I had a certain utilitarianism when I first met Naruto, but after getting to know him, I found that he was just a kind-hearted kid who was a bit pitiful, so I put aside my interests and got along with him as an ordinary friend. Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and saw the smirking face of Ikanuma Masashi. He said indignantly, "Why do girls like the cocky Sasuke?" Ikanuma Masashi laughed, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "Speaking of which, Sasuke is liked by many people in the class. Naruto, how does it feel about taking his first kiss? Take the opportunity to plant the seeds of mana in Naruto so that it won't be too obvious when needed." Naruto and Sasuke lost their guard immediately, slammed the table and said in unison, "That wasn't our first kiss." A solemn and murderous atmosphere emanated from the podium, and Umino Iruka's roar rushed towards them. "You two, sit down." Ha 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 ha. The happy atmosphere filled the classroom, diluting the sadness of going our separate ways soon. Class 9, Izuno Yuki, Ikanuma Saishi, and Amando. Alas, there was a sigh all around. After all, Ikanuma Masashi was the top student in the class. Although he was not as good looking as Sasuke, he was still quite capable in fighting, and naturally he had a lot of little fans. Soon the divisions of each group were announced, and the 9 students of the same grade were divided into classes as in the original book. The time would be long if there were books, short if there were no books. Time passed quickly to the afternoon, and the leading ninjas took turns to appear and take away the classes they were in charge of. Suddenly, a Jonin instructor with black hair and a ponytail, a scar on the right corner of his lip, and wearing a tight black combat uniform with a green Jonin vest strode into the classroom and said, "Class 9, follow me." On an empty rooftop, Bayun Zayajian looked at the 3 people who had arrived and said, "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Bayun Zayajian. I like everyone in Konoha village and hate people who destroy Konoha. My dream is to protect everyone, and my hobby is practicing swordsmanship." After that, he pointed at Ikanuma Kishi, who arrived the fastest among the 3. "My name is Masashi Ikanuma. I like observing other people and hate things that remain unchanged. My dream is to see the world and my hobby is keeping records." After saying this, Masashi Ikanuma looked at Yuki Izuno, who was the second person to reach the roof. She is the only girl in the trio, with shoulder-length orange hair, a white hood on her head, 2 lines of oil paint on her pretty face, and a white short skirt, giving her the image of a heroic female ninja. "My name is Izuno Yuki. I like cats. My favorite animal is dogs. My dream is to become a great female ninja like Tsunade-sama. My hobby is raising cats." Seeing the previous one finish speaking, Yamendu immediately continued, "My name is Yamendu. I like swordsmanship and hate green peppers. My dream is to become the best swordsman in the entire ninja world. My hobby is collecting ninja swords." With his passionate voice, spiky short hair, masculine face, and a katana on his back, he looks just like the protagonist of a passionate fighting comic. Among the 3 people, Ikanuma Masashi is the all-around genius who is the best in the grade. Yuki Izuno comes from a small family, the Izuno family, which is the family of the cat girl in Boruto, and has a high level of close combat skills. Although the remaining Yamendu has a low level of academic performance, he is good at swordsmanship and his combat skills are not too weak in the ninja school. According to the 3rd generation's idea of class division, the 9th class should be the attack class. Bayun nodded in the morning, not knowing whether he felt it was a good idea or not, and said, "That's all for the self-introduction. The actual combat exercise will begin tomorrow, so we are dismissed now." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black curtain appeared in the sky. Not only the sky, but also the walls, windows, ceilings. As long as there is intelligent life, there will always be a piece of black curtain in front of you. Everyone, be on guard. A strange phenomenon had descended from the sky, and it was unknown whether it was good or bad. As a seasoned elite jonin, Bayun Zhao was absolutely vigilant. He gave a warning and then immediately protected everyone behind him. The expected attack did not come. The words "visual debugging" kept flashing across the sky, and then a mechanical and dull voice came from the sky. 123, 123, test microphone, illusion solution. When you encounter something you don't understand, the first thing you should do is try to dispel the illusion. That was a good judgment, but it was useless. Can you see the words in the sky? After receiving the affirmative answer from the 3 people, Bayun Zhao frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Come with me first, let's go to a safe place." Ikanuma Masashi followed behind, looking at this unknown jonin in the original work with approval. His judgment was correct, it was an illusion. However, as long as they are still on this planet, any life with chakra or mana in its body will be forcibly affected. Although the attack power is weakened to 0 due to the increased transmission efficiency and the increase of unbreakable characteristics, the essence of this move is indeed infinite Tsukuyomi. Ikanuma Masashi provided ideas and system operation, using data collected during previous filming. The remaining branches of the magic tree were made into transmitting antennas, which transformed Xiao Su's natural spiritual energy into illusion waves, covering the entire planet. This move was named Infinite Tsukuyomi Ultimate Weakened Version Ninja World Style Sky Curtain 1.0 by Masashi Ikanuma. The lives of all the people in the ninja world were disrupted by the sudden appearance of the sky curtain. They looked up in surprise and found that no matter from which angle they looked, the sky curtain was in the center of their sight, which was extremely magical. Such a large-scale illusion frightened all the people in the ninja world, but the power of the illusion lies here. No matter whether you look at the sky or other places, there is always a piece of sky in front of you. Even if you close your eyes, you can see it. The dark sky suddenly lit up. A fountain shot up into the sky, spilled onto the ground to form a swamp, and finally flattened into a logo. The initial difference between the Bilibili version and the Ninja World Special version appears here. The Bilibili version has the 4 big words Chizhuan Media under the logo, but in the Ninja World, these 4 big words are not there to avoid the host being associated. This drama is entirely based on real people and events. Any similarities are by no means coincidental. Black Ninja World Toad, 5 large gilded characters popped up one by one. Thousands of years ago, the outer demon clan at Satsuki brought the clan's most precious treasure, the 10 demonic trees, to plunder the world's spiritual energy, refine life into evil weapons, and all living beings in the world were in danger. The sky curtain changes from dark to bright, from far to near, passing through the sky, the magic tree, the palace, and finally to Mayaboku Mountain, until the scene of Toadmaru, who is soundly sleeping, is shown. In order to make it easier for the audience to understand, the name and a series of titles appear on the toad's head. Gamamaru, Young Master of Mount Maya. Boku, Frog of Destiny, Future Savior, Future Sage of the 6 Paths Frog. The series of titles made the ninja world dizzy. The ninja world is very large, with countless characters performing countless epic stories, but the ninja world is also very small, so small that some actors from that time are still alive. So the script was all for this moment. 1,000 years have already passed in the blink of an eye. Are you still going to fight, Gamamaru? In a blasted and tattered forbidden area of Mayaboku Mountain, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a flaming double-headed sword was speaking to Gamamaru not far away. It's not too late to watch the Frog Immortal movie first. Let's go, Guangji. Let's go to the main hall and watch while we eat. Now that there are movies in the ninja world, countless powerful people are wondering what's wrong with such a mysterious and powerful person releasing such a powerful illusion just to play a movie for everyone. A strong and tall figure soon appeared on the sky screen, with the words Frog Immortal written next to the figure. The Frog Immortal passed on his skills in the dream, and after a while, the golden light turned Toadpill into a famous frog wearing a walker suit. The Frog Immortal's power was clearly revealed at this moment. Just by touching the top of his head, he was able to help Gamamaru transform into a human body. He also learned from him the origins of the outer demons, the protagonist of the world's destiny, and other secrets of the world. The informed people like White Snake, Living Slug, and 6 Paths Sage were all shocked when they saw why Toadpill was passing on his skills. Although I have known for a long time that Gamamaru can see the future, I didn't expect that this is the ability given to the Destiny Frog by the world. So, as the Destiny Frog of the previous generation mentioned by the Frog Immortal, didn't it have other world-class disasters in the past? Could he, also a Frog of Destiny, see further? What was the significance of a movie broadcast 1,000 years ago? Was this the beginning of another catastrophe? That day, they pondered a great deal. I didn't expect that the Frog Immortal could even film what happened in his dreams. The protagonist, Gamamaru, was very happy to watch while eating and chatting. Guangji chimed in, the Frog Immortal is truly powerful. If it weren't for him, I would have been reduced to dust long ago. I wonder when I'll have the chance to thank him in person. The directing skills are truly conceptual skills that you can create special effects in dreams, and of course you can also shoot in dreams. In a dormitory of U Province University in China, Blue Star, Nai Yungang returned to the dormitory. Brother, what kind of movie is this with such awesome quality? Bulletin Jingfeng, who was watching the video, said without turning his head, Black Ninja World Toad, it's said to be a fan fiction of Naruto's prehistoric story. So cool? Pure plagiarism, a fake work. No, with such impressive technical skills, you're making plagiarized fanfiction. That's crazy. It's just that crazy. After all, the Naruto world is beautifully drawn, and the resulting filming, in the eyes of Bilibili viewers, is a super high-definition CG movie with a Naruto style. If it was really done by hand, then the technical level is truly sky-high. Willing to be a horse and a cow for copper coins, the plot soon plays to the point where Gamamaru bravely enters the Ryokai cave. The focus of audiences around the world is completely different. After realizing that resistance is futile, the ninja community has begun discussing the plot and the magical skills that Gamamaru has mastered. This magical skill can allow ninja beasts to cultivate into human form. It's a pity that we can't see it in the movie, otherwise I would definitely let my ninja beast try it. Transformation jutsu, huh? Probably not. It's hard to act with such uncoordinated hands and feet. Similar discussions abound. Of course these are all from viewers who don't know Gamamaru. Those who do know Gamamaru are even more amused. One of the frog demons on Mayaboku Mountain laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I never thought, our Mayaboku Mountain martial god, 6 Paths Frog Sage was beaten to the ground by several poisonous snakes when he was young. You're talking so loudly, you're risking your life. Be careful, the Frog Sage will catch you and train you. This is Jiraiya, who felt that the plot was about Mayaboku Mountain, so he went there to see if there was anything he needed help with. Gamabunta, Jiraiya, roll around Mayaboku Mountain 100 times right now. Ha, why are you going even though I didn't tell you? The Barijanbai station is the destined person who was beaten and rolled on the ground. This is me. I just came back from watching the ending. Even though he is beaten so badly now, he will become a god of war soon. Don't drama through. The movements are as smooth as motion capture, and the character modeling is as exquisite as a real person. If you post it on Bilibili for free viewing, can you really recoup your investment? Plagiarism, garbage. You're getting something for free and you're still criticizing the technical experts, right? Everyone, please read the Up Masters Dynamics, authorized. The video was filled with various comments, while Bilibili was frantically looking for operators of Shizeo Media. Haven't you contacted him yet? I can't contact them at all, and I can't even find out how they uploaded the video. I even doubt we can delete this video. Cyber Haunted, although the world is different, there is one consensus: is this world crazy? Why would such a great god make such a movie? Hiruzen, what are you doing? Immediately investigate and capture the person who unleashed this genjutsu. The visitor broke into the Hokage's office directly. The third Hokage, who was standing at the window watching a movie, turned around and saw a bandage around his right eye and an X-shaped scar on his chin. The visitor was none other than the Napekage, Danzo Shimura. Following behind were two other old classmates, Mito Kato and Yutain Koharu. Remember to knock before you come in next time. Tell me, what's going on? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't know why he was always so tolerant of this old classmate. Perhaps this was friendship. This sky curtain illusion is very helpful to us. I think the caster is very likely within the Fire Nation. That we should send a large force to search for him as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his old friend's Alzheimer's disease was getting worse. All he talked about was searching, and he didn't think about offending the other party, which would cause them to release a sky curtain to block the vision of the Konoha ninjas. It won't be long. Just 2 hours a day for a month, and Konoha village will declare bankruptcy because the failure rate of Konoha ninja missions is skyrocketing. Being a smooth talker is a must for politicians. The third Hokage spoke without hesitation. The other party's purpose is still unknown. At present, it seems that they are just promoting the movie. A rash contact may result in unnecessary casualties. I don't think there is any need to antagonize them. Shimura Danzo paused with his cane and said, "This level of ninjutsu should be in the hands of Konoha. These are necessary sacrifices." "It's in your hands," several people present were secretly complaining. The people at the scene were left speechless, and the only sound left was Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking his pipe. The awkward silence didn't last long, as Jiraiya's messenger frog jumped into the room through the window, breaking the awkward situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never liked his disciple Jiraiya so much as he did at this moment. He got the information scroll from the messenger frog and started reading it in front of several people. What information did Jiraiya send? Seeing that the other party had seen almost everything, Yutain Koharu asked at the right time. He was originally investigating in the Land of Rice, and after seeing the storyline about the Frog Sage and the Sky Curtain, he went to Mayaboku Mountain to verify it. What was the result? He suspected that this ninjutsu covered the entire ninja world, and he pointed to Gamamaru, who was talking to the land god of Ryukadong in the sky, and continued, he said that the one above is the Six Paths Frog Sage from 1,000 years ago. He means the person who performed this jutsu lived for at least 1,000 years? The third Hokage nodded silently. As Gamamaru continues his battle, the comments on Bilibili also change. The ginseng-headed land god turns into a beautiful snake? You said that is the land of Black Wind Mountain, and this is the land of Longdi Cave. Guhui Yuan has turned into a two-headed snake. Am I the only one who thinks Long Daidong's acting is not good? This is modeling, no acting, thank you. Woohoo, burn, Kana T wait, IALL use you tonight. Guangji is also okay? Doesn't anyone think that Guangjia's snake-faced body in the Black Ninja world is very hot? A ninja world, Ryakai Cave. Orochimaru, you're coming here now, are you here to drink with me? The drunken cold beauty sat in the rebuilt Shenglong pavilion, holding a pot of fine wine and drinking while looking at the sky, accompanied by the high-level officials of Longdi Cave. Faced with a powerful demon that had lived for thousands of years, Orochimaru naturally did not dare to refuse. That he took the wine gourd thrown by the White Snake Immortal, smiled politely and said, "Since Lord White Snake wants me to drink, I will accompany you." Seeing Orochimaru obediently take a sip of wine, the drunken look on White Snake's face completely disappeared, replaced by a dangerous smile. "I am happy today and will fulfill your request. Remember to survive." Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this. That he had come to ask for Dharma all day long before, but was never granted any answer. Today he just wanted to ask for movie information, but this happened. He had no time to react, and the magic power that entered his body turned into seeds, driving his own chakra to wander wildly in his body. In order to avoid exploding and dying, he could only control his own strength with all his strength and bring the constantly transformed magic power under his control. The white snake sage was no longer looking at Orochimaru. He pointed at the Dragon Earth cave figure on the screen and smiled at Tianxian Shenji. I played this role. At that time, the frog sage disliked your acting skills, and in the end, it was thanks to my extraordinary acting skills that this movie was made possible. It was obviously you who wanted to play around and insisted on acting it out, but of course she didn't dare to say this out loud. She could only smile awkwardly and continue watching the movie. The plot quickly progresses to the point where Todemaru obtains the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave and uses his new weapon to fight against Ling Suze. The magic weapon can be extended and retracted at will, and Todemaru's movements become more and more fierce, more than twice as strong as in the previous battle. The discussion between the two worlds fully demonstrates what it means that laymen watch the excitement while experts see the details. The comments on Bilibili are fortunately Ida not called the Ruyi Jingubang. I can't stand a frog holding the Ruyi Jingubang. What the hell is the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave? It should be the Tianhe Dingdi Shenbao iron. Link Suze, not Link Suze? Handsome, how much money did you spend in these few minutes? A ninja world, Cloud Village, Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage AI slammed the table in front of him into powder and roared, "Haven't you found the Mayaboku mountain yet?" According to the movie, that happened 1,000 years ago. The only person who has any connection to Mayaboku-san recently is Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Such powerful taijutsu and weapons. Go find Mayaboku-san. History is always changed inadvertently, and even the people involved may not realize that their lives have become completely different. The movie on the dome continues to play. Gamamaru mustered up his fighting spirit and went into battle with agility and handsome movements. Combined with the magical power of the magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave that could stretch and retract at will, he was extremely powerful. Ling Suze has a ferocious appearance, is incredibly fast, and is full of wildness. His extremely fast attack even scared many ninja spectators to the ground. A series of difficult action shots, each one a club hitting the flesh with a powerful blow, a close-up of Ling Suze's distorted snake face. The audience exclaimed, "It's so exciting, seeing such a great fight. Even if I die, it's worth the price of admission." As Gamamaru transforms into Guanji, a powerful background music sounds, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. A raging flame of disaster ignited in the sky, and the boundless heat emitted by the hot weapon could be felt through the screen. The action goes from slow to extremely fast in just a moment, and with a few extremely handsome slashes, the powerful enemy is killed cleanly and instantly. Guangji, who appears as a teammate, brings an infinite sense of security to the audience. In the ninja world, the land of rice, two strange men in red clouds and black robes were resting in a roadside tea shop and looking at the sky. "So cool, Brother Scorpion, this is art. I want to include my explosion in the movie so everyone can see it. Only eternity can be called art, and movies should be able to be preserved forever, right? Movies can contain the art of explosions and can be preserved forever. Can't this become a common artistic medium for both of us? Brother Scorpion, why don't you just use a fire explosion to blow up that scoundrel snake? Cool, I'm going to make a bomb in Guanji's shape." Boom. Scorpion, unable to bear it any longer, controlled the stinger on the back of the Scarlet Amber and struck Deidara, who was chattering non-stop. "Why are you angry, Brother Scorpion? Don't disturb others while watching a movie. A countless Guanji saved me" flashed across the barrage of Bilibili. Although the plot arrangement is a bit immature, the high-quality and high-intensity action scenes make up for the shortcomings well, so the movie Black Ninja World Gameabu has also become a hot search on Bilibili. Boys' dormitory of Nanshi No. 2 Middle School, Langxing, Guangxi Province. A group of people gathered together looking at a mobile phone screen. The screen was showing Gamamaru training in Longdong Zen Temple after defeating Link Suze. Several days of footage were cut into a few seconds, but it was still clear how fast Gamamaru's martial arts improved. The land god of Ryukadong appeared again, advancing the plot abruptly. Gamamaru had not walked a few steps when he saw a man standing in the middle of the road, setting up a platform to write, as if he was afraid that others would not notice him. A thoughtful introduction box appeared next to that person, which read Itsutsuki Hagoromo, Itsutsuki Kagaya Ichiko, Frog Sage's 6 Roots Reincarnation, Gourd Sage, Little Yellow Dragon. The title is incredibly long, and it even comes with its own background music and some seriously cool close-up shots. Clearly, the director felt it was quite impressive for such a powerful figure, who left his mark on history, to have a table and write in the middle of a cave. This is so forced. Who would put a table in the middle of the road to write on? That's what action comedy movies are like. The plot is advanced through sheer force. Rinnegan, finally, there are familiar elements of Naruto. What the hell is this frog immortal's reincarnation of 6 senses? The Gourd Sage is here. Isn't this Chun-Chun using the face of the 6 Paths Sage? Is there a possibility that this is the Black Ninja World, and he is the 6 Paths Sage Itsutsuki Hagoromo from the original work? No, dude, you're from the class next door. Don't you have cell phones? It's more interesting when more people see it. In the ninja world, on the balcony of the tallest building in Rain Village, Pain and Conan were standing in the rain watching a movie quietly. When he saw the face of the Gourd Immortal, Zionin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Pain, the same divine eye as you. Tendo Paine's tone was as calm as ever. Legend has it that the ancestor of ninjas, the gourd sage, possessed a pair of samsara eyes, so these eyes are called the eyes of God. So, this movie is based on real events that happened 1,000 years ago? It's been too long, I'm not sure. History has changed. Although the characters are the same, the titles passed down are no longer the same. People in the ninja world have different opinions on the Rinnegan, but after seeing the Calabash Sage, most people tend to believe that this movie is about a historical event that happened 1,000 years ago. Although people's mentality towards watching movies has changed, the plot of Tianmu will not be paused because of people's discussion. If the battle between Gamamaru and Link Suzy is a battle of skill and savagery, the battle between Gamamaru and Guangmu is a battle between passion and insidiousness. Powerful martial arts versus strange spells, the two sides fight back and forth, with one climax after another. Especially Gamamaru's animal-like recovery ability, which left everyone in the ninja world stunned. He had just been poisoned to the point of spitting out blood, and the blood he spitted out could corrode a hole in Mother Earth. But he only needs to shout fight, and he can continue fighting with all his strength as if nothing had happened, and he will become stronger and stronger. I have no idea whether it was poison or tonic. Even though Z was separated from Guangmu by the sky, he could feel his frustration. After watching the battle between Gamamaru and Hiramu, they could already imagine how the three ninjas defeated the demigod head-on. Jiraiya, the heir of Mount Mayaboku, is fighting against a poison master. What a professional match. If you meet Jiraiya in the future, you can't fight him for a long time. This is the master of the ninja world. My thoughts on this battle. Cho, Wang Tu and other ninjas who had met Jiraiya on the battlefield began to feel headaches when they saw this scene. Some bad memories came to their minds, and the figure of the invincible man seemed to appear before them again. When the roots of the past change, although a similar flower of the present can be obtained, the direction of the future fruit is a matter of opinion. Dong, the third bell rang, signaling that the film had entered its final stages. As Gamamaru steps toward Shenglong Cliff, the little yellow dragon stands solemnly in the pavilion, thundering with energy, awaiting its fateful battle. The visuals are incredibly tense, the passionate and grand background music slowly begins to play. It makes people want to blow up everything in front of them and vent their anger, only then can they release the passion in their hearts. The little yellow dragon's pair of reincarnation eyes that look down on the world seem to want to suck people's souls away. Even through the sky, it is enough to shock people. Toad Pill is not to be outdone, the fiery fighting spirit bursts out from him, making the audience's blood boil. Just by looking at their eyes, you can tell that they are two peerless masters who are so powerful that they are ready to risk everything for a shocking battle that is worth it even if they die. The comments on Billy were rarely blank. All the viewers were so overwhelmed by the aura of the two people that no one could move for a moment. It took a long time before a barrage appeared. What a powerful expression, it feels like you are actually there. It's so powerful, so exciting, I would call it the best movie of the year. I was completely frightened and couldn't move just now. Is there anyone else who is similar? The great immortal Liujian reincarnated as a little yellow dragon. How could I have such a dream? Shenglong Cliff, am I still in Black Wind Mountain? Hello, this is Longdi Cave, you are not in Black Wind Mountain. Accelerate directly to the fourth sister. After watching it, I found that the fourth sister was not there. The reaction from the Billy audience was intense, and the reaction from the Ninja World audience was even more exaggerated. Countless ninjas were unable to control their chakra explosions. According to incomplete statistics, this one shot alone caused more than 100 ninjas to lose their aura during the mission, resulting in mission failure. Ninja World, Iweigakur. The little Enoki floated in midair, gazing at the sky. He felt the immense aura emanating from the characters in the film, and his heart was filled with excitement. Ancient powers and secrets always make it difficult for people to control themselves. The Rinnegan, one of the three major eye techniques, is real, and the power of Ryokai Cave and Mount Mayaboku is also fascinating. Although there has been no news about the Rinnegan for so many years, the descendants of Mayabokuzen and Ryakadon are traveling around the world, right? Especially Orochimaru. Although his opponent is quite powerful, it depends on who he is compared with. As a traitor ninja, facing the full pursuit of the Uegakur village, he can only run for his life. Without hesitation, Onoki immediately sent an order to the Umbu, asking them to make every effort to find Orochimaru's whereabouts and to investigate Jiraiya's whereabouts as well. He wanted to discuss business with the other party, lock Orochimaru in the Uegakur prison and slowly negotiate the business. A sand village, Kazekige's office. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, watched the epic battle between Gamamaru and Little Yellow Dragon on the sky with an expressionless face. Although he remained expressionless, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Thinking of the plan Orochimaru had mentioned not long ago about Konoha's collapse, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Orochimaru, you brought this upon yourself, so you can't blame me for robbing you. Countless ambitious people in the entire ninja world have begun to set their sights on Orochimaru. I'm afraid Orochimaru's secret base will be busy for a while. As for why they didn't look for Jiraiya when Mayaboku Mountain was obviously stronger, it's very simple. Even if Jiraiya lost contact with others, as long as he didn't openly defect, he would be the apprentice of the Hokage of Konoha. go to Jiraiya to discuss business. It would be okay if he could capture it with one strike, but if the news leaked out, you would have to be prepared to offend Konoha. After all, no matter how cowardly or weak the third Hokage was, he couldn't just watch outsiders bully his apprentice. Although the battle between the two incredibly powerful men started off strong but ended short, the strength they displayed frightened countless spectators. The little yellow dragon's powerful magic, the inherent magical powers of the Samsara Eye, and the exciting Wuling Bagua stick and Bagua palm in the second half, spells and physical skills are all varied and mastered. Gamamera's one stick can break all spells. The strange frog Kumite, with a head of copper and a body of iron that can turn into gold and stone, can reveal the weaknesses of spells with a single glance, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. It's even more exciting to watch. The scenes on the sky screen make people feel as if they are in the scene, and they can't help but ask themselves, are they qualified to survive when facing such an opponent? As the story begins, the audience finally lets go of their worries as Toad Pill knocks the little yellow dragon away with a stick. They breathe a sigh of relief and take in the exquisite special effects. Everyone was watching the battle attentively, and after the battle, the number of barrages on Bilibili increased visibly. Wow, the little yellow dragon and the Destiny Frog merged into a human. Little people are surprised by everything, and the little yellow dragon is always wow, super duck killer. I'm saying this can't be true, right? Am I the only one who finds the aura of the cross Samsara Eye in the image terrifying? Don't be afraid, brother above, I have changed my pants. The director has no choice but to use Black O's words. The armor that Gamamaru wears after transforming is just the Shenzhen Monkey King suit in the game. This is the Black Ninja World Toad. The director has already told you from the name that this is a hit and miss work. What a psychopath. Such a powerful technical expert, why would he do something else instead of trying to scam people? Is there a possibility that this is actually a real shot? Inside Mayaboku Mountain, Gamamaru looked at the 5 large gilded characters of Magic Treasure Wood slowly lighting up in the sky at the bottom of the cave, and the fighting spirit in his heart could no longer be suppressed. With a casual move, the giant divine weapon behind him, like a pillar supporting the sky and pointing straight to the sky, quickly shrank and flew into his hand. He laughed loudly and said, Guangji, accompany me to satisfy my craving. Before the sound arrives, a powerful attack was about to hit Guangji in the face. Guangji, holding the red tide, arrived first and blocked Gamamera's attack. He laughed heartily, ha, good timing. While they are having fun fighting here, the other toads in Mayaboku Mountain are in trouble. The fighting has started again, everyone retreat quickly. Jiraiya, take the little toad away. Ha, I just got here a while ago. There was a commotion at Mayaboku Mountain. The end of the story begins with the descent of the Pillar of Heaven. The viewers of Bilibili saw Kagaya at Satsuki, who was exactly the same as the original anime, and then they realized that they were actually watching a fan work of the Naruto prequel. The final boss Kagaya at Satsuki is beautiful and cool, and the triple composite electronic music that comes with the protagonist's final form is so childish. This final battle was completely different from what the audience had imagined. Super Gamamera's overwhelming strength was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The 4 words with these best describe this battle. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Illusion. Kagaya at Satsuki, the goddess of the rabbit, perfectly interprets what it means to perform the changes of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, to explain the wonders of yin and yang, and to control the power of life and death. The aftermath of the attack alone is enough to permanently change the terrain over a large area. But such a powerful force, facing the invincible Super Toad Pill, is like a weak child facing a professional boxer, being beaten without any ability to fight back. Gamamaru even had enough time to tease the other party. At extremely fast speed, all the magical powers and spells were like a dream bubble, and were blown away with just one stick. This feeling of despair, which is as different as heaven and earth, can be felt even through the sky. Finally, he had no choice but to give up all resistance. After hearing the words of the 6 Paths Frog Sage, he was transformed into the moon and flew into the sky with the magical power, 6 Paths, Shibuka Tensei. Seeing this, some viewers in the ninja world who were already in nightfall couldn't help but look at the moon and the sky, as if they saw the beautiful and sad face of the goddess of the sun floating in the moonlight, which was intoxicating. At the end of the film, the Super Toad Pill split into 3, and a dead dog like Guanmo was released from the gourd. The camera slowly pulled away to give a close-up of the moon rising into space. The sky returned to darkness again, and then the cast and crew slowly appeared. I didn't expect that in addition to the actors and the 3 investors of Mayabokuzen, Shikadari Forest, and Ryakai Cave, the other directors, producers, screenwriters, photographers, and stagehands all had the words "The First Generation Frog Immortal, Pond Frog" written on them. The credits rolled and darkness fell. After a while, the skylight lit up again. After all, Easter eggs and behind-the-scenes footage are part of the movie, aren't they? The time was the moment when Kagaya at Satsuki was blown into the sky by the Chibuka Tensei. She took advantage of the stones that were sucked into the sky to block it and secretly threw out a ball of black liquid. Perhaps this was inevitable. At that moment, Satsuki Higoromo closed his eyes because he couldn't bear to watch his mother being sealed. When he opened his eyes again, the black liquid had already disappeared into the ground. A ball of black liquid with eyes and a mouth emerged from the ground and said fiercely, "Mother, I will definitely find a way to rescue you." Next to it was his introduction, Black Zetsu, that Satsuki Saburo, desperately guards the symbiote, the chosen one of the gods, the Suanryu of Akatsuki. The sky slowly darkened, and finally a voice was heard, "I am the god of symbiotes, Nar, Black Zetsu, I see you." New work, Black Zetsu, Desperate Guardian, stay tuned. In the ninja world, in the Mist Village, inside a hidden secret base. Wearing the Akatsuki uniform, Black Zetsu, with half of his body submerged on the ground, looked at himself in the picture, and his thousands of years of cultivation of his mind and character were completely ruined. The shame of being suddenly dragged out and publicly executed by the mastermind who had behind history and stirred up trouble and claimed to be in control of everything is truly indescribable. But there was no other way, he had to face it, so Black Zetsu said awkwardly, "I said that wasn't me, do you believe me?" Uchiha Obito looked at the string of powerful and impressive titles bestowed upon his longtime partner, and for a moment he was baffled. "Do you think I should believe it? People are similar. Roll." At this moment, all members of Akatsuki organization reached a consensus. "I didn't expect that Zetsu was so powerful and influential." Unbeknownst to our director Masashi Aikuma, it looks like his chosen protagonist for the second film will be going into hiding for a while. At least until the director rewrites his origin story, laughs. At the end of the story, the barrage of comments on Billy exploded like crazy. "Awesome, this is technically amazing. I take back my previous review, this is the best movie I've seen this year. It's a shame that it started well but ended badly. The final boss battle was too easy and there was no feeling of a final battle at all. This is cool and cool enough, okay? Super Game Amara's voice is so cool and so second rate. What's going on? If it's him, then I can do it." From a rational analysis, based on Game Amara's previous performance, even if Kagaya had not merged, he might not have been his opponent, so it is normal for the ending to be like this. What a nice detail. There was no moon in the sky before the earth-shattering star. Doesn't anyone care that the entire staff is made up of frogs? I am actually quite interested in the second movie, Black Zetsu, Desperate Defender. This is what technical experts are like. They clearly have the ability to produce good works, but they just want to take advantage of others. Weird, right? I have good news for you all. The video is not over yet. The sky curtain lit up again. At the beginning of the story, the first-generation frog sage who enlightened Gamamaru was sitting in a dim room with countless filming materials projected in front of him. The frog immortal muttered to himself, "If we cut all the battles into the main film, it would make the movie too long. Which battle should we cut out? Two-headed snake is not good enough, Guangji is not good enough, Link Suzy is not good enough, Guangmu is not good enough. Then let's just cut out the white-robed scholar. The Huoying snail's acting isn't very good anyway. But then there won't be any shots of wet bone forest. It's not nice to move half of her treasure trove and not give her any shots. What's there to be afraid of? She can't find me, that's it, just cut it off." The slug immortal, who had been watching the movie in the wet bone forest and was wondering why his battle had not yet appeared, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Frog immortal. On this day, the entire wet bone forest was shaking. As the movie's behind-the-scenes Easter eggs came to an end, the sky curtain also closed, and this event with the largest number of viewers in the history of the ninja world also came to an end. The system prompts kept ringing, but the leading ninja was still around. In order to avoid being too happy about the reward and losing control of himself, Masashi Aikanuma still obediently accompanied his companions to recall the movie plot. A group of people came out of Bayun Zhao's house. Everyone looked excited. Izuno Yuki was so excited that she couldn't control herself and shouted, "Gamamaru is so cool and strong. That magic tree that slowly lights up at the bottom of the cave is so cool, I want to go practice with my staff." Yamanda didn't say anything, but he looked so excited that he wanted to use the knife behind him to perform a set of stick techniques. Although Masashi Aikanuma is the director, it is also a unique experience to watch the premiere with everyone. As a senior ninja, Bayun Zhao certainly did not show his emotions on his face like the young boy who had just graduated, but one could feel his rare relaxation. Seeing the satisfied smiles on the faces of passers-by, Masashi Aikanuma felt that making movies was quite meaningful. At least it could bring a different color to this cruel ninja world. It must be said that the ninja world has been at war for years and the people are living in dire straits. It cannot be said that there are no entertainment options at all, but they are very few and far between. Suddenly a frog immortal appears and uses his omnipotent powers to invite all the people in the ninja world to watch a movie. For ordinary people, this is a very happy thing. A movie, from the initial tension, to letting down your guard, and finally to completely relaxing and enjoying the movie plot. Bayun felt that he should have a good rest in the morning after a long time. Without making any other arrangements at the moment, I just explained the things to pay attention to in tomorrow's actual combat exercise and then disbanded the team and asked everyone to go home. Bayun ran away as soon as he said he would in the morning, leaving the three little ones looking at each other in bewilderment on the street. After a long while, seeing no one breaking the silence, Ikanuma Kishi, who was anxious to get home to check his rewards, spoke up. We've been classmates for many years, so we all know what we need to know and how to team up. We only know that tomorrow's assessment will be a real-world exercise, and we don't know anything else. Why don't we all go back and ask Teacher Bayon if he's taught this class before and find out how the assessment is conducted? We'll gather an hour early tomorrow to share information and discuss countermeasures. What do you think? In fact, many times a team is afraid that no one will come up with ideas. When the others hear that Ikanuma Masashi has made up his mind, they will immediately pat their chests to show their approval. Shishiji Ikanuma quickly ran back home, casually set up a barrier, and couldn't wait to open the system panel to look at it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The 7-digit attention value is enough to prove how correct the path chosen by Masashi Ikanuma is, and his policy of doing big things has been fully recognized by the market. But the first thing he did was not to open the mall interface to shop, but to open the achievement interface to receive the achievement for uploading a video for the first time. A deduction method of your own choice. It was because of this achievement reward that Masashi Ikanuma chose Black Zetsu, the incompetent Saburo Otsutsuki, as the protagonist of the second movie in the Easter egg. After all, without the right techniques, if the first film's revenue doesn't meet expectations, with the resources of a novice director like Ikanuma Masashi, it's not certain that he can successfully help a super useless person like Black Zetsu rise to the top. But now with millions of dollars in funding, Ikanuma Masashi said that even if Black Zetsu is a piece of shit, he will still support him against the wall. It is not unreasonable for Masashi Ikanuma to have such an evaluation of Black Zetsu, as he looks at Kagaya Otsutsuki's 3 sons from the perspective he used when reading the comics. Otsutsuki Higoromo, the eldest son, led a rebellion against his mother, founding the ninja clan, the founder of the ninja school. Although his hope for a world where everyone forms bonds and understands each other seems a bit naive to Ikanuma Masashi, it doesn't stop him from personally changing the world, step by step. Regardless of the outcome, Otsutsuki Higoromo is a man worthy of admiration. The second son, Otsutsuki Hamura, is rarely described in the original story, but his actions reveal that he and his elder brother sealed their mother away for the sake of the people of the world, and he also spent his entire life guarding her on the moon. Although he struggled with the balance between loyalty and filial piety, he did try his best to balance both. As for the third son, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, a tortoise who has lived for thousands of years, to put it bluntly, he could have built a business empire even if he just moved bricks. So what did he do? He altered a stone tablet, cheated a few people, and that was it. Can you believe it? His only goal in life is to rescue his mother. He worked hard for 1,000 years, but he didn't save his mother, he didn't make much money and didn't recruit more subordinates. The most terrifying thing is that his mother left him with 100,000 troops, and he only accomplished this little. It's rare for him to be so incompetent. Fortunately, his mother is also naive, otherwise she would have flushed him down the toilet long ago. Faced with such a standard Japanese comic loser, subpar male protagonist, you have to take drastic measures. Ikanuma Media's gold medal director Masashi Ikanuma is ready to invest millions and tailor a script for him, striving to make him reach the peak of his career as soon as he debuts and become an overnight hit. Therefore, the achievement reward for uploading the video for the first time is used to strengthen Black Zetsu. Shishi Ikanuma uploaded the Xiantien Toad skill to the system deduction interface, and the system prompted that the Xiantien Toad skill was a deduced skill and could not be further deduced. I had no choice but to upload the chakra training method in my memory, and input the direction of biological symbiont fusion training as the deduction direction. Deduction successful. 7-wheel symbiosis technique. Then search for the mountain axe in the mall. I spent 100,000 attention points to buy a mountain axe, a super low-end version in Black O terms. Spend another 100,000 attention points to buy a 3-pointed, double-edged sword, the ultra-low profile version in Black O terms. In this way, weapons and skills will have now. It's time to slowly think about the script. The main props can be purchased at the mall, and the rest of the props such as clothes can be made by yourself slowly with the investment you defrauded before. As for the so-called $1 million investment, if you're a little more shameless, you could say, in ancient times, a force of 10,000 soldiers was called a 100,000-man army, and now director Chi Zhao's investment of 200,000 is called $1 million investment. The correspondence between the past and the present is a good story. The film industry has come to a temporary end, and what remains is my own business. At the moment the movie ended, Ikanuma Masashi felt in his heart that the seed of supernatural power bestowed by God as the first immortal in the world had blossomed and borne fruit in his body. This feeling is indescribable, just like suddenly having an extra arm, making people feel both familiar and unfamiliar. Talking without practice is just empty talk. That if you want to know the specific power of supernatural powers, you must use them first. Carefully feel the flow of magic power and activate the supernatural power imprint within your soul. God-given magical power, activate. Masashi Ikanuma entered a special state where he could know the past and future of anything he saw just by concentrating on it, and then manually edit it to make it appear in the present as it was at a certain moment in the past or future. This mysterious magical power is difficult to describe. At first, I thought it was to manually change the past and future vision of the objects I was looking at, but after using it, I found that this magical power is much more interesting. When he used his magical power on a kunao, the kunao, from raw iron to cast and then broken, instantly appeared in Ikanuma Masashi's mind like a slice of a movie. Start editing directly. The kunao in front of you changes with the picture in your mind that it turns back into pig iron for a while, and then breaks into two pieces again. The consumption and arrival time are linked to the current distance. Simply put, the mana consumed by the time the kunao is damaged by natural corrosion is much greater than the mana consumed by this time tomorrow. Furthermore, maintaining the magical power state constantly consumes mana. Seeing that he had a pretty good understanding of the magical power's effects and mechanisms, Ikanuma Masashi named the magical power time magic and cancelled it, preparing to go to school to consult the teacher for information on the Bikumo Jonin, just to make it look like he was going to school. That's actually what it is. It's so funny. Masashi Ikanuma looked in amazement at the kunao in front of him that had been corroded into scrap metal and now became intact again. He immediately sat down and continued the experiment. After many tests, I finally figured out most of the characteristics of this magical power. One, that you can only see the future state of the selected person or thing, but cannot see what will happen specifically. Second, the past is unique, but the future is not. The future can take many different paths, and the specific details can be added with variables, which makes Ikanuma Shishi suspect that this future is simply deduction and idealism. 3. During the period when the spell is effective, the people and things whose states are changed are actually in a real illusory state. Why do I say this? Because to the person being treated, he is like a character in a movie, and everything in the movie is real. After the effect of the supernatural power ends, the person being treated will return to normal life like an actor in a play. This magical power is extremely effective, but it also has great limitations. However, Ikanuma Kishi has already thought of several interesting uses for it, which he will leave aside for now. Opening the system mall panel again, all the props for the next movie are ready, and of course the director has to get some good things to reward himself. Looking at his own attention value of over 1 million, comparing the cost effectiveness and the level of prestige, he finally spent 1 million to buy a genuine version of the Lotus Lantern by Heiau Wado Arm himself. Although it was black, its efficacy was almost the same as the genuine immortal magic weapon. As for why the Black O words had the treasure Lotus Lantern, Chizuru Kishi didn't really care. Maybe Yang King Jo would come up with a Black O word Chenxiang. After a quick ritual and leaving his own mark, he went to Umino's house to look for Umino Irika and ask for information about Bayun's morning shift. After learning that the other party was in charge of the class for the first time, he turned around and went home. After all, with his true strength, he could push all the way from the gate of Konoha to the Hokage's office, and he could also wipe out the root base on the way. Going to the teacher to ask for information was just for show. As for why he made this trip, it was because Ikanuma Masashi was a person who tried his best to do things perfectly. In order to avoid his classmates and teachers knowing that he had made the decision and then went home to do his own things, making others think that he was not serious about the assessment, he had to work hard on himself. After all, most of the time, the Genin class assessment is all about attitude. Therefore, now that his strength is enough to crush the Jonin, Ikanuma Masashi will show the right attitude towards tomorrow's assessment. After having a nice dinner at home, he went to rest. He was in high spirits when he was happy, and this night was the best sleep he had had in recent times. In the blink of an eye, it was time to gather at the 9th training ground in Konoha village, and the three little ones each shared the information they had obtained. As expected, the intelligence obtained by everyone was not much. This was also normal. After all, the battle of ninjas was often a battle of intelligence. If the intelligence of a Jonin was so easy to collect, he would have died long ago. However, there were also some unexpected surprises. There was a Chunin in the Izuno family who had followed Bayun Zhao for a period of time before. He knew that he was good at using wind style, vacuum sword and Konoha instant body. Although it was just some general information, it was only a Genin class assessment after all. No matter how hard you tried, the other party would not use their most secret ninjutsu. This information was enough. After discussing countermeasures, they set the trap together. As I said before, the Genin exam is about attitude. A leaf falls slowly in the sky. It slowly descended, and when it was about to reach the ground, a whirlwind blew it up, and white clouds arrived with the wind in the morning. This appearance is just one word: handsome. You guys are great. You've done a great job both gathering intelligence and setting traps. I recognize you. Bayun casually picked up a branch that morning and continued, but if you want to become my subordinate, you still have to pass the actual combat exercise. You must successfully hit me to be qualified to graduate at my hands. Otherwise, everyone will go back to school for another year. The actual combat exercise officially begins now. The battle is about to begin. As the top student in the grade, Ikanuma Masashi has to bear a lot of pressure. According to the previous discussion, the strength of Class 9 is frontal combat. If the assessment is about combat, then we'll play to our strengths. Ikanuma Masashi and Amanto will work together to withstand the pressure head-on, while Izuno Yuki will be responsible for maneuvering according to the situation. The discussion was nice, but once the fight started, Chi Nan Chi discovered a problem he had never thought of. That is, I am much stronger now than when I was in the ninja school. What can I do to successfully complete my goals with the help of my happy teammates without being too exaggerated? This problem is not a problem at all for practical combat masters like Gamamaru, because they have a wide range of martial arts skills and can become strong as they wish, and they can also play the role of a weakling with ease. But for a theoretical expert like Masashi Ikanuma who just graduated from school and has a low level of practical skills, it would be fatal. Not to mention that he hasn't fought a single battle since he became stronger in order to film a movie recently. That was really fatal. If he hadn't reacted immediately, Ikanuma Kishi might have been on his knees begging Bayun not to die this morning. There were mistakes, but Ikanuma Masashi's timidity, fearing the death of his Jonin teacher, gave him the innocent air of a freshman, temporarily fooling everyone present. Although he was fine at the moment, he knew that it would be impossible for him to hide the secrets from the elite Jonin during the battle with his current combat level. There are two solutions: 1. Improve your acting skills and try to delay the time. 2. Speed up and finish it before being discovered. Looking at the Konoha forward protector in front of him, a brilliant idea suddenly came to his mind. He jumped back 2 steps to create some distance, then took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and held it horizontally in front of him. He stared intently at his own reflection in the kunao's blade. God-given magical power, time magic, activate. An inhuman feeling of detachment rose from Shizeo Chishi's body, and then quickly faded away. He actually returned his state to the time when he first got the system. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his behavior, but even if he lost the bet, retaining the system and the innate toad skill would only take a few more days of effort. But the result is not bad. Even if my state returns to the past, I can cancel it myself. There were no more doubts in his heart, and he fully enjoyed the battle. He suddenly felt better, and finally understood why Gamamaru fell in love with fighting. This feeling of giving it his all without any worries was truly wonderful. Bayun was frightened by the sudden surge of terrifying momentum in the morning. When he came to his senses again, it had disappeared, making people wonder if it was his illusion. But he soon had no time to doubt it, because after returning to his original form, Ikanuma Masashi's combat performance could only be described as astonishing. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and used the substitution technique skillfully enough, he would have succeeded. He swung the branch in his hand, sweeping away the 2 people in front of him, then used his left hand to grab the little cat girl who came to attack him, and was about to kick her away to kill her. Unexpectedly, Ikanuma Kishi came up again so quickly, and his attack was like an antelope hanging on a horn, leaving no trace. He had no choice but to throw the little cat girl in his hand towards him, using offense instead of defense to resolve this wave of attacks. Although Ikanuma Kishi's physical condition has returned to its previous state, his vision as a strong man remains. He has never eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run. He really thinks that all those days of toad pills were taken in vain? Bayun can tell you how terrifying Shiji Ikanuma is when he lets loose completely this morning. He reached out to catch the flying Izuno Yuki, and while stepping back, he spun around and used the momentum to throw the person in his hand into the air. Then he did a backflip to avoid the pursuing shuriken and threw the kunao in his hand to interrupt the opponent's attack. Yuki Izuno rushed forward again to cooperate with the attack in the air, and even caught the kunao that flew back. She really saved even the money for a kunao. Having written so much, all these things happened within a few seconds, which shows how fast their speed and reaction were. Bayun felt that he was living like a dog at his age. How could he play like this? A normal genin should have been beaten away like a manto and then ran back. If I had met him when I had just graduated, he would have hung me up and beaten me to the point of doubting my life. Looking at Ikanuma Kishi dancing before him, freely displaying his talents, he had already determined that they had passed. But if the assessment really ended like this, he would be considered obedient if they didn't cause a scene, let alone manage the team. If you don't show some real skills, I'm afraid this situation will not end well. He pinched his fingers together and a whirlwind suddenly formed from the branch in his hand. This was his signature ninjutsu, the vacuum sword. Bayun Zeo is indeed Konoha's elite jonin. He is so skilled in wind escape techniques that his true knowledge can be seen in the details. He can even transform the cutting force of wind escape techniques into blunt force damage and wrap it around tree branches. This can increase the force of the blow without seriously injuring the group of genin. This exquisite wind escape technique showed Chizuru Ikanuma that the world is vast and full of wonders. If one underestimates the heroes of the world after watching the ancient masters duel, they will fall sooner or later. Put away your pride and treat him like an apprentice again. While this person was having an epiphany, teacher Bayun was in a terrible state. He thought to himself that he had never seen such a monster in his decades of life. Aside from his initial timidity, he grew stronger and more unrestrained as the fight progressed. Once I showed some real skill, he began to calm down. Most importantly, his speed of growth was visible to the naked eye. It was truly terrifying. Before they knew it, they had exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Bayun had intended to feed Chizan Chi some moves in the morning, the other two were already covered in wounds and were relying on their willpower to hold on. In order to avoid really hurting the other two people, he waved the middle branch, creating several hurricane force winds that blew everyone away, and then threw the branch behind him. You've passed the test for holding out this long. Bayun Zeo's serious face cracked with a hint of a smile. Your cooperation today was excellent. Remember, no matter what happens, your companions can trust each other. As a reward for passing the test, I'll treat you to barbecue. Hearing this, Izuno, Yuki and Amanto fell to the ground laughing. Aikanuma Masashi also smiled slightly to express his gratitude to the teacher. Just as he was about to take back the kunao in his hand, it suddenly broke into two pieces. Looking at the broken kunao, I felt a little familiar. It seems that when I tested yesterday and added the condition of using a kunao to fight until it breaks, it was broken like this. The barbecue queue at lunch was particularly lively, and the aroma of grilled meat and spices could be smelled before you even walked in. Bai Yun Zhao, who was dressed neatly, formed a sharp contrast with Aikanuma Chi-shi and the other two disheveled team members behind him. The first thing that caught my eye after entering the door was a barbecue waiter carrying a mountain of barbecue and walking shakily towards the small compartment. Kishi, this way. A warm and lively voice came, and when I turned around, it was indeed that cute blonde figure. Hey, what a hassle! With that unmotivated voice and that iconic pineapple hairstyle, who else could it be but Nara Shikamaru? Woo woo! This was Akimichi Koji, who was greeting with difficulty with his mouth full of barbecue. Sarutobi Asuma, who was sitting opposite the three of them, also turned around and greeted Bayan Zayama in time. Bayan Zayama and Sarutobi Asuma are both Konoha's top wind style masters. As a senior, Bayan Zayama has instructed the son of the third generation in wind style jutsu, so the two are familiar with each other. The end result was that Asuma's wallet was bleeding, and he had to treat the 9th and 10th chefs to barbecue. The two leading jonin went to the small table next to them and opened another one. 6 students from classes 9 and 10 sat together. It felt quite fresh to meet again right after graduation. I didn't expect to meet you today. Is this what they call fate? Masashi Aikanuma has traveled through time for many years. Although he intentionally did not change the original plot due to strength issues, sometimes the world cannot remain the same even if you don't want to change it. At least Ino has changed from being a Suzuki fan in the original work to being a Saisuke fan. Suzuki is the best looking but second strongest in the class, while Masashi Aikanuma is the second best looking but strongest. In addition, he is as friendly to everyone as central air conditioning, so he has quite a number of little fans among the Aikanuma faction. Among them, the one he is most familiar with is Yamanaka Ino, one of the 12 young strongmen in the original work. However, I don't know if it's the inertia of the plot, but although Ino and Sakura didn't fall out because of their common love, their relationship became bad because they were in two different factions. Destiny, there is nothing more wonderful than this in the world. The 6 genin were sharing their graduation experiences, while the 2 jonin were discussing the genin they were leading. The two of them had a few drinks, and Asuma ate a piece of barbecue before asking, Senior Bayun, how is the assigned team? If you want to ask Aikanuma Masashi, my assessment of him is that he is absolutely amazing. Bayun had noticed in the morning that Asuma had been secretly keeping an eye on Aikanuma Masashi since their team came in, but it was understandable. After all, the other 2 teammates looked like they had been played badly, but he and the team leader looked calm and collected. Anyone would want to know more. Hearing Bayun's excellent evaluation this morning, Asuma was slightly surprised and continued to ask, so amazing? It's only stronger than you think. Bayun answered calmly while eating barbecue in the morning that he has been famous for many years and has seen countless geniuses. He has also seen kids who were stronger than he is now when they just graduated, but he was the one who survived in the end. However, there is only one person who can give him a sense of amazement, and that is Aikanuma Masashi. The way he thought about the battle, the smoothness of his movements, and the ease he displayed made people feel that he had not yet exerted his full strength. Bayun paused for a moment while eating barbecue in the morning and said solemnly, I even doubt that even the freshmen from the same batch would be a match for him. Asuma was shocked by what the other person said. He had expected him to be strong, but not this strong. So he put down his chopsticks and said, I've read the profiles of this year's graduates. Based on the descriptions, it's hard to imagine they're this powerful. As a fellow jonin, Asuma naturally trusted Zhao's judgment completely on these matters. He had considered that the other party was a spy who had hidden his strength and infiltrated Konoha, but he quickly put the thought aside. Are you kidding me? At this age, he can be described as a stunning genius by an elite jonin, and then sent undercover. Whoever proposed this should be dragged out and stabbed to death with a senbon. Bayun swallowed a piece of barbecue in the morning and said, maybe it's because his peers and teachers didn't put enough pressure on him. You may not understand what I'm saying, but he's the type who gets stronger when faced with stronger opponents. It's not that his graduation evaluation was wrong, but it didn't reflect his most talented side. After a pause, allowing the other party to digest his words, he continued, as long as you suppress him, he will improve visibly. The 2 senior ninjas were discussing the team members, so they naturally spoke in a low voice to avoid being heard by others. But it can prevent eavesdropping and lip reading, but it can't prevent Shikamaru's genius brain. Through the expressions of the 2 jonin, the conditions of the 3 classmates, and the details of the discussion about their respective assessments, he has already pieced together the whole thing. But a truly smart person will not say too much. He just sighed that his classmate was so powerful, and at the same time felt that it was difficult for his teammates' love relationship, and then kept the matter deep in his heart. As the last piece of barbecue entered Shikamaru's mouth, the happy dinner came to an end, and it also symbolized the farewell of the carefree campus life. After a satisfying meal, everyone was about to say goodbye. Ino put her face close to Ikanuma Masashi and said with a smile, goodbye. Looking at the cute smiling face in front of him, Ikanuma Masashi suddenly wanted to poke her forehead like Itaki poked Suzuki. If you want to do it, just do it. Point two fingers tapped Ino's forehead and smiled back, goodbye. Unexpectedly, the person she likes touched her forehead. Ino's face immediately turned red. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. Only that gentle smile. Asuma was a little speechless looking at his love-brained student. He held his forehead and said helplessly, hey, come back to your senses, he's gone. After returning home, he cancelled the supernatural power state, and then immediately cast the time magic again in front of the mirror. As expected, I could choose to return to my pre-cancellation state. Feeling the chakra in my body increase compared to when I first graduated, I took out the 7-will symbiosis technique from my system backpack and said to myself, this God-given magical power is really interesting. This book will be useful to me too. The end of the story begins with the descent of the Pillar of Heaven. The viewers of Bilibili saw Kaguya at Satsuki, who was exactly the same as the original anime, and then they realized that they were actually watching a fan work of the Naruto prequel. The final boss Kaguya at Satsuki is beautiful and cool, and the triple composite electronic music that comes with the protagonist's final form is so childish. This final battle was completely different from what the audience had imagined. Super Game Amera's overwhelming strength was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The 4 words with these best describe this battle. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Illusion. Kaguya at Satsuki, the goddess of the rabbit, perfectly interprets what it means to perform the changes of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, to explain the wonders of yin and yang, and to control the power of life and death. The aftermath of the attack alone is enough to permanently change the terrain over a large area. But such a powerful force, facing the invincible Super Toad Pill, is like a weak child facing a professional boxer, being beaten without any ability to fight back. Gamamaru even had enough time to tease the other party. At extremely fast speed, all the magical powers and spells were like a dream bubble, and were blown away with just one stick. This feeling of despair, which is as different as heaven and earth, can be felt even through the sky. Finally, he had no choice but to give up all resistance. After hearing the words of the 6 Paths Frog Sage, he was transformed into the moon and flew into the sky with the magical power, 6 Paths, Shibuka Tensei. Seeing this, some viewers in the ninja world who were already in nightfall couldn't help but look at the moon and the sky, as if they saw the beautiful and sad face of the goddess of the sun floating in the moonlight, which was intoxicating. At the end of the film, the Super Toad Pill split into 3, and a dead dog like Guanma was released from the gourd. The camera slowly pulled away to give a close-up of the moon rising into space. The sky returned to darkness again, and then the cast and crew slowly appeared. I didn't expect that in addition to the actors and the 3 investors of Mayabokuzen, Shikadari Forest, and Ryakai Cave, the other directors, producers, screenwriters, photographers, and stagehands all had the words "The First Generation Frog Immortal, Pond Frog" written on them. The credits rolled and darkness fell. After a while, the skylight lit up again. After all, Easter eggs and behind-the-scenes footage are part of the movie, aren't they? The time was the moment when Kaguya at Satsuki was blown into the sky by the Chibuka Tensei. She took advantage of the stones that were sucked into the sky to block it and secretly threw out a ball of black liquid. Perhaps this was inevitable. At that moment, Satsuki Higoromo closed his eyes because he couldn't bear to watch his mother being sealed. When he opened his eyes again, the black liquid had already disappeared into the ground. A ball of black liquid with eyes and a mouth emerged from the ground and said fiercely, "Mother, I will definitely find a way to rescue you." Next to it was his introduction, Black Zetsu, at Satsuki Saburo, desperately guards the symbiote, the chosen one of the gods, the Suanryu of Akatsuki. The sky slowly darkened, and finally a voice was heard, "I am the god of symbiotes, Nar, Black Zetsu, I see you." New work, Black Zetsu, Desperate Guardian, stay tuned. In the ninja world, in the Mist Village, inside a hidden secret base. Wearing the Akatsuki uniform, Black Zetsu, with half of his body submerged on the ground, looked at himself in the picture, and his thousands of years of cultivation of his mind and character were completely ruined. The shame of being suddenly dragged out and publicly executed by the mastermind who hid behind history and stirred up trouble and claimed to be in control of everything is truly indescribable. But there was no other way, he had to face it, so Black Zetsu said awkwardly, "I said that wasn't me, do you believe me?" Uchiha Obito looked at the string of powerful and impressive titles bestowed upon his longtime partner, and for a moment he was baffled. "Do you think I should believe it? People are similar. Roll." At this moment, all members of Akatsuki organization reached a consensus. I didn't expect that Zetsu was so powerful and influential. Unbeknownst to our director Masashi Aikoma, it looks like his chosen protagonist for the second film will be going into hiding for a while. At least until the director rewrites his origin story, laughs. At the end of the story, the barrage of comments on Bilibili exploded like crazy. "Awesome, this is technically amazing. I take back my previous review, this is the best movie I've seen this year. It's a shame that it started well but ended badly. The final boss battle was too easy and there was no feeling of a final battle at all. This is cool and cool enough, okay? Super Game Amera's voice is so cool and so second-rate. What's going on? If it's him, then I can do it." From a rational analysis, based on Gamamera's previous performance, even if Kagaya had not merged, he might not have been his opponent, so it is normal for the ending to be like this. What a nice detail. There was no moon in the sky before the earth-shattering star. Doesn't anyone care that the entire staff is made up of frogs? I am actually quite interested in the second movie, Black Zetsu, Desperate Defender. This is what technical experts are like. They clearly have the ability to produce good works, but they just want to take advantage of others. Weird, right? I have good news for you all. The video is not over yet. The sky curtain lit up again. At the beginning of the story, the first-generation frog sage who enlightened Gamamaru was sitting in a dim room with countless filming materials projected in front of him. The frog immortal muttered to himself, if we cut all the battles into the main film, it would make the movie too long. Which battle should we cut out? Two-headed snake is not good enough, Guangji is not good enough, Link Suzy is not good enough, Guangmu is not good enough. Then let's just cut out the white-robed scholar. The Huoying snail's acting isn't very good anyway. But then there won't be any shots of wet bone forest. It's not nice to move half of her treasure trove and not give her any shots. What's there to be afraid of? She can't find me, that's it, just cut it off. The slug immortal, who had been watching the movie in the wet bone forest and was wondering why his battle had not yet appeared, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Frog immortal. On this day, the entire wet bone forest was shaking. As the movie's behind-the-scenes Easter eggs came to an end, the sky curtain also closed, and this event with the largest number of viewers in the history of the ninja world also came to an end. The system prompts kept ringing, but the leading ninja was still around. In order to avoid being too happy about the reward and losing control of himself, Masashi Ikanuma still obediently accompanied his companions to recall the movie plot. A group of people came out of Bayun Zhao's house. Everyone looked excited. Izuno Yuki was so excited that she couldn't control herself and shouted, Gamamaru is so cool and strong. That magic tree that slowly lights up at the bottom of the cave is so cool, I want to go practice with my staff. Yamanda didn't say anything, but he looked so excited that he wanted to use the knife behind him to perform a set of stick techniques. Although Masashi Ikanuma is the director, it is also a unique experience to watch the premiere with everyone. As a senior ninja, Bayun Zhao certainly did not show his emotions on his face like the young boy who had just graduated, but one could feel his rare relaxation. Seeing the satisfied smiles on the faces of passers-by, Masashi Ikanuma felt that making movies was quite meaningful. At least it could bring a different color to this cruel ninja world. It must be said that the ninja world has been at war for years and the people are living in dire straits. It cannot be said that there are no entertainment options at all, but they are very few and far between. Suddenly a frog immortal appears and uses his omnipotent powers to invite all the people in the ninja world to watch a movie. For ordinary people, this is a very happy thing. A movie, from the initial tension, to letting down your guard, and finally to completely relaxing and enjoying the movie plot. Bayun felt that he should have a good rest in the morning after a long time. Without making any other arrangements at the moment, I just explained the things to pay attention to in tomorrow's actual combat exercise and then disbanded the team and asked everyone to go home. Bayun ran away as soon as he said he would in the morning, leaving the three little ones looking at each other in bewilderment on the street. After a long while, seeing no one breaking the silence, Ikanuma Kishi, who was anxious to get home to check his rewards, spoke up, we've been classmates for many years, so we all know what we need to know and how to team up. We only know that tomorrow's assessment will be a real-world exercise, and we don't know anything else. Why don't we all go back and ask Teacher Bayun if he's taught this class before and find out how the assessment is conducted? We'll gather an hour early tomorrow to share information and discuss countermeasures. What do you think? In fact, many times a team is afraid that no one will come up with ideas. When the others hear that Ikanuma Masashi has made up his mind, they will immediately pat their chests to show their approval. Chishiji Ikanuma quickly ran back home, casually set up a barrier, and couldn't wait to open the system panel to look at it. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The 7-digit attention value is enough to prove how correct the path chosen by Masashi Ikanuma is, and his policy of doing big things has been fully recognized by the market. But the first thing he did was not to open the mall interface to shop, but to open the achievement interface to receive the achievement for uploading a video for the first time. A deduction method of your own choice. It was because of this achievement reward that Masashi Ikanuma chose Black Zetsu, the incompetent Saburo Otsutsuki, as the protagonist of the second movie in the Easter egg. After all, without the right techniques, if the first film's revenue doesn't meet expectations, with the resources of a novice director like Ikanuma Masashi, it's not certain that he can successfully help a super useless person like Black Zetsu rise to the top. But now with millions of dollars in funding, Ikanuma Masashi said that even if Black Zetsu is a piece of shit, he will still support him against the wall. It is not unreasonable for Masashi Ikanuma to have such an evaluation of Black Zetsu, as he looks at Kagaya Otsutsuki's three sons from the perspective he used when reading the comics. Satsuki Higoromo, the eldest son, led a rebellion against his mother, founding the ninja clan, the founder of the ninja school. Although his hope for a world where everyone forms bonds and understands each other seems a bit naive to Ikonuma Masashi, it doesn't stop him from personally changing the world, step by step. Regardless of the outcome, Satsuki Higoromo is a man worthy of admiration. The second son, Satsuki Hamura, is rarely described in the original story, but his actions reveal that he and his elder brother sealed their mother away for the sake of the people of the world, and he also spent his entire life guarding her on the moon. Although he struggled with the balance between loyalty and filial piety, he did try his best to balance both. As for the third son, Satsuki Black Zetsu, a tortoise who has lived for thousands of years, to put it bluntly, he could have built a business empire even if he just moved bricks. So what did he do? He altered a stone tablet, cheated a few people, and that was it. Can you believe it? His only goal in life is to rescue his mother. He worked hard for 1,000 years, but he didn't save his mother, he didn't make much money and didn't recruit more subordinates. The most terrifying thing is that his mother left him with 100,000 troops, and he only accomplished this little. It's rare for him to be so incompetent. Fortunately, his mother is also naive, otherwise she would have flushed him down the toilet long ago. Faced with such a standard Japanese comic loser, subpar male protagonist, you have to take drastic measures. Ikonuma Media's gold medal director Masashi Ikonuma is ready to invest millions and tailor a script for him, striving to make him reach the peak of his career as soon as he debuts and become an overnight hit. Therefore, the achievement reward for uploading the video for the first time is used to strengthen Black Zetsu. Chishi Ikonuma uploaded the Xiantien Toad skill to the system deduction interface, and the system prompted that the Xiantien Toad skill was a deduced skill and could not be further deduced. I had no choice but to upload the chakra training method in my memory, and input the direction of biological symbiont fusion training as the deduction direction. Deduction successful. 7-wheel symbiosis technique. Then search for the mountain axe in the mall. I spent 100,000 attention points to buy a mountain axe, a super low-end version in Black O terms. Spend another 100,000 attention points to buy a 3-pointed, double-edged sword, the ultra-low profile version in Black O terms. In this way, weapons and skills will have now. It's time to slowly think about the script. The main props can be purchased at the mall, and the rest of the props such as clothes can be made by yourself slowly with the investment you defrauded before. As for the so-called $1 million investment, if you're a little more shameless, you could say, in ancient times, a force of 10,000 soldiers was called a 100,000-man army, and now director Chi Zhao's investment of 200,000 is called $1 million investment. The correspondence between the past and the present is a good story. The film industry has come to a temporary end, and what remains is my own business. At the moment the movie ended, Ikonuma Masashi felt in his heart that the seed of supernatural power bestowed by God as the first immortal in the world had blossomed and borne fruit in his body. This feeling is indescribable, just like suddenly having an extra arm, making people feel both familiar and unfamiliar. Talking without practice is just empty talk. That if you want to know the specific power of supernatural powers, you must use them first. Carefully feel the flow of magic power and activate the supernatural power imprint within your soul. God-given magical power, activate. Masashi Ikonuma entered a special state where he could know the past and future of anything he saw just by concentrating on it, and then manually edit it to make it appear in the present as it was at a certain moment in the past or future. This mysterious magical power is difficult to describe. At first, I thought it was to manually change the past and future vision of the objects I was looking at, but after using it, I found that this magical power is much more interesting. When he used his magical power on a kunao, the kunao, from raw iron to cast and then broken, instantly appeared in Ikonuma Masashi's mind like a slice of a movie. Start editing directly. The kunao in front of you changes with the picture in your mind that it turns back into pig iron for a while, and then breaks into two pieces again. The consumption and arrival time are linked to the current distance. Simply put, the mana consumed by the time the kunao is damaged by natural corrosion is much greater than the mana consumed by this time tomorrow. Furthermore, maintaining the magical power state constantly consumes mana. Seeing that he had a pretty good understanding of the magical power's effects and mechanisms, Ikonuma Masashi named the magical power time magic and cancelled it, preparing to go to school to consult the teacher for information on the Baikumo Jonin, just to make it look like he was going to school. That's actually what it is. It's so funny. Masashi Ikonuma looked in amazement at the kunao in front of him that had been corroded into scrap metal and now became intact again. He immediately sat down and continued the experiment. After many tests, I finally figured out most of the characteristics of this magical power. One, that you can only see the future state of the selected person or thing, but cannot see what will happen specifically. Second, the past is unique, but the future is not. The future can take many different paths, and the specific details can be added with variables, which makes Ikonuma Shishi suspect that this future is simply deduction and idealism. 3. During the period when the spell is effective, the people and things whose states are changed are actually in a real illusory state. Why do I say this? Because to the person being treated, he is like a character in a movie, and everything in the movie is real. After the effect of the supernatural power ends, the person being treated will return to normal life like an actor in a play. This magical power is extremely effective, but it also has great limitations. However, Ikanuma Kishi has already thought of several interesting uses for it, which he will leave aside for now. Opening the system mall panel again, all the props for the next movie are ready, and of course the director has to get some good things to reward himself. Looking at his own attention value of over 1 million, comparing the cost effectiveness and the level of prestige, he finally spent 1 million to buy a genuine version of the Lotus Lantern by Hayao Wado Arm himself. Although it was black, its efficacy was almost the same as the genuine immortal magic weapon. As for why the Black O words had the treasure Lotus Lantern, Chizuru Kishi didn't really care. Maybe Yang King Jo would come up with a Black O word Chenxiang. After a quick ritual and leaving his own mark, he went to Umino's house to look for Umino Irika and ask for information about Bayon's morning shift. After learning that the other party was in charge of the class for the first time, he turned around and went home. After all, with his true strength, he could push all the way from the gate of Konoha to the Hokage's office, and he could also wipe out the root base on the way. Going to the teacher to ask for information was just for show. As for why he made this trip, it was because Ikanuma Masashi was a person who tried his best to do things perfectly. In order to avoid his classmates and teachers knowing that he had made the decision and then went home to do his own things, making others think that he was not serious about the assessment, he had to work hard on himself. After all, most of the time, the Genin class assessment is all about attitude. Therefore, now that his strength is enough to crush the Jonin, Ikanuma Masashi will show the right attitude towards tomorrow's assessment. After having a nice dinner at home, he went to rest. He was in high spirits when he was happy, and this night was the best sleep he had had in recent times. In the blink of an eye, it was time to gather at the 9th training ground in Konoha village, and the three little ones each shared the information they had obtained. As expected, the intelligence obtained by everyone was not much. This was also normal. After all, the battle of ninjas was often a battle of intelligence. If the intelligence of a Jonin was so easy to collect, he would have died long ago. However, there were also some unexpected surprises. There was a Chunin in the Izuno family who had followed Bayon Zhao for a period of time before. He knew that he was good at using wind style, vacuum sword and Konoha instant body. Although it was just some general information, it was only a Genin class assessment after all. No matter how hard you tried, the other party would not use their most secret ninjutsu. This information was enough. After discussing countermeasures, they set the trap together. As I said before, the Genin exam is about attitude. A leaf falls slowly in the sky. It slowly descended, and when it was about to reach the ground, a whirlwind blew it up, and white clouds arrived with the wind in the morning. This appearance is just one word: handsome. You guys are great. You've done a great job both gathering intelligence and setting traps. I recognize you. Bayon casually picked up a branch that morning and continued, but if you want to become my subordinate, you still have to pass the actual combat exercise. You must successfully hit me to be qualified to graduate at my hands. Otherwise, everyone will go back to school for another year. The actual combat exercise officially begins now. The battle is about to begin. As the top student in the grade, Ikanuma Masashi has to bear a lot of pressure. According to the previous discussion, the strength of Class 9 is frontal combat. If the assessment is about combat, then we'll play to our strengths. Ikanuma Masashi and Amanto will work together to withstand the pressure head-on, while Izuno Yuki will be responsible for maneuvering according to the situation. The discussion was nice, but once the fight started, She discovered a problem he had never thought of. That is, I am much stronger now than when I was in the ninja school. What can I do to successfully complete my goals with the help of my happy teammates without being too exaggerated? This problem is not a problem at all for practical combat masters like Gamamaru, because they have a wide range of martial arts skills and can become strong as they wish, and they can also play the role of a weakling with ease. But for a theoretical expert like Masashi Ikanuma who just graduated from school and has a low level of practical skills, it would be fatal. Not to mention that he hasn't fought a single battle since he became stronger in order to film a movie recently. That was really fatal. If he hadn't reacted immediately, Ikanuma Kishi might have been on his knees begging Bayon not to die this morning. There were mistakes, but Ikanuma Masashi's timidity, fearing the death of his Jonin teacher, gave him the innocent air of a freshman, temporarily fooling everyone present. Although he was fine at the moment, he knew that it would be impossible for him to hide the secrets from the elite Jonin during the battle with his current combat level. There are two solutions: 1. Improve your acting skills and try to delay the time. 2. Speed up and finish it before being discovered. Looking at the Konoha forward protector in front of him, a brilliant idea suddenly came to his mind. He jumped back 2 steps to create some distance, then took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and held it horizontally in front of him. He stared intently at his own reflection in the kunao's blade. God-given magical power, time magic, activate. An inhuman feeling of detachment rose from Shizeo Chishi's body, and then quickly faded away. He actually returned his state to the time when he first got the system. He admitted that there was an element of gambling in his behavior, but even if he lost the bet, retaining the system and the innate toad skill would only take a few more days of effort. But the result is not bad. Even if my state returns to the past, I can cancel it myself. There were no more doubts in his heart, and he fully enjoyed the battle. He suddenly felt better, and finally understood why Gamamaru fell in love with fighting. This feeling of giving it his all without any worries was truly wonderful. Bayun was frightened by the sudden surge of terrifying momentum in the morning. When he came to his senses again, it had disappeared, making people wonder if it was his illusion. But he soon had no time to doubt it, because after returning to his original form, Ikanuma Masashi's combat performance could only be described as astonishing. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and used the substitution technique skillfully enough, he would have succeeded. He swung the branch in his hand, sweeping away the two people in front of him, then used his left hand to grab the little cat girl who came to attack him, and was about to kick her away to kill her. Unexpectedly, Ikanuma Kishi came up again so quickly, and his attack was like an antelope hanging on a horn, leaving no trace that he had no choice but to throw the little cat girl in his hand towards him, using offense instead of defense to resolve this wave of attacks. Although Ikanuma Kishi's physical condition has returned to its previous state, his vision as a strong man remains. He has never eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run. He really thinks that all those days of toad pills were taken in vain? Bayun can tell you how terrifying Chi Shiji Ikanuma is when he lets loose completely this morning. He reached out to catch the flying Izuno Yuki, and while stepping back, he spun around and used the momentum to throw the person in his hand into the air. Then he did a backflip to avoid the pursuing shuriken and threw the kunao in his hand to interrupt the opponent's attack. Yuki Izuno rushed forward again to cooperate with the attack in the air, and even caught the kunao that flew back. She really saved even the money for a kunao. Having written so much, all these things happened within a few seconds, which shows how fast their speed and reaction were. Bayun felt that he was living like a dog at his age. How could he play like this? A normal genin should have been beaten away like a manto and then ran back. If I had met him when I had just graduated, he would have hung me up and beaten me to the point of doubting my life. Looking at Ikanuma Kishi dancing before him, freely displaying his talents, he had already determined that they had passed. But if the assessment really ended like this, he would be considered obedient if they didn't cause a scene, let alone manage the team. If you don't show some real skills, I'm afraid this situation will not end well. He pinched his fingers together and a whirlwind suddenly formed from the branch in his hand. This was his signature ninjutsu, the vacuum sword. Bayun Zeo is indeed Konoha's elite jonin. He is so skilled in wind escape techniques that his true knowledge can be seen in the details. He can even transform the cutting force of wind escape techniques into blunt force damage and wrap it around tree branches. This can increase the force of the blow without seriously injuring the group of genin. This exquisite wind escape technique showed Chizuru Ikanuma that the world is vast and full of wonders. If one underestimates the heroes of the world after watching the ancient masters duel, they will fall sooner or later. Put away your pride and treat him like an apprentice again. While this person was having an epiphany, Teacher Bayun was in a terrible state. He thought to himself that he had never seen such a monster in his decades of life. Aside from his initial timidity, he grew stronger and more unrestrained as the fight progressed. Once I showed some real skill, he began to calm down. Most importantly, his speed of growth was visible to the naked eye. It was truly terrifying. Before they knew it, they had exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Bayun had intended to feed Chizan Chi some moves in the morning, the other two were already covered in wounds and were relying on their willpower to hold on. In order to avoid really hurting the other two people, he waved the middle branch, creating several hurricane force winds that blew everyone away, and then threw the branch behind him. You've passed the test for holding out this long. Bayun Zeo's serious face cracked with a hint of a smile. Your cooperation today was excellent. Remember, no matter what happens, your companions can trust each other. As a reward for passing the test, I'll treat you to barbecue. Hearing this, Izuno Yuki and Amanto fell to the ground laughing. Ikanuma Masashi also smiled slightly to express his gratitude to the teacher. Just as he was about to take back the kunao in his hand, it suddenly broke into two pieces. Looking at the broken kunao, I felt a little familiar. It seems that when I tested yesterday and added the condition of using a kunao to fight until it breaks, it was broken like this. The barbecue queue at lunch was particularly lively, and the aroma of grilled meat and spices could be smelled before you even walked in. Bayun Zhao, who was dressed neatly, formed a sharp contrast with Ikanuma Chi and the other two disheveled team members behind him. The first thing that caught my eye after entering the door was a barbecue waiter carrying a mountain of barbecue and walking shakily towards the small compartment. Kishi, this way. A warm and lively voice came, and when I turned around, it was indeed that cute blonde figure. Hey, what a hassle. With that unmotivated voice and that iconic pineapple hairstyle, who else could it be but Nara Shikamaru? Woo woo. This was Akimichi Koji, who was greeting with difficulty with his mouth full of barbecue. Sarutobi Asuma, who was sitting opposite the three of them, also turned around and greeted Bayun Zaemon in time. Bayun Zaema and Sarutobi Asuma are both Konoha's top wind style masters. As a senior, Bayun Zaema has instructed the son of the third generation in wind style jutsu, so the two are familiar with each other. The end result was that Asuma's wallet was bleeding, and he had to treat the 9th and 10th chefs to barbecue. The two leading jonin went to the small table next to them and opened another one. 6 students from classes 9 and 10 sat together. It felt quite fresh to meet again right after graduation. I didn't expect to meet you today. Is this what they call fate? Masashi Ikanuma has traveled through time for many years. Although he intentionally did not change the original plot due to strength issues, sometimes the world cannot remain the same even if you don't want to change it. At least Ino has changed from being a Suzuki fan in the original work to being a Saisuke fan. Suzuki is the best looking but second strongest in the class, while Masashi Ikanuma is the second best looking but strongest. In addition, he is as friendly to everyone as central air conditioning, so he has quite a number of little fans among the Ikanuma faction. Among them, the one he is most familiar with is Yamanaka Ino, one of the 12 young strongmen in the original work. However, I don't know if it's the inertia of the plot, but although Ino and Sakura didn't fall out because of their common love, their relationship became bad because they were in two different factions. Destiny, there is nothing more wonderful than this in the world. The 6 genin were sharing their graduation experiences, while the 2 jonin were discussing the genin they were leading. The 2 of them had a few drinks, and Asuma ate a piece of barbecue before asking, "Senior Bion, how is the assigned team?" If you want to ask Ikanuma Masashi, my assessment of him is that he is absolutely amazing. Bayun had noticed in the morning that Asuma had been secretly keeping an eye on Ikanuma Masashi since their team came in, but it was understandable. After all, the other 2 teammates looked like they had been played badly, but he and the team leader looked calm and collected. Anyone would want to know more. Hearing Bayun's excellent evaluation this morning, Asuma was slightly surprised and continued to ask, "So amazing?" "It's only stronger than you think." Bayun answered calmly while eating barbecue in the morning that he has been famous for many years and has seen countless geniuses. He has also seen kids who were stronger than he is now when they just graduated, but he was the one who survived in the end. However, there is only one person who can give him a sense of amazement, and that is Ikanuma Masashi. The way he thought about the battle, the smoothness of his movements, and the ease he displayed made people feel that he had not yet exerted his full strength. Bayun paused for a moment while eating barbecue in the morning and said solemnly, "I even doubt that even the freshmen from the same batch would be a match for him." Asuma was shocked by what the other person said. That he had expected him to be strong, but not this strong. So he put down his chopsticks and said, "I've read the profiles of this year's graduates. Based on the descriptions, it's hard to imagine they're this powerful." As a fellow jonin, Asuma naturally trusted Zhao's judgment completely on these matters. He had considered that the other party was a spy who had hidden his strength and infiltrated Kana, but he quickly put the thought aside. Are you kidding me? At this age, he can be described as a stunning genius by an elite jonin, and then sent undercover. Whoever proposed this should be dragged out and stabbed to death with a senbon. Bayun swallowed a piece of barbecue in the morning and said, "Maybe it's because his peers and teachers didn't put enough pressure on him. That you may not understand what I'm saying, but he's the type who gets stronger when faced with stronger opponents. That it's not that his graduation evaluation was wrong, but it didn't reflect his most talented side." After a pause, allowing the other party to digest his words, he continued, "As long as you suppress him, he will improve visibly." The 2 senior ninjas were discussing the team members, so they naturally spoke in a low voice to avoid being heard by others. But it can prevent eavesdropping and lip reading, but it can't prevent Shikamaru's genius brain. Through the expressions of the 2 jonin, the conditions of the 3 classmates, and the details of the discussion about their respective assessments, he has already pieced together the whole thing. But a truly smart person will not say too much. He just sighed that his classmate was so powerful, and at the same time felt that it was difficult for his teammates' love relationship, and then kept the matter deep in his heart. As the last piece of barbecue entered Shikamaru's mouth, the happy dinner came to an end, and it also symbolized the farewell of the carefree campus life. After a satisfying meal, everyone was about to say goodbye. Ino put her face close to Ikanuma Masashi and said with a smile, "Goodbye." Looking at the cute smiling face in front of him, Ikanuma Masashi suddenly wanted to poke her forehead like Itaki poked Suzuki. "If you want to do it, just do it." 2 fingers tapped Ino's forehead and smiled back, "Goodbye." Unexpectedly, the person she likes touched her forehead. Ino's face immediately turned red. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. Only that gentle smile. Asuma was a little speechless looking at his love-brained student. He held his forehead and said helplessly, "Hey, come back to your senses, he's gone." After returning home, he cancelled the supernatural power state, and then immediately cast the time magic again in front of the mirror. As expected, I could choose to return to my pre-cancellation state. Feeling the chakra in my body increase compared to when I first graduated, I took out the 7-will symbiosis technique from my system backpack and said to myself, "This God-given magical power is really interesting. This book will be useful to me too." Zabuza's voice was heard again in the thick fog. "Arrogant brat, I'm going to kill you first. Don't think that just because you wear a forehead protector you are a ninja. Only those with blood on their hands and who have experienced life and death can be called true ninjas." Zabuza suddenly appeared behind Suzuki, slashing down fiercely with the beheading sword in his hand, and said, "You are not qualified." Without even turning his head, Suzuki reached behind him with his right hand, grabbed the beheading sword and stopped the blade behind him. Slowly turning around, the red and black tentacles had already spread to Suzuki's face, and paired with the blood-red sharing on, there was an indescribable beauty. "You mean, if I kill you, I can be called a ninja, right?" The clear and hoarse voices blended together organically, and the speaking speed was neither fast nor slow, making Suzuki look even more evil. "Damn brat." Compared to Suzuki's relaxed state, Zabuza, who felt insulted, was burning with anger. Zabuza drew his sword and retreated, blending into the mist again, waiting for the next opportunity to attack. But Suzuki ignored the danger and strolled leisurely in the thick fog. With every step he took, the tentacles on his body extended a little bit, and soon his body was covered with red and black tentacles. The members of Team 7 looked at the strange Sasuke and didn't know whether they should go forward to help. Among all the people, Naruto was the one struggling the most. They were graduating together, and he had worked so hard, so why was Sasuke so strong while he was so weak that he couldn't even see his back? The seed of wanting to become stronger and catch up with Sasuke sprouted in his heart, waiting for the opportunity to grow into a big tree. When the members of Team 7 were in a state of confusion, Zabuza suddenly appeared behind them and swung his sword towards Dazna. The reason he did this was simple, because he was a ninja. The target of the mission is Dazna, and fighting Kakashi's team is just a means to an end, not the end itself. Seeing that the opponent is invincible, the normal thinking of a ninja is to take advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack and eliminate the target. Kakashi, who had experienced countless missions, had anticipated this. He turned around and took a step forward, about to block Zabuza's attack. But he was faster than Sasuke, and his blood-red tentacles turned into sharp spikes, and soon he passed over everyone and flew towards Zabuza. "Don't run around, your opponent is me." Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Zabuza immediately put away his sword to defend himself, but was then blasted away by Sasuke with his sword. Listening to Sasuke's cold voice, he knew that this time it might not end well. He slowly stood up with his hands supporting the beheading sword, staring at Sasuke and asked, "What's your name, kid?" It is a happy thing to be recognized by a senior ninja at this age, but as a pretentious protagonist, Sasuke will never lose his composure because of this. He put his hands in his pockets, showed a cool smile and said, "Uchiha sa." Before he could finish his words, the flesh and blood tissue wrapped around his body suddenly increased dramatically, transforming into a burly demon that wrapped Sasuke inside, leaving only half of his handsome face exposed. Vendetta said in his unique hoarse voice, "Partner, this is the time to speak. We are on Vendetta." ×2 Sasuke's clear voice and Vendetta's hoarse voice sounded at the same time. This feeling of unison made Sasuke feel that it was not bad to have such a monster as a partner to accompany him on the lonely road of revenge. Sasuke is completely obsessed with revenge. He has a ferocious face, big bloodshot eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, a long snake-like tongue sticking out of his huge mouth, and he is more than 2 meters tall. His body is covered in blood red and dotted with black megatama patterns. Just by looking at his appearance, one can imagine that he is a peerless demon who devours hundreds of people a day. The scene instantly changed from a ninja showdown to a battle between brave earthlings and alien monsters. The one who was most nervous was not the people present, but Ikanuma Masashi, who was watching the system projection alone in the distance. He had long anticipated that Vendetta would improvise and change the script on the spot. After all, this was due to the extreme emotional nature of the symbiote. Therefore, the script given to him was only a rough outline, and much of the rest depended on what he wanted to do. But seeing the Vendetta appear so violently, Masashi Ikanuma still felt a little uncomfortable. Because in his mind, the revenge during this period could only strengthen Sasuke's physique, do some supporting work, and add a few tentacles for special effects. In the final battle of Wave Country, he makes an explosive appearance again, saying we are on a vendetta, pushing the plot to its climax. Why did he think so? It was simple. Because of the revenge, it had just experienced the catastrophe of turning the false into the true, and now was the weakest time in its life. But the result was incredibly fierce. Can you imagine a patient who was just sleeping in the ICU ward suddenly turning into a muscular man, rushing out and killing everyone? This is how Vendetta feels to Chi now. I couldn't figure out the reason, so I had to open the director's eye and try it out on Sasuke on the screen to see if it would work. The result was gratifying. The power of the director's skills was beyond his imagination. The director's eye could be used on the characters on the screen. He looked at Sasuke carefully and didn't find anything wrong. His eyes accidentally swept over Naruto, and after comparing them, he found the answer to the mystery. Indra is gone. Indra's reincarnation chakra was eaten as a tonic by the Vendetta bastard. Ikanuma Masashi could already figure out the whole story. Because Ikanuma Masashi ordered it not to harm Sasuke's life even if it was weak, he changed into a more energy-efficient chakra form and possessed Sasuke, wandering around the body looking for something to eat. The funniest thing is that he actually found it, and it wasn't Sasuke himself. The chakra is the reincarnation chakra of Indra, which is delicious and nutritious and will not harm Sasuke. It is not difficult to guess what happened next. The extremely weak Vendetta certainly couldn't do anything to Indra, and Indra's chakra was unconscious, so he could only resist passively. The two were stuck like this. After Sasuke took the supplements given by Saisuke, vengeance was strengthened and he ate it slowly, one bite at a time. As the strength increased, Indra disappeared, completely absorbed by vengeance. Ikanuma Masashi didn't know what impact Indra's death would have on the world in the future, but at least Sasuke had come out of the vortex of the eternal confrontation between Ashura and Indra, which was not too good news. Masashi Ikanuma feels that the most troublesome thing is not what to do if Indra is no longer in the plot, but how to find someone with enough weight to be the final boss of this short drama of revenge. Let's put aside the director's concerns for now and return our attention to Sasuke. Powerful physical strength, a vast range of perception, and a chakra so abundant it felt like a physical substance. His entire body could transform into any weapon. Powerful, that was how Sasuke felt at that moment. Just standing there, savoring his own strength, venting his powerful presence. Not to mention the limited experience of Naruto and Sakura, two genin, even elite jonin like Kakashi and Zabuza had never seen a creature emitting such a malevolent aura. The ferocity and madness were truly unprecedented. Not even the most ferocious nine-tailed demon fox possessed such cold and malevolent chakra. An extremely evil aura, centered around revenge, spread out, startling all the birds in the forest and flying desperately outside. Different animals gathered into a beast tide, fleeing for their lives. They didn't know why they were fleeing, but they only knew that if they didn't flee now, they would surely die. The surface of the nearby lake seemed to be boiling, and countless fish jumped onto the shore to die in order to escape the vendetta. Even the residents in the capital of Wave Country felt an inexplicable chill. The few people present did not dare to move, for fear of accidentally provoking a vendetta attack. After a while, the first person to break the silence was not Zabuza, who had already begun to think of retreating, but the vengeful killer himself. With a look of negotiation on his ferocious face, he muttered to himself, "Partner, it's time for us to eat all the rice balls in front of us." What Vendetta said is very characteristic of the symbiote in the ninja world. As for what the symbiote was originally like, Masashi Ikanuma didn't know who was taking the lead in the action. The ninja world's version of the symbiote emphasizes the word symbiote. The two are of one mind and one body, and they operate the body together. Of course, they can also attack alone, but their strength will be compromised. Okay, Vendetta grinned, his snake-like tongue stuck out, and disappeared like a hurricane. The extremely fast speed made everyone at the scene feel insecure. Under extreme mental pressure, Naruto and Sakura could not help but kneel on the ground. "Don't worry, I will protect you with my life." Kakashi turned his head slightly to look at the two fallen people and said words of comfort, but looking at the cold sweat on his head and the insincere expression, it was clear that he did not have much hope of surviving Suzuki. It's really ironic that this sentence was said to Suzuki in the original work, but now it is said to Naruto and Sakura, who are scared by Suzuki and can't move. This made Shishi Ikanuma, who was far away at the border of the land of fire, sigh at the impermanence of life, but he couldn't act without making a sound in front of Bai Yunzeo. "Therefore, I can only pray that Suzuki will show mercy and spare the lives of my teammates. Otherwise, the plot of Naruto would completely collapse because of Suzuki's rampage." The people present went through the most difficult seconds of their lives, but what they didn't know was that the first target of the vendetta was not them. Vendetta flashed to a large tree next to Bai, and gently stroked Bai's body with his arms. At the same time, he stretched out his long tongue to lick the back of Bai's neck and said, "Rice ball, you smell so good." Bai was facing the biggest crisis in his life. The figure of his vendetta had just disappeared from his sight when he felt a giant hand caressing his lower back and a tongue licking the back of his neck from behind. The damp and slippery touch made him shudder. The demon behind him was licking him with its tongue. He was not afraid that he was about to die in the giant mouth. He was just afraid that he would die as a worthless tool and would not even be able to create a chance for Lord Zabuza to escape. "Will die," these two words filled Bai's mind, but in times of crisis, a hero's true character is revealed. Facing the crisis of death, Byakuya gritted his teeth, made a hand seal with one hand, and used his fastest moving ninjutsu, Ice Release, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. "Run, Master Zabuza!" Bai shouted towards Zabuza, turned around and flew towards the ice mirror in the other direction. Ikanuma Masashi, who had been watching the battle, commented on this move, a technique bordering on the Deo. Impeccable speed and angles, a tunnel of ice, crisscrossed by ice mirrors, stretched as far as possible. If he was facing another cage-level master, Bai would have run away. Unfortunately, he encountered a super-powered version of the alien top predator, one that absorbed Indra's vendetta. Vendetta stretched out his neck and opened his mouth wide, which was the hunting technique engraved in the deepest part of the new symbiote's genes. It was also its strongest and most domineering offensive skill, powerful enough to be called the predatory magic, the Devourer. Although the 7-round symbiotic technique was deduced by Chakra and the symbiote together, the abilities currently displayed by the new symbiote are mostly the abilities possessed by the original symbiote. In terms of Chakra, only one can transform into a Chakra state to facilitate deeper lurking in the host's body. If Ikanuma Masashi felt that the 7-will symbiosis technique was closer to the essence of the power of Chakra than the Chakra training method, he would not think there was a problem. But the fact is that the training method that is more in line with the essence of Chakra does not show as many Chakra properties as the symbiote. Now the answer to the question has appeared, that is the skill that Masashi Ikanuma has always thought was just a hunting technique of the symbiote, the Devourer. He used to think that the magic tree's ability to prey on the world and transform into Chakra was the magic tree's original magical power. Now it seems that the fact is just the opposite, that it should be the Chakra that gives the tree the ability to prey on the world. And now the symbiote also possesses this ability, and the devouring beast unleashed by the symbiote will only be more ferocious, more evil, stronger and more domineering than that of the demon tree. Endless terror, from the vengeful mouth that was half the size of a man. Bai turned his head and saw that the huge mouth was like a black hole, so dark that even light could not escape. Bai's survival instinct told him that if he was bitten by it, all matter and energy would be swallowed up, and there would be no possibility of survival. Bai has tried his best to escape through the ice mirror, but the devouring beast follows closely behind him as if it were locked in causality, and everything along the way is devoured by it, making Bai know what it means to be unavoidable. Death seemed to have become an inevitable fact. There was only one thing Bai wanted to do now, and that was to take the monster behind him and get away from Lord Zabuza. Bai was already trying his best to run, but the difference in strength was too great that even though the other party was trying to play with his prey, he couldn't get far. I hope Lord Zabuza can run far away. Bai, whose left side of the body below the neck had completely disappeared, was thrown to the ground like a tattered ragdoll. Suzuki has returned to the lake where he first met Zabuza. There was no one around, and I guess they were scared away by his previous behavior. But he didn't have the heart to think about these things. Ugh, the feeling of sharp teeth cutting through flesh still lingered in his mouth, making Suzuki, a newly graduated genin, almost vomit stomach acid. Seeing Suzuki in such pain, Vendetta extended several tentacles from his body and transformed them into a head, saying comfortingly, "Partner, if you hadn't tilted your head just now, you would have swallowed it." It would have been fine if he didn't comfort him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Suzuki remembered what had just happened and vomited even more exaggeratedly. Although he is bent on revenge, Suzuki is essentially just a 12-year-old boy with a bit of kindness. The first time he encountered the enemy, he experienced such an explosive thing that although the emotions triggered by revenge caused Uchiha's innate mental illness to break out, when the time came, his kind nature made him sober up and tilt his head. This left Shiro with half a life, giving Ikanuma Masashi the chance to save him. After taking a breath, Suzuki lay on the ground, watching the sunlight shining through the shade of the trees. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and in an instant he burst into laughter. The road of revenge that had always seemed hopeless now finally had an end in sight. How could Suzuki not smile? He burst out his chakra while laughing, and when he looked again, all the nearby trees had turned into ice sculptures. The new symbiote can gain new abilities by feeding. After laughing, Suzuki said, next time, use the devouring beast with your hands. Suzuki was not shooting in vain. When he used the beast devourer just now, he vaguely discovered that the essence of this move was that the symbiote read and understood everything in the universe, and then launched a targeted attack on it, breaking everything down into absorbable energy and genetic sequences, and then devouring it completely. It was the ultimate technique. And the ultimate skill of this race is not something that can only be used with the mouth. Strictly speaking, the combined bodies of the two are the real devouring beast. The fact that Suzuki was able to discover the true nature of the devouring beast was not because he was gifted, but because he needed to use his brain to decompose, read, and understand the things that were hit, and it was actually quite difficult for him not to know it. Although I think eating should be done with the mouth, but if you're my partner and you want me to. Before Vendetta could finish his words, Suzuki spoke first. Yes, I hope so. After saying that, he immediately changed the subject and continued, by the way, do you know where my teammates are? Are you asking about the little fox kid who smells so good? You are not allowed to eat people without my permission. No. In the ninja world, in the Land of Waves, Kakashi carried Dazna, Naruto, and Sakura and rushed towards the capital of the Land of Waves. It's not that Kakashi doesn't want to escape back to the Land of Fire, but the transportation in the Land of Waves is monopolized by Cardo, and it is simply wishful thinking to find a ship to leave in a short period of time. After running a long distance, Sakura finally mustered up the courage to speak. Teacher Kakashi, Suzuki. The unfinished meaning in the words was obvious without asking. Naruto also felt depressed when he heard about Suzuki. He always felt that something very important to him had left forever. Kakashi turned around and smiled at the two people behind him. Suzuki is just possessed by that monster. Once I get you to a safe place, I will definitely find a way to get him back. Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound of wind came from the sky. Everyone be careful. Boom, like a huge rock falling from the sky, it stirred up countless dust. Everyone took up a stance to fight the enemy, and when the smoke and dust cleared, Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. The one coming is revenge. For Kaka, this was already the worst situation. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi, who was ready to sacrifice himself, said, you guys go, I'll hold him back. Vendetta's body slowly shrank, and his body turned into flesh and blood tentacles and slowly returned to Suzuki's body. Listening to Kakashi's words, he smiled coolly and said, where are you going? Don't you want to do the mission anymore? Suzuki. Times two. Naruto and Sakura spoke at the same time, and it sounded like the wife and the second wife seeing the master coming back and speaking at the same time to greet him. As for who is the principal wife and who is the second wife, that remains to be discussed. Why, you don't recognize me? The familiar pretentious standing posture, the cool expression, the standard evil smile, just standing there lets everyone know that this is the genuine Uchiha Suzuki. Naruto couldn't help but rush to Suzuki, grabbed Suzuki's shoulders with both hands and asked, how are you? Are you okay? What happened to that monster? Kakashi thought to himself that something was wrong, that he was not paying attention, and Naruto walked over to him. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise Kakashi would have collapsed. Vendetta's head popped out from behind Suzuki and asked Naruto, where are the monsters? Monster. Looking at the funny Naruto, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. At least the matter was over for the time being. Let's go back a little bit in time, to when Bai Gang was cut into half a man. Looking at Bai's miserable end, Ikanuma Masashi couldn't help but sigh. Although he was a character who was going to die anyway, it was because of his own misjudgment of Bai's strength that he became half human that it seemed unbearable to just watch him die. Isn't the purpose of practicing to become stronger so that you can feel at ease? Thinking of this, Shishi had made up his mind. If I break it, I might be discovered. With my current strength, I can go anywhere. Why should I be afraid? Let's do it. He activated the aura shield of the director's immortal body, then used his magical powers to transform into a symbiote state, consuming his power to derive a second offspring, which was then cast onto Bai's body through a small portal. After all the fancy operations, everything else is not a problem. The only difficulty is that the offspring of the symbiote must remove the director's immortal body by itself before it can influence others and possess Bai. In order to remove the indestructible body, the symbiote's extremely evil aura must be completely restrained in front of the senior ninja for a period of time. For the current Saizushi, this is indeed a challenge of varying degrees. After all, Bai is already dead now. If Chishi does not maintain the symbiont state, both of them will enter a weak state, and they will both die. With the protection of his trouser pocket, Ikanuma Masashi had already put his finger into the small portal, and a drop of white liquid dripped onto the transmission channel. Let's go to Bai's side and hunt. In the land of waves, Suzuki had just finished his meal at Dazna's house and was taking a walk in the nearby forest. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "You're here, Kakashi." Suzuki had anticipated Kakashi's arrival. It would be more accurate to say that he walked into the woods alone just to create an environment for a private chat. Hearing this, Kakashi walked out from behind the tree, with a smile in his eyes, and said in a gentle tone to Suzuki, "Can we talk for a moment?" Naruto and Sakura saw that Suzuki was fine and that they could forget about the vendetta. Even though they had some doubts in their hearts, they pretended as if nothing had happened. But as the leading ninja, Kakashi has to consider the safety of his team members in Konoha village. If we keep such a powerful and extremely dangerous person as Vendetta around without questioning him, it would be irresponsible to the lives of all people. Of course, when it comes to vendettas against a powerful person of this level, even if it's interrogation, one must pay attention to the method. After all, there are few people in the entire Konoha village who are opponents of the vendetta. If one angers the other party, one can't always assume that the monster exuding extreme malice is a good person, right? How could Suzuki not hear Kakashi's deliberate flattery? He smiled smugly and didn't embarrass Kakashi. He extended several tentacles to his face and said, "You want to talk about vendettas, right? Can you help me, partner?" The conversation between the two went extremely smoothly, and they successfully reached a consensus in less than half an hour. The final result was that Kakashi would use his energy to help Suzuki find Itaki, and after completing his revenge, he would recommend Suzuki to become a jonin, and Suzuki would stay in Konoha and continue to serve Konoha. Of course, these are just verbal contracts. What happens in the future will be left for later. While Team 7 is peaceful, all the employees of the Cardo Company in the nearby capital have been hunted down. Let's go back in time a little. If Bai is successfully possessed, he will know how bad the host's physical condition is. Just look at how difficult it is for him to maintain the host's vital signs. There was no point in thinking too much, so following the guidance of father, he chased and ate while running, all the way to the headquarters of Cardo Company. You don't even need any directions, just go directly to the city with the most people and the tallest and most beautiful building. There is no need to say much about what happens next. If you put a hungry symbiont in the canteen and lift the ban on eating indiscriminately, you will know what will happen. Help! Monster, there's a monster, let me go, I can give you a lot of money, I can give you anything you want. Brutal, horrifying, that was the final feeling of Cardo's not-so-long life. Within the borders of Tang Country. After finally finishing dinner, Ikanuma Masashi found an excuse to leave. I found a place where my teammates couldn't sense me, opened the door, and teleported to the land of waves. I exuded my aura wantonly and enjoyed the long-lost sense of relaxation. Masashi Ikanuma found that sometimes he didn't know how far he could go unless he pushed himself. He didn't expect that he could control the symbiote form, which was known for its wildness, to emit the aura of a normal person, and it was not noticed by the senior ninja teacher who was standing nearby. Looking at the Cardo Company that had been hunted down and turned into ruins, I sighed that I was really hypocritical. Both parties are characters who will die in the original plot. When facing Bai's death, he will help save him. However, all the people in Cardo Company are forced to sacrifice their lives to save Bai, but he is unmoved. He quickly dismissed this thought. After all, he was no longer the college student from Blue Star and didn't have that much sympathy. Besides, Cardo is a piece of trash. He commits rape, robbery, and all kinds of evil. Arranging a hunt to eliminate him can be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. After rescuing Bai, Zulie followed the script's instructions and returned to the deepest part of Bai's body. In the ruins, Bai was lying on his side, naked, on a raised piece of floor. The full moonlight shone on his androgynous body, which had a unique divine beauty. Ikanuma Masashi slowly walked towards where Bai was, his body shape changing with every step. By the time he reached Bai, he had transformed into a symbiote with a frenzied, noisy, and demonic flame. The aura was controlled extremely well, remaining confined to the company, without a trace of it spreading outside. Looking at the hunt, even after a recent massacre in the most prosperous area of Wave Country, there was no panic, as would be expected from a vendetta. Thinking about it this way, I was fooled by the exaggerated performance before the vendetta. As a parasitic creature, how could the symbiote not restrain its own aura? It was just that its vengeful personality was flamboyant, and it absorbed Indra's chakra, becoming stronger too quickly, causing its aura to be released uncontrollably. Putting aside the digression, the director had already memorized the lines, prepared the styling, and the special effects, and had even reshot several shots using Bai's body. Bai, who was sleeping, let out a soft moan, opened his eyes drowsily, and raised his left hand reflexively. Opportunities are fleeting, and if there is a sacred picture, how can director Chi Zhan miss it? He was currently flying in the air, using the demonic energy and special effects on his body to transform into countless symbiotic creatures that were born and died at will, surrounding him. Although they were in the form of evil demons, they were extremely sacred. Open your eyes, I'm Nar. As soon as Bai opened his eyes, he saw a peerless god and demon flying in the air and reaching out to him. His life experience was truly bizarre. Zulier controlled Bai's body inside his body and stretched out his hand towards the demon in front of him. Chi also stretched out his right hand at the right time, condensed a drop of sacred liquid with white light, and dripped it onto Bai's hand. "Oh Bai, I will anoint you to sanctify this moment. You will walk my ways, carry my work, spread my power, inherit my cause, and receive my fruit." Take the drop of suspicious liquid with white light. The body suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if something was about to come out. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, which gradually turned into a roar, and his slender body was slowly dyed white. It has a pure white body, with a few black lines forming a rough snowflake shape on the abdomen and back, big pure white eyes, terrifying fangs, and a braid formed by tentacles on its head. It's the symbiote hunter. When the hunt comes on the scene, Shi, who plays the symbiote god Null, is like a hermit who suddenly appears to advance the plot. He suddenly appears and then suddenly disappears, leaving the stage to the main characters in the plot. As soon as he left, Zulier started posing crazily in the open space, trying to make the final picture full of power. Don't be fooled by his current powerful and energetic appearance. Once Chi breaks the symbiont state of time magic, Zuilai will immediately become a dead dog because he loses his real source. But this is not important, because no matter what his condition is, no matter how much director Ikanuma helps him, he will never be a match for the vendetta. After all, the revenge was done by consuming one of the rare treasures of heaven and earth in this world. The energy contained in this treasure is so strong and its effect is so miraculous that if it were placed in the world of immortals, it would cause the sex in the nearby continents to scramble for it and fight each other until they were bloody. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, which can be reincarnated and forged into countless powerful people in this world, is enough for the great author of fairy tales to write hundreds of thousands of words, interspersed with various intrigues, grudges, guardian beasts, sex saints, demon witches, being poisoned by drugs and having to let go of guardian beasts, and countless other stories and accidents. And this kind of rare treasure is something Suzuki was born with. Originally, he could not use it at this time, but now because of the appearance of the plug-in given by the director of Vendetta, he can directly crack it with brute force and eat it into his stomach and digest it slowly. In any fairy tale style painting, there must be a line of song. After swallowing a golden pill, I realized that my fate is not determined by heaven. Director Ikanuma didn't mind that Suzuki's fate was up to fate. After all, he wasn't one to leave things to fate. But now that he was about to lose control of the director's fate, that was a big problem. It's not that Chi is unable to do anything to Suzuki in vengeance. If he is willing to take action himself, or ask the people from the 3 Holy Lands to come out, it will only take a few minutes to bring vengeance to his knees. But why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As a director and a behind-the-scenes person, he can't always appear as the villain himself, right? Wouldn't that be villainy? Besides, he defrauded so many investors just to avoid so much trouble. Considering that Shizeo Media is still in its early stages, there aren't many top actors available. Original minor bosses like Haku and Zabuza were initially saved out of kindness, though it was a bit of a shame to do so. Now it seems like recruiting them directly as actors might be a good idea. Relying on 2 novice actors to play against 2 powerful rivals in a rivalry is out of the question, but Chi has plenty of ways. He has already thought about how to shoot the next plot, and it will definitely give Vendetta a big surprise. Bai had just recovered from a serious injury and encountered another major change. The next scene should have to wait until he wakes up tomorrow, but it doesn't matter. The director's schedule is full. If things don't work here, we can just go to shoot the other side first. With the help of the director's immortal body's inability to perceive and the drone's ability to follow, Chi easily reached the front of the house where Zabuza was hiding. Seeing Zabuza hiding and licking his wounds like a wounded wild dog, he did not hide at the moment. He walked in directly with the same hairstyle as when he and Bai just filmed the scene of creation of Lucifer. The overwhelming demonic energy transformed into a symbiotic being that was born and died at will, protecting their god, Nar. Zabuza sat dejectedly on the edge of the bed. He believed that on his way to becoming a Jonin, he had walked through countless shuras and experienced countless fatal situations. But there has never been a time when he felt like this time, when he felt that there was no hope of revenge in this life. He sat here and thought about many things: the classmates who died at his hands, his former friends, the Kirigakure that he loved, and the Mizukage who had gone completely mad and lost all reason. He recalled his own unwise assassination, the pursuit by the hidden mist village, and his life as a renegade ninja. Reminds me of Bai. He always thought that ninjas were tools, and that Bai died to save him, which was a worthy death. It was enough for him to be alive, but at this moment he was already in tears. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was not so much that he saved Bai, but rather that Bai saved himself. Bai's pure and innocent heart saved his life, which was gradually falling into the abyss. Suddenly he felt someone's presence, and when he looked up he saw a figure that brought him despair, a figure that looked very much like the monster that had just taken Bai's life. The exaggerated shape, the noisy momentum, and the face that was similar to that of the vendetta made it difficult for Zabuza to deceive himself. Without any nonsense, Zabuza, knowing that he had no way out, picked up the beheading sword and slashed at him. I don't know if it was because of the sad scene that reminded him of Bai, but this sword move surpassed Zabuza's limit and even reached the realm of controlling the sword with his heart. He integrated all his thoughts and feelings for Bai into this sword move, and his swordsmanship was harmonious and full of emotion. But the gap in realm cannot be made up by emotions. At least the emotions in Zabuza's dialogue cannot make up for the huge difference between him and Ikonuma. All the gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. This sentence is the most appropriate to describe Zabuza at this moment. The gift from the devil comes at a price. Endless malice boils out from Zabuza's heart and converges into one word: kill. The crazy malice continued to torture his body and mind, as if it wanted to send him to hell forever. Looking at Zabuza's reaction, Saishi knew that his experiment was indeed successful and the personality of the new symbiote's offspring was indeed controllable. If Vendetta and Hunt are normally born offspring symbiotes, then Eternal Fall is the test tube baby specially modified by Masashi Ikonuma. It has to be said that it is indeed easy for a symbiote to produce offspring. To actively produce offspring, it only needs to inject energy and thoughts into tissues separated from the body to quickly create offspring. After the experience of creating the first two offspring symbiotes, he began to create the third offspring on the way to find Zabuza. When creating the symbiote, Chi deliberately magnified the malice in his heart and then poured that malice into the newborn symbiote. In order to ensure that he could control this offspring who was born with extreme malice, he also added the idea of obedience to the father into his mind, although he didn't know whether this would be useful. However, he never thought that he could control the Eternal Fall forever by relying on this thought injection. Rather than the control of magic or rank, he prefers to believe in the control of interests, just like Gamamaru before. He wanted to save the world, so Chi gave him the power. Even if he went back in the Longchi cave, it only changed the place where the plot took place and the name of the opponent. He will eventually embark on the journey to defeat Kagaya at Satsuki. The result will be the same, but the movie will be different. Just like Suzuki and his vendetta, if you give Suzuki the show-off power, he will naturally show it off. Although due to his own inconsiderateness, his power exceeded his expectations, causing him to do a lot more work in the end. But Kishi was happy. He was happy to see Suzuki break through his plan and happy to see more possibilities. In the ninja world, genius is beyond common sense, isn't it? Besides, apart from God, the only ones who claim to be able to control everything are children. Chi believes that he has not yet reached the level of God. Of course, if Yangduo and the others break through the constraints of their father and raise the blade of rebellion, Chi will be even happier, and then he will smile and use his strongest power to give them a grand death. While Chi was daydreaming, Eternal Fall had completely covered Zabuza and transformed into a symbiote form. Eternal Fall is different from other offspring symbiotes. He is completely black, without a trace of other colors on his body, but there are bone spurs on his arm joints. His pitch black body, pale eyes, and sharp teeth make people think of a demon that wants to tear people down to hell forever. This is Eternal Fall. Looking at Yangduo's pale eyes filled with endless malice, Chi was quite satisfied with his appearance. Regardless of whether he could fight or not, the most important thing was that the audience could tell at a glance that this was the villain. This kind of professional villain actor is still in great demand at Chizuru Media, and Chi's efforts are worth it. He specially trained Eidolon and found a villain like Zabuza as the host, so that the two can complement and support each other, and speed up on the road of perverted villains. Of course, in the play, the origin of Eternal Fall cannot be recruited by the method of the demon god directly going to the door. After all, this would make Null, the god of symbiotes, seem too uncool. Therefore, the origin of Eternal Fall had to be refilmed at a different location. Darkness will always surrender to a more powerful darkness. To deal with a professional villain like Yangduo, you can just command him with the most powerful attitude. Chi, ready to devour the opponent alive if they disagreed, ordered, "Follow me." I don't know if it's the effect of his aura or the idea of obeying his father, but the result is that although Yangduo is full of malice towards everything, he will still obey his father's orders. The two demons took advantage of the night and followed the freshwater river of Wave Country to an underground lake. Nice underground lake. It looks like the place where the dark demon is doing things. Chi commented on the situation in the cave, and used his power and special effects to transform the interior, striving to make the cave more eerie and terrifying, so that the audience would know at a glance that this is the origin of the dark organization. After some transformation, the already gloomy underground cave became even more terrifying, filled with bones everywhere. The entire underground lake turned into a deathly black, and some mutated aquatic animals swam underwater from time to time. Chi looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, then turned to look at Yangduo, who had been staying obediently in the same place. He felt even more satisfied and ordered him, "Release Zabuza." and then you control his body to drink a sip of the water here. Special effects were used to make up Zabuza, restoring him to his original appearance with hair, and then giving him a decadent look as if he had been defeated by revenge. After being made up by director Chi Shi, who pays great attention to details, Zabuza seems to have completely turned into a loser who was drawn here by the darkness in his heart. Zabuza scooped up a handful of dark lake water with both hands and put it into his mouth in a pilgrim-like posture. The black liquid slid into his throat like nectar. As the lake water in his hand took effect, his veins bulged and all the hair on his head fell off, making the whole scene look terrifying and sacred. I have to say that acting is a matter of talent. Not long after Yang Duo was born, he was able to control Zabuza very well, which surprised the director. Sudden Lake Group had turned into a giant hand, pulled the beheading sword that Zabuza placed beside him into the Black Lake, and then threw it back to Zabuza. The beheading sword that returned from the Black Lake still had the same shape as before, except that there was a lot of black flesh and blood tissue on the sword. The flesh and blood wrapped around the blade would jump from time to time, making the whole sword look like it was alive. Compared to the original beheading sword, the director's modified version looks much better. Why do I say looks better? Because of time constraints, Chi Shi used some materials to randomly repractice the shape of the beheading sword. That's right, only the shape was retrained, but the strongest point is the ability to recast the original broken sword of the beheading sword. The new beheading sword will also have a new shape after being recast. Yang Duo drew up the beheading sword in his right hand, and the symbiote, with its tall body, swung the sword like an ordinary person swung a katana, and it danced with great vigor. But then again, is the beheading sword really as useful as falling into one's own hand forever? Chi Shi specially came to the underground lake, which is the main source of drinking water for Wave Country, and spent so much effort to build a filming base. Of course, it is not just for filming the origin of Eternal Fall. After reshooting the Eternal Fall scene, he was casually sent to find the hunter to form a villain duo, because the following scene is not suitable for him to watch here. All the chakra in the body gathered on the left arm, then he grabbed the left hand with his right hand and twisted it, breaking the entire arm at the root. The broken left hand continued to split and turned into newly born small symbiotes, which kept jumping into the Black Lake by themselves. The number was so large that it was enough to turn the entire Wave Country into a paradise for symbiotes. His idea was simple: if quality wasn't enough, he could make up for it with quantity. Since the filming couldn't proceed normally with the hunt and Eternal Fall alone, he could use 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the quantity. He could create a grand scene by piling them up. Thanks to Vendetta's strength, Chi Shi came up with the idea of recruiting more actors. Using the symbiote to possess everyone in the Land of Waves is the first step in the actor recruitment plan. The ultimate goal of the recruitment plan is to turn the entire Wave Country into his own performing arts company. Then he will have all the people and venues he needs. Isn't it better than now, where he has to recruit extras everywhere just to deal with Suzuki? As for what the people of Wave Country think, that's not important. At least Kishi is much better than Kato, isn't he? Moreover, Kishi also gave power to the people of Wave Country who had no power to protect them. As for how outsiders will view the Land of Waves in the future, that is even less important. If they like it, they can continue to call it the Land of Waves. If they don't like it, they can call it the Land of Symbiotes. He ordered all newborn offspring to be possessed by the people of Wave Country along with the groundwater, and at the same time ordered them to protect the host's life at all costs. After all, they will all be employees of his own company in the future, so Chairman Chi Shi is very concerned about protecting the company's property. After releasing a large number of offspring, Chi Shi transformed into a human form again. His left hand had grown back, but it was visibly weak. He bought the Black Myth series recovery elixir from the system mall, swallowed it and slowly refined it. Looking at the attention value that once again soared to 7 digits, he sometimes wondered who on earth hadn't watched Black Ninja World Toad, and why attention value was still being credited to his account until now. With books, it's long; without books, it's short. Unconsciously, we've been in the Land of Waves for over an hour. To avoid attracting attention, Saishi, who just finished playing the Devil of Destruction, is ready to return to the Land of Hot Water to continue playing the Genius Genin. He's ready to use his magical power of time magic to maintain the reality of the symbiote for the rest of the journey, in order to maintain the filming of the Land of Waves. Putting aside the director's unpretentious Genin journey, Haku and Zabuza, the two brothers parasitized by the symbiote, are looking at each other in bewilderment in their original secret base. Bai's side is relatively good, as he is a normal symbiote. In addition, Bai himself has a strong character and is loyal. According to the personality of the symbiote, he will become an extreme version of the original host. As long as the object of Zuilai's loyalty, his father Masashi Ikanuma, does not say anything, Bai and Zuilai can still get along relatively happily. But it was difficult for Zabuza. He was bloodthirsty by nature, not to mention that Eternal Fall was a test tube baby infused with malice. When the two were combined, the surging malice felt like torture to him every second. Fortunately, Yang Duo was quite satisfied with Zabuza as his host, otherwise he would probably have died during a filming. The two people who had just experienced life and death separation not long ago met again so soon. Let's not talk about Bai's surprised reaction for now. Zabuza had just been sitting dejectedly on the edge of the bed thinking about Bai with tears streaming down his face. It was a bit awkward to see him again at this moment. But at this moment, the advantage of Zabuza liking to wrap his face with bandages came into play. At least no one would notice his embarrassment. Seeing that Zabuza showed no intention of speaking, Bai excitedly said, "Sir Zabuza, were you also saved by God?" While Chishi was filming with Zabuza, Bai had already woken up. In order for the subsequent filming to proceed smoothly and for him to live in peace with the host, Zuilai picked out some things to communicate with Bai. At least Bai knew that his half-life was saved by the symbiote god Nar, and from now on he would be God's walker in the world, following God's way and acting on God's behalf. Although Bai was in a daze due to his serious injuries, he knew how serious his injuries were. Although he woke up halfway and saw that this god looked more like the demon king of destruction, the other party saved him and gave him the power to protect Lord Zabuza. Thinking of this, he accepted the setting that the god of symbiotes looked like the demon king. Zabuza saw that Bai was in high spirits. Although he wanted to say that the so-called god of symbiotes was not a good person, he couldn't say it when he saw Bai's smiling face. Bai, who thought he was going to die, met Zabuza again. Perhaps because he had died once, Bai became eloquent and had countless words in his heart that he wanted to say. When he saw that the other party didn't speak, he started talking incessantly. From the revenge that split him in two, to the god using his divine power to save him, to the fact that they were still companions after the hunt. There are also many script elements mixed in during this period. In the script setting given to Zulier by Chi-Shi, Vengeance is the son of Venom, a traitor to God, and Zulier is the messenger sent by God to hunt down vengeance. When the god saw that he was killed by revenge, he felt pity for him and used his divine blood to rebuild his body and named him the Son of God. During the hunt, half of his face was revealed to proclaim the greatness of God the Father. The plot was full of twists and turns, and Zabuza was stunned that he had no idea that in the short time that he and Bai had been apart, so many things can happen. He, a traitor ninja from the Hidden Mist village, actually had the honor to participate in the War of Gods to suppress rebellion. The word outrageous was the only feeling in his mind. He didn't want to believe it at first, but the monster in his heart kept sending him messages, telling him that this was true. If he didn't believe it, he would definitely die miserably. For the sake of his own life, Zabuza decided to follow his heart. Judging from the shooting footage, all the actors have entered into the role. The only difference is that Zulier and Yang Duo know that they are filming, while Haku and Zabuza really enter into the play. There's always a calm before a storm. These past few days, Team 7 has been training while protecting Dazna. Although the Cardo company had been reduced to ruins by an unknown master, Kakashi went to investigate after hearing the news. The result was a complete ruin inside, with nothing valuable and not a single person. If Suzuki hadn't been by his side, Kakashi would have thought it was Suzuki who did it. An unknown strong man is coming. Kakashi felt a headache after coming to this conclusion. He didn't understand why a mission that was originally just a C-rank mission became more and more outrageous. Although Kakashi is not the strongest in the team now, as a senior ninja teacher, he believes that he still has to take on more responsibilities. Therefore, in the past few days, Kakashi assigned training tasks to 3 students and went to investigate nearby. The more he investigated these days, the more frightened he became. It was not because he found anything, but because he found absolutely nothing. All of Cardo's subordinates seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without any trace. Even Zabuza, who had escaped before, had completely disappeared. The premonition of impending storm grew stronger and stronger. Today, Kakashi's ominous premonition reached its peak. He had only experienced this terrifying premonition when his teammates and teacher died. This terrifying premonition made him not arrange any training tasks, but instead let everyone in Team 7 guard Dazna while he built the bridge. He had a premonition that it would happen today. The sky is clear today, and a gentle sea breeze with a faint smell of sea water blows towards us. This should have been a very comfortable state, but Kakashi felt that the whole world was filled with a sense of solemnity and the air was incredibly heavy. Here it comes, Vendetta's hoarse voice rang in everyone's ears. When they turned around, Suzuki had become Vendetta. As terrifying as he appears as an enemy, you will feel safer when he appears as a companion. The other members of Class 7 felt somewhat touched when they saw the tall figure reappear. The only common feeling they had was a full sense of security. Suddenly, a thick fog filled the sea. The fog came very quickly and wrapped the bridge tightly in an instant. Isn't this that guy's mist hidden technique? 8 places: throat, spine, lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian vein. Which one do you want me to attack? After not seeing each other for a few days, it's still the same mist hidden technique and the same way of greeting, but the person answering is different. Vendetta spoke first. I smell you, dessert, come out. Upon hearing this, Beihi and Zabuza no longer hid and walked out of the fog as if strolling in the garden. Zabuza's eyes were filled with malice as he said, "Don't be so arrogant, kid." When I saw Zabuza again, his appearance was very different from a few days ago. He had taken off the Kirigakur forward protector and his short hair had become bald. The biggest changes were his eyes full of malice and the beheading sword, one of the 7 swords of the mist. His eyes turned completely black, filled with love, hate, greed, anger, ignorance, and all the evil in the world. Just seeing them was enough to scare people away. The beheading sword is like a living thing, with the blade covered with living tissue, and those tissues are beating with the pulse that you can tell at a glance that it is a magic sword that was cut out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Compared to Zabuza's cool new look, Haku is much more low-key. His outfit is exactly the same as before, the only difference is that he is not wearing a mask. However, no one in Team 7 has seen him except Suzuki. How should I put it? The director who was watching the filming progress in Hot Spring Country was quite satisfied with the two people's appearance. If nothing else, just look at Zabuza's appearance, evil and wild, and you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. It can be said that even if he can't fight, he can still be seen, which is also considered a talent in the entertainment industry. Although he had smelled by scent before, Vengeance was still surprised to see by again. After all, it was really scary to see half-eaten food appear in front of him again in its entirety. You guys smell terrible. Using brains is never the style of Revenge. Now that the dessert is here, just eat it again. With Suzuki as one, the Revenge showed great speed and rushed towards the two. Seeing the Revenge coming, Zabuza immediately jumped aside and left the battlefield to Bai. This was not to let him die, but a trust in Bai, and it was also the revenge that Bai himself demanded. Of course, knowing how powerful the opponent was, Bai did not become arrogant. The hunting power in his body quickly appeared and covered Bai's body, and the pure white arm caught the attacking bloody hand. Hunt grinned and said, "Hello, Vendetta, nice to meet you. I am God's hound, Hunt." With pure white skin, pale teeth and eyes, the hunter now looks much more terrifying than before, but the difference in strength cannot be made up by fashion value. There was no doubt about it, the moment they made contact, they understood. Chaser immediately paid the price for his recklessness. Vendetta ripped his left hand off, then flung him towards Zabuza, saving his teammates. Zabuza sheathed his sword, caught Bai, who was thrown towards him with both hands, and said calmly, "It doesn't look good, Bai." He could sense this without anyone telling him. He swung his left stump, and his left arm had completely grown back. He grinned and said, "Let's go together." The surrounding fog immediately froze and condensed into ice mirrors, which was the host's signature ninjutsu, magic mirror ice crystal. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity. Bai had experienced life and death once, and his abilities had become more refined. Sharing the magic mirror ice crystal with Zulie at this moment, it really feels like the ice and snow demon god has descended to the world and recreated the world. The ferocious and sharp ice mirrors are geometrically shaped and scattered in an orderly manner over the entire bridge, giving people the feeling that there is no way to go up to the sky and no door to go down to the earth. Zulie shuttled back and forth between the ice mirrors, so fast that the other two genin in Team 7 couldn't even see his afterimage, let alone keep up. But the so-called strength is relative. Zulie is now facing one of the protagonists of the original work, Uchiha Suzuki, who has a blood feud with him. People in the ninja world may not know what symbiosis is, but in a symbiote, two become one and live by relying on each other. The symbiote will learn and expand the advantages of the host. The most significant advantage of the Uchiha clan is the almost invincible Sharingan. When this pair of Sharingan was used on Vendetta, its ability was brought into full play. Just one of its abilities, the Inside Eye, made the extreme speed of the chase useless, no matter how tricky the angle or how fast the speed. No one can escape those blood-red eyes. The vengeful gaze was fixed on him. How could he not know that he was chasing him? Even if he increased his speed to the extreme, those blood-red pupils were still locked on him. If this continued, he didn't know if he would have the courage to attack him. Without hesitation, he attacked Vengeance from the ice mirror. The surrounding fog condensed into ice spikes, like the teeth of a hound, and combined with the extremely fast attack of the physical body, ordinary ninjas could only die on the spot under this move. Facing this fierce attack, Vendetta only needed to wave his hand, and the wind from his claws would scatter all the flying ice spikes. With another catch, the chase fell into the hands of the Vendetta again. It seemed that it was about to be torn in half, but this time the chase had help. Yangduo, who had been hiding just now, suddenly flew out from the ice mirror condensed by the pursuit, holding the beheading sword and striking at his nemesis with all his strength. This was impossible because Zabuza did not have the ice escape bloodline, but the bloodline of the symbiote was so magical that just by swallowing it, he could create the bloodline that did not exist in the host from nothing. Faced with this unexpectedly fast knife, Vendetta was also shocked that there was not enough time to shake off the pursuit, so he had to throw it aside and defend with all his strength. There was only a ding sound, then a scene that no one expected appeared. The beheading sword in Yang Duo's hand that looked so cool and domineering was actually broken into two pieces. Yang Duo and Fausha looked at each other, and everyone present was stunned. They had expected everything, but they did not expect that Zabuza's precious sword would break into two pieces so easily. For a moment, everyone stopped moving. After a while, the first person to react was not the people in the battle, but Kakashi, who had been standing nearby and was terrified. Looking at the battle that was like a natural disaster in front of him, Kakashi, who was leading a group of rookies, knew that he had a heavy responsibility. Although he did not participate in the battle, just preventing the aftermath of the battle between those monsters from hurting his employer and subordinates had already consumed a lot of Kakashi's energy. Seeing that the monster's attention was not here, he immediately fled from the center of the battle with a few burdens. I have to say that this was indeed a good opportunity. Zui Lai and Yang Duo ignored Kakashi and others. They even had time to call the workers who helped repair the bridge to leave. However, when leaving, Kakashi seemed to see a faint smile in Zui Lai's eyes, but when he looked again, the smile seemed to have never existed. Although I have doubts, I have to seize the opportunity that if I don't leave now, I may never leave. The sight returned to the main battlefield. Yang Duo, holding the hilt of the knife, was being madly smashed to the ground by the head of the revenge killer. Zulier rushed over to save him. Yang Duo, who had escaped from the clutches of Vendetta, swung the hilt of his knife away and roared, "You think this kind of trash is a treasure? It's not as useful as your own hands." Zabuza's face turned red inside the body. He wanted to defend himself, but it was indeed his own fault. He could only explain, "This is the most precious treasure of the Kirigakure village. It can heal by killing people." Yang Duo was speechless in the face of his partner's explanation. The villain duo ran backwards and dived into the ice mirror again, but the difference this time was that Vendetta also dived into the ice mirror. Boom, 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 boom. The three of them fought at high speed, and the air waves from the collision blew the entire bridge into powder, and then the ice chakra froze the sea surface and turned it into flat ground. It was like a natural disaster. This was Chishi's truest thought as he watched them fighting on the screen. The two people's temporary all-out fight is not eternal. Ikonuma Masashi's evaluation is correct. The two of them combined are not a match for the Vendetta. After using the Sharingan to learn his opponent's moves, Vengeance became more and more skilled in fighting and gradually gained the upper hand. But the two of them were not shaken at all, and suddenly something strange happened. Seeing that they were powerless to save the situation, Zulier and Yang Duo did not think of escaping, but instead grabbed the hands of the enemy on their left and right. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. After all, given the gap between the Vendetta and their strength, it is only a matter of time for them to break free. There is no reason to control yourself for such a big risk. Soon, Vendetta found out the reason. Hundreds of symbiotes burst through the ice from underwater and charged towards Vendetta. Going back a little bit in time, Kakashi and everyone else were escaping and were about to return to Dazna's house. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came straight towards the back of Kakashi's head, and it seemed that it wanted to take his life. But Kakashi is still an elite jonin of Konoha after all. Even if he has intentions but not intentions, he cannot be defeated by an ordinary person. He slightly turned his head to avoid the attack, and pushed the attacker away with his palm. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was one of the bridge repair workers who was on his way home. The worker was now surrounded by dark biological tissue. Facing Kakashi's accusing gaze, he said in horror, "No, it wasn't me, something is controlling me." With the precedent of Suzuki, how could Kakashi not know what was happening? But even though he knew it, Kakashi was unable to take any effective measures to deal with the current situation in such a critical situation. Based on the strength just shown, Kakashi thought he could still handle it easily, but when he glanced around, he saw that except for Team 7 and his employers, everyone else was beginning to show more or less signs of being possessed by a symbiote. The screams of the crowd quickly turned into the roar of the symbiote. Damn, these suddenly mutated symbiotes are far inferior to Suzuki, not to mention Haku and Zabuza. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell they're malnourished, defective products. The only thing they can boast of is their sheer quantity. Take the employer away first. As soon as this idea came to mind, Kakashi immediately abandoned it. The reason was simple, he had seen symbiotes coming from the surrounding woods one after another. The sheer number of them made Kakashi realize running away was impossible. The only way to survive was to fight, the only way was to win. Take a deep breath and slowly pull up the forehead protector. Kakashi's firm gaze and strong belief moved Saishi, who had been following the development of the plot in various places. There is no false reputation. The reason why Kakashi could become the sixth Hokage is not as simple as his disciples have not grown up yet and need him to make the transition. He glanced back at the others and ordered, "The situation has changed. Naruto, I'm giving you an S-rank mission that you lead Sakura and Dazna to break out in the direction of Suzuki, then have Suzuki lead you to retreat. I'll clear the way for you." This shows how experienced and aware Konoha's elite jonin is. They can sacrifice themselves for Konoha, but the young sprouts of Konoha should not die here. Since symbiotes were rushing towards this place one after another from the nearby woods and the previous investigation had yielded no results, it was inferred that there might be problems in the entire country of waves. Although Kakashi didn't know the specific reason why he and others were not possessed by the symbiote, he still had a guess, that is, Suzuki, or Vendetta was too strong. In order not to attract the attention of Vendetta, those symbiotes deliberately avoided the people living with Vendetta when they were lurking. Thinking about it this way, the only daughter and grandson left in Dazna's house should be in danger now. But saying these things at this moment would only add to the trouble, so Kakashi kept the words in his heart and ordered the team to gather in the direction of Suzuki. After all, the safest place in the entire wave country now might be Suzuki, who was fighting a powerful enemy. The plan was great, but it was Uzumaki Naruto who was taking orders. The defining characteristic of a passionate protagonist is that they never abandon their teammates, no matter how dangerous or hopeless the situation. As long as they're still breathing, they'll never abandon their teammates. And Naruto is the best among them. Take the heart-wrenching plot of him chasing Suzuki for thousands of miles. In the end, he was able to successfully get Suzuki back. That shows his extraordinary perseverance. Naruto immediately retorted, if we're going to leave, let's all leave together. I swore an oath on the wound in my hand. It will absolutely be put to good use. Don't be so willful, didn't you say you're no longer a brat? Then bring out the spirit of a ninja and complete the mission. Kakashi's scolding made Naruto feel the cruelty of the ninja world. For the sake of the mission, almost everyone disregards life and death. Is such a world really right? For the first time, Naruto's worldview was impacted by the world. After several seconds, Naruto looked at Kakashi and said seriously, I will complete the mission and then come back to go with you. This is my oath, and doing what I say is my ninja way. Looking at Naruto's serious eyes, which were a little too serious, he thought that his teacher's child had finally grown up, and a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. Only when you leave can I have the chance to leave. Stop looking and rush forward. Before he could finish his words, Kakashi had already gone out in an instant, clearing a path for them. Walk. Everyone said nothing and ran towards the gap in the symbiote encirclement. Your opponent is me. Enemies kept attacking the group who were running at full speed, but they didn't care at all and entrusted their lives to Kakashi. The enemy did not disappoint them and the invading enemies were knocked away one by one. They quickly ran out to a temporarily safe place, but in order to buy them more time, Kakashi was already surrounded by the symbiote. On this day, Naruto grew up a lot. He began to hate his own weakness, hated that he was not as good as Sasuke, and hated his own naivete. But soon he didn't have time to think about it, because Sakura, who was running beside him, suddenly shouted, Naruto, be careful, up ahead, another symbiote is coming. Naruto was distracted and couldn't dodge in time. He was about to be hit head-on when Sakura beside him suddenly pushed Naruto aside. Naruto fell to the side and stared blankly at the injured Sakura, his guilt reaching its peak. Why did you save me, Sakura? There is no reason, because in Sakura's heart, the center of Team 7 is Sasuke, followed by Kakashi, and Naruto is an innocent child. She is stronger than him and she should protect him. Sakura, who had collapsed on the ground, took out a kunai, got up from the ground, and shouted to Naruto, Naruto, go find Sasuke. At this time, Dasna, who was running behind, took out the bridge building tools and threw them hard at the symbiote that pounced on Sakura again. The weakened version of the symbiote was hit on the head and stopped, staring at everyone not far away. He was waiting for other symbiotes to come. Dasna took out a hammer and stood in front of the two men. He turned around and said with a forced smile, you guys go, leave this to me, I've cancelled the mission. When you return to Konoha, just say that I deliberately concealed the mission information. Although the words sounded cool, Naruto was speechless as he looked at the old man's trembling body. At this moment, Dasna was determined to die. Although he did not have as much mission experience as Kakashi, he had lived for most of his life. He was old and experienced, and many things did not need to be explained in detail. He could see them clearly just by looking. Although Team 7 and the others would deliberately avoid him when talking about that brat Sasuke, he still knew the basic information about the symbiote. Under the monster appearance of the symbiote, there was a human inside. The Wave Country had been plagued by Cardo for so many years, and there were only a few nearby residents left. The encirclement they had just broken out of alone numbered at least 1,000 symbiotes, not to mention the ones still arriving. The Wave Country bridge no longer needs to be built. It's not because he was discouraged by the unfinished bridge being destroyed, nor is it because he is afraid of these symbiotes, but because he knows Wave Country is finished, so there is no need for the Wave Country bridge anymore. The goal he had been striving for all his life suddenly collapsed. It was a bit too much for Dasna, an old man who had lived in the Wave Country for most of his life and witnessed the ups and downs of the Wave Country. Not to mention that he had already thought about his daughter and grandson who were now unprotected and might have passed away before him. Thinking of these things, Dasna's determination to die became even stronger. But Naruto was a good man who didn't fit in with this cruel world. He shouldn't have died in a place like Wave Country, where tragedy abounds. Those two Konoha brats were innocent. Now there was only one thing he could do, and that was to burn his old body to pave a way for that yellow-haired brat to survive. Hurry up and leave. Sakura staggered to Naruto, pulled up Naruto who was already kneeling on the ground, and planned to run towards Sasuke. The situation looked extremely urgent, but Saisuke, who was enjoying a leisurely vacation with his employer in Hot Spring Country, was watching with gusto. Even though it looked like the protagonists of Wave Country were about to be wiped out, director Ikonuma could guarantee that none of them would be in trouble with the box office. It's very simple. If the director relies solely on himself to split the offspring, he will not be able to control the entire Wave Kingdom even if he is exhausted. So he used a trick, which was to order those offspring produced in large quantities to continuously produce offspring. And those who were possessed by the symbiote were basically poor people who had been ravaged by Cardo. How much energy could they replenish every day? They also had to accumulate energy to split offspring. Fortunately, the Wave Country still has the fat and bloated daimyo and various ministers, otherwise the Wave Country would not have fallen so quickly in just a few days. Therefore, those mass-produced weak creatures are at most at the level of elite genin to ordinary chunin. The only reason they can hold Kakashi back is because of their large numbers and the endless supply coming from all over the land of waves. Of course, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. If such a large number of symbiotes really want to kill, except for Sasuke, everyone else in the land of waves will basically be unable to escape. But don't forget, the director's previous order was to possess the entire population of Wave Country while protecting the host's life. with the symbiote's brain, anyone in Wave Country would be possessed. They won't die, but the Chinese translation can no longer be called Fire O Ninja. After all, the protagonists will all become symbiotes. It should be called Naruto, Symbiote Legend. The only thing that surprised Kishi was that Satsuki Higoromo hadn't made any move yet. Kishi would never believe that he was completely unaware of it. He replaced his mother as the founder of the ninja way in this world, and became an earthbound immortal who lived forever after he transformed into a rainbow and ascended to heaven. You say that he cannot monitor the entire ninja world. After all, the 3 sages of the 3 holy places are still alive, so it is normal to have blind spots in monitoring. But if you say that he can't even monitor the chakra reincarnations of his 2 sons, then you underestimate this gourd sage. But it's a good thing for director Ikanuma that he doesn't take action. At least there are fewer variables, right? When Chi was rejoicing, Naruto suddenly burst out with amazing power. Looking at Naruto's explosion on the screen, Saishi smiled and thought to himself, interesting. Along with Naruto's desperate roar, enchanting blood-red chakra burst out from his body. The strange chakra condensed into a fox-shaped coat, wrapping Naruto inside, and a blood-red tail swayed behind him. No way, again. ×2. Although the situation was critical and time did not allow for this, Sakura and Dazna still complained about it together. Dazna, who was standing in front of everyone, turned his head and glanced at Naruto with complicated eyes, then glanced at Sakura, and suddenly said, Sakura, if you can transform, then do it with Naruto, don't worry about my feelings. Sakura, who was knocked to the ground by the shockwave from Naruto's chakra burst, was speechless for a moment and wondered in her heart if there was something wrong with her. Why is it that among all the newly graduated genin, Naruto and Sasuke can transform, but I can't? It makes me feel embarrassed. They soon had no time to chat, as dozens of symbiotes had gathered around them. However, the real source of danger was not the symbiotes, but Naruto, who had grown 3 tails. Roar! A roar marked the beginning of a counterattack. With a flick of his right hand, the chakra covering his hand lashed out like a whip, furiously lashing out at the group of symbiotes. Boom, 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 boom. In no time, the out-of-control Naruto had knocked away the nearby symbiotes. Fortunately, these weak symbiotes inherited the race's unique talent of thick skin and flesh. Although their combat effectiveness was not strong, their regeneration ability was not weak. Otherwise, these few blows would have been enough to make the director feel distressed. The enemies have fled in all directions, but Naruto's condition is worse than before. His eyes are visibly confused, and a 4th tail has begun to grow behind him. Although he doesn't know what the number of tails has to do with his current condition, there seems to be a voice in his heart telling him, when Naruto grows a 4th tail, it will be the day of his death. Naruto, Naruto. Sakura mustered up the courage to speak, but what she got in return was even more violent power fluctuations and chakra whips. With Sakura's strength, even if she was in excellent physical condition, she couldn't dodge this attack, not to mention that she couldn't even walk steadily now. When life and death came, Sakura felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. As a ninja, she always had to face life and death. She just didn't expect that she would die on her first mission. The only regret was that she didn't get to see Sasuke before she died. Sasuke. For a moment, Sakura thought it was an illusion. Sasuke's figure filled the world before her eyes and filled Sakura's heart. I have to say, if pretending to be cool is a kind of power in this world, then Sasuke is undoubtedly the best in the world. Not to mention the basics of saving people at the last minute, he even easily neutralized Naruto's fatal attack with a flick of his hand. And to look even more impressive, he retracted his vengeance into his body as soon as his foot touched the ground, leaving only a few lines of flesh and blood on his body, looking both sinister and alluring. The 2 people who were still dazed by Naruto's sudden attack stared at Sasuke blankly. The roller coaster-like ups and downs of the plot made them overwhelmed. Sasuke casually knocked Naruto aside and turned his head to the 2 people sitting on the ground with weak legs and smiled evilly. Are you okay? Dazna finally understood why Sasuke, this brat, was so popular with women. He was so handsome and gave women a sense of security. Even the old man was overcome with emotion, and Sakura's performance was even more exaggerated. Her pretty face was flushed with peach blossoms, complemented by her pink cherry hair. Her watery eyes, filled with tears, gazed at Sasuke with deep affection, and she felt as if everything in the world had vanished, leaving only herself and Sasuke. Sakura is currently thinking about the name of her and Sasuke's 3rd child, but she won't mention it for now. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke started again. Naruto became stronger and stronger, but for Sasuke and Sasuke, if they really fought with all their strength, Naruto would just be a staple food with a unique flavor. He controlled Vendetta to possess his right hand alone, and while fighting, he used the weak devouring beast to absorb Naruto's chakra. Delicious, a rare delicacy. Originally, I was just excited to see Naruto's chakra so powerful, so I wanted to try it. Who knew that after trying it, the taste of the devouring beast would be so delicious? The sum of the host and the symbiote is the devouring beast. Sasuke now has a deeper understanding of the sentence. Eat, 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 eat. Devour everything, wreak havoc on everything. The terrifying appetite turned into bestiality, controlling Sasuke's body. Every move became more refined, more powerful, more like a predator, and more hungry. In a place where no one else could see, Sasuke looked at Naruto with eyes full of appetite, and his attacks became increasingly powerful. This cannot be blamed on Sasuke's poor self-control, because the fun that Saishao mentioned is hidden in the nine-tailed demon fox in Naruto's body. The original nine-tailed fox was a split of the ten-tailed fox, a creation of the chakra of the sacred tree, but now, it can truly be called the nine-tailed demon fox. The butterfly effect caused by the innate toad power that was previously passed on to its Satsuki Hagoromo allowed some magic power to be added to the chakra origin of each tailed beast differentiated in his body. The magic power would continuously assimilate the original chakra in the tailed beast's body, allowing them to slowly become demon beasts. It was just that the chakra of the sacred tree was too much and too overbearing, which made the assimilation time become very long. Although the nine-tailed fox's current performance is similar to the original, a higher level power such as mana has already taken root in its body. Thousands of years have almost eroded its original chakra, and it is on the verge of becoming a demon. That's why Sasuke was confused by its taste. So there will be more surprises coming up. Satsuki Hagoromo was indeed partial to his youngest son, so it's no wonder that his two sons were not on good terms. However, considering that he lacked fatherly love in his original family and became a famous filial son when he grew up, it is normal that he does not know how to raise children. Why do you say he is biased? Because both Kuwabai and Ashura have traces of magic power to a certain extent. Why is this happening? She can guess most of it without even going back to the past. Before he transformed into a rainbow and ascended to heaven, he also had some doubts about his future state. He couldn't bear to see the unique skills he had cultivated throughout his life being buried by time with his passing, so he left the triggering formula on his second son Ashura. Only after he is truly dead will he activate the technique and pass on the technique that can swallow the sky and refine the earth to his second son who believes in bonds and companions. Although the backup plan he left behind was not used until his son died, what he didn't expect was that the uselessness of spells did not mean the uselessness of magic power. That little bit of magic power would slowly change the essence of Ashura's chakra. This is why in this world line, Indra was able to beat Ashura at the beginning, while Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails were no match for Senju Hashirama. If this trend continues, if Sasuke hadn't intervened, Sasuke would have been beaten up by Naruto in the future. Essential differences and father's partiality. The feeling of hearing thunder in silence and having the world dancing in his hands made Chi secretly happy. At the battle scene, Naruto was suppressed by Sasuke. Although his life was not in danger for the time being, as time went on, there was no guarantee that his weakness would be seen through by the Sharingan and the devouring beast and he would be devoured in one bite. Chi secretly made a finger gesture and muttered in his heart, intending to use the magic power seed that had been buried in Naruto's body to attract the Nine Tails and let it completely transform today. But he stopped soon. It was not because Sasuke was kind enough to let Naruto go, but because Saishao finally caught the tail of Satsuki Hagoromo. Naruto's adoptive father finally lost his patience and watched his beloved second son die in a vendetta. The extremely subtle fluctuations of magical power swept across the entire kingdom of waves like a breeze. If Chi had not been paying attention to the scene, he might have overlooked it. With one move, the entire wave country was affected. This move alone is enough to prove the power of the modern gourd immortal. This move was like a gentle spring breeze that moistened everything silently. The symbiotes that were besieging Kakashi began to make stupid moves one after another, but Kakashi was like a god of war, making breakthroughs one after another and was about to break out of the encirclement. It's good against small enemies, but not very effective against elite units like Sasuke. But that's okay, because this move wasn't originally meant to be used against Sasuke, but to subdue the Nine Tails. Magic power completely replaced chakra as the origin of the Nine Tails. Everything seemed so natural and so logical. Powerful magic power burst out from Naruto's body. While enlightening the Nine Tails, Yui also played a little trick, which was to use illusion to communicate with the Nine Tails, sort out the power in Naruto's body, and let Naruto's sanity return. As he regained consciousness, he remembered everything that had just happened. According to the idea of the gourd sage at Satsuki Hagoromo, the two should stop fighting and shake hands in peace. But he didn't expect that the one who wanted to fight and prove himself was not Sasuke, but Naruto, who had been rescued by others these days and thought he was always a drag. Sasuke. Naruto, standing on the ground, roared, and the powerful Nine Tails magic power surged out. The condensed blood-red Nine Tails robe fluttered in the wind, majestic and indomitable. Compared to the awe-inspiring Naruto, Sasuke, with his appetite increased, looked even more terrifying. A deeper blood red had completely enveloped Sasuke. We are vendetta. The terrifying appetite turned into mental pressure, causing Sakura and Dasna, who were watching the battle, to tremble all over. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. This was the best portrayal of their experience. Boom! The first encounter between the devouring beast and the nine-tailed robe ended with the two being evenly matched, but the aftermath of their all-out battle shook the entire land of waves like an earthquake. Naruto, Sasuke, the two men were like possessed by demons, their punches hitting flesh and killing each other. People who didn't know them would think they had some life-and-death feud. Unable to lose the battle for a long time, Sasuke showed his true strength, jumped back and slammed his hands on the ground. Countless ice mirrors shot out from the ground and enveloped the entire space. It was the little miracle formed by the combined power of Sharingan and the beast of devouring, the magic mirror ice crystal. Don't die. Before the sound of revenge could be heard, the extremely fast attack had already hit Naruto. Fast, very fast, very fast. These words are Naruto's only feeling at this moment. Boom, 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 boom. The vendetta constantly reflected in the ice mirror used the devouring beast to continuously devour Naruto's magic power. The speed is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and the devouring beast has the ability to continuously evolve according to the enemy. The increasingly heavy attacks make Naruto feel as if he is in a tsunami and will be swallowed by the sea at any time. Not to mention that Naruto was the only one who could withstand this move. Just now at the former site of the Wave Country Bridge, Chase, Eternal Fall, and thousands of symbiotes were defeated by this move. If Sasuke hadn't sensed that Naruto and the others were in danger, the director would probably have had to use some backup plans to rescue a few important actors from Sasuke's team. Naruto's magical coat was peeled off and swallowed by Sasuke piece by piece. A power higher than chakra flowed into Sasuke and Naruto's bodies, causing them to slowly evolve. Eat, hungry, eat, hungry, eat. Devouring brings evolution, evolution becomes hunger, hunger continues to devour. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. In Sasuke's eyes, the prey in front of him is no longer Naruto, but a piece of delicious meat, waiting for him to devour. Saishi was happy to see Sasuke acting so fiercely. After all, opportunities like this to test Satsuki Hagoromo's strength safely and harmlessly didn't come around often. But Sasuke felt that Sasuke was almost reaching his limit. It was not that the devouring beast had a limit, but that Sasuke as a person was almost reaching his limit. The devouring beast analyzes its prey and continuously evolves its hunting techniques based on its weaknesses. What did he rely on to analyze and deduce a specific solution? It was simple. His brain. Those thousands of symbiotes, though not very powerful, shared common characteristics. Their sheer number had already consumed a significant amount of Sasuke's memory. Now with the addition of a high-level guy like Naruto, if Sasuke hadn't helped share the vendetta, and if they were not constantly evolving, I'm afraid his brain would have smoked and he would have fainted. He used the ultimate magical power of the symbiote clan, the Devourer, as a basic attack right from the start. It would not be surprising if Sasuke fell down at any time now. Besides, although Sasuke had the upper hand in the situation, it was absolutely impossible for Naruto to die. Not to mention that the Gourd Sage is watching now. Even Naruto has a lot of power that can be tapped. At least the current Nine Tails robe is only the power released after the Nine Tails evolved, not the full strength of the Nine Tails. As for whether the nine-tailed fox will use its full strength, the current situation is beyond its control. At least in front of its Satsuki Hagoromo, it can't do it. The Gourd Immortal will make it understand that if it dies at the hands of the vengeful devouring beast, it will be truly dead. Even if it is engraved in the world by the demonic tree, it will be useless. Its immortality will not be enough to stop the devouring beast. The explosion occurred as soon as it was said. The scattered robes on Naruto's body condensed again, and the blood-red magic power was like boiling water, driving boundless fighting instincts, and the powerful force brought stronger basic qualities. Naruto roared to the sky. Although he was still being beaten by Sasuke like a punching bag, his eyes were gradually able to keep up with Sasuke's speed. The tailed beasts are born with supernatural powers, especially the nine-tailed fox, whose every move is like a natural disaster. Although they are good at killing, their excessive power also reduces their desire to practice jutsu. It's simple. Why use magic when the problem can be solved with a wave of claws? Why practice when one-tailed beast ball can raise everything in sight to the ground? Naruto is now facing such a situation because of his insufficient reserves of jutsu. He cannot use his shadow clones, and he dare not use the tailed beast ball. He has the power to move mountains and fill the sea, but can only use his fists and feet to fight the enemy. Honestly, Naruto was a little regretful for provoking Sasuke and his impulsiveness. But the problem now was, he had been forced to calm down by Sasuke's continuous beating, but Sasuke himself was getting more and more crazy. After enduring dozens of blows and getting injured, Naruto forcibly grabbed Sasuke's hands. He wanted to stop the fight, but when their eyes met, he couldn't say anything. It was the move that killed the Ghost Brothers in seconds, Symbiosis Magic Sharingan. Naruto was hit instantly, and the terrifying combined eye power of the two people followed Naruto's spiritual power straight into the depths of his heart. There, Sasuke saw not the delicious food he had been thinking about, but a pair of reincarnation eyes that looked down on the world. Can you calm down for a moment, Sasuke? Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Interesting, so interesting. The system's prompt sounded in Chi-Chi's mind, indicating that the achievement was completed. But he no longer cared about anything else, because what appeared before him now was another possibility, another path to eternity. At first he thought that Satsuki Hagoromo was just a simple demon fairy, but in the director's eyes, it was not the case. Use the Satsuki's magical skills to open up a pure land, embed your own soul in the opened up pure land into the natural cycle of the ninja world. It can be said that your body is one with heaven and earth, and in another way you can live as long as heaven and earth. Although this approach is not as good as the Saint Hungjun's body integrating with the heavenly Dao to complete the ancient world, it also has a bit of the magic of the goddess Hotu's body transforming into the 6 realms of reincarnation. No wonder his original title was the Sage of Six Paths. It turns out the 6 paths doesn't refer to the abilities of the Rinnegan, but the true 6 paths of reincarnation. Although he had seen another way to achieve immortality, Chi was not going to use it himself. Being too physically restrained was a shortcoming he absolutely could not accept. After all, he is a man who is destined to conquer all the heavens and worlds. How can he be like Atsuki Hagoromo and stay in one world? Even though he looks free and easy now, he can come and go freely between the worlds of life and death. Once the world is in danger, it will be difficult for him, as a part of the world, to escape. He will have no choice but to fight on. After all, he is usually worshipped by the world, and the more favors he receives, the more constraints he will be subject to. However, looking at the other party's state, he is willing to accept it. After calming down a little, I looked at the system interface and found that I had completed a hidden achievement, meeting an Earth-level character for the first time. What is the ground level? It's a good quality for a director to ask questions without keeping them to himself. The system also uses an emotionless AI voice to explain that there are various power systems in the universe. So what is the unified standard and what is the real strong? Man, Earth, and Heaven. The 3 levels are the answers given by the system. With the same lifespan as Heaven and Earth, every move you make has the power to influence the entire world, which is called the Earth level. Those who have not reached the Earth stage are called human stage regardless of what body system they cultivate. The strong ones who transcend the world itself are called heavenly rank, also known as heavenly power saint. The 3 levels of human, earth, and heaven are divided with the earth as the boundary. The earth level, which possesses the power of a world and is regarded as eternal, is simple and crude, which is in line with Chi-Chi's stereotype of the system. According to what you said, Kagayaheim should also be considered earth rank, right? She is only immortal, not as long-lived as the heaven and earth. That's right. Putting aside the director and the prop master's casual chat, the fateful battle between them has been stopped at the filming site of Wave Country due to the strong intrusion of a supporting character from the previous big movie. Now, except for Kakashi, all creatures in the land of waves have been knocked down by the Gourd Sage with one move. When Kakashi found them, he saw Sakura, who was seriously injured and unconscious from the aftermath of the battle, Suzuki, who was lying on the ground with his body covered in blood and white smoke constantly emitting from him, and Naruto, who was burned all over and it was difficult to tell whether he was alive or dead. Kakashi was completely stunned. An ordinary escort mission could actually be so complicated that even an S-level mission might not be able to have such a thing. The entire mission level assessment team should be dragged to the route to apologize. Kakashi, come here. Just when Kakashi was about to give them emergency treatment, he suddenly heard Vendetta's hoarse voice. Turning around, he saw Vendetta's tentacles forming a face extending from Suzuki's body, which looked extremely weird. After talking with Suzuki before, Kakashi also admitted to the revenge for killing his companion, and walked towards Suzuki without thinking much. Unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly attacked, and Kakashi, who was as tired as a dog, was unable to dodge and raised his hands to block. Everything went dark before my eyes, and before I knew what was happening, I was completely possessed by revenge. After Vendetta possessed Kakashi, he sensed the weakness within him and teased, "Nice body, just a little weak, Kakashi." Kakashi ignored the talk of revenge. Boundless hatred spread from the deepest part of his heart, evoking all the love, hatred, and emotions, and the experiences that were deliberately buried in the deepest part of his mind came to his mind one by one. Kakashi Hatake became famous at a young age, and his father was a well-known master in the village. He has always been envied and admired by his peers. He can be said to have achieved success at a young age. Suddenly rumors spread everywhere, and the faith of his most beloved father was shattered, so he chose to commit suicide. It was a torture for Kakashi to go from being a rising star to being the son of a sinner. But the most painful thing is looking at the empty home in the dead of night, thinking of my father, and having countless questions in my heart that I want to tell my father, but I can only stuff them back deep in my heart, and show a ruthless face to others every day. After joining Minato's team, he was finally promoted to Jonin. After a series of events, he began to open up to his friends, let go of his father's death, and began to value his partners. When he turned around, he found that his best friend was only left with his left eye. But at least he saved the girl he loved, so his death was a worthy one. Kakashi always comforted himself in this way, until his right hand pierced the girl's chest. The guilt of killing teammates and letting down friends is like a bloodstain that cannot be washed away. I keep rubbing it, using water, towels, soap. Nothing can wash away the guilt in my heart and the feeling of piercing my teammates with my own hands. After a whole year, I finally came out of the shadow with the care of my master and his wife, and decided to protect his wife and witness the birth of a new life. Who knew that fate's teasing was not over yet? On the night of the nine-tailed fox, both the master and his wife passed away young. Looking back, every time I felt my life was getting better, a new tragedy would befall someone close to me. It seems like fate's teasing has never been far away, from my father to now. Reliving his life journey, Kakashi felt like a clown on a stage play, being manipulated by fate and using his own tragedy to make all the audience laugh. Thinking of this, the corners of Kakashi's mouth grinned involuntarily. His crazy smile led to vendetta, and the wild laughter came out of Vendetta's huge grinning mouth. He laughed at his own misery and that he could not protect anything. He laughed at the cruelty of fate that kept taking away the people around him. Ha 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 ha. The sad laughter resounded through the sky and didn't stop until a long time later. Thank you, Vendetta. It was a nonsensical sentence, but at this moment, everyone who was united in hatred could understand what Kakashi was thanking him for. It is the talent of the symbiote to induce extreme emotions in the host. As an elite jonin, Kakashi certainly won't lose himself so easily, but this time he can completely vent his unhappiness, which really makes Kakashi feel much more comfortable. I originally just wanted to borrow your power to save someone, but I didn't expect you to be quite to my liking. Then save people first. On a starry night, in a hidden cave in the land of waves, Dasna saw Kakashi coming back from gathering intelligence and couldn't wait to ask, "How is Kakashi-sensei? How are my family?" Kakashi glanced at the few students who were still unconscious and replied casually, "I don't see anything unusual, and they seem to have forgotten what just happened. Many people are wondering why I suddenly appeared in the wild." After a pause, he spoke again. "However, if attacked, the symbionts in the bodies of people from Wave Country will repossess them. Based on my observation, your family should be the same as others." The only sound in the silent cave was the burning campfire. After about a quarter of an hour, Dasna smiled and said, "Thank you. The mission is over. Cardo is dead, and I have given up on building the bridge. You can go now." Kakashi stared at him. "Aren't you coming with us? I grew up in Wave Country, and my family is here too. I won't leave." You can tell from his eyes that Dasna is not it can be expressed in words, and the magnificent journey to the land of waves ended in such an anticlimactic way. Naruto woke up from his sleep and looked around to find himself lying on the back of teacher Kakashi. Suzuki was walking coolly behind him, and Sakura was beside Suzuki with a sweet smile. Everything was so harmonious. "Awake, idiot." Suzuki's characteristically caring question made Naruto's eyes redden, and he excitedly retorted, Next time I will definitely defeat you." "Hey, Naruto, stop making a fuss on someone's back." Only after experiencing the ups and downs of life could Naruto realize the preciousness of the ordinary moments they were all having together. Lying on Kakashi's back, he asked after a while, "Uncle Dasna, isn't he going with us?" Naruto is just stubborn, not stupid. Everyone in Team 7 knows very well what the situation is like in the land of waves. Dasna is not leaving now, probably because he wants to accompany his family on their final journey. Naruto buried his head in Kakashi's back and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm sorry, everyone. You've done very well. Why don't you come down and walk by yourself?" "Idiot." "What did you say, idiot Suzuki?" Looking at the two people arguing, Kakashi thought back to yesterday, when Vendetta had just left his body. Kakashi, who was already exhausted and about to die, was forced to drain his strength to help everyone stay alive and prevent his injuries from worsening. He was so tired that he had to eat his ration pills as meals to recover. In a trance, he seemed to hear Kiyosha say something like, "No need to thank him," but he didn't have time to think about it because he had already collapsed in the cave due to exhaustion. That night was the most comfortable sleep Kakashi had ever had. The only bad thing was that there was someone laughing like a clown in his mind all the time. It wasn't until he woke up in the morning and saw a half face that looked 3/4 like Vendetta stretched out from his body to greet him that Kakashi understood why Vendetta said nonsense like "You're welcome, partner, I'm just scoffing. Please give me more advice in the future." Looking at the son of Vendetta, who appeared to be more mature and steady than Vendetta, Kakashi felt a bit amused and helpless. The story of Team 7 has come to an end, but director Ikanuma has become even busier. The supporting characters from the previous drama made a strong intrusion and messed up the director's original plot. Looking at the shooting materials, Chishi smiled bitterly, thinking that he would have to find actors to reshoot a lot of shots. Fortunately, Wave Country is now my own private filming base. I can shoot whatever actors I want and whatever plot I want. The most urgent task now is to practice the incarnation technique and the Xiantian Toad Kung Fu to balance the increasingly busy life as a ninja and director. The products of the system must be top-notch. The system has copied so well. In order to prove that it has integrated the skills of the Black Myth, it has all been included in the Book of Tianming Renhui. It can also transform into a frog, which is very exquisite. There are all kinds of techniques such as immobilization, body stabilization, copperhead and iron arms, gathering and dispersing energy, and external incarnation. Except for the life-saving hairs, there are all other techniques. It's just that I was busy filming and didn't have time to study them before. Another reason is that such advanced magical powers are indeed difficult to cultivate. Put your own things aside. The Class 9 Unokuni tour group has been out for so long and finally ran into trouble, and it was big trouble. On the way back, Kamajima's carriage moved leisurely towards Konoha. Although they encountered some ignorant bandits on the way, they all became experiences for the members of Team 9. And I don't know if it's because Chishi's Blue Star Madonna disease was cured, Chishi acted more ruthlessly and decisively than the other two native ninja classmates. This made Bayun add one more thing to his evaluation of him in the morning. He was relatively cold-blooded and did not feel any mental pressure after his first kill. Back to the present, standing in front of everyone is none other than the future Akatsuki's 3 platforms, and Feijuan, who is a little abnormal after being transformed by the evil god cult. "Hey, you guys look great. After saying that, Haydn pointed at Ikanuma Masashi and continued, especially you. Are you interested in joining our evil god cult? Chi walked out from behind by Yun Zaojian, pointed at himself with a finger, and showed a cute smile. Are you talking to me? Faden laughed heartily. It's you, the evil god likes you very much, join us, let's offer them to the evil god together and spread the evil god's glory together. Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I personally believe in the will of fire, and I'm afraid I won't be able to serve the evil god in this lifetime. Could you please make way? Chi is such a good person that when he is a Konoha ninja, he will do his duty and be a good ninja. He talks about Konoha and the will of fire. Even Danzo said it was good when he came. Haydn threw the bloody march scythe towards the members of Team 9. After I offer them all to the evil god, I will slowly talk to you about missionary work. At this time, Haydn had not yet joined the Akatsuki organization, but his fighting style had already taken shape. The only good news was that Angle was not his teammate. Bayun drew his sword early in the morning and knocked March Scythe away, then took advantage of Fei Duan being unarmed and went straight forward to suppress him. When facing an enemy attack, if you have no intelligence, the first thing you should do is to keep your distance or engage in close combat. As an elite Jonin, he had already prepared his opponent's response and the measures he should take. But he didn't expect that Haydn would be so arrogant as to open his chest and allow him to attack. If you don't step on a trap, it will always be there. Although it may be dangerous, Bayunzeo will not give up this rare opportunity easily. Be prepared to retreat at any moment and thrust the knife hard into Haydn's body. Normal cutting into the human body feels like that. He has cut so many people. I would mistake this feeling, and I glanced at Faden in surprise. He scratched his head and said calmly, can you please stop moving? It hurts. The well-informed Bayun had only one thought in his mind that morning, monster, this time we are in trouble. If the attack fails, draw the sword and retreat. The normal fighting of a ninja is so simple and unpretentious. You guys protect Mr. Yujima and retreat, I'll hold him back. It was a standard ninja idea. The opponent seemed to have no teammates, and his newly graduated genin subordinates would only be a burden if they stayed here, so it would be better to let them run away first. Chi saw the opportunity and spoke directly, the enemy is targeting me, so I should stay here too, otherwise if they rush towards us with your attack, we will be in greater danger. Bayun listened to this in the morning and thought it made sense. However, Chi was the strongest and most reliable of the 3 members of Team 9. If he and the other 2 encountered an enemy, it would be like delivering food. There was no time to think about it. Being able to make decisions quickly was a must for an elite Jonin. He immediately said, then you guys step back a little and make sure you stay within my sight. While everyone was talking, Faden had already drawn the cursed circle and said without waiting, hey, are you guys done chatting? I almost fell asleep waiting. Before he finished speaking, Feijuan had already run in front of Bayun Zaojian and chopped down with the march scythe in his hand. Bayun Zaojian dodged and replied, Konoha Jonin, Bayun Zaojian, I will never let you hurt my companions. Chi wiped his ninja tool bag with his right hand and threw out several shuriken. The shuriken drew a graceful arc, avoiding Bayun Zao's body and heading straight for Feijuan's vital parts. If he were facing a normal ninja, he would have to dodge or block it, but Haydn was obviously not one of them. He ignored them and directly pressed forward to suppress the 2. Although Haydn seems to be mentally retarded in the plot, he has always been the funny man in the immortal duo. In the first battle, he killed Asuma, one of the measurement units of the ninja world. In the second battle, he was shown to be a fool by Shikamaru, and he also cost his teammates their lives. In the end, he was blown into pieces and buried alive to death. But when Chi actually fought, he found that his opponent was not as weak as he had imagined. He had strong enough physical fitness, an immortal body, and a fighting style that was open and fierce, exchanging life for injury. Frustrated, these 2 words are the truest portrayal of Chi-Shi's current inner feelings. It's not that he is not strong enough to fight, but as a newly graduated genin, he has only a few methods to use, and he can't be hurt by Feijuan. You can imagine how uncomfortable it is. Fortunately, the main attacker is Bayun Zao, so I just need to cooperate with him and help defend against attacks from blind spots. I don't need to use any strength that will make Bayun Zao suspicious. Don't hide, let me chop you off. Madman. Facing the already crazy Faden, Bayun could only complain secretly in his heart. In the morning, after being promoted to Jonin for so many years, he had encountered countless enemies, but this was the only one who would risk his life for injury. The march scythe danced with great vigor, and with the chain behind it, the moves were strange and varied, combining both hardness and softness, and the sole purpose was to hurt the enemy. If Chi had not helped to block them, the opponent would have succeeded in many places. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Feijuan's purpose became so obvious that Bayun probably had some guesses about his abilities in the morning. The magic circle I just drew should also be a part of the secret technique. If I get hurt by it, I'm afraid something extremely bad will happen. Feijuan withstood the attack again, and swung the march scythe diagonally towards Bayun Zaojian's body. Just as the tip of the blade was about to touch the body, Feijuan began to smile with success. With a swish, the white clouds in the morning turned into leaves and disappeared. This was his famous ninjutsu, Konoha Instant Body. Seeing his teacher move away in an instant, Chi immediately stepped forward and blocked Faden's position, not giving him a chance to escape. Genius! Bayun secretly praised Shi in his heart in the morning that he was indeed talented in controlling the battle situation, that he did a good job in blocking and cooperating, and seemed to be at ease. The only problem was that he had some little secrets that were unknown to others. But then again, Ikanuma Masashi is both a commoner and an orphan, that if he didn't have some secrets of his own, how could he have surpassed so many family children to become the strongest in his grade? As long as they don't endanger Konoha village, Bayun Zayama is quite tolerant of geniuses. Of course, it also has something to do with the fact that he has no confidence in being able to find out Shishi's secret without trying his best. He is not a fool. Although there was nothing unusual, Bayun's subconscious had been roaring at him that morning. His favorite disciple was very powerful, very terrifying. If they really fought, he would definitely die. During this journey, he always paid attention to Shishi intentionally or unintentionally, and found that the other party would reveal a strange smile from time to time, but after looking around, he didn't know what made him laugh. It can only be attributed to his unknown perceptual ability that allows him to see things that others cannot see. Just like in the current battle, although the speed is not fast, various key supports come neither fast nor slow. If we do not fully perceive the opponent's actions, we cannot do so well and coordinate so well. 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind, but time passed in a flash. White clouds appeared in the morning along with falling leaves. With a very fast cut, the blade of the sword cut through Phaeton's body like a hot knife cutting butter. Blood gushed out from the headless body like a fountain. Phaeton's head has already flown towards the sky. Konoha-style vacuum sword. Hi, Naruto, what a coincidence. When Team 9 returned to the main gate of Konoha, they saw that Team 7 had just completed the procedures for their return. Ah, it's Saishi. Naruto, believing that he had failed in his mission, replied dejectedly. Sasuke, on the other hand, was in a very good state. He looked at Ikanuma Masashi with a provocative look, as if he wanted to beat Masashi up. Looking at his arrogant look, Shishi sighed in his heart. Sasuke looks more handsome when he is in a bad mood on the screen. Those who can resist fighting after watching it in person are all gods. After so many days of filming and editing, Shishi thought he was quite familiar with the bastard Sasuke. If he didn't slap him in the face now, he would sooner or later make a scene. The only question now is what identity to use to slap him. Thinking of this, Shishi gave Sasuke a weird smile. That smile and that look gave Sasuke a chill, and even his vendettas were silenced. The procedures for returning to the village were not complicated and the mission report was completed quickly. Team 9, disband, everyone, go home and get some rest. As Bayun finished his words in the morning, Class 9's first field mission was successfully completed. Looking back on the mission experience, Shishi was actually quite satisfied with it. He received high-level treatment, the schedule was not too rushed, and there was plenty of time for filming and editing. Most importantly, before Haiden was rescued by the evil god cult, he took the opportunity to leave a child symbiote in him. When he joins the Akatsuki organization, the entire Akatsuki group will dedicate their lives to the filming business of Ikanuma Media. The Uchiha base looked even more desolate at night. After dinner, Sasuke and Vendetta were sitting in the yard chatting intermittently. Why are you so strange today? You usually talk a lot. Vendetta, revealing half of his face, said calmly, waiting for someone. Who? Here I come. What's coming? He had barely finished his words when the answer and a powerful kick arrived simultaneously. Before the attack arrived, Vendetta had already covered his entire body and raised his hands to block it. A powerful strange force came, and Vusha felt as if he was hit by a meteorite, and his feet left the ground and flew straight behind him. Boom, passing through a strange tunnel, Vendetta crashed directly into a huge rock. Here you are, father. His tone was calm, as if he didn't care about the change of time and place. Shishi was now in the form of a furious symbiote. Sasuke was watching the conversation between the two inside his body. He originally thought he was just going through the motions, but who knew? The biological tissue of the symbiote slowly faded away, revealing that handsome face that seemed to always be smiling, and said with a smile, "Hi, Sasuke." Looking at the classmate in front of him who had been suppressing him in all aspects since he entered school, Sasuke had never felt that his face was so unfamiliar. Ikuma Saishi? Shishi, whose face was half transformed into the symbiote, said in his unique compound voice, surprised? Of course I'm surprised. Sasuke now had countless questions in his mind. Who are you? Where is this place? Why is it daytime? Why are you helping me? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, but the words that came out of my mouth were, thank you. Ha 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 ha. Shishi laughed exaggeratedly, as if he was about to cry. You are really funny, Sasuke. Sasuke blushed when thanking his friends, and was teased by them. He became furious and said, asshole, where is this place? Kishi pointed at the surrounding scenery and said, this is Konoha village, don't you recognize it? There were mountains all around, and even if Saishi said this was Konoha, Sasuke wouldn't be able to recognize it. What do you mean, this is Konoha? Shishi turned around and smiled. Yes, this is Konoha, the Konoha of more than 1,100 years ago. Sasuke couldn't contain his surprise. More than 1,100 years ago, Pon Masashi, you are the frog sage. Genius cannot be measured by common sense. I didn't expect Sasuke to guess my identity so quickly. although I never thought of hiding it from him. That's right, after considering it, Chi decided to be frank and open, and recruit Suzuki, the second male protagonist in the original work, into Ikonuma Media to serve as the field manager and the pretentious protagonist. Kishi opened his hands and said to Suzuki in a frank manner, "How about it? Do you want to join me, join my Ikonuma Media?" Suzuki seemed to suddenly remember something, and grabbed Chishi's arms with both hands, begging, "You can travel through time and take me back to that night. As long as you take me back to that night, don't even ask me to join Ikonuma Media, I can give you my life." Although I really want to take him to change the past, it is impossible because there is already a Suzuki and Sato in the night of the blood moon, that if we really want to change the plot of that night, we can only try it before they were born. With our current strength, the success rate is too low and there is no need for trial and error. Explain the limitations of Suzuki's abilities to him, even if it doesn't immediately solve his biggest wish. But painting a rosy picture is a necessary skill for every director, especially Chi, who has become an expert in this field after defrauding investors with his first film. In no time, Suzuki was fooled and signed a lifelong contract with Saisuke. With Suzuki joining, the number of official employees of Ikonuma Media doubled. To Swamp Media, cheers! The chairman of Shizeo Media took out 2 bottles of juice and shared them with his employees. Suzuki didn't think too much about it, he just took it and drank it. He had encountered too many magical things tonight and he needed to calm down. The chakra in his body swirled slightly, and the juice in his hand had turned into an iced drink. The cold juice flowed down his throat. Suzuki felt like a long drought had finally been met with a downpour, and his entire being felt the nourishment. Feeling the familiar feeling of strength and the perfect physical condition, he said, "That lunchbox?" Chi raised the juice in his hand and said, "This juice is a specialty of the world of captive gourmet. It can heal hidden injuries, restore status, and replenish strength. By the way, this is the world of ninjas." Suzuki was shocked. It's a power that can cross the world? Otherwise, how do you think the symbiote came about? At this point, Suzuki finally couldn't hold back and said excitedly, "You have such a powerful power, why not? Never mind, it's okay. A genius is a genius, whether it's training, fighting, or the way his expressions changed." Suzuki's expression and tone went from shock, to excitement, to loss, and finally back to calm. His eyes and expression changed several times in 1 second. The expression is so vivid and the transitions are so natural. Even an actor can do this. Facing the future gold medal winner of Ikonuma Media, Chi will always be more tolerant. "You want to ask me why I didn't stop Itake?" Suzuki was speechless, just staring at the moonless starry sky thousands of years ago, but the meaning he expressed was already very clear. "When do you think I gained this power?" Suzuki shuddered. "You gained this power in the last few days, so why are you so strong? No, you can travel through time, time has never been a problem for you. To be precise, it was graduation day. As your friend and boss, I won't hide much from you, but you have to know that I'm helping you because I consider you my friend." Kishi looked into Suzuki's eyes steadily, and the seriousness and trust in his words made Suzuki willing to believe that Kishi really wanted to help him. Suzuki let out a long breath. He had to say that he was still very grateful to Saishi, not only because he gave him strength, but more because of the revenge. Although they had not been together for a long time, the brotherly feeling made Suzuki, whose entire family was killed by his brother, feel redeemed. He patted his pants and stood up from the ground, looking at Chishi seriously. "No matter what, I have to thank you. It's you who gave me the power of revenge. No matter what happens in the future, I will do it for you. Don't worry, you've already signed the contract. You belong to Chizuan Media in life and in death. Don't think you can escape from my clutches." He extended his right fist towards Suzuki and gave him a fist bump, then added, "By the way, I'm a legitimate company. We provide a monthly salary that can be exchanged for training methods from different worlds, weapons, equipment, medicine, food, and everything in between. Besides the basic salary for filming, there are also different commissions based on the actor's level. It's definitely the company that all ninja school graduates want to join." The atmosphere suddenly took a turn for the worse, from a heart-to-heart talk between friends to an exchange of interests. An exchange book was even taken out, which was obviously premeditated. As the old saying goes, close brothers settle their accounts. Although Saishi and Suzuki share a close bond, no, more like father and son. Saishi is a man who seeks immortality. While friendship might be enough to bind Suzuki temporarily, if he truly wants him to devote himself to his cause forever, he believes more in the bonds of self-interest. Therefore, while the compensation he offers Suzuki is modest, it promises a promising future. As the only heir of a big family, although Suzuki was charged a lot of inheritance tax by the Konoha village high-level officials when handling the inheritance, the remaining things were still enough for him to live for 10 or 8 generations. He didn't care much about the salary that Chishi mentioned, and said that it was enough for him to have a vendetta. But under Kishi's repeated insistence, Suzuki reluctantly took a look. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Each page would project a holographic image of a different object. These exchange items are carefully selected by Chi, and each one is tailored to Suzuki's desire to show off. The effect may not be strong, but the special effects must be cool. Suzuki's eyes turned red, and his Sharingan appeared automatically, as if a fire had ignited. Seeing Suzuki's performance, Chi knew that he had made the right choice. He immediately said, "As long as you keep working, these things are yours, and you can upgrade the items later." After a while of discussion, the two quickly reached a consensus on salary and profit sharing. Sasuke didn't mind being the male lead, and he believed that the vendetta would be released soon. Chi breathed a sigh of relief after successfully assembling the team. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, we've finished the small stuff. Now it's time to get down to business." Sasuke was a little surprised if taking him through time and space and joining a mysterious filming organization were not considered serious matters. Then what was serious matter? Boom! The ruthless iron fist struck Sasuke with all its might. Sasuke blocked with both hands. "Asshole, what are you doing?" "Of course, it's to test your ability as the leading man." "This is a lie, Saishi just wants to beat up Sasuke." "What a psycho." We were all chatting peacefully, and suddenly he came charging at us. This punch was aimed straight at the vitals. If we couldn't block it and got hit in the head by him, we knew it would be fatal. Such a willful boss doesn't care whether others can bear it or not. Boom! Vengeance's massive body crashed into the mountain, sending up a huge puff of smoke. Even if it's a test of strength, it's too much. They even used the devouring beast. Vengeance slowly walked out of the smoke. The part of his body that had just been devoured by the devouring beast had completely grown back. He scratched his head and put on a fierce expression. "Even if it's my father, I'll beat him up." Chi changed back to human form from the symbiote state, and at the same time lifted the magical power of time magic. He raised his right palm in front of him, with his thumb clasping the middle finger and ring finger, and the remaining index finger and little finger standing up, forming a magic gesture. Due to the obstruction of his palm, Chi-Chi's expression looked gloomy and terrifying. Although it's not impossible to use the symbiote state, but in order to let you see how big the world is, it's better to be serious. Earth-shaking magical power emanated from his body, and all living creatures were fleeing from Chi at this moment. His aura was so terrifying that even the earth began to shake. Powerful and terrifying. This is the truest thought in Sasuke and Vendetta's hearts. To be honest, graduation day is only a short time away from today. Even if he could travel through time and space to practice in the past, Sasuke would never feel that he is inferior to the other party. But the terror displayed by the other party at this moment directly told him that there was still a huge gap between them. Chi was flying in the sky, accompanied by a lotus lantern emitting white light. That if it weren't for the terrifying aura it emitted, it would really give the feeling of a banished immortal descending to the earth. However, Sasuke soon had no time to sight out. He saw the light emitted by the lotus lantern slowly gathered and condensed into dazzling rays of light that cut through the sky and swept towards Sasuke at an extremely fast speed. This attack was so powerful that even a fool like Sasuke knew he couldn't withstand it. He dodged to the side, and the beams of light swept across the ground, immediately causing a series of explosions. Boom 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 boom. Sasuke, who was blown away by the air wave, finally exploded. He tapped his feet lightly, stomped several times in the air, and rushed towards Chi in the air with an invincible force. Did he master the moon steps without any guidance? No, it was the magic mirror ice crystal. The Sharingan is truly a miracle born in the ninja world. Sasuke's current performance perfectly demonstrates what it means to be better than the master. The speed at which the ice mirrors condense, the angles of intersection, the speed of reflection between the ice mirrors. Every aspect is perfect. If I saw it, he would have to sigh that he was a true genius and that his more than 10 years of experience in ice escape had really been wasted. Sasuke attacked with all his might, but facing Saishi's full power, he was still far behind. With a thud, Sasuke felt like he was back in his childhood, practicing taijutsu and punching wooden stakes with his fists. He attacked with all his strength, but he was the only one hurt. Chi-Chi's whole body turned into the color of golden iron, which was the authentic magical power recorded in the Xiantian Toad Kung Fu, Copperhead and Iron Arms. Relying on his magical powers to shock Sasuke away, Chi held the precious lotus lantern in one hand and pushed it towards Sasuke. The lamp emitted a dazzling light. Sasuke had completely forgotten what happened afterwards. After a long time, Sasuke slowly woke up from his coma. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Saishi's concerned look, which scared Sasuke so much that he did several backflips and jumped away. Seeing Sasuke's exaggerated reaction, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Sasuke, you're fine." Sasuke now had time to look around, and saw that the forest had completely disappeared, leaving only an empty field as far as the eye could see. Sasuke knew that Saishi was going to do something ruthless, but he didn't expect it to be so ruthless. The aftermath alone razed the entire forest to the ground. He looked around and found that fortunately all the parts of his body were intact. He breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "What an exaggerated power, do you have any rivals in this world?" Chi smiled and said, "Haven't you already seen the owner of the Rinnegan, and also the protagonist of the previous movie, Gamamaru? This world is still very big. Although they are all the protagonists created by me, it is undeniable that I cannot defeat them in the modern era. And you will become stronger than them in the future, because I am more optimistic about you." The serious look made people want to trust him involuntarily. Before Sasuke opened his mouth, Saishi told him what he really wanted to paint. Although we cannot change the history of the Uchiha clan's extermination due to the anchoring of cause and effect, we can plant the seeds of your clan's resurrection in the past and allow them to be resurrected in the future. When I heard Chi talk about the limitations of time and causal abilities before, I thought I would never see my parents again in this life. But now, when I heard this way of deceiving causalities in time, I couldn't calm down anymore. looking earnestly into Chi-Shi's eyes. "Help me, I'll give you everything I have." Of course, Chi-Shi said this not to tease Suzuki, but to explain to him that his current abilities are limited, and that he needs Suzuki to make more films to attract more attention, so that he can have more power to change the world and so on. The empty promises and pep talks made Suzuki's blood boil. He wanted to make hundreds of movies right away and dominate the world with movies. Happy time passed by so quickly, and Saishi and Suzuki returned to the modern era again. Suzuki didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the whole Konoha was smoother than before. "By the way, we've been away for so long, will anyone find out? Only a second has passed since we left. I'm leaving now. Remember not to be too arrogant in the future. Be careful not to provoke someone you can't beat." New. Suzuki, who was a little speechless, once again realized the domineering nature of the time ability. Modern ninja world, Konoha Village's Jounin Conference Hall. The third Hokage, who was sitting at the main seat, spoke slowly, holding his pipe in his mouth. "Now, please ask those who are responsible for guiding the new genin to step forward." Upon hearing this, several jonin walked to the front row. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and glanced at them. "Kakashi, Kurane, Asuma, morning. How about it? Among the newcomers you are responsible for, are there any suitable candidates? I think you all know that the basic requirement is to complete 8 tasks. The rest depends on your recommendations. Kakashi, go first." I, Kakashi's Team 7, recommend Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto, and Harano Sakura to participate in the Chunin exam under my name, Kakashi. My popular Class 8 recommends. My morning 9th shift recommendation. I, Asuma's 10th class, recommend. The Chunin exams, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 all participate. Bang! A small stone hit Kankuro's hand hard, causing him to loosen his grip on Konohamaru involuntarily due to the pain. Looking in the direction of the attack, I saw a pretentious man in blue sitting on a tree in a handsome posture, throwing a few small stones in his hands. Without asking, I knew that the stones just thrown were thrown by him. Kankuro's right hand was shaking, but he still said harshly, "Humph, another guy getting in the way." When it comes to bullying weaklings, Suzuki is the real master. He sits casually on a tree and says lightly, "Get out of here." The level of coolness has already reached the sky. Kankuro was intimidated by Suzuki's pressure and reached out to put the crow down. Only by holding the weapon could he feel a little safer. "Kid, come down. I can't stand your arrogance the most." Although he was sweating profusely, as the saying goes, it's better to lose the battle than the battle. He came to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exams. If he was scared away by the aura of a Konoha brat, it would not only bring shame to Kankuro, but also to the entire Sand Ninja community. As for whether it would get out, haha, this is Konoha. This kind of information used to promote one's own attacks on the enemy, let alone leak out. Could even appear on the major black markets tomorrow in high definition, uncensored form. Who doesn't know that shinobi loves to do things that harm others and benefit himself the most? "Hey, you're not planning on using the crows, are you?" Hearing his sister's silly words, he just wanted to complain about her throwing away her brain when she saw a handsome guy. He was now in a dilemma. The momentum emanating from the other party without saying a word was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. If he didn't use crows, would he use fists? "Stop it, Kankuro, stop embarrassing me here." Hearing Gaara's words to stop him, Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a flattering smile with cold sweat on his forehead, "Gaara, Suzuki is a master of disguise, but Gaara's accomplishments in disguise were no less before he was whitewashed." He was hanging upside down on the branch next to Suzuki, looking down at Kankuro. "Do you remember why we came here?" "Let me explain." Before he could finish his words, Vendetta stuck half of his head out of Suzuki, staring at Gaara with a bloodshot eye, drooling and saying, "Partner, that guy without eyebrows has a scent similar to Naruto's. Hurry up, let's go eat him." I don't know if it's because he remembered the taste of swallowing Naruto's nine-tails robe when they fought before, but Suzuki actually felt a little salivating. Recalling the huge life force flowing from Naruto through the beast of devouring into his own body, driving the evolution of his body and energy, Suzuki felt that this power was particularly sweet. The half of Vendetta's face that was exposed had already covered Suzuki's right cheek, with strands of flesh and blood moving around and covering Suzuki's body. Unknowingly, the expression on Suzuki's left cheek that had not been covered became as bloodthirsty and hungry as Vendetta's. Seeing Suzuki's crazy behavior, Kankuro was shocked that he already had a monster around at home, which made him stressed out. He came out for a walk to bully some weaklings and relax, but he saw other monsters. What bad luck. This was not the worst. Kankuro glanced at Gaara, who was still on the tree with the corner of his eye, and saw that he had a crazy smile similar to Suzuki's, and was muttering something crazy like, "So you are also a monster, Mom must like your blood very much. I should have stayed here earlier, someone please save me." Perhaps God really heard his prayers, and when the two evil forces were fighting, Chi-Shi arrived. Ignoring the crazy aura between the two, he instantly moved to Suzuki's side and hugged him. "I was just looking for you and found you here. What are you doing?" The solemn atmosphere was broken, and Suzuki and Gaara's eyes returned to rationality, but they both knew that this was only a temporary calm, and there would be a battle between them in the end. Vendetta had returned to his body, and Suzuki said coolly, "Why are you looking for me?" Chi-Shi pretended to be on the verge of tears. "Can't I just look for you if nothing happens? We are good brothers." Faced with such a boss, Suzuki was actually quite helpless. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Gaara's voice. I'm very interested in you. What's your name? Uchiha Suzuki. We are on Vendetta. Vendetta's face turned back to Suzuki. Partner, we have to work together. Suzuki slapped his forehead. He's asking me. Forget it, let's come together. A large amount of flesh and blood covered Suzuki, and Vendetta's frantic body was fully revealed. We are Vendetta. Kankuro wanted to say that if the opponent wasn't so strong and terrifying, Suzuki and the monster would actually be quite funny. Gaara was also amused by Suzuki. I am Gaara from Sand Falls. Luo. By the way, the information about the symbiote has been reported by Kakashi, or in other words, the Wave Country is such a big thing that it is difficult for the top leaders of each village to not know about it, but now the Wave Country has become a ninja-restricted area. Kakashi described the relationship between Suzuki and Vendetta as follows. When Suzuki transformed, he initially thought it was Suzuki's bloodline limit mutation, but later he found out that Vendetta was a symbiote. Fortunately, the two of them became good friends, and in the end, Vendetta desperately led Team 7 to escape from the Land of Waves. Kakashi's ability to lie with his eyes open is unbelievable. He acts like he doesn't care whether you believe it or not, he believes it anyway. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only helplessly say that as long as Suzuki doesn't endanger Konoha, anything is fine. You, Kakashi, have to protect Suzuki. If anything happens in the future, you will be responsible. And so on. This time, Shishi came to see Suzuki for something serious, mainly about reshooting scenes for the revenge drama. Naruto stood behind the two of them, looking at them arm in arm, feeling very uncomfortable. Saishi was his best friend during his ninja school career, and Suzuki was his current teammate. Now the two of them had a detailed conversation and it was obvious that they had their own secrets, which made Naruto feel betrayed. Why is everyone surrounding Suzuki? Naruto was muttering quietly behind the two of them, but everyone around him was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Hearing him say that, Suzuki smiled proudly without saying anything. Although he didn't know why, he was happy as long as he could defeat Naruto. Saishi smiled apologetically. Naruto, I'll tell you later. Suzuki, remember that. It's settled. Seeing Saishi turn around and try to leave, Suzuki asked, those were Sand Shinobi Genin, right? Do you know what happened? I heard the Chunin exams are about to begin? Chunin exam? ×3. On a rooftop in Konoha, the three members of Team 9 were waiting for the arrival of the leading Jonin. Swish, leaves drifted down the sky, and the person who came was by Yunzayaji. And everyone, although this is a bit sudden, I recommend you to take part in the Chunin exam. These are the application forms. He handed the application form to the three disciples and said, although I've recommended you, you're not required to participate. You can decide for yourself. If you decide to participate, please submit it to classroom 301 at school before 4 p.m. tomorrow. There will be no missions for the next few days. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, showing the efficiency of a ninja. The three of them looked at the application forms in their hands. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Shishi smiled and said, if you can't make up your mind, why not give it a try and experience it yourself? Yamada stared at Kishi with fighting spirit in his eyes. Kishi, I know I am not your opponent now, but I will move forward until I reach your side, so I will go to take part in the Chunin exam. Yuki was also inspired to fight. People from the Izuno family never back down. Very good, then all members of Team 9 will go into battle. The slogan is loud, but ninja is just a side job for Chishi, and filming is his most important task. That afternoon, Saishi and Suzuki transformed into symbiote form and teleported to the palace of the daimyo of Wave Country for a meeting. In the conference room of Shizeo Media, the chairman fully affirmed the filming progress and the actor's state of mind. He also stated that a portion of the box office revenue after the show's release would be shared back with the employees. Then they would all eat meat, drink wine, and divide the gold with a big scale. Suzuki looked at the respectful people in front of him and thought that Kishi was really crazy when it came to filming, directly controlling an entire country as a filming base. The inner feelings of Zabuza and Haku were even more complicated. Not long ago, they were mortal enemies fighting each other to the death, but after a few days, they became colleagues who drank and ate meat together. But one of the main characteristics of a ninja is obedience. Since they can't resist, they just accept it happily. Of course, even if they wanted to resist, it would be useless. After all, except for Haku and Zabuza, it would be useless for others to resist. They can't get rid of the force control of the symbiote. Of course, even if Haku and the others wanted to resist, she would not be afraid. The reshoots went incredibly smoothly, and everyone was thrilled to watch the various special effects and large-scale productions. On the day of the Chunin exam, a large number of genin from different villages gathered at the ninja school. To be honest, it felt pretty good to see so many candidates. Ignoring the lame acting of Konoha's gatekeepers and the Kai class, and witnessing the thick-browed Lee's declaration of love for Sakura, some troubles cannot be avoided just like now. The one with the sinister smile over there, please wait. The sudden voice from upstairs made Shishi look around, but he saw that both teammates were looking at him, pointing at him with their fingers, and received a positive response from the other party. How should I put it? Although Shishi liked Xiao Li very much when watching the anime, now he just wants to beat him up and let him know the consequences of offending a petty director. How about we compete now? Chi gave an apologetic smile. I don't need to do any warm-up exercises. It seems like a rejection, but in fact it is a provocation to the other party, just short of saying that defeating you is almost the same as warming up. Faced with the provocation, Rock Lee didn't get angry. He jumped down from the building, pointed at himself and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Rock Lee, Ikanuma Masashi. I want to know how far I am from you, who is known as a common genius. Let's compete." In Chi-Chi's opinion, Xiao Li has no chance of winning. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Li would never be his opponent, but what if he opens the door? Now that Suzuki, the pretentious one, was in the front to attract the attention of Kanaha's higher UPS, Chi also planned to show off his strength by showing off something, at least to dispel Bai Yun's morning doubts about him. "If you insist on having a fight, I can accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li immediately took a starting stance. "I have a promise, I will never lose, because I am the strongest among Kanaha's genin." "Tell you something." Chi suddenly appeared behind Xiao Li, swung his right hand, and boom. "You can brag after you win." Masashi Ikanuma was born into a commoner family as an orphan. He had no bloodline limit and no family secret technique. How could he surpass so many family heirs and become the top genius in his grade? Incredible speed, superb spirit, strong physical strength, vast chakra, extreme nerve reflexes? These can be said to be correct, and can also be said wrong. His current performance is the best answer, because he is simply strong. And now, this unique strength of Chi was completely unleashed on Xiao Li. He threw punches, changed his moves and elbows, and simultaneously moved his feet and kicked in one go. The endless physical attacks made Xiao Li exhausted. Years of hard work seemed to be worthless in the face of this strength. This can't go on any longer. Xiao Li blocked the blow, using the force to create distance, and untied the bandage on his hand. "I want to use this move to show everyone that hard work can surpass talent." A windmill pierced the bandage, and a turtle suddenly appeared on the field. "Xiao Li, stop it, you are using a forbidden move." Following a puff of smoke, a man with thick eyebrows appeared on the turtle in a strange pose. "Really, you guys are so young and full of energy. For my sake, please forgive Xiao Li." The exaggerated expression and movements left everyone speechless. Chi glanced upstairs and said, "It's okay. It's just right as a warm-up. Don't you agree, morning teacher?" Bai Yun Zhao also came down immediately after hearing this. "Well done, let's go, let's take the exam." When I opened the classroom door, it was as if I was back in the days when I was studying at the ninja school. Before I could even feel the emotion, I saw someone flying towards me. "Kishi, why are you here just now?" The enthusiastic Cosmos was hanging on Kishi's body, with a happy smile on his face. "Long time no see. I knew that you would definitely take part in the Chunin exam, Kishi." Although they haven't seen each other since the last barbecue, their relationship has become closer, and they feel more than just friends. You have to know that when he was in school, although Chi was nice to everyone, he always kept a distance from the opposite sex, which is why he had so many little fans. Izuno Yuki greeted Ino with a smile. Shikamaru walked over with Koji, saying that it was really troublesome, and then Team 7, Team 8 and others also walked towards Saishi. Kiba sniffed. "Looks like we, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10, are the only ones taking part in this Chunin exam, because they know they are no match for Master Naruto." The real ninja world is naturally impossible to be the same as in the comics, where more than 10 genin graduate in one school year. There are many classmates in the same grade who did not come to participate in these Chunin exams. It is better to say that those who came to participate shortly after graduation are the outliers. The noisy class reunion of a dozen newcomers attracted countless attention, including Kabuto Yakushi, who came with a mission for Orochimaru. As a veteran who failed the Chunin exam 7 times, he joined the new team to make himself familiar with the team under the pretext of sharing information. Taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone's attention was diverted to him, Chi took Ino to the side. Seeing Chi-Chi's mysterious look, Ino couldn't help but tease him. "Chi, are you finally ready to confess to me?" Facing Ino's teasing, Chi smiled without saying anything, but simply motioned for her to take out her hand. He summoned a trace of the treasure lotus lantern's oil on his right index finger, then touched the back of Ino's hand. The oil and magic power formed a lifelike lotus emblem. "I have a bad feeling about this exam. If you encounter any danger, inject chakra into the lotus emblem in your hand. It will protect you." Hearing Chi-Chi's words about protecting herself, Ino's cheeks immediately flushed. Chi-Chi, who had been looking at Ino, suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up, and he felt a heartbeat. There are not many truths in the world. A woman's blush is worth more than a long dialogue. Mr. Lao Shi is right. Ino, who couldn't stand being stared at by Kishi, blushed and said, "Thank you, it's a beautiful lotus, but may I ask why you use flowers as a crest?" At first, the tone was a little shy, but soon it turned into a happy joke. The Yamanaka family motto is that even in love, you can't always be led by the nose. But when it comes to talking skills, how could Ino be a match for Chi-Chi? She smiled teasingly and said, "Because someone likes flowers." Chi-Chi's words were like a bolt of lightning, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Her mind was filled with Chi-Chi's words, and she didn't even pay attention to Naruto's group mockery and the interactive drama between Kabuto Yakushi and Oto Ninja. I walked towards my assigned seat in a daze, and only came to my senses when the invigilator on the podium started explaining the exam rules. Shikamaru, who had been paying attention to the interaction between Saishin and Ino, sighed in his heart that Ino had fallen into Saishin's hands in this life. However, he was afraid of trouble by nature and did not meddle in it. Seeing Ino come back to life, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to concentrate on preparing for the exam. Ino looked at the lotus emblem on the back of her hand, a sickly sweet smile flowing from her heart, remembering the lotus's flower language, pure love. She certainly didn't expect this. Leaving your own coat of arms on your hand may seem advanced, but the principle is actually very simple. Use the derivatives of the precious lotus lantern, that is, the lamp oil that will be continuously generated in the lamp to build a magic weapon with the same essence as the precious lotus lantern, so that the power of the precious lotus lantern can be emitted through the emblem. The lotus is the symbol of the precious lotus lantern, so the history of Chi used the lotus as an emblem. It can only be said that it was an unintentional success. In the eyes of Chi, who knew the examination process, the first written test posed no threat at all, and the value of being the first in the grade was still trustworthy. In order to avoid being sent away by his disappointing teammates, he had already made arrangements for the two teammates. Just before entering the classroom, Chi said that the examination venue was in the classroom and most of the time it would be a written test. If it was confirmed that it was a written test, he would use illusion to control the two to help answer the questions. Well, symbiote possession control can also be used as an illusion. It's all control anyway, as long as your teammates don't object. So when Tioyu and Yuki's hands started moving on their own, they were silently praising Saishi for his superb level of illusion, as he could actually control himself to write the answers directly. Just like the original, question 10 is a classic application of interrogation techniques. Naruto raised his right hand and slapped it hard again, with a pop sound that attracted everyone's attention. Don't underestimate me, I won't back down at the last minute. I want to take the test. Even if I'm just a genin my whole life, I'll work hard to become Hokage, set the questions, I'm not afraid of you. I'll give you a chance. This decision affects your entire life. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Facing the examiner's words, Naruto uttered the classic line, just say what you mean, this is my ninja way. In Chi-Chi's eyes, Naruto, the protagonist of the original work, is indeed as dazzling as the sun at this moment. It is not shameful to give up or retreat when you know you don't know the answer to any of the questions and are faced with a situation where you are almost certain to fail. Or rather, it would be reckless and foolish to gamble your future at that time. But as a director, Chi prefers people like Naruto who don't compromise and don't give up. The so-called protagonist is the one who can bravely carve out a path to success amidst despair, and the director's favorite is of course the protagonist. The anxiety was like the darkness of the night, dispelled by the light emitted by Naruto, and the remaining candidates put on confident smiles again. Seeing the state of the many candidates, Ibiki knew that it was useless to force them any further. He smiled brightly and said, everyone here has passed the test now. Unlike the original, this time because of Chi, there is one more team passing the level than before, and the chicken-eating competition with 27 teams and a total of 81 people is ready to begin. Listening to Ibiki's talk about the relationship between this exam and the qualities of a chinin in the classroom, the genin's perception of the cruelty of the ninja profession deepened. Bang! Suddenly, a person wrapped in cloth jumped into the classroom from the window. After a series of fancy operations, the beauty with the shortest shelf life in Naruto, Anko Mitarashi, made a shocking appearance. I'm the examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, the next exam awaits you, follow me. The voice was loud and passionate, giving everyone in the examination room a sense of déjà vu, as if they had heard it not long ago. It was awkward enough that no one responded, but what was even more awkward was when Ibiki popped his head out from behind the curtain and said, no one's paying attention to you. The complicated rules and introductions will not be elaborated here. The simplified version is that the remaining 27 teams will compete in a 5-day high tower chicken battle in the Death Forest. Many candidates who came to the Death Forest for the first time were a little unsure about the next 5 days when they saw the huge trees that 10 people could not hug. Chi looked around and saw that this exam was indeed full of talented people, not to mention the young masters of Kana. There was also the Wind Shadow Girl who came from the Sand Ninja, and Orikimura disguised as a Grass Ninja. If Orikimura still goes to find Suzuki, there will definitely be a surprise. Saishi already feels that he will get a lot of good materials next. After signing the consent form and looking at the Book of Heaven in his hand, Chi suddenly wanted to act boldly and do whatever he wanted. Under the astonished gazes of his teammates and staff, Chi walked out of the tent holding the Book of Heaven. He then smiled brightly at everyone and said in his usual gentle voice, Team 9 of Kana has obtained the Book of Heaven. Everyone is welcome to come and die. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Chi would not regret it. He felt that he had been silent for long enough. Since he had decided to use the precious lotus lantern, he didn't care about anything within the scope of the precious lotus lantern's ability to handle it. Even if I really mess up, I am still one of the best masters in the world. I have a relationship with those who are stronger than me, so there is no need to be too low-key. Masashi didn't think it mattered, but his teammates thought he was crazy. Amanto and Izuno Yuki never expected that the usually mature and steady Masashi Ikanuma would have such a crazy side. But as a teammate, since the incident had already happened, there was no point in blaming him, so he immediately walked out of the tent and came to Chi, supporting him with actions. The genin from the surrounding villages cast murderous glances at him. If this wasn't Konoha, they would have probably rushed over and cut Saishi into several thousand pieces. Funny little devil. Hungu instantly stood in front of Chi Shi and blocked everyone's sight for him. The exam hasn't started yet. If you want to fight, go into the exam room and fight. After saying that, he turned around and said to Chi Shi, funny kid, don't die in there. Chi Shi still had the same gentle smile and tone, thank you for your trouble, teacher, but forgive me for being frank, even if teacher Hungdu and that long-tongued grass ninja over there come together, they will only add 2 corpses under my feet, so you don't have to worry about me. As he spoke, he pointed at Orochimaru, as if he was afraid that he couldn't hear him. Hungdu had never been mocked like this before, and she wanted to teach him a lesson, but then she remembered that she was the examiner. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, I'm the examiner, I'm the examiner, I'm the examiner. I'm so angry. Resisting the urge to beat him up, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, you'd better survive, I'll teach you a lesson slowly after you finish the exam. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Hungdu wanted to explode when she saw Chi Shi's smiling face. She walked away angrily and never cared about anything again. While the genin from other villages gave them murderous looks, most of Konoha's friends were concerned, especially those in their grade. Chi Shi looked at Ino's worried eyes and pointed to the back of his hand, indicating that she should remember to use the lotus emblem when in danger. Seeing that Chi Shi, who was surrounded by everyone, still had the mood to care about her, Ino didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but after he interrupted her, she was indeed not so worried. The other one who made a move was Suzuki. He just came out of the tent, tossing the Book of Heaven up and down, and walked to Chi Shi leisurely, showing a provocative smile. I didn't expect that. I also have the Book of Heaven here. If you are interested, you can come to me, Team 7. Are all the newcomers in Konoha so crazy? Not to mention that people in other villages have such thoughts, even Kaiban has similar questions? Tian looked at the 2 people pretending to be powerful in the crowd and asked, Xiao Li, didn't you fight with that Chi Shi? Is he that strong? Xiao Li's face was solemn, although I don't know if he can withstand the siege of so many people, but he is really strong. As if to increase the persuasiveness, he added after saying this sentence, it's really strong. Soon it was Team 9's turn to enter. Before entering, Saisashi took a special look at Gaara and Orochimaru, and his provocation was self-evident. Orochimaru was fine with being an old snake, but he just lamented that he hadn't been back in Konoha for years and that kids these days were so arrogant, completely lacking the humility he had back then. Gaara was already on the verge of breaking down. Just by looking at his expression, you can tell that in his heart, apart from killing Chi Shi, everything else has been thrown aside. Inside the Death Forest, Yuki, who had been walking with Kishi as if on a picnic for a while, finally couldn't help but ask, Kishi, is it really okay for us to walk slowly like this? There should be a lot of people coming our way. Yamenda no said it out loud, but the look in his eyes also conveyed the same meaning. Chi Shi smiled and said, I thought you weren't afraid. Give me your hands. Of course, he had to pay attention to protecting his teammates when he caused trouble. He used lamp oil to form a lotus emblem in the area where their clothes could cover them. If you encounter danger and I'm not around, just inject chakra into the emblem in your hand that you can protect yourself. At the same time, I will receive the signal and come to help you as quickly as possible. Yuki looked at the lotus emblem on her hand and said, really? How fast? Chi Shi gave a mysterious smile, the light is so fast, now they are the ones to be afraid of. Let's go and walk slowly to the tower. The confidence of the top genius in the grade was fully displayed. Do and Yuki were infected by Chi Shi's confidence, smiled at each other and kept up with the pace. Chi Shi hadn't lied to them. He had recently discovered another use for the precious lotus lantern, the rainbow transformation technique, which could allow one to fly. The principle was similar to flying with a sword, both using mana to propel the magic weapon into flight. However, the precious lotus lantern was expensive for a reason. After using it, Chi Shi discovered that as long as he increased the mana transmission, it would spontaneously perform the rainbow transformation technique, transforming its owner into a rainbow. When he was conducting an experimental flight in Wave Country before, it suddenly turned into a rainbow of light and streaked across the sky at a high speed. At that time, Chi Shi was wondering why the system product did not have an instruction manual. All encounters in the world are unexpected, just like the 3 rain ninjas that Team 9 is meeting now. Although Chi Shi was so arrogant that he attracted many powerful enemies, people always seek good fortune and avoid danger. They didn't know how much power was hidden under that smiling face that made him dare to challenge everyone. Therefore, the first person who stepped forward to test him was either a real strong man or a real fool. Unfortunately, these 3 rain ninjas who didn't even have a shot in the original work are the latter. Finally, I found you. Hand over the Book of Heaven obediently, or I'll show you how powerful the rain ninja is. Chi Shi pointed at the few rain ninjas in front of him who were obviously a few years older than him and said, one for each of us? Kid, don't underestimate me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the nameless rain ninja who had been talking as the captain was knocked away by Chi Shi. The remaining 2 people couldn't even see Chi Shi's movements. He slowly walked between the 2 rain ninjas and said to his teammates, let's finish this quickly. We still have to get to the tower before sunset. These rain ninjas only now realized that they had hit a wall. They saw the opponent walking between 2 of their own team, but they did not have the courage to attack. They could only watch him slowly walk back to his teammates. Escape, their courage had already been drained, and staying here would only mean their lives were wasted. But the remaining 2 members of Team 9 are no pushovers either. They are working hard to achieve Chishi's goal, and their strength should not be underestimated. But they didn't know that even if Kishi chose to use the weakest chakra real state, he would still be cheating. The magic weapons and elixirs of the system not only improved Chishi's means and mana, but also accelerated his physical fitness and cultivation. This is where the magical medicine of the immortal way becomes so powerful. It is fully functional. Even if you are not cultivating magic power, it can nourish the body by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, strengthen the body's foundation, and indirectly strengthen the training of chakra. Plus food and supplements from different worlds in the system mall. Talent plus hard work plus cheats, it's that powerful. Konoha-style swordsmanship. The first one to catch up was Amanto, and when Kishi dealt with his opponent, he started to prepare to attack. But the first one to catch up with the enemy was Izuno Yuki. The cat transformation technique passed down by the Izuno family was more useful in the pursuit battle than the common ones in Yamendu. A fierce grab hit the nameless rain ninja's back directly, and a lot of blood flowed out from his back. Knowing that he could not escape, he turned around and fought desperately. Pull out the umbrella from behind and throw it towards the sky, ninjutsu, like 1,000 raindrops. As the name suggests, thousands of senbon shot out from the umbrella and fell towards Yuki like raindrops. This move is indeed useful against slower opponents, but unfortunately he is facing an extremely fast cat. Yuki took graceful steps, escaped from the attack range of raindrops, and then scratched the opponent's throat, ending the battle in the opponent's incredulous eyes. The rain ninja who was still fighting with Yamenda saw that his 2 teammates had fallen to the ground. He panicked and was found by Do and killed with a sword. It was easy to find the Book of Earth that was needed. It went without saying that when the 3 rain ninjas saw Chishi's Book of Heaven, they rushed over to die without thinking. The precious lotus lantern stored in Chishi's Sea of Consciousness suddenly sent a message that a lotus emblem was touched a few kilometers away. Someone is in trouble, it's Ino. Time goes back a few minutes. Worried about Chishi's safety, Team 10 moves towards Chishi at Ino's suggestion. There are 44 entrances to the Death Forest, and there are 27 groups in the chicken eating competition. Each group of entrances is different, but everyone knows which entrance Chishi entered from. In order to make it easier for the enemy to come and die, he said it in public. Unfortunately, they encountered Gaara's team coming all the way from their own entrance. This is another reason why only one team came after Chishi opened the group taunt, and many were killed by Gaara, who was full of murderous intent. When Team 10 encountered Gaara's team, he was crushing the members of the Kyuzagakur squad one by one into a bloody massacre. The words bloody and cruel were their true assessment of the scene before them. Gaara's murderous intent was so fierce that Team 10 and the others knew without much explanation that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. On the main battlefield, the grass ninja was still being crushed, and a hand of sand forced out the people hiding behind the trees. Gaara was stunned for a moment when he saw their Konoha forward protectors. Then he said in a calm tone, "You were friends of that guy, right? I'm going to kill you." This is totally incomprehensible logic. Although Shikamaru wanted to explain that he and Saisuke were not familiar with each other, the other party was so determined to kill him that it was useless to say anything else. This is overwhelmingly bad. Shikamaru looked at the sand flying around Gaara and couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning to now, his goal has not changed, that is to escape from Gaara. His brain was working at high speed. He was very clear about his own side's combat strength. The strongest one on the other side seemed to be the monster playing with sand. The combat strength of the other two was unknown. There was almost no possibility of victory in a head-on battle. Seeing the possible from the impossible is the privilege of genius. It only took a moment to make up his mind. Plan A. Team 10 and the others didn't just walk into the center of the storm without doing anything. At least they had several battle plans. The 3 of them took out the kunao that had been tied with detonating talismans as they moved. After Shikamaru shouted go, they threw the kunao out as if they were free. The art of multiplication. Human bomb tank. Gaara watched as the Konoha people rushed towards him with a desperate momentum, and began to take it seriously. He used a sand shield to block the detonating talisman, and then covered the road where they were rushing with sand, waiting for the prey to come and die. Boom 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 boom. A series of detonating talismans exploded on the sand, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. Tamari waved the 3-star fan, and the smoke and dust in the sky were immediately blown away by the storm. The obstructions dispersed, and the road ahead was wide open. Team 10 was already speeding away, with Koji's human bomb tank leading the way. Tactics don't have to be old-fashioned, the most important thing is that they are useful. Gaara, who felt that he had been fooled, went completely crazy. Ino and the others ran all the way towards the entrance. This was Plan A. When they encountered an opponent they were no match for, they would pretend to fight desperately and look for an opportunity to escape towards the entrance. Why is it the entrance? It's simple, because when they came, there were traps set along the way, and there were Konoha staff there. Whether fighting a positional battle or walking out of the examination area, it is better to head towards the entrance. When passing the level becomes a luxury, the most important thing is to save your life. Shikamaru's plan was also unanimously approved by the other 2 teammates, especially Ino. Taking her old friend to a dangerous place for love had put her under some psychological pressure. She was more concerned about Shikamaru's escape plan than he himself. Many of the traps on the road were set by her. According to the original plan, even if the attackers were top jonin, facing so many traps would be enough for them to run out of the examination area and seek help from the staff. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Gaara can fly. Ignoring his teammates' pursuit, Gaara used the sand to prop himself up and flew up after being caught in 2 traps. On the contrary, Kankuro and Temari, who had no choice but to run behind him, were covered in dust and dirt by the series of traps and were about to lose him. Gaara attacked angrily, and countless gravel fell from the sky. This was his signature ninjutsu, Sand Rain. Shikamaru had a bad feeling when he saw the opponent could fly, but he didn't expect the attack to be so fast and so fierce. Get out of the way. The 3 of them dispersed to avoid Shiyu's attack, and when they looked forward, Gaara was already standing in front of everyone. Ino took a step forward. I'll hold him back, you guys go first. Before either of his teammates could reply, Gaara's calm words came through, you will all die. When Gaara is in a bad mood, his attacks become more ruthless and his moves' range becomes more extensive. Quicksand, the death forest seemed to have transformed into a sea of sand. A large amount of sand surged out from the ground, turning into huge waves and crashing towards everyone. Faced with the catastrophic attack, the members of Team 10 could only move around in the trees, hoping to buy some time for Shikamaru to come up with a solution. The first one to suffer was Shikamaru. He was so distracted thinking that he didn't notice the hand of sand under his feet. He was entangled in the sand and was stuck in place. At the same time, a wave of sand was coming from behind. Zu, Lu, and Dai are indeed a family that has been fighting together since the Warring States period. Seeing Shikamaru in danger, Ino and Koji worked together to rescue him. Without any communication, Ino immediately threw out the detonating tag to blow up the sand waves, while Koji went to block the shock wave and rescued Shikamaru. Before Shikamaru could begin to rejoice in his escape from a desperate situation, he suddenly shouted, "Watch out to the side, Ino." Silently, a wave of sand had already reached Ino's side. Gaara manipulated the sand to wrap around Ino and held her in the air. First one. Despair froze on Shikamaru and Koji's faces. They never imagined that the friends they grew up with would have to face separation and death so soon. At the critical moment of life and death, Ino looked calm. She just felt sorry for not giving her first kiss to Chi-Shi, and injected chakra into the lotus emblem in her hand. She never thought that this emblem could save her, she just wanted to feel the warmth given by Chi-Shi at the end of her life. Gaara pinched the air with his right hand. Boom! Shikamaru and Koji closed their eyes, not daring to watch this cruel scene. The feel is wrong. Gaara was the first one to discover the problem. Although he didn't pinch it directly with his hands, the feedback from the sand told him that he couldn't pinch it. A little bit of white light flowed out from the cracks in the sand, and the light became more and more dazzling. The sand that wrapped Ino was slowly infected by the light and then fell to the ground. A pure white lotus bud made of light slowly opened, and Ino was protected in the center of the lotus. Is Sashai so fierce? This thought occurred to Shikamaru. He knew that Saishi had left the lotus-shaped emblem on Ino, and judging from Ino's expression, he guessed that there was something for self-defense inside. But it's not that powerful. The power contained in that lotus is terrifying just by looking at it. A rainbow light cut through the forest and headed straight for Gaara. Boom, 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 boom. Gaara, who was originally standing, suddenly disappeared, and then the sound of being hit was heard. This transition from stillness to movement was extremely rapid, and visually it looked like a frame was skipped. Are you all right? The person who came with a caring and gentle tone and a sunny smile was none other than Chi-Shi. It was not until Chi-Shi spoke that the people present realized that the rainbow light was him. The holy light lotus returned to its emblem on the back of her hand. Ino, who had survived the disaster, threw herself into Chi-Shi's arms and cried bitterly, I thought I would never see you again. He patted her back and whispered, don't worry, I'm here. With tears in her eyes, Ino raised her head and looked at Chi-Shi's face. Her serious gaze seemed to engrave this second into her heart. The pear blossoms are wet with rain, and I feel pity for them. In the history of Chi, I have never seen anyone who can interpret this idiom so vividly. As a director, Chi-Shi should share the most beautiful pictures with the audience. But she was the only one who wanted to keep every moment of her life hidden deep in her heart, all to herself. Roar, a roar like a wild beast came from the direction where Gaara was sent flying. The chakra of the tailed beast seemed to be real, accompanying the roar. I'll be right back. Ino wiped her face and showed a sweet smile, waiting for you. All the flowers are dark, and the only thing left in the world is this cosmos flower in the sunshine after the rain. Chi-Shi began to regret not kicking Gaara to death as fast as possible in order to slow down the landing. The entire death forest seemed to have experienced an earthquake, with huge trees falling down in large numbers. What happened in there? Is the person inside really a genin? Countless questions appeared in the minds of many examination staff, and finally even the Hokage was alarmed. It seems that Suzuki and Orochimaru have also started fighting. Let's solve it quickly. Chi-Shi suppressed his thoughts, summoned the precious lotus lantern, and unleashed the strongest power in this reality. The lotus flowers around him appear and disappear at will, and the gentle smile on his face makes him look like an immortal. It forms a sharp contrast with Gaara, who is transformed into a half-beast and is full of demonic aura. Shishi smiled at Gaara, who was running towards him from a distance, and pointed his finger at his face. Don't look at my expression now, I'm actually quite angry inside. The smile gradually disappeared as he spoke, and his tone slowly changed from gentle to cold. A vicious aura burst out from his body, revealing the inherent horror of the owner of the aura. Gaara was stimulated by Saishi's terrifying aura. He covered his head with his hands and the sand on his body covered him again. His form became more like Shikaku. Kill you, mom must love your blood, kill you now. Even the nine-tailed fox, which has the most chakra, was transformed into a demon beast without anyone noticing. How could the one-tailed fox, Shikaku, still be a normal-tailed beast? Although they themselves may not be aware of it, their nature has changed, and their power and potential have become stronger and more terrifying. Gaara's sanity has been almost completely corrupted by Shikaku, but the beast that has lost its mind is even more terrifying. The violent sand waves swept in with a terrifying demonic aura. Feeling the enemy's terrifying aura, he retracted his original contempt and his expression began to become bloodthirsty and excited. Interesting, I'll put a collar on you right now, wild dog. Shishi after filming the vendetta drama is much more terrifying than before. Although the symbiote's real self is no longer there and its violent and extreme power is gone, the impact of the power on its personality will not completely disappear as the power fades. During the filming of Suzuki's Wave Country, he maintained the symbiote state. The extreme nature of his nature kept washing over him. By the time he discovered his problem, it was already too late. The extreme emotions kept invading him, forcing him to constantly suppress himself. It was also this accident of using power that made him realize that the power that can drive emotions and personality should be used less. Although he has been trying to control himself since then and has the precious Lotus Lantern to suppress the external and internal evil, all his psychological defenses were broken by his rage for the beauty he loves. He was still able to control himself when facing Ino just now, but now facing Gaara who hurt Ino, he just wants to vent all the unhappiness in his heart. In a destructive way, infinite light burst out from the precious Lotus Lantern, then gathered into a beam and swept across. The terrifying power made Gaara's wild instincts roar continuously. That beam of light is a taboo that cannot be touched. Boom boom boom. Looking from the sky, a large area of forest was cleared out in a fan shape by the beam of light. The legendary treasure, the Lotus Lantern, shines for the first time in the modern ninja world. If launched with one's own strength, the terrifying beam attack would basically consume half of the chakra, but now it only needs renewable lamp oil. It excels at attack, defense, and assistance. And even comes with an automatic energy pool system. The Black Mythology magic weapon is so terrifying. What happened? The Konoha ninja who was outside and preparing to come in to check the situation asked this question. Saishi, Konoha Genin, is so strong. Koji, Shikamaru, and the Sand Ninja duo exclaimed similarly. Shi, he actually got so angry because of me. Needless to say, I knew it was Ino. Gaara dived into the sand to avoid the beam attack, and several huge sand claws stretched out from under Kishi's feet. At this moment, the forest turned into a desert. The huge attack range dragged everything around into the sandstorm. Shishi was pushed into the air by the sand, and a lotus protected his body, preventing the sand from getting in. Gaara emerged from beneath the sand and shouted at the lotus in the sky, "Come out and fight me, or I'll kill that woman right now." The protective white lotus disappeared instantly, but Shishi also disappeared at the same time. Hongguang rushed towards Gaara again, and when he appeared again, he was holding the Lotus Lantern and punched Gaara in the face. Condensed precious light was attached to his hand, and Gaara's protective sand shield automatically faded away as soon as it encountered the light in Kishi's hand, just like the darkness of the night was dispelled by the sun. He punched Gaara in the face with all his strength, knocking out several of his teeth and causing him to faint. The sand on the ground gathered towards Gaara's body at an extremely fast speed. Before the sand had completely formed Shikaku's body, it had already woken up. Ha, I finally got out, I'm going to kill you. Precious Lotus Lantern Lotus is born in the Pure Land. Shishi's voice was not loud, but strangely enough, everyone nearby could clearly hear the words Lotus is born in the Pure Realm. He pinched his middle finger and index finger with his thumb and made a spell. Infinite light gathered towards Shishi from the outside to the inside, and finally turned into a small white lotus floating in the air. And Shishi and Shikaku, who has not yet fully formed, have disappeared. The Konoha and Sand Shinobi looked at the empty space, and for a moment they didn't know whether they should continue fighting or run away. Inside the lotus barrier, pure white light washed away Saishin's madness, and Shikaku had been suppressed back into Gaara's body by the pure realm. The white light continued to burn Gaara's body like a purifying fire, the lotus barrier that was both offensive and defensive. This is Pauline. The ultimate meaning of the lamp lotus is born in the pure world. The lotus floating in the air turned back into the precious Lotus Lantern and fell down. A hand suddenly reached out and caught the precious Lotus Lantern. That person was Shishi. Gaara was severely burned all over his body and fell from the sky without any recognition. The tragic scene was so heartbreaking that anyone who saw it would cry. Tamari took out a set of books of heaven and earth and placed it on the ground. She looked at Saishi nervously and said, "Here is a set of books of heaven and earth. I hope this sir can spare our lives." As the saying goes, the eldest sister is like a mother. Tamari lost her mother at a young age, and her father was a workaholic who put the village first. She was in charge of many matters at home. Although her father did not allow her to take care of Gaara, her younger brother was his biological mother's posthumous child, and the blood relationship would not completely disappear because of their father's estrangement. She couldn't bear to watch Gaara die in front of her and escape alone. She said nothing after hearing this, just staring at the system panel. After a while, he bought a 50,000 level blacksmith gold hoop from the system mall and put it on Gaara's head. What level of magic weapon is 50,000? The original top-of-the-line Lotus Lantern in Blacksmith, which is both offensive and defensive and has all the functions, only has about 1 million attention points, and the top-of-the-line Golden Hoop with only one function only has 500,000 attention points. Normally, for a small Jinchuriki, a castrated version of 10,000 is enough. Now that he can use the one worth 50,000, it can be said that Chizuru Media is very wealthy and has advanced their salary. That's right, Chi was planning to recoup the cost of the Golden Hoop from them. Black-hearted capitalists are so ruthless that they even force the torturers to pay for the instruments themselves. Different actors have different ways of recruiting. For a pretentious revenge-oriented male protagonist like Suzuki, Saishi chooses to give him power, satisfy his need for revenge, and then beat him up to let him know why the flowers are so red. Director Ikanuma also has a solution for special actors like Gaara, who has been manipulated to the point of becoming neurotic by his father. That is to just go for it head-on. That he has wanted to play with the Golden Hoop of Black Myth for a long time. This time it's a rare opportunity for a Jinchuriki to mess with him, so don't blame the director for being ruthless. After the Golden Hoop was put on Gaara's head, it quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. But Shukaku inside him was in a terrible situation. The Golden Hoop tightly wrapped around his head and kept shrinking. That's right, this Golden Hoop can encircle Gaara and Shukaku at the same time, and the value of 50,000 is fully reflected. Shukaku rolled on the ground in pain in the spiritual space inside his body. He didn't understand why the Golden Hoop could follow him like a shadow even though he was already in an energy state. Let this tailed beast, which has no pain nerves since birth, experience what it feels like to have a splitting headache. An uninvited guest suddenly came to the empty and dry spiritual space. Chi strolled in the dry space, looking at Shukaku lying on the ground like a dead dog, muttering to himself. Shukaku, lying on the ground, saw Kishi approaching with a ferocious look. Thinking of Kishi's previous actions, he couldn't help but guess who the culprit who was causing him such a headache was. It's you, I'm going to kill. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, please let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Chi shilly ignored him and just kept on torturing him while he kept on reading. There was no other way. To deal with such a wild and unruly beast, one had to be ruthless, to scare it, to let it know who was the master. In the real world, Chi has not taken any action since he put the Golden Hoop on Gaara. Everyone is waiting for him to make the final judgment. After a while, Saishi suddenly kicked Gaara onto Tamari and said, I don't want to kill anyone in front of my companions. Get out of here before I change my mind. As if they were afraid that Saishi would go back on his word, after saying thank you, Kankuro and Tamari immediately took Gaara and fled quickly. Chi went over and picked up the Book of Heaven and Earth, then turned back and smiled, returning to his normal mental state. You don't mind if I let them run away, right? Ino blushed as she walked up to Saishi and answered. She looked so adorable as she was at a loss. You can arrange it. Unexpectedly, the usually enthusiastic and lively Ino would have such a shy side. Saishi couldn't help laughing and threw the Book of Heaven and Earth in his hand to Shikamaru and Koji respectively. I was a little angry just now. Sorry for scaring you. No need for two. Before Koji could finish saying that we didn't need both books, Shikamaru, who understood what he meant, covered his mouth and dragged him away. If you still dare to stay here and act like a light bulb, you must be hoping to be hung up and beaten by Chi. Seeing her teammates walking away like clowns, Ino's face turned even redder. She was always enthusiastic, but she looked even cuter when she was shy. You were so handsome just now, I like it. Her voice became softer and softer, and Chi had to move closer to her and almost get close to her in order to hear what she said clearly. Sometimes, a two-way relationship also requires the male protagonist to take the initiative, hug the other person, and whisper in his ear, don't worry, I'm here with you. Ino was so excited that she looked up at Chi and then closed her eyes. Kishi, don't fly so fast. I heard his voice before I saw him. Amanto and Izuno Yuki followed the direction of the rainbow light and saw Chi's figure from afar. Amanto couldn't help but shout loudly. The untimely voice interrupted the two's further actions. When Do realized that the atmosphere was wrong, he had already fallen involuntarily in midair. When he looked up, he found Yuki still on the tree. He could only condemn her with his eyes, asking why she didn't stop him, but he still had to face what he had to face. Slowly lowering his head to look at the two people standing very close to him, he said awkwardly, you don't say anything. Fly away, we were worried about you. Kishi was worried about me just now, so I rushed over so quickly. I'm sorry for making you worry. Ino's graceful rescue directly saved the embarrassing Central Asian goalkeeper. The reason for speaking out to help was simple. The other party was Chi's teammate, and it would be bad if he created a gap between them. After saying that, she turned around, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Chi lightly on the lips, revealing a sweet smile. See you in the tower. Chi had to admit that he fell in love. and Yamendu, who was standing next to them, covered his mouth tightly, afraid of interrupting their sweet moment again. His instinct told him if he made another sound, he would be dead. While Chi-Shi is still recalling the fragrance of the flowers on his lips, let's go forward a little. Unlike the two teammates of Team 9 who don't know the strength of the main combat unit, Naruto and Sakura know how powerful Sasuke is. The three of them were not just strolling leisurely, but they were also quite steady. There's someone underground. I feel that, too. Sasuke and Vendetta were talking in his head, while Naruto was secretly encouraging himself, thinking about shining in front of Sakura in this exam. Sasuke stomped his foot hard on the ground, the powerful force almost causing Orochimaru to suffer internal injuries. Come out, do you still need me to invite you? The strength of the prey was beyond Orochimaru's expectations, but if Sasuke is stronger now, it will be more beneficial for him in the future, right? He licked his lips out of habit, and crawled out from under the ground like a snake, staring at Sasuke with strange snake eyes, and a huge amount of murderous aura spread out like a snake tide. I didn't expect to be discovered by you, you have a really keen sense. There are so many things you didn't expect. Before Sasuke could finish his words, the vengeance in his body could no longer be suppressed, and his head emerged from Sasuke's body. Partner, stop talking nonsense, eat him. Good. With a sound of agreement, countless flesh and blood tissues stretched out from his body, wrapping around Sasuke's body, bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, and a bright red tongue stretched out like a snake. We are Vendetta. The malice in appearance that can swallow the sky and the earth. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the other party is no ordinary person. Orochimaru felt like he was really seeing a ghost. He was happy to see the surprises that Sasuke's growth brought him, rather than the shock he was getting now. During the war in Wave Country, he was busy with Konoha's collapse plan and practicing magic power, and his information about Sasuke was a little behind. Danzo, a high-ranking Konoha insider who was in contact with him, also kept it secret from him in order to test Sasuke's level. But greed is the nature of snakes. Now that he is here, Orochimaru might not be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't try this rare ingredient. The first move is a powerful ninjutsu, Wind Escape, the great breakthrough technique. A merciless hurricane blew out from Orochimaru's mouth. This move could only be regarded as a greeting in the hands of a master with the title of the Three Ninjas. Sasuke reacted extremely quickly, using his body to block the strong wind. Several tentacles stretched out from his back, grabbing two teammates on the left and right and then letting them go. The rest all flew against the wind towards Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru is indeed a cage-level master who has experienced hundreds of battles. He moved nimbly like a snake and swam out from the blind spot of the attack. No matter how much his movements resembled a snake, they were just that. Sasuke's tentacles were faster and more flexible than even a snake. A tentacle flexibly rotated like a shadow, attacking Orochimaru's vital points. He barely avoided the attack, but the tentacles actually grabbed the tree behind him and pulled vengeance towards Orochimaru at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Orochimaru reacted in time, otherwise he would have been beheaded by this blow. Orochimaru grabbed the grass ninja's face with one hand, revealing his true face. He licked the wound on his cheek with his tongue and said with a wicked smile, the Uchiha clan still has this kind of power. What an enviable bloodline. Vendetta also licked the blood on his hands and said in surprise, I felt a fragrance in that wind just now. It really is this kind of power. Vendetta was obsessed with the magic power of the nine-tailed fox that he had eaten. It so happened that Orochimaru had recently learned the method of practicing magic power from the white snake sage. For the sake of his plan, Orochimaru has not yet converted all his skills into magic power, but he can already use it like the sage mode in the original work. Naruto is a companion and cannot be eaten. Sasuke and he have reached a consensus on this. Vendetta. At this moment, he tastes the long-lost delicacy again. Although the taste is not as good as Naruto's, it has a different flavor. Not to mention Vendetta, a symbiote with little self-control, even Sasuke feels his appetite has been whetted. I'm hungry. Hunger filled Vengeance's body. He wanted to eat. A drop of saliva flowed out of the giant mouth, fell to the ground and continued to corrode the soil. The next moment, Vendetta appeared in front of Orochimaru. The alienated giant hand was like a mouth that devoured the sky, grabbing the opponent's head fiercely. Orochimaru no longer dared to hide his abilities, and immediately used his magic power to activate the new Sage Mode. Green flames enveloped Orochimaru's body, dragon horns grew on his head, and snakescale patterns appeared all over his body. The powerful bonus in this mode allowed him to calmly deal with Vendetta attacks. The body avoided the attack at an incredible angle, and then a shadow snake hand came from bottom to top. The poisonous snake formed by magic power was like a living thing, flying towards the face of the enemy. He bit the attacking venomous snake to pieces, but who knew that after the snake disintegrated, it would turn into poison and enter the body through its huge mouth. Fishy, smelly, astringent, and bitter. All the unpalatable tastes you can imagine can be tasted in this kind of poison. Fortunately, the symbiotes are gifted and can even absorb poison, otherwise this one move would be enough for them to bear. The two sides distanced themselves from each other, and Vendetta grabbed the tree trunk next to him and stuffed it into his mouth to wash away the disgusting taste, while Orochimaru stood not far away and watched with interest, as if he was admiring his own treasure. The two sides stared at each other in silence for a while, then Orochimaru stretched out his hand and beckoned. You have a talent even stronger than Itaka's. Give me your body, and with my strength, we can definitely kill Itaki. Orochimaru's words were a deadly blow. Endless murderous intent erupted from vengeance, and his unique compound tone sounded even more malicious. You know him? As the question was being asked, a vast amount of ice condensed on the battlefield, forming a siege. With the momentum and revenge, he stepped into one of the ice mirrors, and terrifying figures appeared in various ice mirrors. You don't have to answer me now, I have plenty of time to slowly pry your mouth open. A pitch-black aura emerged from Vendetta Hunghei's body. It was the magical power that Vendetta and Suzuki evolved from after they swallowed the Nine-Tails robe. An even more ominous attitude was revealed on Suzuki. Naruto, who was watching the two fighting from a distance, only regretted that he could not burst out the strength he had used in the previous battle with Suzuki. He was unwilling to accept that he could only watch Suzuki fight from a distance. The seed of desire to become stronger had begun to sprout in Naruto's heart. He believed that one day, the director would come to water him and give him a great opportunity. But today he is still just a spectator. Several flying ninjas are observing the death forest from the air. There is an epicenter on each side, one black and one white, which sets off each other very interestingly. The scene on the white side is magnificent, and you can tell at a glance that it is a powerful ninjutsu. The black side moved in a line, and it was obvious that it was a physical martial arts master who was killing people all over the field. If it hadn't happened in Konoha village, they would have thought it was pretty interesting. This is happening in the Konoha examination hall, which is a bit annoying. They just want to know, who am I, where am I, are those fighting down there really genin, were they as powerful as they were during the Chunin exams? There's no way around it. The group of genin below perfectly demonstrated what it means for genin to fight and destroy the world. No wonder these ninjas were so surprised. The ruthless claws kept slashing at Orochimaru, and his protective magic power was like a piece of paper in front of the devouring beast with black flames. At first, Orochimaru could still hold on, but as the attacks continued, he felt that Suzuki's attacks were getting heavier and heavier. The attacks that could be blocked by just 1 point of mana now required 3 points of mana to block. The other party is making targeted evolutions to his own energy. What a terrifying ability. I can't drag this on any longer. I'm willing to take the hit with my body and use the immortal technique, white stimulus technique. Green dragon-shaped energy spurted out from its mouth, and the vendetta that was so close to him took the full damage from this move, with dazzling light and extremely high-frequency vibrations. Fortunately, the new symbiote no longer has the weakness of being afraid of vibrations, otherwise it might have lost if it had taken this attack head-on. The symbiote's personality, without any special beliefs added, originates from the first host. Vendetta had never suffered such a serious injury since he was born. The hatred for Suzuki caused the symbiote's terrifying nature to fully erupt, and even began to affect Suzuki. 3 Megatama appeared in his blood-red eyes. A pair of mutated 3 Megatama Sharingan stared at Orochimaru and licked his dagger-like teeth. I will swallow you up without leaving a single bit. When Orochimaru saw Vendetta emitting a dark magical aura, he already knew that there was nothing about him that could attract Suzuki. If the strategic goal cannot be achieved, according to the ninja's profession, he should simply abandon the mission and run away. However, when facing the younger generation of Konoha genin, Orochimaru was scared away by the other party's aura. This is a shame that Orochimaru can't afford to lose. Of course, Orochimaru didn't think he would die here. The confidence brought by countless battles and years of research on life-saving ninjutsu made him invincible. Moreover, after being killed instantly by Itaka's Sharingan, he also embarked on the same path as Kabuto Sage in the original work and cut off his own vision. To be honest, Orochimaru was not really afraid of Suzuki, but he soon regretted his decision. How powerful is the full-force revenge? Now we will know. A single strike transformed everything. The earth and the trees were covered in thick ice, and black venomous snakes emerged from the ice. This was the same trick used by the shadow snake hand that had just been devoured by vengeance. Taking a deep breath, the symbiote's already tall body was filled with air and looked even more robust. Whoosh, a breakthrough technique more powerful than Orochimaru's was blasted towards the enemy. It's a big deal. It's been so long since Orochimaru encountered an Uchiha ninja that he forgot about the copy eye. The opponent can learn his techniques through his eyes and food, and can evolve them according to his weaknesses. Orochimaru really wants to escape now, but he wanted to run away and also wanted to ask about the vendetta. To be honest, this kind of power was beyond Orochimaru's expectations. In a rage, Vengeance attacked more decisively, using the ultimate move of turning everything into ice. The large range was secondary. The power manipulation made Orochimaru secretly shocked. He could clearly perceive that everything had turned into ice, but he and his two little teammates who were nearby were not affected at all. If he hadn't felt a slight chill under his feet, he would have thought he was under an illusion. But this is normal. The word Itaki is absolutely taboo for Suzuki, and getting hurt is the best way to trigger vendetta and hatred. The two people who were originally of one mind, under the same hatred, even used power beyond their normal level. In the words of Eva, the synchronization rate between the two has exceeded the limit. At this moment, Vendetta seemed to have lost the previous ferocity. The dark aura that had permeated his body had disappeared. He raised his hand and pointed at Orochimaru, then slowly walked towards the ice mirror and said, "Don't die too soon." Vendetta didn't pause as he spoke, but when Orochimaru heard the last two words, the source of the voice was already right next to his ear. He instinctively dodged to the side, and although he avoided the fatal part, his entire left arm disappeared. The protective mana was completely useless. Vendetta devoured his arm like a snack. Fast, too fast. Looking at the revenge killer who had returned to the same position as before, Orochimaru thought that this was really bad. The principle of the magic mirror ice crystal is a ninjutsu that uses the reflection between the ice mirrors to move between 2 points at extremely high speed. In terms of the essence of the technique, it has a hint of the immortal magic power and the 5 elements escape technique. And what Vengeance is performing now is the ice escape technique that he obtained after tracing back to its origin after reaching the pinnacle of attainment in this technique. Now everything nearby is covered with ice, which means that this place has become a hunting ground for vendettas, and the only prey is Orochimaru. But even rabbits bite when they are angry, let alone venomous snakes. He bent over and opened his mouth to spit, and a tide of snakes would spread all over the mountains. Vendetta waved his hand casually, and a strong icy wind blew, freezing countless poisonous snakes into ice sculptures. This kind of move is useless against an opponent who can change everything. How could Orochimaru, who has experienced countless battles, not know this? But what he wants is to confuse the opponent so that he can escape in the chaos. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Vendetta was immersed in the ice again, and came out from beside Orochimaru, and grabbed Orochimaru, who was spitting out a snake. But how could Orochimaru make such a low-level mistake? When he reached out to retaliate, he found that there was only a snake skin with a large amount of magic power attached to it. Orochimaru had taken the opportunity to blend into the group of poisonous snakes. It is Orochimaru's famous skill, Orochimaru's style substitution technique. But this little trick can only delay for a while and will never help Orochimaru escape. With a sweep of his Sharingan, although the layers of poisonous snakes caused him some trouble, he couldn't escape. Of course, Orochimaru didn't think he could run away like this. A poisonous snake next to Naruto and Sakura opened its mouth, and Orochimaru flew out of the snake's mouth. It was exactly his favorite trick of people spitting out snakes, snakes spitting out people, and people spitting out swords. It goes without saying that the other party wants to capture 2 hostages to facilitate escape. Although the situation looked critical, Vengeance did not panic and quickly sank into the ice. At the same time, a black snake that was wandering around his teammates opened its mouth and spit out, and Vengeance flew out from it. It's the same snake-spitting man as Orochimaru. Genius. Orochimaru, who had always been called a genius since childhood, envied someone's talent for the first time, and also saw the gap between his own talent and others for the first time. Before he could think about it, the vengeful giant hand had already torn Orochimaru's body apart and devoured him completely, using the magical power of his race, the beast of devouring. Delicious. After saying this, Vendetta returned to Sasuke's body and began to slowly digest what he had just gained. Because he had just attacked too harshly, the Book of Earth had been completely destroyed. Sasuke had no choice but to continue on the road with his teammates to find the next victim. With Naruto, who looked unwilling, and Sakura, who looked scared, Team 7 set out on the road to the exam again. However, all the candidates nearby had already moved away from the battle area. This is also normal, because with the wave of freezing everything just now, anyone with a little bit of brains would not go here to die. In the Death Forest, beside a small river far away from the frozen area, a tiny white snake slowly swam along the river. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a disheveled Orochimaru crawled out of it. He had just put almost all of his magic power and chakra into that clone and let Sasuke devour it, so that he could deceive him and escape. He was still feeling lucky for his escape when suddenly a sound of footsteps was heard. Although he was in poor condition, he was a cage-level master after all. There was no reason why Orochimaru would not notice someone approaching him. But the fact is, if the other party had not deliberately exposed the footsteps, I would not have known that there was someone there. Even now that I heard the footsteps, I couldn't sense that there was someone behind me. Turning around, I saw that the person coming was a smiling Konoha genin. "Hello, I am a candidate for this year's Chunin exam." "Hello, Orochimaru-sama." Chi immediately revealed the other party's true identity. Let Orochimaru know that the other party is coming for him. As mentioned before, Chi-Kwan was filming during the exam period, and Orochimaru and Sasuke were the main targets of the filming. As the protagonist of the big movie teaser, Sasuke must of course be kept in the spotlight. And Orochimaru was even more of a god in all the worlds and major chat groups. If you travel to the ninja world and don't recruit Orochimaru under your wing, it's like you haven't traveled through time at all. As a rising director who is determined to make Shizeo Media bigger and stronger and to promote it to the world, of course he will not let this good employee go. So Chi actually had planned this meeting long ago. Chi pulled out a business card from his shirt and handed it to Orochimaru. "I'm the chairman and director of Ikonuma Media. I've come to recruit you to join our company as the head of the logistics department. Join now and you'll receive generous compensation and share dividends. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Orochimaru looked at the snake-like name on the business card with a helpless look. Although he didn't know what Ikonuma Media was, with his intelligence, he could more or less guess that this mysterious Ikonuma Media should be related to the pond frog in the previous movie staff list. I didn't expect that such a powerful person would be a Konoha genin. The boss's ideas are so fresh and unconventional. To be honest, Orochimaru still admires this pawn for it very much. After all, it is a historical fact verified by the white snake immortal. It can live for thousands of years and broadcast the history of thousands of years ago to the world. Putting aside the motive, the fact that it can survive so long is enough to make him excited. Besides, Orochimaru has always aimed to learn all the ninjutsu in the world, so he is also quite envious of the illusion that forces the whole world to watch a movie. Although there are some speculations about its origins, suspicion is an occupational disease of ninjas, and every necessary test must be made. What if I say no? Orochimaru stood up straight, squeezed out the little strength in his body, and faced the recruitment with an attitude of preferring death to surrender. Although Chishi cannot be said to have been experienced in recruiting actors in the ninja world since he started filming, he has his own understanding and process. Now is the time to demonstrate the crew's strength according to the process he has summarized. Since you want to show your strength, you can't stay here. Draw a circle with your right hand, then quickly approach the opponent and push him into the portal in the water with one palm. After Orochimaru entered the water, he immediately entered a bizarre passage and then fell directly into a plane. Such incredible power made him want to agree, but in order to see more of the company's strength, he chose to keep his mouth shut. It is obvious that Orochimaru, the traitor of Akatsuki, is also familiar with this recruitment process. Arriving at a time 1,000 years ago, Chishi finally released the time magic power from his body, and released his magical powers unscrupulously. No one can refuse my offer. Do you want to reconsider? Although he was asking questions, he had already taken decisive action while speaking, and the first move he made was his magical power, the immobilization technique. The powerful magical power made Orochimaru, who was still in a weak state, unable to move. He could only watch the lotus flowers blooming on the ground, and then merge into a white lotus that covered the sky. In order to successfully recruit Orochimaru, Chishi attacked with all his strength, striving to make the job seeker deeply feel the strength of the company with just one move. The ultimate brilliance bloomed, and the overly dazzling light stung Orochimaru's eyes, making him unable to distinguish whether what he saw was light or darkness, black or white. At this moment, he just wanted to say, "I promise." If he was given a deadline, he hoped it would be indefinitely, but in the end, he didn't say anything. It's not because he's stubborn, but because he's been pinned down, and even agreeing to something has become a luxury. "Not my friend, how can you recruit like that? How can I agree to this when I can't even open my mouth?" But Orochimaru soon didn't need to think about it. After a series of earthquakes, he didn't know what happened next. He picked up Orochimaru's remains and stuffed a senzu bean from the Dragon Ball world into his mouth as his joining gift. Magic beans are considered to be the most valuable healing medicine in the universe. They can cure diseases and strengthen the body. They are the most suitable gift for employees to treat obvious and hidden injuries. As for why employees get hurt, that doesn't really matter, does it? This recruitment process can be said to be a true inheritance from the Akatsuki, the #1 organization in the ninja world. They beat the people up first and then talk about joining the organization. Even Saisuke is better than his master. After all, Pain really doesn't dare to beat someone to death. The efficacy of the senzu beans, which are worth thousands of attentions, is still trustworthy, and Orochimaru's injuries recovered quickly. When I opened my eyes, I saw Chishi's bright smiling face and a contract with my handprint on it. "Congratulations, you've successfully joined Shizeo Media Company. Here's your contract and salary points redemption form. Also, here's my phone number for contacting the chairman, who I am. Feel free to call me anytime if you have any questions about your job or salary." The situation was stronger than the person. What else could Orochimaru say but to let Saishi bully him? I took the thing handed to me speechlessly and started to look through it casually. Unexpectedly, the more I looked, the more surprised I was, and the more enthusiastic I became. Seeing the end, Orochimaru finally couldn't help himself. With a fanatical look in his eyes and an excited tone, he pointed at one of the machine blueprints and said, "Chairman, how can I get these things?" Orochimaru is indeed a veteran actor who can play the role of Kaze Kage and deceive Sarutobi Hiruzen. He calls the word chairman like a bootlicker. Faced with such an old actor, Chairman Shinuma was also very tactful. He swiped his right hand across his face and put on a pair of monocles. He flashed a smile worthy of being hung on a streetlight. "Based on your salary and dividends as the head of the logistics department, you should be able to exchange all the exchange tables in 100 or 200 years. It's still another 100 or 200 years." Orochimaru didn't want to wait even a second when he saw the knowledge from another world. The fact that the chairman can produce this exchange table proves that there is a way to obtain it now, right? Talking to smart people is simple. What he is showing him now is what Chishi wants him to study, but it is too easy to give it to him directly, and he is afraid that he will not study it with all his heart and effort. So Chishi decided to lure him into begging him, let him take out a loan, advance his salary and then work hard for him. After friendly communication between the two parties, it was finally decided that Party A, Ikonuma Media, would advance 200 years' salary to Party B, Orochimaru, and Party B would only receive dividends within 200 years. At the same time, all research and plans of Party B must be carried out in accordance with Party A's requirements. To ensure the smooth implementation of the contract terms and protect Party A's rights and interests, Party B voluntarily wears a golden hoop and a soul-locating device. After the heated exchange of words, both parties felt that they had gotten what they wanted, and naturally both the host and the guest were very happy. After another toast, the two returned to the moment and the river they had just left. Having completed the recruitment task, Shishi planned to catch a few fish in the river as an excuse to go out alone to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was excitedly preparing to return to his place in Konoha with a large scroll in his hand. "Goodbye, Chairman, you don't have to see me off." Yes. From now on, our Shizeo Media's props will depend on you." "Okay, leave it all to me." The two communicated in a friendly and harmonious manner, just like old colleagues who had known each other for many years. Those who don't know would think that Orochimaru has been working at Ikonuma Media for decades. I can only say that it is worthy of being an entertainment media company. The acting skills of the behind-the-scenes staff are so good. Returning to his teammates, Shishi remembered when he had formulated the plan for Orochimaru's recruitment and explosive reform a few days ago. We've seen too much Orochimaru who was immortalized by biotechnology, so this time, how about a mechanical ascension? In addition, although the setting of Orochimaru being the leader of the Otagakure village was not elaborated in depth in the original manga, it is better to make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, the music director can also be responsible for the dubbing of the film, killing two birds with one stone and making the best use of everything. Machinery plus music. Kishi immediately thought of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Orcus series card decks he had played before. After searching in the system mall, he found that not only were they there, but they were also extremely expensive. The design drawings of all the machines and the principles of how to use the machines alone added up to nearly $1 million, which made Kishi call it a rip-off. But after reading the introduction, I found that it is expensive for a reason. If we understand these blueprints as a kind of martial arts, then this volume called Orcus is the ultimate martial arts that directly reaches the Earth rank. Mechanical ascension, uploading of consciousness, and digitization of soul. As long as a mechanical unit is immortal, it can be reborn through a body. If you practice to a high level, you can use machinery to crack the world's authority, and even mechanically create the new world. It can be said that after practicing, you are also a master among masters in the Earth level. Unfortunately, if one really wants to master it, not only does he have to abandon his physical body, but he also needs a huge amount of resources. Even if he invests all his energy, it will probably take Orochimaru more than 10,000 years to master it. Thinking of this, Shishi gave up the idea of practicing. If he really wanted to use this skill to reach the Earth level and achieve his own immortality, it would be more convenient to directly learn from Itsutsuki Higoromo. But this time, almost all the hopes are placed on Orochimaru. Looking at his attention value being emptied again, Shishi secretly vowed that if he didn't squeeze him to death, he would be unworthy of the box office of the first movie. The following exams were really unremarkable, so I won't go into details here. To put it simply, Team 9 pushed their way all the way to the tower without encountering even a single decent resistance, or rather, they encountered very few people. Originally, some genin masters had planned a hunt near the tower to reduce the number of people taking the next exam, but with Saishi and Suzuki alone, all the candidates began to doubt their lives. Hunting, there's no time to escape. Although both of them intended to avoid innocent candidates, the exaggerated aftermath of the battle still scared them like frightened birds. If they hadn't all fled to the tower together, causing a huge melee, perhaps more people would have made it through. In the headquarters office of the Death Forest Tower, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was listening seriously to his subordinates' reports. "Hokage-sama, this is the analysis report on the recent battle in the Forest of Death." Looking at the flying bamboo dragonfly across from him, he took a deep drag on his pipe and then slowly said, "Just say it directly." Based on the remains of the battle at the scene and subsequent speculation, the person who released the White Lotus has been basically confirmed to be this year's top rookie Ikonuma Masashi. As he spoke, Fiaza Qingting opened the information in his hand to the page about Saishi, handed it forward and placed it on the table, and continued, according to speculation, it was probably his lover Yamanaka Ino who encountered the Sand Ninja Jinchuriki, triggering the jutsu he left on Ino, which led him over and beat the Jinchuriki half to death. Hearing the words lover Yamanaka Ino, Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously relieved. No matter what the reason was for the other party to hide his strength, as long as he had a deep bond with Konoha, he could still be controlled. Not to mention, the person he had a bond with was the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka family, who had been a member of the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period. The third Hokage was considered quite composed as he did not laugh out loud on the spot. Let's cover Ikonuma Masashi's side first. What about the other side? Following orders is a ninja's professional nature. Fiaza Dragonfly immediately said, after investigation, we confirmed that it is this year's newcomer Uchiha Suzuki and the traitor Orochimaru. Both of them were once prominent figures in Konoha, and one of them was the beloved disciple of the current Hokage, so they were very sensible and gave the old man some time to remember him. I'm not that fragile yet. Keep talking. After investigation and subsequent deduction, it was Suzuki who defeated Orochimaru. Uchiha. Although he had anticipated this, he still felt a headache when the time came. After all, he could be considered to have tacitly approved of the genocide. 5 days passed quickly, and the number of people who finally passed the Death Forest exam was 27, which means 9 teams. Compared to the 21 people in the original manga, there are more teams, including Team 9 where Saisuke is and a group of small sand ninjas that did not appear in the original work. After a round of speech by the Hokage, they finally entered the preliminaries for the third round of the exam amid Hayate's cough. By the way, Kabuto Yakushi also withdrew from the exam as in the original plot. In the first round, Uchiha Suzuki vs Akata Kai, a battle combination that was exactly the same as the original plot, kicked off this preliminaries. The huge gap between the two made Chi-Shi lose interest in watching. He was thinking of going to Team 10 to chat with Ino when Bayun spoke in the morning. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Chi-Shi turned around and smiled. "I thought you didn't ask, teacher." As he spoke, he summoned the precious lotus lantern and handed it to Bayun Zayajian. "The precious lotus lantern is a treasure that has been in my body since I can remember. I don't know where it came from, and I have never needed it while living in the village." The movement of lighting was smooth and fluid, as if he didn't care at all. The answer he gave was also reasonable. Even if there were any doubts, they could only be put aside considering Chi-Shi's age and strength. Bayun did not hesitate in the morning. He took it and looked at it from left to right, but he could not see anything magical about it. It was obviously an ordinary lotus lantern. Without waiting for the other party to ask questions, Chi-Shi suddenly opened his right hand as if holding a lantern. The precious lotus lantern in Bayun Zao's hand suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in Chi-Shi's hand, floating up slightly and emitting a faint light. "That's it. It's mine and only I can use it." Looking at Chi-Shi, who was pretending to be cool, he felt helpless in the morning. After the test, "Let's go to the number 9 practice field together. Let me make a detailed assessment of your ability. Don't fool around this time." After hearing what Bayun said in the morning, Chi-Shi knew that the third Hokage had passed this hurdle. As for whether Danzo, the Pot King, would take action because of the precious lotus lantern, Chi-Shi hoped that he would. Suzuki easily killed his opponent in seconds, without even using chakra. He used physical skills alone to beat the opponent into a state of disarray. The time he took to win was even less than the time it took Sato to explain to his teacher. The second match is also the original combination Seiku Tang vs Abarame Shino, and at this time Masashi has already walked to the side of Team 10. "Hello, Asuma-sensei. Only polite people will be liked by everyone. The other party is Ino's teacher, so he will show all the necessary etiquette. Kishi, are you okay?" She had just watched the interaction between Chi-Shi and the leading ninja. From her perspective, the other party revealed his unique abilities because of her. While she felt sweet in her heart, she also felt a little worried. "Don't worry, everything is fine now. Let's watch the game together." In this match, Suzuki was not knocked to his knees by Orikimura like in the original story, and the Sound Trio were unable to find Team 7, so his arm was not injured. But the battle process is still similar to the original. Sakudeng is no match for Shino at all and is always played around by him. The third game was even more boring, so I won't go into details here. Soon it was time for the classic fourth exam, the classic battle between the two flowers of Konoha, Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura. The former good friends parted ways because they belonged to two different factions, the Saishi faction and the Suzuki faction. Now they are standing on opposite sides of the stadium with mixed feelings. However, the two did not remain silent for long. With Yueguan Gale's shout of start, Ino launched the first attack. She pretended to be casual and gently showed the lotus emblem on her right hand. "This is the lotus emblem Chi-Shi imprinted on me to protect me. What do you think? Doesn't it look good?" The undisguised boasting tone and expression immediately broke Sakura's defense, while the Konoha ninjas watching the battle all looked at Chi-Shi, making him feel a bit of a sweet burden. "Why are you all looking at me, watching the game?" The two on the court perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be a fight between two weaklings. The two sides went back and forth for nearly 10 minutes, with hair pulling and slapping going on. No wonder a master in his past life claimed that he loved watching girls fight. Because the Sound Trio didn't come to get killed, Sakura's beautiful hair was not cut off. If the fight hadn't lasted too long, the fight between the two little beauties would actually be quite interesting to watch. Ino grabbed Sakura's hair again and was about to win. Sakura gritted her teeth and swung her kunai backwards, cutting off that beautiful hair. At that moment, Ino realized that the Sakura in front of her was no longer the little girl who could only cry. Ino, who was slightly distracted, was knocked away by Sakura's punch. She stood up again and said, "How could I lose to you?" And Sakura's answer made her even more furious. "Nothing is impossible. It's your fault for always focusing on your appearance." Seeing Ino pretending to be provoked by the other party and cutting off her beautiful ponytail just like in the original plot, Chi-Shi could only laugh and call her an idiot when looking at her short hair underneath. Next, he used the hair binding technique from the original plot to freeze Sakura in place, and then used the mind-turning technique to hit the opponent directly. The winner is decided. Ino, who has entered Sakura's body, declares victory. And everything seemed to be brought back to its original direction by fate. Sakura's inner personality was awakened by Naruto, Ino's technique was forcibly broken, and the two people with damaged mental strength only had the strength to strike one blow. A punch hit the opponent's face hard, and both of them were knocked to the ground at the same time, and finally both were eliminated. That was fate's answer to this game. But Chi-Shi didn't think so. When the two of them threw the final punch, he secretly cast a spell. The emblem on the back of Ino's hand reflected slightly. An ultra-small defensive blessing became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The final winner was Yamanaka Ino. It wasn't that Saishi had to have his girlfriend win, nor was it that he hated Sakura. It's just that the director Chi was unhappy because the results of several consecutive games were the same as the original. It just so happened that there was room for manipulation on Ino, and doing whatever he wanted was his code of conduct most of the time. So this is what happened. Such a small action can be hidden from others, but it is impossible to hide it from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always focused part of his attention on Saisuke. Faced with the old man's blaming gaze, Chi could only smile apologetically at him, then jump down to support the staggering Ino amid the announcement of the moonlight breeze. Kishi, thank you. Appropriately playing dumb is the secret to getting along with others. At this time, it is of course better to just pretend that you don't know what the other person is saying. Seeing Chi pretending to be dumbfounded, Ino whispered in his ear, "Humph, don't think I don't know. If it weren't for your secret help, I would never have one. But next time, leave it to me. I want to rely on my own efforts to stand by your side." I can only say that Ino is indeed a sensible lady from a noble family. It sounds really shameful that Saishi helped her cheat and win the villagers in the individual competition. And if the teacher finds out, it wouldn't matter if I cancel my grades, but it would be bad if it affects Chi. This point needs to be mentioned, but tapping the other person while talking in their ear to reduce the sense of distance and increase intimacy can only be described as being well-behaved and sensible. But Chi was not a pure boy who could be manipulated by others. He imitated the other party and whispered in Ino's ear, "The mark I left on you has been triggered by me. It will be triggered automatically when you were emotionally excited. If I hadn't controlled it just now, Xiaoying would have been beaten to death by you. And I didn't want you to get hurt at that time, so I." Women are auditory animals, and sweet talk is always the best way to deal with them. "Hey, Kishi, it's your turn." Shikamaru's helpless voice sounded beside the two of them. Actually, he didn't want to speak, but there was no way. The two of them were already immersed in their own world. If I don't call him, I don't know what kind of trouble he will get into later. The cheating report came soon. She looked at the screen and saw Chi Ikanuma vs Hyaga Niji. This so-called random selection was not a human operation, and Chi ate it up. However, the fact that Gaara didn't use himself to defeat the Sand Ninja was beyond his expectations. What Chi didn't know was that at first the third Hokage had actually thought of using him to defeat Gaara, but after taking one look at the devastating state of the forest after the two had fought, he gave up on this seemingly good plan and instead used the genius of the previous session to see if he could force something out of it. However, it is worth pointing out that Saishi's ability is still kept secret in Konoha. Although many of the senior ninjas present knew that he had contributed to the great earthquake in the Death Forest, they were all given restraining orders prohibiting them from leaking information about Chi. It was something the third Hokage did to protect him. Therefore, except for a limited number of teams, other candidates really don't know Chi-Shi's true strength. The so-called other people include Hyaga Niji, whose entrance is on Suzuki's side. Most of the time, Hyaga Niji is just a foul-mouthed boy. I didn't expect this year's Rookie of the Year to be just a guy playing house with little girls. He started talking nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth. That not only Chi-Shi who was on the field, but even Ino who was watching the game upstairs had fire in her eyes. Has this guy always been this brave? Shikamaru and others who knew Saishi's strength complained in their hearts. However, Chi-Shi's cultivation of chi was indeed remarkable. Facing the other party's ridicule, he just continued to smile and said, "It's better than some little bird trapped in a cage, right? The effect is outstanding, breaking the defense directly." Hyaga Niji's face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged out. He argued, "Matters of fate can't be considered difficult." Then came a series of difficult-to-understand words, such as fate is irreversible and genius, which made Chi laugh, and the arena was filled with a happy atmosphere. After laughing for a while, he said, "Since you made me laugh, I'll teach you one thing. Destiny is a toy in the hands of the strong. You think nothing can change, it's only because you are too weak." The smile in his eyes gradually faded, and in the end, only the domineering attitude of looking down on the world remained. Just by looking at him, one could tell that Chi was the strong man who manipulated fate as he mentioned. Seeing that Niji was still about to argue, Gecko Hayate interrupted at the right time. "Ahem, you two, the match has begun." Having broken his defense, Niji attacked extremely quickly and fiercely, using all his strength to launch a soft fist, and each move was aimed at the vital parts. But Chi is one of the top masters in the world. Even if he is not in his strongest state, he is not someone a mere genin can mess with. Saishi's performance perfectly expressed what it means to be at ease. The movement of his palms was the bagwazang he learned when filming the battle between Calabash Sage and Gamamaru. Although the technique was not as advanced as in the movie, it was enough to fight Niji. Bagwazang? I learned it from watching movies. Although his tone was calm, the pride inside made Niji even more unhappy. He wanted to defeat the family martial arts that he had practiced for more than 10 years by using the physical skills he learned from a few minutes of movie clips as a tutorial. What was that if not arrogance? With this in mind, Niji attacked even more fiercely, assuming the 8 diagram 64 palm stance. "I had no intention of using this move here. It's an honor for you to be defeated by it." In the Bagwa realm, bound by the vague chakra, Chi still had a calm expression. "We'll brag after we win. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms." Ninkai attacked, Chi defended. The extremely fast interaction of physical attack and defense made the blood of the genin boil. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, the expert sees the doorway. Many genin just think that the way they perform physical skills is good, cool, handsome and domineering. However, only those senior ninjas and those who are proficient in taijutsu know how powerful Chi-Shi's taijutsu is. You can attack as you please, but defense requires anticipation or being the first to arrive after striking last. Chi-Shi was able to defend against all of them with his physical skills, which really shocked many masters. Okay, the game is over, leave now. As Chi-Shi spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, and a lotus lantern appeared in his hand. Seemingly harmless lotus flowers bloomed around Chi-Shi. The holy lotus flowers paired with his handsome face made many female ninjas dazed. A dazzling light flashed, and then nothing happened. When everyone opened their eyes again, Niji had already fallen to the ground. Please announce the verdict, teacher. He probably won't wake up for a while. The sudden turn of events left most people scratching their heads. Why did Niji, who was fighting just a moment ago, suddenly fall to the ground? What just happened? Although he didn't know what happened, Moonlight Gale was still a professional referee and immediately announced that Chi-Shi was the winner. Don't worry, Mr. Kai. I was very measured in my actions. He will wake up after a while. Chi-Shi had great respect for Kai, who jumped down to check on his disciple, so he explained it to him. Thank you. The third Hokage looked at the high-spirited Saishin, sighed in his heart that the young are indeed formidable, and began to arrange the next match. Yeah, Chi-Shi wins. Facing Ino, who was happier than herself for winning, Kishi reached out and ruffled her hair. Isn't it natural for me to win? Yes, isn't my hair ugly? His hairstyle is a bit like Shikamaru. So ugly. Can you two talk without me? Finally, the qualifying match ended with their laughter and joy. The final result is similar to the original. It is worth mentioning that since Sasuke beat Niji, Hineda's opponent directly became Naruto. The battle between the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince is the most interesting one among all the battles. The straight man Naruto used all his strength and after many twists and turns finally defeated Hineda physically. Just showing it as a behind-the-scenes clip of the movie was enough to make the audience on Bilibili excited. Kiba's opponent turned out to be a sand ninja puppeteer. Although he was almost poisoned to death, he finally won with his strong vitality. Garas Jinchuriki's physique has almost recovered after a few days of rest, and he defeated Rock Lee just like in the original story. However, when his hands and feet were crushed at the last moment, Saishi took action and cast a spell to save him. In the individual competition, the brilliance of the other two teammates also fully emanated. Amato broke out in adversity and killed the nameless sand ninja. However, because of one move difference in chess, Yuki Izuno and her opponent were both eliminated. After the draw, the roster for the third match is number 1 Ikanuma Saishi vs number 2 Yamanaka Ino, number 3 Uzumaki Naruto vs number 4 Inyazuka Kiba, number 5 Gaara vs number 6 Uchiha Suzuki, number 7 Kankuro vs number 8 Abarame Shino, number 9 Tamari vs number 10 Nara Shikamaru, number 11 Amato vs number 12 TOS Anvil. Although showing affection will have retribution, it was still unexpected that the retribution came so quickly. Looking at the names of number 1 and number 2, Chi couldn't help but smile bitterly, and turned to look at Ino next to him. Keep it up. The month between exams is the best time for the whole world to watch a movie together. So what do you think, Suzuki? You're planning on debuting as a movie star. At Suzuki's house, Ikanuma media workers 001 and 002 are making final preparations for the broadcast. Without waiting for Suzuki to reply, Saishi had already released the sky curtain. Suzuki looked up at the dark screen in the sky. No matter how many times I see it, I think this jutsu is too powerful. He turned to look at Chi-Shi. Looks like the whole world can see this, right? How did you do that? Chi-Shi smiled and said, in the first movie, what do you think is the most important treasure? The magic treasure wood at the bottom of the cave? You can say that, because the magic treasure wood is also made from the 10 evil demon tree as raw material. You mean the tree? Yes, that is the sacred weapon that the Atsutsuki clan used to destroy countless planets. Conquer the starry sky. When can we become so strong? The familiar black curtain covered the sky again. After the first screening, both Shizeo Media and the audience had become more proficient in handling this movie. Ninja World, Cloud Village, Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage, AI, smashed the desk into sawdust with one punch. That bastard is at it again. What about the countermeasures we developed before? Will they work? The Cloud Village is definitely the ninja village that has fought the most foreign wars and is the most warlike. As for this extremely wide-ranging sky curtain ninjutsu, the Raikage military advisor could see at a glance that it has extraordinary strategic significance. Even if there is no way to obtain it at the moment, you must find ways to prevent and counter it. Otherwise, if you encounter this technique on the battlefield, you will become blind, which would be funny. The second screening is now the time to test the effectiveness of these countermeasures. Report, countermeasure number 1 has failed. Report, countermeasure number 2 has failed. All countermeasures failed, which is normal for an organization. Every feasible project will go through countless failures before seeing a little ray of hope. But it is really despairing that dozens of countermeasures are completely ineffective now. What they don't know is that Tianmu ninjutsu is still being updated and iterated. Before they complete the countermeasure against Tianmu 1.0, Tianmu 2.0 with an interesting question and answer session will be launched. The following videos are all real-life footage. Any resemblance to the original will be considered plagiarism. This video is a teaser for the second film, so please watch it. After the above paragraph appears the classic Shizeo Media logo. Next is the title of the play, Vendetta Origin, Vendetta, Kill. When you look up at the starry sky, do you ever wonder how many stars are there? How vast is the universe? Besides human-like intelligent life, are there other forms of life beneath this starry sky? A meteor streaked across the sky and fell into an uninhabited forest in the ninja world. A bit of black goo crawled out of the crater and made its way to a terrified squirrel. The cute squirrel was covered in mucus, its brown fur was replaced by pitch-black biological tissue, and its cute incisors turned into the sharp fangs of a carnivore. A small wild beast appeared in the sky, and then it changed its place as it walked. Squirrels, fish, birds, dogs. After going around in circles, it finally attached itself to a cat. The land of earth, the land of grass, the land of fire. After stopping and starting many times, we finally arrived at Konoha. The transitions between scenes are so smooth that all the thrills along the way are captured in just a clip of more than 10 seconds. The filming technology is clearly improving. Finally, it came to Konoha's no man's land, or rather, an area with only one person, the Uchiha clan's land. He strolled along, observing the world, until he saw Sasuke staring at the table with empty eyes. Hearing the noise in the yard, he turned around and saw a black cat appear in the yard. Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, there have been fewer cats even in the clan's territory. Sasuke reached out and touched the black cat with a nostalgic smile. The gears of fate turned here, and a bit of red mucus fell from the black cat and swam along Sasuke's arm towards his body. The heartwarming picture fully shows Sasuke's beauty, confusion, warmth, nostalgia. All kinds of expressions change freely. This boy has the potential to be a movie emperor. When Sasuke's handsome face appeared on the sky, it immediately caused a stir in the ninja world. People kept saying how cool and handsome he was. In a small tea house in the land of grass, two figures wearing Akatsuki robes and bamboo hats were drinking tea and eating meatballs. The one with the shark face said, "Mr. Itachi, that little kid in the sky looks a lot like you." Uchiha Itachi said in his calm tone, "That's my younger brother." I didn't expect that Itachi, who killed his entire family, still had a brother alive? Kisame's tone was so strange that it was hard to tell whether he was asking a sincere question or just being sarcastic. However, Itachi didn't intend to pay any more attention to him. He stared at Sasuke and the deserted Uchiha clan, his face as calm as if he was really watching a movie. Over at the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke asked, "Will anyone come here if we do this?" Shishi showed an appearance of being well prepared. "You are the only protagonist who has been in public for a long time. No matter what you think or what the other party's purpose is, they will definitely test you. Are you afraid?" Sasuke smiled wickedly, tentacles spreading across his body as a crazy demonic energy emanated from him. "Are you kidding? I'm just afraid there aren't enough of them." Vendetta, who had been watching the movie obediently inside because his father was around, also popped his head out and said, "Eat it all." Looking at Sasuke's crazy state, he thought to himself that the side effects of the symbiote were really strong. Now he didn't feel much about eating the enemy. But Saishi didn't say anything. After all, whether it was for revenge or to have a brother by his side, Sasuke needed revenge. After waiting for a while, Shishi finally saw the first person coming. "Foreign help is here." I sensed a familiar yet strange person approaching at high speed. "What foreign aid?" "It's been a while since we last met." Sasuke-kun is still so energetic. The so-called foreign aid is none other than the head of the logistics department of Ikonuma Media, or Akimaru. After all, the two had just fought not long ago, so Shishi took the initiative to introduce. "Let me introduce you. You should have seen this person. This is my newly hired head of the logistics department, Orochimaru." Then he said to Orochimaru, "You also know this, our gold medal actor Uchiha Sasuke. I want you to come here today. I want you to help teach him how to deal with the investigation inside Konoha." Orochimaru had anticipated this and licked his lips before saying, "No problem, let's get along, Sasuke-kun." The ninja world reacted violently, and the Barijon Blue Star's Billy exploded. "Grandpa, the up host you follow has updated. Wow, this time it's directly Sasuke and the symbiote, right? This big guy really doesn't know how to play unless he tries to scam people. Urjuzi is so handsome, and the up host is as technically skilled as ever. Urju is in a mess." In the movie, Sasuke has fallen asleep, but what he doesn't know is that red and black tentacles are constantly moving around his body. The life of a ninja is both exciting and boring. The difference between the two lies in the different tasks, and the tasks of a ninja are mostly boring. The audience watched as Team 7 followed Dazna to the Land of Waves, and learned the content and background of the mission from the background audio and subtitles. Having said that, Sasuke is not well known after leaving Konoha, but Kakashi is different. Many people in the ninja world know him. Just looking at his appearance, you can tell that this movie is different from the previous big movies and tells a recent story. A story is one with ups and downs, and soon they encountered the two pools of water that were destined for them. A high-energy barrage of bullets passed by in front, and then the two ghost brothers were seen standing up from the puddle. With the sound of rustling chains, the two men flew forward and tied up Kakashi with chain blades. The first one. Under the incredulous eyes of several people, Kakashi was torn into pieces by them. The screen is full of blood and flesh flying everywhere, and this kind of plot can pass the review. It can be said that it is the father of review. Amidst Naruto's cowardly shouts, the two men had already rushed to his side. The second one. Just when they were about to kill Naruto, Sasuke took action. Using the classic Uchiha throwing technique, a kunao and a shuriken fixed the chain blades connecting the two of them on the tree trunk. Just like the original plot, he pretended to stand on the enemy's hand and directly ignited the fans of Bilibili. Handsome, handsome, handsome. The operation is exactly the same as in the animation, but why does it look even cooler? Sasuke, let's eat them. A voiceover came. Sasuke instantly transformed from a handsome kid into a hungry beast, and this change in expression only took a moment. Just looking at Sasuke on the sky curtain is enough to make people terrified. Then he turned around to face the enemy, and the camera immediately zoomed in for a close-up of him. The ferocious face and the bloodshot double Megatama Sharingan seemed to bring the audience into a dream. One glare from him made the two ghost brothers' heads smoke. He was extremely domineering. A wave of barrages also broke out on Bilibili videos at the right time. This glare made my heart beat faster. What an amazing expressiveness. My evaluation is that it is not bloody enough. Why doesn't the Vendetta come out to eat chocolate beans? If you want to see some blood and gore, I suggest you go back and watch the scene where the ghost brothers killed Kakashi. This isn't an R-rated movie. Is it possible that this is an R-rated movie, but there is no logo on it? Am I the only one wondering what's going to happen next? Sasuke is so strong, are Zabuza and Haku going to turn into chocolate beans? The diverse comments highlight the excellence of the video itself and the number of viewers. The reaction in the ninja world was even more intense. The exaggerated performance of the illusion I made Shimura Danzo stare blankly, and he wished he could dig out Sasuke's eyes and put them in his own eye sockets. Kisame, who was drinking tea and eating snacks, said enviously, "The Uchiha clan is really an enviable clan, they have such strong power at such a young age." And Uchiha Itachi next to him was even more shocked. Others didn't know how difficult it was to use illusion to burn someone's brain directly, so Itachi, who was an expert in this, didn't know either. Even Tsukuyomi couldn't make people's brains smoke, but Sasuke actually did it. Although he was a little uneasy about being possessed by an alien creature, he was still happy to see Sasuke become stronger, but no emotion could be seen on his face. The third Hokage was sitting in his office, drinking tea and smoking, leisurely watching a movie on the sky screen. When he saw Dasna concealing the mission, he even commented on it, lamenting that being a ninja was really difficult. A burst of hurried and familiar footsteps was heard, and it was obvious that it was those old friends coming. With a bang, the office door was pushed open. People were coming in and out of the Hokage's office as if it were a toilet. Apart from Shimura Danzo, no one else could be found. Without waiting for the other party to ask for censure, Danzo spoke first. "Send someone to capture Uchiha Sasuke immediately and hand him over to the root. I can make him fully usable." As always, when others spoke without thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his forehead slightly, and the other two old friends standing behind Danzo, with an appearance of silent support, gave him a headache. He took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. The smoke made it difficult for others to see his expression. "I know about Sasuke's situation, and I have arranged for Kakashi to follow up. You don't need to worry." Danzo didn't say anything, just staring at the other person with his remaining eye, while Maidamanen was like an old monk in meditation. It was Kohara who couldn't help herself. "His last name is Uchiha. Don't tell me you've forgotten about the Uchiha clan." The smoke slowly dissipated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with determination. "I remember, and I don't deny that I have made mistakes, but this is not directed at Sasuke." Danzo looked at the sky curtain and said, "You can talk after you finish reading this." The plot of the TV series has reached the part where Zabuza attacks Team 7. Zabuza Mamakai is also a well-known figure and is also well-known in the ninja world. And now, looking at Sasuke, whose body was covered with red and black flesh and blood, speaking with a clear yet hoarse composite voice, holding the beheading sword with one hand to show off, and then blasting away Zabuza, a ninja who could be considered a master in every village. The audience exclaimed that it was exciting. Zabuza in the sky screen used his sword to prop himself up. "What's your name, kid?" The original footage was too long, so in the official version, Vendetta immediately took over, with only half of Sasuke's face left exposed, and two different voices saying in unison, "We are Vendetta," with a cry of "We are Vendetta." The whole drama was pushed to a climax, but it also came to an abrupt end here. The words "see you tomorrow" at the same time brought the first episode of Vendetta to an end. The short play of more than half an hour showed Sasuke's acting skills to the fullest. Whether it is his crazy behavior in reality or his calm performance when facing revenge in the spiritual world, it deeply touched the audience in the ninja world. Most importantly, as the protagonist, Sasuke is really handsome. The audience in the ninja world, which already lacks entertainment options, had never seen such a sophisticated and large-scale production. Sasuke's fan base immediately increased dramatically, explosively. There was a knock on the door. Saishi and Orochimaru looked at each other and immediately hid themselves separately. They all noticed that someone was coming, but they didn't expect that the person who came to investigate was so polite and would even knock on the door before entering. Saishi has already built a symbiote mental link channel. Suzuki doesn't have to do much. He just needs to follow the guidance given by Saishi and Orochimaru. As soon as they opened the door, they felt something was wrong, because the person who came was actually Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Don't ask why they didn't sense that the person coming was Red Bean, because more and more people were gathering nearby, and the chakra of dozens of people was emitted. It was not so easy to distinguish them one by one, or there was no need to do so. After all, the weakest of the three present was called Orochimaru, so they just had to deal with it as they came. She looked hesitant and trembling with nervousness, and suddenly she pulled something out of her arms. Suzuki thought the person was so ferocious that he attacked without saying a word. Red and black flesh and blood tissue were surging out of his body. When he looked closely, he found that it was a notebook. Hongdu held up the notebook with both hands, bent down 90 degrees, and shouted, "Mm." This scene really left everyone in the room speechless, and Saisuke was still looking at Orochimaru with interest. Orochimaru, a veteran of countless battles with a skin so thick it could be used as a shield, was also a little broken by the look of his new boss, Ikanuma Masashi. However, he could not deny that Anko was indeed his disciple, and he could only tearfully promise that he would teach her a profound lesson if he had the chance. It was no use keeping her standing at the door, so Saishi had to ask Suzuki to quickly sign for her and let her go. There was an incident during the signing. Suzuki had just become famous and was not used to carrying a pen with him. Hongdu was so anxious that she almost took off her clothes. In the end, it was Vendetta that reached out to the living room to find Chi-Shi and get a pen before he successfully signed. With Red Bean being the first, the others stopped hiding. Several masked female ninjas also jumped down from the trees and took out notebooks for Suzuki to sign. Then there were the other ninjas and ordinary villagers who came along. By the time he finished signing, almost half an hour had passed. Not to mention Suzuki, even the revenge killing was exhausting. The three people who returned to the living room looked at each other. Finally, the old senior Orochimaru said that no one would come to test Suzuki today. He asked everyone to go home and keep in touch if there was anything in the future. Chi-Shi also took out a special mobile phone of the same model as Orochimaru's and gave it to Suzuki. The phone used the same technology as Tianyu, and there would be a signal as long as it was in the ninja world. It was another benefit for formal employees. Later, I will have to find some time to go to the Land of Waves to deliver mobile phones to Zabuza, Haku and others. Chairman Ikanuma is still very busy. But no matter how busy he was, he still had to keep in touch. After saying goodbye to Suzuki and the others, Chi-Shi used the director's immortal body to hide his figure and walked towards the Yamanaka family's flower shop. Orochimaru fled underground with a gloomy look on his face. It was obvious that one of his disciples was in trouble. The reason why the Hokage or the Root didn't send anyone to test Suzuki is very simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared with them the information that Suzuki defeated Orochimaru alone. When they heard this, their first reaction was disbelief. Although the other party has defected for many years, they all recognize Orochimaru's strength and his reputation is worthy of respect. Now you tell me that he was defeated by a genin who just graduated not long ago. A faint sense of absurdity arose in everyone's hearts, but looking at Hiruzen's eyes, they knew that he was not lying. Hearing that Suzuki was so strong, everything had to be carefully considered. Konoha can no longer withstand the storm. Everyone had a consensus on this point, but Danzo's eyes flickered, and it seemed that he might not give up so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, also acquiesced to this. On the way to the flower shop, Chi-Shi suddenly thought of a question: why not send a drone to monitor the sand aim? Wouldn't that allow them to anticipate the enemy's moves and no longer be afraid of internal enemies? He was surprised at his own stupidity and helpless at the busy work, but it was not too late to mend the situation, and it was appropriate to start now. He immediately sent out a nano drone to film the Hokage's office. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. All of Konoha's F4 were in a meeting in the office. He immediately sent out a new drone to follow and film them. Thinking that he would be the biggest culprit of Konoha in the future, Chi-Shi wanted to laugh. To be fair, Chi-Shi actually has no ill will towards the sand aimed at. He even has a certain good impression of him because he was taken care of by him when he was a child. Chi-Shi's evaluation of him is that he is a passable politician. No matter how many conspiracy theories there are or how they slander him, it is an indisputable fact that he died for Konoha in the end. As for Chi-Shi, he felt that the only wrong thing the Sand Aim did was to personally force the Hyuga family, causing the Hyuga family to become alienated from him. As for other rubbish like the Uchiha clan genocide, human experiments, White Fang's suicide, etc., if you really count them, he can make excuses for some of them. Politics is the art of compromise. Sometimes a white glove or a step can make many things go away. Take the case of White Fang's suicide as an example. After becoming Hokage, Kakashi wanted to get to the bottom of the truth behind his father's death. So whether he looks for paper material such as confidential mission records, shift reports of Umbu personnel, and confessions of mission-related personnel, or directly asks the Umbu personnel who were still alive at that time, the final conclusion can only be one, that is, at the first moment at that time, Lord Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen really did not know about this matter. As for why he didn't remedy the situation after it got out of hand, if Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive at that time, he would have said this to Kakashi. He was busy with other things at the time and had never expected things to develop like this. When he knew about this, the situation had already become hostile, and under pressure from public opinion he could only deal with it coldly. He just didn't expect Sakumo to commit suicide, and he felt guilty towards him. Then, he had always been optimistic about Sakumo. After his death, he always regretted not quelling the rumors earlier. He sent people to investigate the doubts at that time, but in the end he found out that his old classmate had to give up because of their friendship and the other party's power in Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, he had to let the matter go. Then he will say, since Kakashi now you already know about this, then this matter is left to you. If you decide to take revenge, then he will stand on your side even at the risk of his old face. He will also get the information that he sent people to investigate before, which can nail Danzo to the pillar of shame, from a secret room and give it to you. Finally, he said that he owed Heidake Sakumo a lot and had always felt guilty. That he had always wanted to redress him and suggested that a new martyr's monument be built for him and his life be included in the ninja school textbook so that the new generation of Konoha ninjas could understand the deeds of their great predecessors. After this series of punches, even if Kakashi was unhappy, he could only curse the old fox in his heart and let the matter go. Because at that time Kakashi already knew that no matter how much he investigated, the result would be the same, that is, it was Danzo who forced his father to death with rumors, and the third Hokage in front of him could only be regarded as not being strict with his subordinates. Using the excuse of not being strict with your subordinates to punish the Hokage is a bad idea, no matter how you think about it. Although there is no such idiom as learning from past mistakes in the ninja world, many principles are actually the same. If you can use almost false charges to settle accounts with the previous Hokage today, then the next Hokage will learn to deal with you in the same way. Faced with the bonds of family and confidants, one can only learn to let go, or in other words, one can only take revenge on the mastermind. After defeating Danzo, Kakashi will naturally gain actual control of the root and the Ministry of Education. At the same time, as the price of appeasing the anger of the Hokage, he will also get a part of the Shimura family's former assets, and then continue to play this dirty game with others. To some extent, perhaps Suzuki's final plan in the original plot is the best. But after all, Shishi is just a director, and he is not actually averse to dirt and darkness, because the protagonist's brilliance needs darkness to set off. After a while of wild thoughts, Shishi finally walked to the flower shop. Looking at the flowers in front of him, the darkness in his heart was swept away. He found a place where no one could observe him, removed his invisibility, and then greeted with a smile Ino. Ino, who had just finished watching a skit and was helping to arrange flowers in the store, didn't expect that Shishi would come to her. She smiled shyly and then pounced on him. This chapter mainly talks about the protagonist's attitude towards Konoha F4. By the way, this book will not end with conspiracy theories, because the protagonist is the biggest conspiracy in darkness. Ino said, "Mom, I'm going out with my friends," and ran away with Shishi. She ran so fast that her mother, who was still in the inner room, didn't even see who Ino was going out with. The two of them were looking at the scenery and chatting in the open space above Hokage Rock, and they started talking about the movie they had just watched. The movie just now was very interesting. I didn't expect that Frog Immortal's second movie would be based on something that happened recently. It's a wonderful feeling to see familiar friends on the big screen. Suzuki looks pretty handsome in the movies. After Ino finished speaking, she stared at Kishi's face and smiled slyly. "But I still think you are the most handsome, Kishi." Shishi didn't say anything when he heard that. He just smiled. Then, under the other party's surprised gaze, he stepped forward and walked out of the cliff. He turned around, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go out and play together." The holy light emitted by the sunlight and lotus flowers fell on Shishi, adding a touch of sacredness to him. Faced with his gentle smile, Ino had no intention of refusing him and reached out her hand in a daze. The moment their hands touched, they turned into a rainbow of light and flew away. Photonics is an extremely novel experience, a spiritual perception of nearly all-round vision, looking at the world from another perspective, which is indeed a different flavor. Shishi was even more surprised when he led others to turn into a rainbow for the first time. Their bodies turned into points of light. This feeling of you and me and you made the always shameless director Ikonuma a little shy. Fortunately, Ino, who was immersed in the beautiful scenery, had not noticed this yet, otherwise the feeling of perfect harmony would be enough to turn her into a steam engine. But what he didn't know was that this harmonious state of harmony had a certain degree of synesthesia. So, Ino, feeling Shishi's shyness, suddenly let out a small cry, and then the rainbow light began to move strangely. "Ino, don't move, it's dangerous." The rainbow light split into two, then transformed into a human form, falling from the sky. Now was the time to test my acting skills. If I flew over and picked up the other person right away, it might be a little awkward after landing because of their strange state. Therefore, the director chose the fighting method with the most barrage, which is to hold the opponent in the air and then fall directly. Of course, if you fall without any defense, it will look too strong and too fake. Therefore, at the last moment, he condensed a lotus as a buffer. For this operation, if the full score is 100, Shishi would give himself 99 points. There are two main scoring points. 1. Hug and protect the other person at the first moment of crisis to show that you care about her. 2. Using magic to protect the two people at the last moment shows that he is calm, composed and reliable. After the danger, there is a full sense of security. In many cases, in addition to expressing true feelings, relationships also require routines, which is something to be tested. Are you okay? The tone is a little hurried, coupled with a nervous expression. Perfect marks, that's how good a director is. Without any words, Ino hugged Chi tightly and buried her head in his arms. Sorry. The two of them hugged each other for a long time, Ino's apology coming from his arms. Properly placing responsibility on yourself is also the secret to getting along well. No, this is my first time flying with someone, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Jingye said coquettishly, then take me with you more often in the future. Chi stood up from the ground. Okay, but don't resist, it's very dangerous. Chi-Chi's words reminded her of the embarrassment just now. Her pretty little face turned red visibly, as if steam was coming out of her head, which surprised Chi-Chi. I didn't expect that the graceful Ino would have such an expression like Hinata. Here's her new expression. I put the captured images into a folder called Sweet Moments. Looking around, I saw nothing but dessert. I must have arrived in the Kingdom of Wind. Where are we? Ino finally discovered that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. The reason was simple, there was no such a large desert near Konoha or in the Land of Fire. We have arrived at the Kingdom of Wind. It's no wonder she was surprised. After all, strictly speaking, the ninja village is a military organization, and ninjas are its combat units. In principle, leaving the village without permission like they did is a serious crime. Of course, principles are just principles. Thanks to the profession of ninja, which requires confidentiality in missions, as long as the Hokage wants, there are 10,000 reasons to exonerate him. Haven't you seen Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, who lost contact due to prostitution, and Tsunade, who went bankrupt due to gambling? The official explanation of Konoha was that they had accepted special missions, so the two of them were carrying out secret missions outside for a long time. But what is the truth? We can only laugh. Of course, he couldn't say that to Ino, so Saishi's explanation was, isn't it okay if we don't get caught? Then he leaned in and whispered in her ear, we are accomplices. Sharing a secret is always a great way to bond. The feeling of doing bad things together makes Ino very excited, but life always has to return to peace, so the next step is to take her to a nearby town to experience the characteristics of the Wind Kingdom. Nalin, a town built on the Nalin Oasis far away from the Sand Shinobi village, has a long history and is said to have existed before the establishment of the Wind Kingdom. The Nalin Lake in the center of the oasis is like a dazzling sapphire inlaid in the desert. It is truly refreshing to find such a piece of green in the endless yellow sand. In order not to attract attention, the two took off items that would reveal their identities before entering the city, and put on an ordinary cloak produced by the system. Although there was a certain degree of concealment, the two people's attire was still somewhat out of place compared to the residents in the city. So of course their first stop was the largest clothing store in town. Does this look good? Chi, who was looking at clothes near the locker room, turned around when he heard the words. She was wearing an exquisite jewel headdress with golden hair, a white veil draped over her body, and embellished with various gems. The passionate and hot attire unique to desert residents revealed a little of the girl's beautiful waist, and a slightly tight long skirt wrapped around her slender legs. All the beauty in the world seems to be concentrated in this moment. It looks good. After saying that, as if to increase the persuasiveness, he added, it looks very good. A middle-aged female clerk came over and teased, you two must have come from out of town to visit Wind Country. Handsome boy, you have really good taste. This is the best set of clothes we have in our store. The girl in love had basically zero IQ and asked Chi, how did she know we are not from the Wind Country? The middle-aged shop assistant, who had been in the society for many years and knew how to speak to people in a reasonable way, laughed heartily and said, because such beautiful flowers cannot grow in this desert. Life was peaceful in Chi-Chi's place, but Konoha was in turmoil. Time goes back to when Saishi and Ino just flew out of Konoha. Inside the Konoha barrier squad, the members on duty were staring blankly at the barrier model. It had to be said that within a military organization like the Ninja Village, the barrier squad was the most leisurely and important department. Normally, they only had to maintain the barrier and look at the miniature barrier model for the day. However, today was not destined to be a peaceful day. A line flashed by at an unimaginable speed, so fast that several people thought they were seeing things. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. Did you see that? I saw it. You saw it too. What's that? Fortunately, the Konoha barrier has a recording function, which recorded Chi-Chi's exaggerated speed. Otherwise, he might have been fooled. However, some members believed that the barrier technique was recorded incorrectly. Everyone chattered and discussed endlessly, and the final conclusion was to report it to the top management for a decision. Soon an urgent report was placed on the Hokage's desk. Looking through the records, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit of a headache, because he seemed to have seen a similar speed not long ago. Despite his age, his memory was not bad. In a flash, he recalled the file of Chi from the Death Forest that he had rushed to save the little girl from the Yamanaka family at an unimaginable speed. Saishi still suffered from his youth and inexperience. Orochimaru and Itaki in the original work treated Konoha as a public toilet and entered and exited as they pleased, forgetting that the Konoha ninja village was surrounded by a barrier. However, given his personality, he probably wouldn't care even if he knew he would be discovered. After all, he is the kind of person who will carry out his own will. This can actually be seen from the very beginning when he suddenly wanted to change the whole world. Masashi Ikanuma is indeed a very willful person. Of course, this little bit of willfulness is nothing in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has lived for most of his life. In his long career as Hokage, he has seen all kinds of weird geniuses. Not to mention others, even among his own proud disciples, none of them were normal people since they were young. As for the eccentric Kakashi, Itachi, who loved his brother to the point of madness. Saishou can even be called well-behaved. As he thought about it, he flipped through the files of the previous Death Forest exam. It was troublesome to protect a genius, as he had to do everything himself. By comparing the records in the two archives, it has been roughly confirmed that it was Ikanuma Kishi, but further verification is still needed. Walking into a secret room with only a crystal ball inside, the Hokage's secret teaching, the telescope technique, the perception ninjutsu that can see the entire Konoha area was performed here. Shishi's house was deserted, the training ground he usually went to was nowhere to be seen, the Yamanaka family's flower shop was being tended by Haii's wife, who would normally be running it at this time of year. The truth is out, that little bastard Masashi Ikanuma took his girlfriend out to play. Although he was a bit of a bastard, the third generation was not angry. As he said, the Yamanaka family has been a subordinate of the Sarutobi family since the Warring States period. With this bit of ties, there is no need to worry that he will have any bad thoughts about the village. Rather, he was more terrified by the seemingly approachable Masashi Ikanuma during his school days, who was actually a little out of tune with everyone. When he came out of the secret room, he happened to meet Yamanaka Inoichi, who came to hand in a report. The Saname took a calm puff of his cigarette and said jokingly, "You really gave birth to a good daughter, Inoichi." Hai, who didn't understand what was going on, could only smile awkwardly. At this time, Shishi and his friends were trying the special snacks of the Wind Country. In the evening, a long rainbow streaked across the sky. Since the third Hokage had just given the order, the barrier squad was no longer surprised, but just recorded it silently. Parting is always sad, but the girl's passionate emotions diluted the unpleasantness of parting. A light kiss goodbye and a see you tomorrow are enough to make the two happy all night. Shishi walked back home and found that there was already a guest waiting at home before he reached the door. He opened the door normally and then showed a surprised expression. Hokage-sama. I have to say that the director is also an important member of the entertainment industry. His acting skills are amazing. His face changes from happiness to surprise, and the smooth transition perfectly interprets the panic of a newly debuted ninja. The Saname was a very experienced man. He could tell at a glance that the kid was trying to get away with it again, so he asked directly, "Where did you go with your friends? Exposed? So soon?" Shishi's expression kept changing. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about being discovered, nor was it that he was afraid of being discovered. He simply didn't expect it to happen so soon. The Saname just stared at Saishi. The evening sun made it hard to see his expression. It was unclear whether he was happy or angry. Shishi used all his strength to spread his perception. There was no one else nearby, so they were not here to punish him. That's easy. He smiled and scratched his head, imitating the Yandame smile. I just walked around the village. This sentence left the third generation speechless. Even if he was lying with his eyes open, he couldn't tell a lie like that. He ran away in an instant at such an exaggerated speed. He was near the village. He would have thought twice before believing it if he said it was near the land of fire. But he could also understand it. After all, leaving the village without permission was not a small crime. His nonsense at this moment also proved that he was actually a little afraid. Whatever the reason, it was a good thing that he didn't run away. It proved that there were still people he cared about in the village. He smiled and said, "Near the village, I think it's near the land of fire." Shishi continued to smile awkwardly, about the same, nearby. This little bastard, the Saname muttered inwardly. As people get older, they tend to like outstanding juniors. Looking at Ikanuma Masashi scratching his head and smiling bitterly, the image of the fourth seemed to reappear before his eyes. But even though he admired her, he still had to give her a warning, otherwise he wouldn't know where she would go next. He immediately said with a stern face, "Do you know how big of a problem it is to go out without permission, and you dare to bring other people with you? If you tell me the truth now, I can forgive you this time." Since the other party didn't intend to punish him severely, then showing weakness appropriately was also a good way to solve the problem. She put on an apologetic expression and said, "I went to the Kingdom of Wind." The voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been quite good at hearing and seeing, he would have been completely inaudible. "Oh, the Wind Kingdom. I thought it would be exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. It directly crossed the border. He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He is not afraid of anything happening when he takes his girlfriend out. But on second thought, he can fly back and forth so quickly and can even take people for a round of fun. There is really nothing to be afraid of with that level of speed. If he wants to leave, there are few people in the entire ninja world who are sure they can stop him." Before the Saname could speak, Shishi began to explain, "Actually, I didn't want to, but this was my first time leading people, and I fell when I flew to the Wind Kingdom. I thought since we were already here, why not just play around nearby? Since it's understandable if you have a heart, but then I thought, this little bastard was still flying when he arrived at the Wind Kingdom, and then fell down, which means..." "You mean to say that flying to the Kingdom of Wind isn't enough? you want to go somewhere even further. Chi, who was getting more and more wrong the more he explained, could only act like a rogue. That you said you would forgive me this time if I told the truth. The Saname was so angry that Saishi laughed. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, Genin. After a pause, he continued, since you like going out so much, I will give you a mission. Go to other major countries to investigate their military strength and topographic maps. Hearing this, how could Chi not understand that the mission mentioned by the third Hokage was to clean up his own mess? He was a little touched, but he still needed to fight for the reward he deserved, that mission reward. At first I thought Chi was the fourth generation, but now I realize that I was wrong. This robe look is just like another Jiraiya. You dare to mention the reward? Forget it. Just bring someone as a teammate, okay? Thinking of his former disciples, the Saname didn't want to be angered to death by the second Jiraiya, so he put down a scroll and said, you can handle it yourself, and then disappeared in an instant. He was extremely decisive. Compared to the dire situation on Chi-Shi's side, the Yamanaka family is much more harmonious. After Ino returned, she helped close the store and then prepared dinner. The family of three was very warm and harmonious. I'm going back to my room first. Ino, whose heart was already flying somewhere, said nothing and hurried back to her room, locked the door, took out the gift from Chi from the storage scroll, and smiled extremely happily. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart. I looked up and saw a person standing outside the window. That person was Chi. Ino smiled as she opened the window and asked, why are you here? Did you miss me? Chi climbed into the room through the window, his expression unprecedentedly serious, were exposed. While the other party was still surprised, Chi looked around and the adolescent girl's boudoir was completely in his sight. The room is decorated in a cute purple style, with floral elements everywhere. The things just bought in the Kingdom of Wind are placed on the table. The most eye-catching one is the photo of the two of them wearing clothes from the Kingdom of Wind taken at Nulin Lake. In the photo, Ino is smiling sweetly and is hugged by Chi around the waist. The Nulin Lake behind her is shining brightly. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. At this moment, all words are superfluous. One hand wraps around the girl's slender waist. Let's put aside the charming moments between the boy and the girl for now and focus our attention on the Yamanaka family's dining room. After a busy day in the analysis class, Yamanaka Hiaichi was leisurely sipping tea when his wife, who was cleaning up the dishes, suddenly said, did you know that your daughter is in love? As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Only her father, who didn't know how to communicate with his daughter, couldn't see the happy look on Ino's face after she returned home. Seeing that her husband didn't respond, she peeked in from the kitchen and saw that the scalding hot tea had overflowed from the cup and flowed onto his feet. Yamanaka Hiaichi couldn't believe it. What did you say? Your daughter is in love. His wife's tone was as gentle as ever, but these 6 words were like the judge's comments, which directly sent Yamanaka Inoichi's heart plummeting into the 18th level of hell. How did you know? How come I don't know? Who is he? Hai was so shocked that he couldn't speak. All he could think about was, my daughter has a boyfriend, my daughter has a boyfriend. He picked up the hot tea and poured it down his mouth, forcing himself to calm down. The power of the veteran elite Jonin was fully unleashed, a look usually only displayed when facing serious criminals and powerful enemies. It can be seen how angry he is now. Haha, I don't know. A gentle voice came from the kitchen, but he no longer wanted to listen and walked towards Ino's room with murderous intent. Don't scare Ino. Hai only felt that his steps were extremely heavy. For the first time in his life, he felt that his home was too big, and it seemed that no matter how far he walked, he would never reach the end. Even his first time on the battlefield, he had never been so nervous. The taciturn father finally stopped at the door of his daughter's room and took a deep breath. At this time, the 2 people in the room had already rolled onto the bed sheets. Of course they were just hugging each other. Dong, a not-so-heavy knock on the door interrupted the two's further actions. Ino, whose clothes were disheveled and whose eyes were already misty, was instantly awakened. Ino, I want to talk to you. There were ping-pong sounds in the room, and then it was completely quiet. Ino hurriedly packed her things. My dad is coming. What should I do? Fortunately, Chi was still calm and casually set up a soundproof barrier. Don't panic, Before I could even finish the words I can leave now, a panicked Ino stuffed a bunch of things into my clothes and pushed them into the closet. Inside the closet, Chi watched Ino put her clothes in order, then took a deep breath and opened the door. No one in the history of Chi had ever experienced such an embarrassing situation. That if you hadn't experienced it yourself, it would be quite funny to think about it. The closed door of the room was finally opened, and Hai faced his lovely daughter. In the end, Hai couldn't bear to scold her. He just talked about the dangers of premature love, and how none of the kids of this age are reliable and don't know how to love. Chi, who was in the closet, almost dug out a lot of rumors with his feet. At this time, in a world with extraordinary powers, the importance of being stronger than the father-in-law is reflected. The 2 sides are so close, separated by a wooden door. The head of the Yamanaka family, as a half-perception ninja, could not even find Chi in the closet. It was quite boring to sit in the closet and listen to his father-in-law scolding him, so Chi began to study his girlfriend's clothes. As he said, this is the real world, and it is impossible for a girl's closet to have only the same clothes. I was fascinated by the different styles of clothes around me, and suddenly I felt a small piece of clothing near my thigh. I picked it up and looked at it carefully. Although it was still small, it felt quite nice. Kishi, my father is leaving. After finally persuading her father to leave, Ino immediately opened the closet door and saw our dear director carefully examining the underwear. Chi-Chi, knowing he was in the wrong, smiled helplessly. I can explain. Ino's face quickly flushed, and she made a sound like a little animal. Well, fortunately, a soundproof barrier was set up beforehand, otherwise it would have been exposed immediately. After a lot of chaos, we finally returned to the main storyline, which is why Chi-Chi came here. In short, they went out to play secretly and were discovered by the Hokage, but because Chi-Chi argued with reason, he finally got a long-term mission called collecting foreign intelligence. In other words, they can go out and play with a clear conscience. Chi-Chi thought about it and realized that the reason why the Sandaime issued the mission was very simple. First, he couldn't stop Chi-Chi from going out to play, and he found that he could only succeed once or twice at most. At this moment, he had roughly guessed the reason why he was exposed. Second, Kana is not accepting Huang Qing now, and he is reluctant to severely punish the two people who went out to play, or in other words, he is reluctant to severely punish Chi-Chi, a genius who has a close relationship with the Yamanaka family. After finishing the conversation, Ino said with a wicked smile, Dad was right, all the boys at this age are bad guys. If he didn't change the subject at this time, he would be led by the nose, so Chi-Chi also smiled evilly. Then come to my house next time you do something bad. No way. Ino blushed and refused, then said in the smallest voice, it's not impossible. It's time for the daily screening again, but this time the three giants of Shizeo Media are not together, but acting separately. Saisuke was watching the second episode of Vendetta with his girlfriend outside, Suzuki was chatting with Kakashi, and Orikimura was remotely instructing Suzuki on how to respond to questions. I have to say that Orikimura was indeed a genius. After only a few days of obtaining the technology from another world, he was able to modify the mobile phone and add a telepathy function to it, allowing Suzuki to answer Kakashi's intentional or unintentional questions while talking on the phone. Familiar time, familiar sky. The people of the ninja world have begun to get used to this film company that has forcefully inserted itself into their lives, and even many tasks have been suspended during this time period today. After the familiar prelude, the plot of the previous episode continues. First, the residents of Wave Country are saying why they suddenly feel cold, then the scene turns into a long shot and moves towards the forest. Countless birds are startled, and the camera gradually zooms in. Countless animals are fleeing along the way, the lake is boiling, and countless fish are scrambling to jump out of the water, just to get away from that monster, Vendetta. Partner, it's time for us to eat all the rice balls in front of us. Okay. A strange soliloquy marked the beginning of a murderous vendetta. The show was shown in long shots, and the expression of the vendetta was extremely exaggerated. It disappeared from the screen in just a moment, making several people present break out in cold sweats. Konohamaru's army was watching Vendetta with Naruto. When this scene appeared, Konohamaru finally couldn't help but complain, Naruto-sama looks so lame. He was scared to his knees by Suzuki-sama. His performance was fully recorded, and Naruto couldn't say anything stubbornly even if he wanted to, so he could only bite the bullet and say, I also have a very cool battle scene at the end of the story. Naruto's words only attracted the contempt of the three little devils. The barrage on Bilibili is even more exciting. As soon as the video is uploaded, countless people click in to watch it. Cool, this is the best way to show the characters' momentum. Wow, the rabbit and the tiger are running away together, this performance is so cool. People can feel the chill from such a distance. Is Suzuki really that strong? This is a vendetta. Isn't this really a CG movie made with technology? It's so scary. I looked carefully at the picture just now, and every animal is different. I'm starting to doubt whether this is real footage. Countless comments were flying, testifying to how popular the videos of the Shizeo Media account are. The video has reached the scene of revenge and licking the white. The undisguised hunting desire makes all the viewers watching the video feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Run, Master Zabuza. Bai's decision moved countless people, but it was useless. The huge gap made all his efforts in vain. Many viewers in the ninja world ask themselves, facing Bai's speed, it is a question whether they can keep up. Now seeing the revenge chase and the half-eaten one, a sense of terror arises spontaneously. If they meet Uchiha Suzuki, will they have a chance to escape? Still in the tea house of the land of grass, Kisame was watching a movie and drinking tea, enjoying his rare entertainment time. When he saw this, he finally couldn't help but speak, Mr. Itaki, is that Uchiha Suzuki really your biological brother? Itaki looked at Kisame's expression, which was about to collapse, and understood what he meant, he is possessed by a monster. Speaking of which, Itaka-san, you killed your entire clan, right? Can I change my partner? Let's put the two-person crosstalk of the Itaka team aside for now and return our attention to the peaceful blue star Bilibili. Watching the vendetta and long tongue licking white, countless LSBs were thrilled. Then the plot took a sharp turn, as Vendetta opened its mouth wide and followed like a ghost, swallowing everything along the way, and then swallowing it all in one gulp. Vomit! Countless Bilibili viewers vomited along with Suzuki, and some even felt so uncomfortable that they vomited gastric juice. I have to say that Chi has been very restrained. Even the ones on Bilibili are special editions. Compared with the Ninja World version, many bloody scenes have been deleted, but the tolerance threshold of the Blue Star people is relatively low. It's too bloody and scary. High energy ahead. It is recommended to turn off the barrage to watch the following scenes. I strongly recommend the implementation of a grading system so that I can be mentally prepared. I'm increasingly feeling that this is a real shot, and even a forensic doctor might not be able to produce the scene. I'm a doctor, and I can guarantee with my profession that if you cut open the body with a knife, what you see is exactly the same as what you see in this movie. Please stop talking, I want to vomit again. Don't watch it if you want to vomit. Just watch it. In contrast to the countless viewers who spit out rainbow blue stars, the audience in the ninja world focused on Suzuki's use of ice escape. Countless ambitious people saw the potential of the symbiote, and the one who reacted the most was not Danzo, the king of pots, but Obaru, the traitor who had sacrificed his entire life for the sake of the Kiraya technique. In order to obtain the bloodline limit, this guy not only lost himself to friends and relatives, but also turned himself into a half-human, half-ghost. He has not succeeded yet. And you, Uchiha Suzuki, only need to be possessed by a monster to surpass his research for most of his life. In comparison, it is really hard not to be defeated. Audience reactions were mixed, but the show continued. The black tide surged, and the endless darkness was like a substance surrounding Bai's broken body, and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a dark ruin, completely naked. His white body was like an angel, reflecting the moonlight of the full moon, and looked particularly sacred. The darkness on the ground slowly gathered, and a huge and terrifying symbiote head appeared on the ground, followed by a torso, hands, and feet. It looks like the world-destroying demon god walking out of hell. The demon god walked into the air and slowly stretched out his right hand. Bai, who was about to wake up, instinctively raised his left hand. The two hands faced each other from a distance, as if it was a miracle bestowed by the gods on mortals. The pitch-black scene was given a sense of sacredness at this moment. The devil did not speak, but a voice from the heavens came. Open your eyes, I'm Nar. A drop of liquid with white light dripped from Nar's hand to Bai's hand, and the sound from the sky appeared again. O Bai, I will anoint you to sanctify this moment. You will walk my ways, carry my work, spread my power, inherit my cause, and receive my fruit. But Bai could no longer hear any sound. As the camera moved, tentacles kept moving under Bai's skin. Endless pain came from every part of his body, and he cried out and roared. The pure white monster wrapped in a white body. At this moment, the audience remembered that the person on the screen was a demon. Symbiote Hunt, the name of the monster, appeared on the screen, and then the camera turned, and Hunt was already standing outside the Cardo company. The passionate BGM sounded, and accompanied by dynamic music and wailing, the bloody and violent scenes appeared again. High energy ahead. Crazy comments flooded the screen again, and the audience of Bilibili couldn't help but sigh that Shizeo Media is really the father of censorship. Even such crazy pictures can pass the review. Great, 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 this is my favorite. Wow, tonight's side dish also includes large intestine, which goes well with rice. Is this really something that technology can produce? Although these cross-sections are intentionally blurred, they are too real. Stop it, ugh. Don't watch it if it's disgusting. Just watch it. Doesn't anyone care about the famous painting The Creation of Adam? This is creative hunting. This big guy is used to scamming people, and everyone is used to it. Countless barrages of comments were flying, and Vendetta became completely popular. The high-quality production, explosive pictures, dynamic music attracted countless audiences to come and check it out. The millions of attention points previously invested in Orochimaru have been earned back with profit on this drama. Chi, who was drinking a special drink in the Kingdom of Wind and looking at the system panel, laughed happily. Ino beside him asked curiously, "What's wrong? Go to the 9th training ground tomorrow. I'll teach you taijutsu and give you a gift for the 3rd match." "What gift?" "Secret." The frustrated Zabuza walked on the road in a daze. After being defeated by Suzuki, he could already imagine the fate of Haku, who was covering for him. He didn't know where he was going, nor why he should move forward. He just went from one despair to another. As we all know, ninjas are all veteran actors. Although this scene was retaken, Zabuza's performance was outstanding. His zombie-like steps, facial expressions, and the white, he kept muttering. They completely conquered the audience, and made many Blue Star viewers start to think that they were really. I said that the relationship between them is more than just that of master and servant. This sentence became the most commented comment in this scene. The scene changed again and again, and Zabuza was guided by something and finally reached the final destination. Black Lake. The word eerie and terrifying does not even begin to describe the scene. Countless mutant creatures roam back and forth underwater. Even through the sky, one can feel the great terror hidden beneath the pitch-black lake. It was not known whether it was courage or despair, but Zabuza knelt on the ground, scooped up the lake water and poured it into his mouth in a pilgrim posture. Veins bulged, hair fell out, and endless darkness flowed out of Zabuza's body. A giant hand stretched out from the lake and reforged the beheading sword into a demon weapon. Then came a sound from outer space that was different from the previous one. "Go, throw your black blood into every well and river in the land of waves, and break the seal for me." In the land of waves, in a desolate forest, after venting his anger, Zabuza could finally calm down and appreciate his own excellent acting skills. A gleam of light flashed across Zabuza's shiny bald head. Shiro, the truth is not what is portrayed above. Chasing emerged from the white body, revealing half of his face. Art requires processing, it's normal. Bai ignored his partner and just smiled brightly. Then how did Lord Shen save you, Lord Zabuza? Zabuza thought of himself sitting alone on the edge of the bed with tears streaming down his face and fell silent. The following plot provides many ambitious people in the ninja world with the best direction to get involved with the power of the symbiote. As long as they drink water contaminated by black blood, they will be possessed by the symbiote. There is no doubt about this. Anyone with a little ambition in the ninja world will know that the land of waves is now a forbidden place for living people. Everyone who goes in to investigate the situation will disappear. According to the information passed down by some elite ninjas at the cost of their lives, the land of waves is hell. And now, a corner of hell has been opened to them. If they can obtain these powers, the village leaders, including Danzo, almost simultaneously thought of this sentence. In the next period of time, the Wave Country shooting base should be this will usher in another peak period of joining the workforce. The scene kept changing. The 3 members of Team 7 seemed to be completely unaware and were training on their own, while Kakashi was out gathering intelligence every day. Unbeknownst to them, Zabuza had already traveled all over the land of waves, and almost all the residents of the land of waves had been infected. A shocking change is about to happen. Although there is a period of calm, the storm will always come, and countless viewers are aware of this. A black fog symbolizing disaster enveloped the nearly completed bridge, and Kakashi, standing in the sky, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Rather than being tense every day, not knowing where the abnormality comes from, it is better to face the terror head-on. Accompanied by familiar lines, Zabuza appeared on the sky with Bai. The new Zabuza looked really cool. At first glance, he was a shining bald head, with a bandage on his face and completely black eyes. The demonized beheading sword in his hand moved with the rhythm of his breathing, and his appearance was full of villainy. After some small talk, the first to take action was Vengeance. Watching him lunge at Bai, tongue lashing and saliva drooling, one couldn't help but wonder if he was missing Bai's cool, smooth taste, which was why he rushed over so impatiently. Bai is no longer the same as before. Pure white biological tissue surges out. Hello. Although Zulie's greeting was very cool, the difference in strength was still too big. Vendetta tore off his entire left hand with just one pull. The bloody violence of R-rated movies is fully displayed in Vendetta, and then there is a big scene of ninjutsu. The whole bridge is covered with ice mirrors, which is the host's famous skill, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. The hunter attacks Vendetta with ice spikes at a speed that ordinary people cannot understand. Such an exciting scene made the audience sweat, but it was a piece of cake for the protagonist of the film. He caught the chaser with both hands. From his movements, you can tell that he wanted to use the chaser to make a dish of shredded cabbage. The audiences in the ninja world and Blue Star were all waiting to see what would happen to him, and then the scene changed and a pure black shot out from the ice mirror. Symbiote Eternal Fall, host Zabuza. The character introduction appears on the sky screen, followed by a slow-motion close-up. The body is pitch black without a trace of color, with hideous bone spurs and eyes that are pale without a trace of kindness. He doesn't look like a good person, and he is doomed to eternal damnation. The sword strike by Yangduo was truly amazing. The speed, angle, and strength were all at extremely high levels. There weren't many ninjas in the world who could handle this move, but there happened to be one on the opposite side. With a hasty block, a sharp metallic sound was heard, and the blade in Yangduo's hand broke into 2 pieces. Vengeance and Yangduo looked at each other in bewilderment. The sudden change relaxed the tense atmosphere, and the audiences from both sides began to discuss the plot. In a hidden underground building in Konoha, the one-eyed old man gave an order in his hoarse voice. Ding, you will immediately take 3 teams to the land of waves, collect some water, and preferably capture a resident. A ruthless order came out of his mouth. In his mind, it was a very profitable business if 3 teams could be exchanged for 1 symbiote. Danzo had previously sent people to the land of waves to investigate, but all the results were in vain. Without knowing the potential and intelligence of the symbiote, Danzo did not continue to fight, but the movie Vendetta ignited his ambition again. If I can obtain this kind of power, then the position of Hokage will no longer be a luxury. I must get it this time, no matter what the cost. Of course, Konoha is not the only one who has this idea. Who can get what they want will have to wait and see. As for Billy, some viewers are pressing their report buttons until smoke is rising, while the poor programmers are battling what they call a cyberghost, vowing to remove this uncontrolled R-rated film before it goes completely bald. Because they have discovered something even more terrifying. According to the normal rewards, the revenue that should have gone to Shizwa Media will automatically disappear. What's the enhancement of this beheading sword? It looks cool at first glance, but it cuts through with one stroke? Strengthened recovery ability, immediate answer, strengthened characteristics, becoming easier to break. The symbiote is so cute, I really want to catch one and take it home to raise. All kinds of crazy comments are flying around. It can be said that it is a riot of demons. The following plot is even more exciting. The 3 people collide with each other at an extremely fast speed. Although they look evenly matched, they are actually fighting for revenge. They are fighting against Zui Lai and Yong Duo. The movements are vigorous and all kinds of biological tissues and limbs are flying, showing the director's perverted violent aesthetics. The wave country bridge had been turned into powder by the physical collision of the three people, but the powerful ice escape froze the sea into a flat ground. The power of natural disasters is envied by all beings in the ninja world. Unlike the Blue Star, in this turbulent world, strength is the only truth, which makes many people go to the land of waves with a yearning for power. Just as Vendetta was about to secure victory, something unexpected happened. Hunt and Eternal Fall locked Vendetta's hands and feet, and countless symbiotes broke through the ice and rushed towards Vendetta. Vendetta explodes and knocks the two people who are locking him away. Then there is a long shot full of power following Vendetta. Watching him tear the attacking enemies apart with one claw, the audiences from both sides are excited. The speed of the fight was getting faster and faster, with a sense of breakthrough on the battlefield. Under the extreme speed, the Revenge suddenly disappeared, and before anyone could find him, he shot out from the ice in another direction, and the move he used was actually the magic mirror ice crystal. This made Zulier and the others break out in a cold sweat, but soon he no longer had to be afraid. All sounds suddenly stopped, the thick ice layer in the picture exploded, and all the invading enemies were blown into the air and moved irregularly. Boom 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 boom. When the dust settles, the winner is the Vendetta. The sound made by Naruto when he went berserk saved the life of the remaining symbiote, and what followed was a full action scene with Sasuke fighting Naruto. The ending of Vendetta, Let the Kill Begin, is that Team 7 escapes the land of waves, and finally Black Zetsu wearing Akatsuki robe steps out of the Black Lake. Ha ha ha, after 1,000 years, I finally got my power back. This time I am no longer alone. I will lead my organization and fulfill my lifelong wish to save my mother. Just wait, second brother. His voice and appearance are exactly the same as Black Zetsu's. The only difference is his courage and heroism that regards the world as nothing and is only concerned with saving his mother. Although his facial features are pitch black, the audience can understand from his eyes that Black Zetsu must be the peerless hero who wreaks havoc in the ninja world. The barrage of comments on Billy has reached a new peak. I didn't expect that the mastermind behind this was Black Zetsu. If you go around behind, Black Jew will kill Ban in 1 second. I just now remembered that this is a teaser ad. No one wants to see Black Zetsu save his mother. Keep showing us Sasuke. I won't go into details about all these crazy comments here. The response in the ninja world was also good. That you must know that the Akatsuki robe has been on the market for some time. When Satsuki Jonoki saw this scene, he lamented that the current rebel ninja organization was so powerful that monsters from thousands of years ago had come back, and he said that he had to be careful when dealing with them in the future. The reaction from the Rain Village was even more intense. After all, the angel always appeared wearing this Akatsuki robe. However, they didn't expect that the ultimate goal of their village was to unseal the ancient female devil Kagaya at Satsuki. It was quite exciting to think about it. Pain is discussing with Konan whether to expel Madara and Black Zetsu from Akatsuki, so that he knows what my organization means. As for the Grass Country Tea House, the owner was looking at the two people who were still drinking tea and eating snacks, and he already wanted to report to the police. Deodara, walking on the border of the Wind Country, looked left and right at his clothes, with a look of pride on his face, which made Scorpion annoyed. At this time, our Uchiha Kenji was making fun of the real Uchiha Madara in the secret base for not knowing people well and mistaking a 1,000-year-old monster for his own half. It's really funny to think about it. Of course, the most surprised person was Black Zetsu himself. He looked completely bewildered. Who was he? Where was I? When did I film this? When did I say something like that? And so many other questions. What made him speechless was that after the movie Black Ninja World was released, he hid himself to avoid trouble. Even Obito, whom he thought was an idiot, didn't know where he was hiding. He really had no evidence to convince people that the person on the sky was not himself. Oh no, I'd become a substitute. By this time, Shishi had already returned home, finished his own business, and counted his harvest. Shishi thought it was a great idea to divide the vendetta into 2 parts. After editing the film, he found that the total length was not enough to make a movie. The more than 1 hour of plot was cut into 2 parts as 2 short dramas, which was just right. The combined revenue of the 2 short dramas has exceeded $2 million. According to the previous profit curve, the total revenue should be more than $4 million. As a gold medal actor, Suzuki's box office appeal is indeed stronger than Gamemaru's. The total box office of Black Ninja World is only more than 2 million attention points. Although Vendetta, The Killing Begins, is divided into 2 parts, the total length is shorter than the former. According to the attention value formula given by the system, Suzuki is definitely more attractive at the box office. If you have enough food, you won't be worried. Vendetta has been aired, and now the most important thing to do is to go back in time and shoot Black Zetsu, Desperate Guardian. In fact, according to the input-output ratio, filming well-known characters such as Naruto and Sasuke will bring higher income and make it easier to become famous. But having said that, she likes the feeling of having the world in his hands. Changing the world without anyone knowing is really addictive. He planned to bring Sasuke as his assistant on this trip. After all, doing everything himself was not Sasashi's style. However, Ikonuma Media was still in its startup phase, with only a few big cats and small cats, so it would be difficult for him to be lazy. As for why not bring Orochimaru? He who knows others is wise, he who knows himself is enlightened. Self-knowledge is the advantage of Chi-Shi. With a personality like Sasuke, let alone being controlled forever, if he can break free from control within 1,000 years, it must be because Sasuke is being kind. Don't talk about the nonsense that Sasuke will grow up with more knowledge. Sasuke will also grow, and his means of controlling others will only become more sophisticated and more handy. As for Orochimaru, a workplace veteran who has been in society for decades, although he is not completely out of control, after all, he has been fooled into wearing the golden hoop. But it would be funny if Orochimaru laid one or two foreshadowings in the past and he didn't find them. But one day, this mechanical snake will be completely controlled by Chi-Shi, and this day will not take too long. To avoid trouble, this time we only took away his entire set of new equipment. By the way, Orochimaru's studio now has investment from Ikonuma Media. As for where the money came from, Kato and the Pure Land and the daimyo who was still living in the palace of the daimyo of Wave Country said that they voluntarily donated it to Ikonuma Media, and there was no coercion in the process. They can guarantee this with their lives. At night, in the Uchiha clan territory, in Sasuke's room, a portal suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, and then Saishi stepped out of it. Sasuke picked up the bag on the ground and turned around and said, "Let's go?" Chi-Shi nodded. "Are you ready?" "I've been ready for a long time." Needless to say, Chi-Shi had already informed Sasuke, and Sasuke they were also very interested in traveling through time, and the two of them strode into the portal one after the other. After passing through a bizarre passage, they finally arrived at the target time point, which was the night when Itsutsuki Higoromo died. After arriving in the past, Saishi's first words were, "Welcome to the ninja world of the past." Sasuke was still a little confused at this time that he had been to the past once during the recruitment period, but he was busy with the recruitment test at that time and had no time to take a good look at the scenery of the past. "It should be our ninja world." Sasuke, who was looking at the surrounding scenery with great interest, was completely ignited by Saishi's words. The feeling of being ready to build the world with his own hands made the middle school boy unable to stop. Sasuke covered his face and laughed wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha, yes, let's change this world." He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "What should I do next? Should I go directly to that person called Black Zetsu?" Compared to Sasuke's enthusiasm, Chi-Shi seemed somewhat calmed. He smiled slightly and said, "No hurry. I'll take you to meet some seniors in the entertainment industry first." Sasuke showed the unique arrogance of the Uchiha clan. "Want to meet Gamamaru? Okay." Facts have proved that one should learn to be humble when facing seniors. After Sasuke arrived at Mayaboku Mountain, he was beaten by Gamamaru in a short while and rolled on the ground with his mouth open and eyes closed. Nearly 100 years have passed since the filming of Black Ninja World. Itsutsuki Higoromo consumed too much vitality from splitting the 10 tails, and had no choice but to die. Now it seems that he must have had another fortuitous encounter after his death, which allowed him to achieve the Earth rank as a ghost immortal. As a supporting character, Yui has had so many adventures. How could Gamamaru, the protagonist who has always been chasing the strongest, stay in the glory of the past? At this moment, Gamamaru has completely achieved the Taoist body. Except for the pair of frog eyes full of fighting spirit, there is no other demon-like part of his body. The aura around him seemed to be only one step away from the Earth rank, but whether this step would take 1 day or 10,000 years would depend on his own luck. However, Chi-Shi would not doubt that Gamamaru could achieve his own immortality. After all, his awakened fighting spirit was a magical power that directly targeted the core of the Earth rank. In fact, at this moment, Chi-Shi had already vaguely realized what the Earth level meant. The most important thing about the Earth level is the world is full of changes, and everything has its end, so why don't you die? Where does that immortality that transcends everything come from? Understanding is one thing, but now is not the time to think about it, because Gamamaru, who had just warmed up, was looking over with endless fighting spirit. After calming down a bit, Chi-Shi, who had transformed into the appearance of a frog sage before coming, smiled slightly. "After 100 years of not seeing you, Gamamaru, you are still so warlike." Gamamaru threw the stick in his hand back and strode towards Chi-Shi. "Isn't the ancestor the same as he was 100 years ago? He is standing right in front of me, but I can't sense him at all. This state is really disappointing." Chi-Shi chuckled. "I am old now, so I will leave the fighting to you young people. By the way, what do you think of Sasuke?" Speaking of the battle, Gamamaru also put away his previous nonchalant look. "I don't know why their condition is so strange, but they are still a little immature. For his current age, it's okay. That's why I brought him here for you to train and make him a better person." Toad Pill smiled and said, "Is it because of a new catastrophe that you came back this time?" Gamamara's thoughts were not groundless, because after defeating Kagaya at Satsuki, the frog sage suddenly disappeared after paying his wages, causing the 3 holy places to send out a large number of troops to search for him. Yes and no. Chi-Shi couldn't just say he was back to change the world and make money filming. Luckily, he had already thought of a reason before coming. There are tens of millions of stars in the sky, and this one under my feet is just a special one. Although Kagaya Itsutsuki has been sealed, the crisis of the Itsutsuki clan is not over yet. If they discover that there are forces in this world that resist the Itsutsuki, they will definitely mobilize the entire clan to fight us. Therefore, I will find protagonist to film a movie every once in a while to improve the combat effectiveness of our planet. Although he didn't know what the frog sage said had to do with filming a movie, the fact that there would be new opponents with a new protagonist was enough to convince Gamamaru that he immediately said that the frog sage would fully support Maya Bokuyama's filming of the movie, and that any props and actors needed would be just a matter of a word. Saishi didn't bother to be polite with him and immediately emptied half of the Mayaboku Mountain's treasure house. Before leaving, he also said that he would come back to Mayaboku Mountain to visit everyone more often in the future. This made Gamamaru so angry that he dared not say anything and could only swallow his anger. After leaving the territory of Mount Mayaboku, Sato threw the still unconscious Suzuki to the ground. Suzuki slowly woke up, then stared at Shishi with resentful eyes. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the other party was intentionally taking him to be beaten by that toad. Thinking back to the battle with Gamamaru just now, it was truly the most desperate battle he had ever encountered in his life, no doubt about it. Whether it was hardware such as speed or strength, Suzuki could feel that the opponent had suppressed his strength to the same level as himself, or even weaker than himself, but once the fight started, he was beaten by the opponent, which more or less made Suzuki and Vendetta, who had been going smoothly since graduation, feel uncomfortable. He lost to Saishi because the opponent was stronger and was out to kill his father, so there was nothing he could do about it. But after losing to Gamamaru, who suppressed his strength, he began to doubt whether he was a genius. As Suzuki's director, agent and boss, he knew what he was thinking by looking at his miserable appearance, and knocked him to the ground with one punch. The Uchiha Suzuki I know is not someone who can't handle such a small difficulty. Man. Ha 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 ha. After getting up from the ground, Suzuki covered his face with his hands and laughed wildly at the Uchiha again. You're right, next time, Vendetta and I will definitely defeat him. What an easy to understand kid, it seems like controlling him for the rest of his life won't be a problem at all. Shishi complained in his mind, but he couldn't say it so directly. I'm taking you to see him this time to let you know that there are always people better than you. You should know that he was already the strongest on this planet at the end of the Black Ninja world. If he continues to practice for another 100 years now, it would be strange if you could defeat him. He paused before continuing, and his evaluation of you wasn't bad afterward. Hit him with a stick and then give him a carrot. It's that easy to control Suzuki now. Suzuki pretended not to care and asked, what did he say about me? Good, Tisk, we should go find Black Zetsu next, let's go. After saying that, he walked forward without looking back. You didn't even need to go up to him to know that he was having a hard time holding back his smile. Do you know where Black Zetsu is? Forward. It doesn't take much time to find Black Zetsu. After all, he has a few backup plans left by Chishi. As long as he is determined to find him, he will be unable to escape even if he has wings. The other protagonist is not easy to find, as it is well known that Black Zetsu is a symbiote. Well, at least it is true under Chishi's magical modification, so the top priority now is to find an actor to play the other half of Black Zetsu. But it doesn't matter. Unlike the rush of previous filming, Chishi has enough resources this time that he is calm and patient, so it's okay to spend some time on casting. In order to find the actors, the two of them each relied on their own abilities to hide their true identities and walked around the ninja world 1,000 years ago, stopping and starting, taking in the old ninja world along the way. The ninja world has always been a world of disasters. The outer demon Empress Kagaya wanted to refine this world. Fortunately, the peerless demon Gamamaru single-handedly saved the world and defeated the Empress with his invincible posture, thus preserving nearly half of the vitality of this world. But exorcising demons is easy, saving the world is extremely difficult. The damage left by the demon tree's years of refining the sky is not so easy to make up for. Later, the gourd immortal made a great wish, established the ninja sect, and widely taught chakra, vowing to make all living beings equal and connected. But in the end, all that was left was a mess. Even his eldest son failed to agree with him, and the chakra used for connection became a tool for people to fight. It was sad and lamentable that they went in opposite directions. Natural disasters and man-made disasters, the three poisons of greed, anger and ignorance are flowing in the land of the ninja world, and all living beings in the world have many things that they cannot obtain and cannot give up. Suzuki went from being enthusiastic at first to becoming silent and taciturn. Only then did he understand what it meant that all life suffers. The desire to change the world was no longer just a young man's passion. Looking at the ragged civilians not far away worrying about having a meal, Suzuki asked, do you think we can change the world? Chishi calmly replied, I wish that all living beings could be like dragons, so that they could tell more wonderful stories. That is why I plant seeds in the past, and change the future by changing the past. Suzuki looked at Saishi intently, then extended his hand in a fist bump gesture. I will fight for your wish, after I complete my revenge of course. Chishi lightly bumped his fists, that's why I want you to join us. In addition to his huge potential and being easy to control, there is another reason why Saishi chose him, and that is that Suzuki is still. A heavy rain was still falling overhead, but Yanchang didn't care about anything else and walked quickly into the temple through the main gate. After putting down his soaked luggage and tidying up his clothes, Yanchang, a rare scholar in the village, naturally knew that he had to say hello when entering someone else's home. Looking up and around, I realized that there was no sign of life here. The entire lobby was empty, with lotus murals covering the walls and lotus lanterns emitting faint light. The most eye-catching thing in the hall is a huge statue enshrined on the altar. The statue was wearing a robe with cloud patterns, with only a pair of eyes visible on its face. Yan Chang was overwhelmed by the aura of the statue and knelt on the ground. I am from the nearby Naginata village. I am passing by this precious place today and have no choice but to disturb you. I hope the great God will allow me to do so. One of the advantages of the scumbag is that he can bend and stretch. He knelt down so quickly that Suzuki, who was standing on the altar pretending to be a statue, twitched his mouth and almost complained. It takes too long to build a whole temple in half a day. In fact, this is just a cave. Everything you see now is the result of special effects. In order to make the statue exude momentum, Suzuki was specially asked to stand on the stage, which can be said to be perfection. Seeing that the statue did not move, Yan Chang felt relieved and sat down to rest. Unexpectedly, he became more and more sleepy as he sat, and soon fell asleep. The exquisite murals slowly faded, revealing the original stone walls of the cave. Suzuki jumped off the stone platform and spoke to Chi-Shi, who was nearby with interest. He fell asleep. What should we do next? Chi-Shi pinched the magic formula with his hands. Of course it is to enter a dream. Directing skills, script exchange. Kusanagi Hiko-chang entered a bizarre lotus pond. He knew very well that this was a dream, but he just couldn't wake up. He stood firmly on the surface of the pool and walked forward carefully. He didn't know where his destination was, but there was always a feeling in his heart urging him to move forward and forward. The lotus blossomed with every step he took. He had no idea of the time in his dream. It seemed like he had been walking for a long time, yet it also seemed like he had only taken 2 steps. He had finally reached the end of the lotus pond. Infinite light gathered here to form a huge god. Everything in the dream completely disappeared, leaving only this god. He didn't move or speak, but it seemed as if countless pieces of information were pouring into his mind, and soon he fainted in his dream. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Yan Chang woke up in a daze, only to find that everything around him was pitch black, and the only source of light was the lotus lantern in his hand. Holding the lantern and looking around, he saw no statues or temples, only an ordinary cave. His clothes and luggage were clean and dry, with no signs of being wet by the rain. It was as if everything before was just a dream. The only proof that what had just happened was the lotus lantern that appeared in his hand for no reason, or rather the precious lotus lantern. He had almost forgotten what the giant god of light had just said to him. The only thing he remembered was, "Bring the lotus lantern to find your other half." It was a meaningless sentence, but Yan Chang dared not disobey. Miracles are always one of the best ways to motivate mortals. When I walked to the cave entrance with my luggage, I found that it was already dark. I had no choice but to find some firewood nearby and spend the night in the cave. After finishing my chores, I finally had time to examine the precious lamp in my hand. The lamp itself was a dark black, its material unclear. A lifelike lotus flower was carved on the base. It looked ordinary, its only remarkable feature being that it naturally emitted a shimmering white light without needing to be lit. Of course, Chi-Shi would not give his magic weapon to the male protagonist. He just bought a low-end item worth 100,000 yuan from the mall, and then poured some of his lamp oil into it to protect the mortal Kusanagi Hiko-chang. Although it is just a low-end product, it has all the necessary functions, except that it lacks the ultimate move and its power is weaker than high-end products. It is completely excessive for protecting a group of mortals. You should know that the 3-pointed, double-edged sword used by the villains and the legendary axe of creation in the future are also magic weapons of this level. As for why he was given a magical weapon to protect himself, it was simple. Although the ninja world had not yet recovered and the number of demon beasts or ninja beasts had decreased significantly, Kusanagi Hiko-chang was just an ordinary person, and those hungry beasts in the wild could kill him. Looking at the cave entrance from afar, Suzuki laughed and said, "Is this how the Black Ninja world was filmed back then?" Chi-Shi thought about how the plot would develop in the future and said, "It will be a little more difficult than it is now, but it's not much different." When he was studying in his previous life, Chi-Shi always felt that those mythological stories were not true. Those gods could manipulate the fate of mortals at will, which seemed impossible to think about. But now that I've started filming, I realize I was terribly wrong. Not to mention God, with my current level of cultivation, if I hide in the dark and manipulate an ordinary person, he will never know the path he is taking until he dies. Everything he does has been designed by others. It is really a question whether what he does is what he really wants to do. It sounds complicated, but it's actually similar to a rich man secretly arranging and testing an ordinary person. He simply buys the company where the ordinary person works, and then sends him out on business. It's that simple. Are thoughts and actions free? Chi-Shi didn't dwell too much on these philosophical questions, because he was convinced that what he was doing was what he loved. Even if it was arranged by other high-level beings, he would still thank them. The matter of Kusanagi Hiko-chang has come to an end for the time being, and next is the protagonist's other half, Black Zetsu. When Saishi and Suzuki arrived at Black Zetsu's hiding place, he was rewriting the stone tablet left by his elder brother. He looked so enthusiastic that the two of them were reluctant to interrupt him. After the slate is completed, the spell will be cast, and then only the writing they could watch with the Sharingan or the Rinnegan. But Black Zetsu was still writing, so his forgeries were fully displayed to the two of them. It is actually quite interesting to watch the mastermind faking it on the spot, but as a mastermind himself, Chi-Shi feels that Black Zetsu's purity is too low. As a director, Chi-Shi knows very well that the process and the result are equally important, and sometimes the process is even more important than the result. But both the process and the result of Black Zetsu were a mess. Make a stone slab so that people with different levels of eyes can see different words, and guide the descendants of Indra to chase and open the samsara. This sounds wonderful. But what was the reality? The two idioms looking for a sword on a boat and looking for fish on a tree are the evaluation of this plan by Chi-Chi. The Rinnegan is the key to unlocking Kagaya at Satsuki. It is really funny to rely entirely on others for the success of an important matter and to claim that you are the mastermind behind it. If Chi-Chi were to handle this matter, he would always look for opportunities to provoke Indra's descendants, gain an in-depth understanding of the conditions for upgrading the Sharingan, and then find suitable candidates based on the conditions to beat them to death. If this pair of brothers died, the next pair would come, and if this pair of siblings failed, the next pair would come. In the past 1,000 years, if you just pile up the numbers, you can produce several pairs of Rinnegan. But now that Black Zetsu is in his hands, he has no control over what he does in the future. Nothing is better than his mother to deal with a mama's boy. Black Zetsu had just completed his great plan and was still feeling complacent. He walked out under the moonlight and was about to tell his mother about his achievements. In an instant, the moonlight shone everywhere, and at Satsuki Black Zetsu received the attention of his mother. The mother, Kagaya at Satsuki, still had the same sad and beautiful face, but she was a little thinner than 100 years ago. You have suffered, mother. I have made a plan, and it will succeed soon, and I will be able to rescue you. Black Zetsu's idea was quite beautiful, but in the illusion, Kagaya remained calm, and she only spoke in a flat voice. I can't wait any longer. Only when Yugi is not here can I contact you. Before Black Zetsu could reply, he continued, when we first came to Earth, we also brought the axe of creation. Later, due to some past events, we lost this artifact. I want you to find this artifact and use it to remove my seal. As for the whereabouts of the axe of creation, Kagaya 8 Satsuki simply said it was near Mount Hua and dismissed it. Where is Mount Hua? Does the ninja world actually have a Mount Hua? That doesn't matter, because the director has it when he arrives. As for someone using his mother's appearance to falsely convey the imperial edict, that is impossible. Not to mention that there is still no one who knows his mother in this era. Even if there is someone in the world who is qualified to make himself fall into the illusion, how many people are there? No matter how weak Black Zetsu is, he is still an extremely advanced yin-yang escape creation. He is immune to all illusions except the Rinnegan illusion. With his muddy brain, he would never have thought that someone could travel through time and go back to the past to deceive him. Although it was unreliable to rely on his brain to come up with a solution, now that he had the order from Mother, it was executed quite quickly. A group of Baiju were immediately sent to search for Huashan's whereabouts. If it is too easy to get, there will be no drama. Appropriate effort is also part of the plot. Now that the protagonist is dealt with, the only one left is the main villain Jiro at Satsuki. It is not difficult to find him here because he is on the moon. It seemed simple, but when the two used the teleportation channel to touch the moon palace, they were dumbfounded. It was seen that Satsuki Hamura was already very old and it looked like he was only one step away from going to find his brother. Honestly, Saishi hadn't expected this to happen. His gorgeous mother had been sealed away for 1,000 years, yet she still retained her charm. He thought that as a child, he should be able to hold on for a few hundred years. It wasn't like Kagoramo, who damaged her essence by splitting the 10 tails. How could this happen? Since it has already happened, it is useless to think about the reason. It is better to go back and think about how to remedy the situation. Back in the passage, Suzuki asked the question that had been pent up in his heart, what should I do? The subordinates could panic, but the chairman couldn't. Chi thought for a moment, then turned and walked over. Follow me. He is an old man now, but he was not in the past. Wouldn't it be enough to find a similar time a few decades ago to teach him the immortal skills and change the present? On the moon 50 years ago, there were similar buildings and similar people. The only difference was the person we were looking for. Satsuki Hamura had not changed much from 50 years ago to now. He just turned from an old man into a middle-aged man with messy white hair draped behind him and a pair of sharp white eyes staring at the earth in the distance. I have to say that in terms of appearance, Hamura is much more handsome than his elder brother Hamura, so it is not an insult to let him use the name Jiro. After all, it was a scripted filming, and Chi had already prepared his words and vests before he came, so everything was ready. With a wave of his right hand, he transformed into the appearance of the Otsutsuki god and used the communication script skill to directly start mental communication. After a moment of distraction, Hamura had already entered a mental illusion. Before he could figure out what was going on, Otsutsuki Shive appeared and explained. My people, I am Shive, the god of the Otsutsuki clan. I have witnessed someone within my clan being bewitched by the frog immortal and attempting to murder their mother. Originally, I should have been responsible for clearing the family, but this is a family matter, and it is not convenient for an outsider like me to interfere. I have come here today to teach you our clan's most powerful divine skill, the 8-9 mysterious art, as well as our magical weapons. I hope these can help you. Erlang, guide your brother back to the right path. The illusion disappeared, and a book was directly imprinted on Hamura's mind, with 4 golden characters 8-9 mysterious art written on it. Despite its catchy name, it's essentially a variation of Xiantian Toad Kung Fu. Frugality is a traditional virtue of Shizeo media, so they deleted the frog transformation part, modified the technique so that the practitioner's mana automatically operates, and gave it a more powerful name, and thus, the 8-9 mysterious art was born. Modifying the exercises sounds very grand, but in fact, as long as you don't modify them to practice yourself, it is really very simple. Just modify whatever you think of and trust the practitioner in the end. Of course, Saishi has great faith that Itsutsuki Hamura, the trial-taking ox, can overcome countless obstacles and eventually achieve great success. Although the technique was already imprinted in his mind, Itsutsuki Hamura didn't practice it right away. Decades of life experience had taught him not to believe everything others said. More thought was the shortcut to success. Unfortunately, his reaction had already been anticipated by the director. Chi, who was hiding nearby, used the communication script again, and Hamura's chakra automatically operated according to the 8-9 profound art. The directing skills are so terrifying, but the skill introduction for communicating scripts is communicate however you want. Director Ikanuma is now playing with things in a variety of ways. He is communicating with the energy in Hamura's body, making the energy flow along the prescribed route. No need to say thank you, Director Chi Zhao is so thoughtful that he gave away magical skills, magic weapons, equipment, and also included automatic cultivation, focusing on a fully automatic cultivation of immortals. But the facts proved that people's joys and sorrows were not the same. She felt that he was considerate and provided excellent service, while Hamura was terrified that the chakra he had cultivated for many years was completely refusing to obey his command. Itsutsuki Hamura has now begun to doubt his life. He can't even trust his own strength now. What else can he trust in the world? The director's orders were absolute, and the actors had to endure them no matter how unhappy they were. After a few days, the power in his body had been transformed, and the mysterious control power disappeared. Due to the powerful aura emanating from his body during his training, the descendants of the Yukin lineage did not dare to disturb him during his training these days. Now that the clan leader has achieved success in his training, of course the whole family has to celebrate. The whole family came to Yukin's courtyard together. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. If they hadn't been feeling the patriarch's aura, they wouldn't have dared to recognize him as his grandfather. He had a refined and dignified appearance, with long temples that fell to his shoulders and a bright eye. He wore a three-mountain flying phoenix hat and a pale goose yellow collar. He wore golden boots with coiled dragon socks and a jade belt with a floral ornament of 8 treasures. He wore a crescent-shaped slingshot at his waist and a three-pointed, double-edged spear in his hand. Chi can equip him according to the original work. With the temperament bonus brought by cultivating immortals and some magic weapons for disguise, the ninja version of Erlangshen will appear. Looking back, 100 years have passed. Time is the greatest power in the world. It can turn the weak into strong, the noble into mean, and even turn a dying old man into a great man. Returning to the time of filming, Suzuki saw Hamura, who looked younger than 50 years ago and exuded a divine aura. Suzuki was completely impressed by Saisuke. For the two people in the Ikanuma crew, only a short while had passed, but in Hamura's eyes, the 50 years he spent after meeting the Itsutsuki god were much more eventful than his previous life. There is no visible trace of the vicissitudes of life on his body, but just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What a person ultimately becomes is often shaped by his life experiences. The Itsutsuki Hamura in front of him had never experienced fighting his mother with his brother, so he was puzzled as to how his brother found new power and new partners and sealed his mother. Later, I questioned the other party many times, and the answer I got was always, I am doing this for her own good. For her own good I will seal my mother in heaven. Can I seal you beside your mother for your own good? Although he was angry, the two brothers grew up together and were familiar with each other. Hamura could feel that those were his elder brother's sincere words. He really felt that sealing the sky was the best arrangement for his mother. It is hard to understand, but for the sake of brotherhood, one can only accept it. After all, compared to his mother who always has a cold face, Hamura is closer to his brother. If Yui was willing to explain it properly, Hamura would fight his mother together with his brother, just like in the original manga. But the same thing goes, Itsutsuki Higoromo couldn't even see his own son clearly, so how could he know what was in his brother's heart? In the end, the two parted ways unhappily. The elder brother Yui went to travel around the world, while the younger brother Hamura went to the moon out of spite to accompany his sealed mother. The motivation is completely different from the original work, but the final result is the same. Fate is the most wonderful thing. Hamura brought his family to the desolate moon and said that he didn't want to lift the seal and let his mother out, which was impossible. But after actual practice, it was discovered that this seal was too powerful, so powerful that it was difficult to break, let alone understand. After years of hard research, there was no result until the Itsutsuki god came and revealed his brother's secret. My brother has been bewitched by the frog fairy. He came to the mortal world with the new power obtained from his ancestors. Because he was still angry with his brother, he did not want to use the name of Itsutsuki Hamura, so he changed his name to Hayaga Jiro and ventured into the ninja world. In the meantime, he had several ambiguous romances, which we will not go into here. After many twists and turns, he finally got to see his brother. Faced with the persistent questioning of his brother who had not seen him for many years, he finally told the truth. In one sentence, his mother ruthlessly destroyed the world, while his brother saved it for love. The two most important people in his life were on opposite sides of the world because of fate. After learning the truth, Hamura was even more amused and helpless. If he had not come down to gain experience before, he might not have understood his brother's thoughts. But now looking back on the past, love, friendship, and family affection have all turned into shackles that bind Hamura's heart. If my mother wants to take the lives of everyone in her heart, can I really watch them die? Or will I follow the same path as my brother? If he were cold-blooded enough, these problems would not be a problem. Unfortunately, he is Jiro Otsutsuki, a man who values friendship and loyalty. For him, this is a multiple-choice question in which no matter which choice he makes, he will be wrong. It's not bad to seal my mother like this. Anyway, I have no ability to untie her. The idea of escape arose in my heart, making him feel ashamed and relieved. In the end, the two brothers reconciled. The eldest brother continued to travel around and spread his ideals, while Erlang returned to the moon to fulfill his filial piety. Of course, these are all things of the past. In a trance, he entered the spiritual space just like 50 years ago. Looking at the same scenery as before, he thought to himself that it was no wonder that he was thinking of the past. It turned out that he was going to meet an old friend. Without waiting for Chi-Shi to speak, Hamura said directly, "Ancestor, I have met my brother and I know what happened in the past." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And I also think mother should be allowed to calm down." Such filial remarks almost made Chi-Shi burst out laughing. You have to know that the filming duo had no idea what happened in the intervening 50 years. From Chi-Shi's perspective, it was like this: he found a random excuse to bestow the law, and then the other party turned around and made a declaration of filial piety. Although he knew that something must have happened in between, it was still very funny to think about it. Seeing that the ancestor did not respond, Hamura stood up straight and did not continue speaking. The two just stared at each other. At this moment, observing Hamura's condition carefully, Chi-Shi felt even more satisfied. Although he was no longer wearing the costume given by the director, the style was still the same. It looked like he had been forcibly bound by a magic weapon and had not been able to change his clothes, so he got used to this style. His white hair was tied up with a 3 mountains flying phoenix crown, and he had vertical pupils on his forehead. His pair of pure white eyes shone brightly, and his pretty face was 60% like his mother Kagayaheim. Wearing a black cloud robe, lined with white hanfu, a golden bow around his waist, a 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand, and golden dragon shoes on his feet, just standing forward like this, he is a great man. It was time to test the director's acting skills again. Chi-Shi pondered for a moment and said, "I told you at the time that this was your family matter, that you can decide for yourself. I came here to tell you some bad news." This time it was Hamura's turn to raise questions. Chi-Shi did not keep the secret and immediately revealed the plot setting. Our Otsutsuki family has been fighting in the starry sky for many years, defeating and sealing countless enemies along the way, but recently I feel that the monster named Nar has broken the seal and emerged. If I am not mistaken, one of his targets is it should be the sacred tree on your planet. Otsutsuki Hamura's painting style suddenly changed from classical fairy tales to science fiction Star Wars, which is quite outrageous to think about. Fortunately, he himself is an alien, so it is quite easy to accept. That was a sky-devouring monster called a symbiote. Wherever it went, it brought destruction, and Nar was the strongest of them all. Back then, I went through untold hardships, sacrificed countless companions, and even paid the price of the complete destruction of tens of thousands of planets before I banished him to the depths of a black hole. Unfortunately, after I left this world, the remnants of the symbiote rescued him. Chi-Shi said as he pulled out a bottle filled with black mucus. "You can't imagine how dangerous he is just by talking to him. This bottle contains the newly born symbiote I specially left behind. If you pour this liquid on a dog, it will automatically possess it. Once the possession is complete, you can use the symbiote's characteristics to control it. Remember, it must be a loyal dog. Then you will know how big of a problem Nar is." After these words were spoken, the mental illusion slowly shattered, leaving only a bottle filled with squirming mucus and a sentence: "Remember, remember," to prove that what had just happened was real. With the successful delivery of Xiaoqian Dog, Jillin's plan to create a god in the ninja world has achieved initial success. But there is another problem that comes with it: Erlang achieved enlightenment too early. With Otsutsuki Hamura's talent, if he practices for another 50 years, he will be able to defeat Black Zetsu and force him to cry for help. According to the original filming plan, the time for the two sides to transmit the skills was almost the same. The highlights were the mother of the 3 Otsutsuki saints who practiced the 7-ring symbiosis technique and Kusanagi Hikochang who accidentally obtained the 8-9 profound skills in the Lotus Lantern. Facing Jiro Otsutsuki God and Xiaoqian the symbiotic dog who also practiced the 8-9 profound art, both sides have similar chips, which is a good opportunity for the two to fight each other. The main strategy is to add more water and noodles, and more noodles and water, which makes it easier for the director to control. But now, Jilin has had an extra 50 years to develop. Not to mention the useless Black Zetsu, even the director and the stagehands combined to evolve would have a hard time defeating him. But it doesn't matter, the director is a hacker, and he has resources at his disposal, so he can always find a way if he just tries hard. As for going back to the past to let Black Zetsu practice in advance, forget it. Judging from the fighting level displayed by Black Zetsu during the original plot, it would be better to find a way to improve Kusanagi Hikocho instead of relying on Black Zetsu. There is no point in thinking too much, so I finally decided to deal with the protagonist first, and then take it one step at a time. That maybe Hamura won't be able to be cruel to him then. Near Huashan, the City of Lights. After several days of travel, Kusanagi Hiko-chang finally arrived in the city. In this era, the hardships of traveling alone were completely unimaginable before one experienced it personally. If it weren't for the precious lotus lantern, he might have been eaten by a beast. Although he encountered danger many times, Yan Chang's enthusiasm was not reduced. Rather, these exciting experiences made him feel that the outside world was more wonderful. It is even easier to trick Black Zetsu into coming. Send Suzuki out to find a white Zetsu, and then use illusion to make him discover Huashin's information, and Black Zetsu will automatically come to the door. The problem now is Kusanagi Haikako, because the original script route is no longer useful, and drastic measures must be used to strengthen the protagonist. Shi was frantically browsing the system mall. He looked for a long time before he finally made up his mind to exchange things. I thought to myself, don't blame me, people of Naginata Village. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. The target item is determined. In the world of the King of Fighters in Hong Kong comics, the blood of Orokai from the Yagami family plus the ancient martial arts of the Kusanagi style. It combines strengthening, explosive growth, cultivation, and superpowers. The upper limit is high enough, and when it goes crazy, it can even stop the entire earth. Cultivation is easy enough, just keep fighting to get stronger. As for why we choose the Kusanagi style instead of the Yagami style, it is called respect for the Kusanagi family. It was too easy for masters like Saishi and Suzuki to transform an ordinary village. They hypnotized the entire village with a glare of their Sharingan, diluted the blood of the snake with water, and let each person drink a little. The remaining large bottle was secretly poured into Kusanagi Haika-chang's water bottle. The hardware has been arranged here, and what remains is to arrange the software, which is the secret of the establishment of Naginata Village. This is not difficult, because these secrets do not need to be known by all villagers. Just use illusion to instill the newly compiled Kusanagi family secrets into the mind of the village chief Kusanagi Shibafune, and then make a few old secret scrolls, and you can make this matter into ironclad evidence. Kusanaga's original surname was Liu, and he was from a Shinto family that had served the mountain god, Huashin Shenjun, for generations. 1,000 years ago, the god of disaster, Yamata no Orokai, and his subordinates, the 8 great Orokus, wreaked havoc on the ninja world. The sage lord of Mount Hua could not bear to see the lives lost, so he led his subordinates, the Liu, Xiang, and Qin clans, to fight against the god of disaster. At the beginning, the campaign went smoothly. The big snake was defeated step by step, and the 8 heroes died one by one. But soon they discovered something was wrong, because the dead 8 heroes reappeared. No one, including the gods, had expected that the Yamata no Orokai was the incarnation of a river in this world. As long as the water flows, the snake will never die, and the 8 heroes can be reborn in the snake's head. The enemy is immortal, but the 3 divine servants do not have such special abilities. The 8 heroes become stronger and stronger in battle, and the casualties of the 3 families are getting more and more serious. This war of gods lasted for nearly 10 years. Although victory was ultimately achieved, the price paid was extremely tragic. The Holy Lord of Mount Hua used his immortality of the mountain to completely shatter the snake's immortality of the river in order to successfully kill the Yamata no Orokai. The Lord God was forced to fall into a deep sleep due to his severe injuries. The 3 families of divine servants were almost wiped out in the 10-year war between gods, and their inheritance was almost cut off. The best fighters of the families died one by one on the journey to defeat the 8 heroes, and the divine artifacts of each family were lost or damaged. What no one expected was that after the death of the big snake, its resentment turned into a curse, which entangled the Liu family, who had contributed the most at the time. Unfortunately, at the beginning, everyone was immersed in the joy of victory and did not notice the curse. When they discovered it, it was too late and it was about to break out. The final result was that all members of the Liu family were infected with the crazy blood of the big snake. On the night the curse broke out, rivers of blood flowed around the Liu family's territory, and the crazy members of the family slaughtered people everywhere. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after waking up, the clan members vaguely realized that the Yamata no Orokai was being reborn in the Liu clan. On that day, the Liu family suddenly went from being the leader of the Shinto sect in the world to being the lackeys of the devil. It is really beyond the comprehension of outsiders how much blood, tears, and sadness there were in the process. In order to protect the Liu bloodline and ensure that the blood of the great snake would not revive, the Liu clan leader Liu Liang decided to stay away from Huashin, changed his surname to Kusanagi, sealed his bloodline abilities, and led his family to live in hiding. Later, because the Holy Lord of Mount Hua fell into a deep sleep, other Shinto families eventually dispersed like the Liu family and disappeared into history. Now only this volume of History Secrets is available to the head of the Kusanagi clan. The volume also records the story that happened thousands of years ago. After changing their surname, the Kusanagi family was driven by fate and finally returned to their original homeland, which is at the foot of Mount Hua. Saishi tossed the newly edited history book to Suzuki. What do you think? Suzuki looked at the newly created ancient book in his hand and fell into deep thought. After the director's operation, the nearly 40-year-old old man Kusanagi Shibafu has become completely lame, and he firmly believes in the destiny of the Kusanagi clan. He walked to the closet and took out the fiery sun suit hidden in the deepest part. He looked at the suit in his hand with a look of nostalgia. Alas, I wonder when you will see the light of day again. The passionate emotion made the two crew members who were watching the screen backstage twitch their lips. In order to increase credibility, the two of them put in a lot of effort, but they didn't expect the effect to be so good. Suzuki used the Sharingan illusion to add settings to the Shibazu couple. She engraved the Kuzenaguryu ancient martial arts communication script into Shibazu's mind, and also gave them a bottle of nutritional supplement to fill the deficiency in their bodies so that the blood of Orokai in their bodies could be awakened smoothly. Finally, he asked the system to make several sets of traditional Kusanagi family costumes for their family that would not be destroyed by fire. Kusanagi Shibafune, Hong Kong Comic.jpg. After completing a series of actions, Kyoko Kusanagi also returned home from outside. His wife, Shizuka Kusanagi, walked into the room and warned him, "Okay, stop being so conceited. Your daughter is coming home." Shibazu pondered for a moment. "I'm back, just in time. It's time to tell her the fate of our Kusanagi clan." His expression is serious and his tone is earnest. If you don't know the real situation, it would be really cool to hear him talking about family destiny all the time. But Suzuki had just written the plot setting into the other party's mind, and immediately put on such an awkward performance. He almost laughed to death when he saw this scene, especially seeing Shibafu, the old village chief of the ancient mountain village, wearing a costume, walking towards his daughter with a swift and decisive gait, and telling Kyoko Kusanagi the secrets of the Kusanagi clan with a serious face. Suzuki couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, and rolled on the floor with vendetta in the cave that had been converted into a filming base. Ha ha ha, this is incredible, so funny and entertaining. Was Chi-Shi's Black Ninja World also this entertaining? Chi-Shi smiled and said, about the same. Kusanagi Kyoko was startled by her father's exaggerated appearance. Before she could ask, "Dad, what are you doing?" Shibafune interrupted her in a serious tone. "Kyoko, come sit here. You've grown up now. It's time to tell you the secret of our Kusanagi clan." The father, who seemed a bit sloppy, and the gentle mother showed unprecedented seriousness. The atmosphere infected Kyoko and she also showed rare seriousness. Chai-Jo placed the family battlesuit in front of his daughter and said, "This is the Liang battlesuit your mother made especially for you. Try it on first to see if it fits you." In fact, when her father took out the clothes, Kyoko already felt something was wrong. The reason was simply that the V-neck fiery sun battlesuit on her father was so trendy that it was a bit exaggerated. Kyoko, who felt she couldn't handle this style, naturally felt uneasy. With shaking hands, he slowly unfolded the folded clothes. The good news is that the style is completely different from the revealing and sexy dad style. The bad news is that it's not as good as the one my dad has. Kyoko really doesn't know how to describe this outfit, so let the director explain it. Forget about the headband, which is optional. Wearing a black school uniform jacket, a white t-shirt underneath, black scorching sun battle pattern gloves that look powerful enough to pull up a flag, and black school uniform pants, you can say that wearing this Kyo Kusanagi costume is so handsome that he has no friends. The only problem is, Kyoko, who had a bob haircut, slapped her forehead and said, "Dad, no matter how much you love your son, you don't have to do this. This is obviously men's clothing." Although Kyoko usually acts like a boy, this is not a reason for her to wear this trendy men's clothing. Of course, director Ikanuma is not the kind of unscrupulous director who deliberately asks actors to play opposite roles. He has been prepared for this problem. Kusanagi Shibazu took out a black school uniform mini skirt and said, "If you don't like pants, there's a skirt underneath." Ah, is this a problem with pants and skirts? There is no way around this. After all, Kyo Kusanaga's school uniform image has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is a major breakthrough that the director is willing to change the pants. If he changes it again, it will not look like the original. Kyo Kusanagi, in a miniskirt. JPG. Although his daughter resisted fiercely, Shibazu had been fooled by Suzuki's illusion and just thought that these were the traditional costumes of the Kusanagi clan. He did not force her because there would always be times when she asked to wear them. He immediately raised his right index finger, and a blue flame burned quietly on his finger. "What's this?" The light purple flame reflected on Shibazu's weathered face, its brightness fluctuating, adding a touch of credibility to his words. "This is the power of our Kusanagi clan's bloodline and the fate we must face." He extinguished the Kangyan in his hand and began to tell his surprised daughter the history that the director had just made up. At this time, Suzuki and Vendetta, who were watching in the backstage, were laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. On the other hand, there was new progress on the protagonist's side. Black Zetsu finally arrived near Huashin and met Kusanagi Hikochang, who was preparing to return to the previous cave to try whether he could return to the temple. There was nothing special about their meeting, they just bumped into each other while walking in the mountains. There were no auspicious signs from heaven, nor golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, but in terms of its impact on history, this scene is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Later generations added countless sacred things to this scene, but they did not know that many major events in the world were originally ordinary and common. But later generations gave these moments unnecessary sacredness. The two protagonists are walking on the ground. One was following carefully underground. The meeting between the two can be said to be accidental or inevitable. For Kusanagi Hikochang, Although life was wonderful during the few days he was out of the city, he did not forget that the purpose of his going out was to find ninjas who could fly and hide. The most magical thing he encountered during this period was the temple and the precious lotus lantern in his hand. Under the guidance of the director, he returned to Huashan to seek ninjas and ask for the truth. For Black Zetsu, the only truly special places in the entire Huashan area are Naginata village and Kusanagi Hikochang. If he really wants to explore, he will definitely meet one of them, right? Of course, if they were really not meant to be, with the red string that Director Ikanuma forced upon them, their meeting would be a piece of cake. In Black Zetsu's mind, this pale-faced scholar was the strangest human he had met since he came to Huashan. His movements were obviously no different from those of an ordinary country bumpkin, but upon careful perception, one discovered that his blood was boiling all over his body, like a human-shaped fireball, and the surging power seemed to be about to burst out of his body. Weakness and strength appear in one person at the same time. The strong sense of tearing and contradiction makes Black Zetsu curious. It just so happens that he has no information when he comes to Huashan, so he might as well wander around and follow this person to see what secrets he has. It is well known that when the heroine becomes curious about the hero, that is when she is ready to fall. Seeing the two of them meet up also saved the director the effort of arranging scenes for them. Now that all the main actors have been recruited, it's time to start working on it, or rather, it's time to start filming the plot. It had been several days since Yan Chang took shelter from the rain in the cave, and there were no obvious marks on the mountain road. It was normal that he could not remember the location of the temple in such a hurry to avoid the rain. But it doesn't matter, the precious lotus lantern in his hand has a backup plan, and it contains the lamp oil from Chi-Shi's lamp. Chi-Shi pinched the magic formula in his hand, and the precious lotus lantern hidden in Kusanagi Hikochang's arms immediately flew out, and then shot out a white beam of light pointing straight ahead. This is the fairy guidance of the pond flow plot advancement technique. With this trick, even the protagonist with poor directionality can be helped, and the actors can be guaranteed to arrive at the set on time. When Black Zetsu, who was walking underground using the mayfly technique, saw this amazing stunt, he thought to himself that he had followed the right person, even if it had nothing to do with the acts of creation. The lamp looked like an incredible magic weapon. The two of them followed the guidance of the precious light and walked forward. Kusanagi Hikochang soon saw the cave where he had obtained the precious lotus lantern. Then the precious lotus lantern rose high, and the holy light column it emitted reached the sky. The surrounding holy light lotus special effects were turned to the maximum, and red walls rose from the ground. Soon, a magnificent Huashan Shenzhen temple appeared before their eyes. The achievement of this effect is of course largely due to the director's skill in special effects production, but Suzuki, the stagehand, also contributed a lot. Because special effects are just special effects, there are no real objects. If the actors touch them with their hands, it will easily cause mistakes and make the actors lose their focus. Suzuki has been a hard laborer these days. He is responsible for everything from clearing mountains and splitting rocks to setting up scenes. Then, Chi-Shi used special effects to hide the rough temple built by Suzuki, and then added special effects once the actors were in place, and it was done. Although the director didn't spend much money on it, Yan Chang and the other two were fascinated by such a miracle. I really came to the right place. The two of them have different purposes, but they express the same side. They are truly the couple chosen by the director. The first one to react was not Yan Chang, who had been there once, but the clever and smart old Ni Heiju, who was 100 years old. He saw it swimming directly from underground into the temple, and then, nothing happened. Chi-Shi, who was hiding in the temple, communicated with Black Zetsu, who had just crawled out of the ground, into a mental illusion. The lotus pond was still the same white one as when Yan Chang came in. Heiju, who had lost his body, moved on the water surface and soon reached the center of the lotus pond, which was where Yan Chang met the god. But the difference is that Black Zetsu did not meet the god of light. I saw the dark mud at the bottom of the pool surging, and slowly formed into a giant snake with 8 heads. I am Yamada no Orakai, the god of rivers. Of course, you can also call me Nar, the god of symbiotes. One of the Yamada no Orakai's heads said to Black Zetsu, I smell the scent of an Itsutsuki on you. It turns out the Itsutsuki god and I were very good friends. Thousands of years ago, I conquered the stars alongside Itsutsuki Shiboi. Wherever we went, only those who followed us prospered and those who opposed us perished. Unfortunately, our good fortune didn't last long. Our hunting of the stars made us many enemies. During one siege, I was sealed in a black hole while covering Shiboi's retreat. Luckily, they didn't anticipate my ability to split, allowing me to secretly possess the Sage Lord of Mount Hua and follow him to this planet. Just as I finished speaking, another snakehead came over and interrupted. Since arriving here, I've been looking for a way to accumulate strength, hoping to one day break the seal on my body. Unfortunately, when I was possessing this demonic snake, devouring everything to accumulate strength, I was discovered by the Huashan saint that he was determined to kill me, even if it meant dying together. Now, only this remnant of my soul remains, and of course, he's not feeling well either. My soul is intertwined with the Huashan saints, and in order to fully absorb it, I need your help. The next snakehead continued, from the looks of it, you must be a creation made by the Itsutsuki tribe based on me. Now I will teach you the true power of the symbiote. As he spoke, countless silt surged up from the bottom of the pool, enveloping Black Zetsu, who was unable to escape. He passed out before he could figure out what was happening. In his coma, he vaguely felt a new chakra training method being engraved into his mind, but he was no longer able to distinguish it. Three forces, three gods, three historical. In this historical story, who is the truth and who is the final winner? The answer is that they are all fake, and are background stories made up by director Ikanuma, but sometimes the truth and falsehood cannot be made clear until the last moment. The book continues from the previous chapter, saying that Black Zetsu was deceived by the evil god from outside the realm and accepted the inheritance of God, the seven-wheel symbiosis technique. As for Kusanagi Hiko-chan, after kneeling 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, he slowly walked into the temple with a respectful heart. The temple was still the same temple, but this time he felt a little uneasy. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the words Holy Lord of Mount Hua on the plaque had become fainter. As he walked forward, he saw black stains appearing on the surrounding murals. At first glance, it looked like black poisonous snakes swimming in a lotus pond. The noble and holy temple became gloomy and terrifying. When I arrived at the main hall, I found that the cloud patterns on the statues' clothes had turned into snake patterns, and the eyes that once carried divine power had turned into strange snake pupils. How so? Yan Chang was so shocked that he fell to the ground, and only then did he discover Zetsu lying on the ground like mud. After a while, he found that there was no unusual movement, so driven by curiosity, he crawled towards Black Zetsu and finally pointed at it with his finger. Black Zetsu, whose race had just been changed by the director from a yin-yang escape creature to a symbiote a few minutes ago, was met by Yan Chang before he could come to his senses. The symbiote's instinct to possess the other party was stimulated by the energy in the other party's body. It suddenly jumped up from the ground and turned into a giant python's mouth, about to swallow Yan Chang. Kusanagi Hiko-chan instinctively wanted to take out the precious lotus lantern to deal with it, but when he reached out to touch it, he remembered that the precious lotus lantern was still floating in the air outside, and he thought to himself, oh no. In a hurry, he could only fight back with his fists, but how could he block it when he had just obtained the blood of the snake and could not use the power of his own blood? Black Zetsu immediately wrapped up the half-body chosen for him by the director. Although it looks dangerous, the unpossessed symbiote does not have the ability to digest, so the director lets it go and allows the actors to perform freely. No one present noticed that a little spark appeared on Yan Chang's fist. Although it was weak, it was already the real Kusanagi fist. As Black Zetsu possessed him, Yan Chang's pure heart of saving his mother aroused his longing for his mother and various extreme emotions, followed by his not-so-wonderful ordinary life. Kusanagi Hiko-chan, a native of Naginata village, had a father who was the only educated person in the nearby mountain village. His family was not wealthy, but they could get by in the village. His father was strict and his mother was gentle. His childhood was spent studying in the morning and playing wildly in the afternoon. Although it was plain, it was warm enough. When I was 8 years old, my mother passed away. It wasn't a natural disaster, but her health had been poor since Yan Chang was born. She caught a cold that winter and passed away shortly thereafter. That was the first time in his life that he experienced separation from his mother. To be honest, he didn't feel much sadness at the time, but he just knew that he would never see his mother again. 8 years had passed unknowingly. In this world where 40 years old is considered old, this situation cannot be called tragic. However, my father passed away not long after due to homesickness. I still remember the day when my father called me to his side and told me that I would have to walk the future alone. At that moment, I realized that my father, who usually encouraged me to study, and my mother, who cooked my favorite food, had both left me. I only remember that I cried for a long time that day, and then I was adopted by the Chai-Jo couple. From that day on, I learned to be polite to others, to read their expressions, to please others, and to hide my joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. That year Yan Chang was only 9 years old. In fact, life in Shibasu's house was not bad, and was even better than before. After all, Uncle Shibasu was the chief of the Naginata village, and he had a younger sister who loved him. Their whole family is very nice to me, but I always feel that I am not as happy as before. Maybe this is what it means to grow up. Spring goes and autumn comes, and several years have passed. If nothing unexpected happens, one day in the future I will marry Kyoko, inherit the position of village chief from Uncle Shibafun, and live an ordinary life in this tiny world. Until one day, a traveling merchant passed by Naginata village. Naturally, he was received by the village chief, and he talked a lot during the meal, and the story that impressed him the most was about ninjas. According to legend, ninjas could bring people back to life, turn bones into flesh, fly, and evade the earth, and even control water and fire. It was that day that made him realize how big the world is. If he could find a ninja, could he bring his parents back to life? In fact, I already knew at that time that birth, aging, sickness and death are the laws of nature, and I shouldn't think about these things. But sometimes, when young people have ideas, they won't give up until they hit a wall. Until a few days ago, he finally made up his mind to go out and look for ninjas. This was the end of Kusanagi Hakomasa's ordinary life so far. This kind of nostalgia is not without effect. In the Hong Kong comic system, if you understand your inner self and implement your own will, you can often burst into life in the face of adversity. The blood of Orakai in Kusanagi Hiko-chan's body comes from Hong Kong comics. He felt as if the blood in his body was boiling, and infinite heat emanated from his blood. Flames rose from his fists and spread throughout his body. The mental and physical pain made him cry out in pain. The terrifying blue flames emit boundless heat, demonstrating how worth the money the director's attention this time is. The blood of a high-level spiritual being from the world of the Hong Kong comic king of fighters. If taken internally, it will infect the body with the blood of Orakai, the Yagami family version, strengthening the body and gaining the ability of blue flame. When emotionally excited, it will enter a state of blood rampage, losing self-control. Extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Use with caution, use with caution, use with caution. The above is the introduction to the blood of Orakai, Yagami family version, system mall. The price is 300,000 attention points. Of course, there is another more expensive snake blood in the mall, which costs a full 30 million, which is daunting. The introduction of the advanced goods only reduces the paragraph after the ability of Kangyan, and asks the system about the power brought by the two. After the quantities were almost the same, she bought the cheaper one without thinking. As for the nonsense at the end like extremely dangerous, use with caution, she didn't read a single punctuation mark. It wasn't like he was going to use it himself, so any danger would be borne by the actors, and the director wasn't afraid at all. Besides, being able to run wild can add some combat power. The director can't really think that a villager who has been farming and hunting for generations can fight at Satsuki Higoromo to his heart's content just by reading the boxing manual for a few days. As for the Kuzenai-Guryu ancient martial arts, since it can only be used in conjunction with certain special bloodlines, the price is only a few thousand attention points. Considering director Ikanuma's current net worth, it can be considered a half sale and half gift deal. Saishi even bought the Yagami Ryu ancient martial arts to make a pair. While Kangyan brought trouble and pain to Black Zetsu, it also strengthened his idea of possessing him, because if he retreated now, he would die, and the terrifying Kangyan would burn him to ashes. The only way to survive now is to successfully control the body. Black Zetsu, who had just transformed into a symbiote and could not yet use his innate abilities, was still using the old method to control his body, which was why it took so long, but soon they would decide the winner. Time goes forward a little bit, and the perspective returns to the Naginata village. The precious light emitted by the precious lotus lantern penetrates the sky and the earth and can be seen for hundreds of miles. The villagers of Naginata village, which was only half a day's journey from Beoguang, ran to Shibafu's house and shouted, "Uncle Shibafu, it's bad, it's bad." Shibafun, who was educating his daughter, had to stop, took out a picture album from a dark box, which the director modified and contained scrolls of the Kusanagi family's history and boxing manuals, threw it to Kyoko, told her to look at it first, and strode out. "What are you arguing about?" A loud shout interrupted the noise of the crowd. The strange vision before their eyes was so profound that they knew what had happened without asking. He waved his hand and made up an excuse, saying, "This is the Holy Lord of Huashan, our clan, appearing to bless our Naginata village. You guys do what you need to do. I'll go over and take a look." After saying that, he immediately rushed towards the beam of light at a very fast speed, and everyone was surprised by his speed. How can Uncle Chai-Jo run so fast? Who is the Holy Lord of Mount Hua? Isn't this place called Mount Lantern? The village chief's clothes are so handsome. There were endless exclamations like these, but Chai-Jo could no longer hear them. Running all the way, Chai-Jo felt that he had never been in such a good condition in his life. His whole body was hot and burning as if he had endless strength. He clenched his hands tightly, and his fists spontaneously combusted. From a distance, he looked like a flaming comet flying close to the ground. In the Hong Kong comic setting, both the red flame and the blue flame are the fire of blood and also the fire of the heart. Kyo Kusanagi relied on his undying faith to evolve his own red flame into an eternal fire. Iori Yagami's wish was to destroy Kyo Kusanagi, and Kangyan responded to his wish and turned into Kangyan of destruction. Both examples illustrate that fire moves as the heart desires. The heart can affect fire, and conversely fire can also affect the heart, especially when Kangyan is contaminated by the power of the Great Snake. The latter is even more serious. Kusanagi Shibafu was originally just an ordinary old village chief in the ninja world, and how could he suppress such a high-level heart fire? When he used the blue flame, the desire to destroy arose in his heart for no reason, and before he knew it, his eyes were bloodshot. The flames grew more and more intense. At first, he had to avoid obstacles, but later he ignored them completely. The flames on his body were enough to burn a path. Although his mind was in a mess, he still remembered that he was going to the location of the light column. After running for a while and breaking a few walls, I saw a strange man dressed in pure black. Without thinking, I raised my hand and performed the combo that the director had engraved in my mind. A well-aimed right hook, accompanied by an unparalleled explosion of flames, blasted towards the opponent's abdomen. It was the ancient Kuzenai-Guryu martial art, Wild Bite. Black Zetsu is now 100 years old. He prides himself on being a wise general, and White Zetsu does everything for him. He has fought with others himself only a few times. He has never seen such a madman who attacks with all his strength without saying a word. As soon as they meet, he was stunned for a moment and took the blow hard. His whole body was almost bent into a shrimp shape by Chai-Jo, and he almost vomited bile. Boom! The moment the fist, brimming with flames, made contact with the opponent, it instantly burst into flames, engulfing the enemy's entire body. With just this one strike, an ordinary ninja would have learned the meaning of the Kusanagi fist at the cost of their life. But Chai-Jo's attack wasn't over yet. Seeing the opponent's body being knocked forward, he raised his right hand and struck Heiju's chin with an iron fist. Unparalleled explosive flames burst out again, 9 injuries. Black Zetsu was sent flying, and before he could recover from the dizziness of being hit directly in the jaw, he felt pain in his chest again, and then his body quickly fell down. It was an elbow strike, 8 pins. The last powerful kick hit him directly in the abdomen and sent him flying, Nanace. After completing a set of combos, 2 feelings of familiarity and strangeness appeared at the same time, allowing Chai-Jo's confused brain to regain a bit of clarity. He couldn't understand why the moves he had practiced countless times in his memory felt so unfamiliar when he used them today. Just looking at the blue flames on his fists, the familiar Kusanagi flame in my memory now seems so strange. There was no time to think about it, because Black Zetsu, who had just been knocked out and smashed through several walls, had already rushed back in with flames all over his body. Suzuki was furious at the filming base backstage that he had spent several days building the set, but these 2 people destroyed it in just a few seconds. The director even said that the set would be used again in the future. He was crying as painfully as he had laughed just now. However, the pain of the crew did not affect the filming, so let's put it aside for now, because another fight broke out on the set. Black Zetsu, originally a high-level yin-yang touch creation of the outer heaven at Satsuki, was a backup plan hastily left behind by his mother Kagaya at Satsuki before she was sealed. Although his life was long, he did not achieve anything noteworthy. He is not good at fighting, he has no strategy, he thinks about saving his mother every day but doesn't know the way out is right under his feet. If you want to point out his shortcomings, the director can list all his good points. But he also has an advantage that ordinary people do not have, that is, he has a flawless heart of Tao to save his mother. From birth, he had a single ultimate goal in life, to free his mother, Kagaya at Satsuki. This goal permeated his entire life, his every thought and thought being to save her. If this were a world of immortal cultivation, he would have long ago ascended to immortality with this aspiration, known as the Immortal Lord splitting the moon to save his mother. Unfortunately, he was born in the ninja world, where bond plus passion equals victory, and Black Zetsu, who can only launch sneak attacks from behind, will never succeed. But he was lucky, he met a good director who did not despise him for being useless. Not only did he tailor the plot for him, taught him magic skills, and gave him magic weapons, he also pulled a red string for him according to the Ninja World victory formula and specially equipped him with CP. Even if his biological father came, he would not do this, not to mention that he didn't have a biological father. The strength displayed at this moment is finally worth seeing. Although the attack is disorganized, the advantage is that it is powerful. Both hands are burning with bright flames, and the claw wind brought out is like a sharp blade that cuts everything in front of him into pieces. Kusanagi Shibuzu was shocked and said, "Kusanagi no Homura, who are you?" The flame of Kusanagi is a fusion of the fire of Lu and the blood of Orakai. As far as he knows in the history that there is a blue flame, apart from the Kusanagi clan, the only other one with a blue flame is the flame of destiny among the 8 great heroes of Orakai. Just now, Black Zetsu was stunned by a series of attacks from Shibuzu, and the symbiote's wild instincts broke out, and it came back with great ferocity. This question woke him up again. Why should I fight him? Black Zetsu calls himself at Satsuki, so why would he reply to these inferior creatures in the ninja world unless necessary? He took a glance, put away the Kangyan in his hand, and wanted to follow his heart and escape. The matter was of grave importance, so how could Chai-Jo just watch him go? The 2 of them, one fleeing and the other chasing, fought as they went out. It was a series of action scenes, and the fight was so exciting, but the surrounding environment suffered. The mountain was blasted with potholes and bumps, as if it had been bombed by an airplane. Kusanagi-ryu Ancient Martial Arts vs My Martial Arts. The Kusanagi style has already been mentioned before, so I won't elaborate on it here. My style of martial arts can be simply described as powerful and powerful enough to send bricks flying and tortoise punches. Although it doesn't have much technical content, with the symbiote's exaggerated strength and the host's blue flame, ordinary ninjas will be injured or killed if they just touch it. And Black Zetsu is not really an idiot. Or rather, after possessing Yan Chang, the host's clever brain brought up his low IQ, and he could actually continue to learn Shibusu's moves during the battle. My style, Wild Bite vs Kusanagi style, Poison Bite. As their fists collided, there was a resounding boom, like thunder, it could be heard clearly for dozens of miles. The scattered blue flames burned everything nearby to ashes, and the center of the collision was even burned into magma. The 2 looked at each other from a distance, neither of them wanting to start the fight first. Black Zetsu grinned widely, since none of us can do anything to the other, how about we just go our separate ways? It is said that the director's transformation of him was very successful, and he has changed his race from the original yin-yang escape creature to a new type of symbiote. Although Black Zetsu's new look still continues his original tight style, making him look thinner compared to Vendetta and the like, the frenzied and violent racial characteristics of the symbiote are still evident in him, with the shark-like teeth and his open mouth being the best evidence. To be honest, Kusanagi Shibuzu was indeed moved when he heard the other party's words. The reason is simple. Even with the hard training in his memory, it was his first time fighting with someone. It was okay when he was suppressing the opponent, but when Black Zetsu started to resist, the aftermath of the fight between the 2 could melt the stone. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid at all. He could hold on now only thanks to the madness brought by the blood of Orakai. Now that he had stopped and his opponent was giving him a way out, he was naturally very willing to do so. He was just about to say a few polite words to ensure that everyone could part ways amicably. They don't want to fight, but the director feels that the ending now is a bit thin and the action scenes are a bit lacking. Although the actors don't know the script, there are other ways to advance the plot. The Pond-style plot advancement technique of a treasure falling from the sky. Suddenly, something strange happened. The lotus lantern that was still shining in the air suddenly fell down. As the lantern fell, the light disappeared and the Holy Monarch Temple not far away also disappeared. The two people who were confronting each other didn't care about anything else when they saw this strange sight, and rushed forward to grab the treasure lamp. Boom 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 boom. The two flames collided violently, the temperature around them rose rapidly, the trees spontaneously combusted, the earth cracked and melted. Chai-Jo felt that his breath was full of flames, and his lungs were about to be roasted. He didn't want to fight anymore, but he felt a little unwilling to retreat. According to historical records, the Kusanagi family went around and returned to the Huashan area. After 1,000 years, strange phenomena appeared in Huashan again, although it is not known whether it is related to the Huashan Saint King whom the family used to serve. If they retreat now and their treasures are taken away by the monster, they will have no place to regret in the future. Blue flame is the fire of the heart. Perhaps because he is thinking of retreating at the moment, the Kusanagi flame he uses now, although it is a little weaker than before, it also lacks some of the unbearable madness. The heart moves with the fire, and the slightly clearer brain has countless thoughts as the flames flicker. There are countless problems, but there is only one core. Why are you fighting for? If you're fighting to save your life, you might as well run now. If you fight to serve a god, that god is no longer here. If they fought for family responsibility, they would have changed their surname Liu. If you're fighting for your family and clan, then there's no need to even fight. What pushed me to suppress my fear and continue punching? Looking back, I have always been a wild person, idle all day long. My favorite thing to do is to find my good brother, Yanchang's father, and ask him to tell me stories. I have listened to several novels and have fantasized about traveling around the world with a sword like the protagonist in the novel. However, I am not as brave as that brat Yanchang, and I really ran away. In a small mountain village like Naginata village, many things can be foreseen at a glance. My father is the village chief, so I will take over his mantle and become the next village chief of Naginata village. I have thought about resisting and I have thought about staying away. But there are the expectations of the father, the tenderness of the mother, the love of the sweetheart, the responsibility of the village, and so on. All of these turned into ropes, binding my heart. Just as expected, I later married Jing, gave birth to Jingzi, and took over my father's position as village chief. With responsibilities and pressure, previous dreams are gradually forgotten, and the carefree character becomes mature and stable. People always lose something on the road to growing up. Maybe this is growth. At this moment, my heart was filled with fire, burning everything visible and invisible. I suddenly realized that I was still that carefree wild child. 100 styles demon burning. The intensely burning blue flame danced casually, turning into a whirlwind and blasting the black Jew. The two men stood still again, and when they looked at each other, all the confusion in Chai-Jo's heart faded away, but the fierce flames burning between his fists slowly disappeared. Putting his hands together in front of his chest, he bowed slightly to the other person. My name is Kusanagi Shibafune, thank you. After speaking, his clasped hands slightly separated, and a pale flame appeared on his chest. The flame burned quietly and seemed to have no killing power, but in the eyes of Black Zetsu, this flame was more terrifying than the blazing blue flame just now. Without time to think about why the other party said thank you, facing the great terror, Black Zetsu made an instinctive choice, which was to escape. Now he only regretted that his host had 2 less legs. A little spark in one's heart can start a prairie fire. Chai-Jo waved his right hand, and the fire in his heart moved and flew out of his hand, spreading at an unimaginable